Chapter 1, Fong Chimai, stand up right now. My name is Fong Chimai. Currently, I'm in Class 10 of senior year at Zhangcheng No. 2 High School, in a parallel world. Today marks 99 days until the college entrance exams, and the bell for class has just rung. Teacher, Fong Chimai is the only one in the class who hasn't handed in the homework yet. At that very moment, a voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Ding ding. Host is frequently called out for standing out too much. System activated. Immediately followed by another alert. Ding. You've been called out by math class representative Li Hongzhe. Reward, skill rapid calculation mastery. At the front of the classroom, my math teacher Xue Baogai, also my homeroom teacher with a receding hairline, put down the stack of exercise books with a grave expression and shouted at me, Fong Chimai, stand up this instant. Ding. You have been called out by math teacher Xue Baogai. Reward, skilled mastery of Olympiad math. Once again, that strange mechanical voice popped up in my head. I was a little baffled. What on earth was this voice? It kept ringing in my mind, and I was certain it wasn't any of the classmates whispering around me, waiting to see me make a fool of myself. So where was it coming from? I rose unhurriedly. At 186 centimeters tall, with decent looks and a calm, slightly roguish gaze, I was used to standing out. Teacher Xue had always been strict with students, and I had no idea what scolding was in store for me this time. Fong Chimai, what's going on with you? You're the only one in class who hasn't handed in the homework. Teacher Xue demanded. Teacher, I have a reason for not submitting the homework, I responded. Oh, I'd like to hear what reason you could possibly have. After hesitating for a long while, I began. For Chinese, math, and English, there's an average of one set of exercises per day after class, plus pre-class preparation and post-class review. In addition to the math exercises from the Blackboard workbook, there's Chinese homework requiring memorizing entire texts, copying sentences, and writing compositions, English vocabulary memorization, text recitation, 2 reading comprehension exercises, and essays. Not to mention the penalty copying assignments you teachers dish out, plus those surprise tests and monthly exams. Then factor in double the workload from 3 other subjects, along with every subject's mandatory 5-year simulation, 3-year Gokao exercises and supplementary materials like Wang Hoxiong and Xue Jingxing's workbooks. On average, I'd have to write 39,681,254 characters per year. Considering average handwriting speed is 0.42 characters per second, finishing would take me 94,479,176 seconds. That's 71.91 hours of writing daily in a day that only has 24 hours. To complete all this homework, I'd either need to master the Armstrong cyclonic jet magnum technique to time travel back 2 days every 3 days via space-time wormholes, or invent a warp drive for my pen so it could zigzag across the paper at superluminal speeds, reducing the writing distance by 2/3. After I finished speaking, Teacher Xue was stunned, and the entire class was shocked. Holy crap, he actually calculated that, so this guy's been hiding his true skills all along. Is this really his reason for not doing homework? It's so well reasoned, there's no way to refute it. Well damn, that's like a cow flying first class, next level impressive. I was shocked myself. Is this the power of the speed calculation method? The entire process was so clear and accurate, it's absolutely unbelievable. And with the added effect of Olympiad math mastery, my math grades used to be nothing special, but now with Olympiad math mastery, I could easily score full marks on the college entrance exam. Then, another prompt appeared in my mind, plus 5 points from Xue Baogai. Utter confusion. Teacher Xue was dumbfounded. He adjusted his glasses, cleared his throat awkwardly, and said, very well, Fong Chimai, since you're so good at mental math, why don't you solve this problem I left for you all last class? He rapped on the blackboard and continued, no homework, and can't answer the question? Then you'll stand for the rest of the class. The students began whispering among themselves. He's done for now, that guy definitely doesn't know it. All he's good at is running his mouth. Yikes, that problem's super hard, I can't even solve it. He's so dead, right? That's an Olympiad level question, how would a loser like him ever get it? Class monitor and math class representative Li Hongzhe seized the opportunity to show off, imitating the teacher's mannerisms as he loudly said, Fong Chimai, hurry up. If everyone wasted a minute like you, this whole class would be over before we know it. I shot back. Well, if we all spent just 1 minute studying, wouldn't that make the class go by 2? Confusion points from Li Hongzhe, plus 2. A notification popped up in my mind. Teacher Xue rapped on the blackboard. Fong Chimai, get on with it. Enough with the smart talk. I glanced at the problem on the blackboard. Attending math class feels like playing a game. The teacher tosses us beginner's gear, teaches us basic skills, then sends us to fight the boss. When we can't beat it, they demonstrate with max-level equipment and ask if we understand. The kicker? We've been paying into this game environment for 12 years. Thankfully, I've mastered Olympiad math proficiency. This problem was a piece of cake for me. I wrote a long series of complex formulas on the blackboard, leaving most of my classmates stunned. Academic ace Li Hongzhe smirked when he saw my final answer. Heh, no idea what weird method this guy used, but the result must be wrong anyway. After completing the solution, I didn't return directly to my seat. Instead, I turned around and carefully explained every step, starting with reading the problem, pointing out its hidden traps, finding the entry point, selecting formulas, deriving each step systematically, laying out the complete thought process, and finally arriving at the answer. I also spread knowledge points, making everyone pay attention to more things. Mr. Xue was dumbfounded. My solution was completely correct, covering all the key points and precautions he had prepared to explain. My answer even surpassed the standard of a teacher. Excellent. This is an Olympiad math problem. It's indeed challenging. I didn't expect you all to solve it. I just wanted to train your thinking abilities. However, Feng Qimai solved it, and the answer is correct, said Mr. Xue. Correct? Li Hongzhi looked at his own answer, which differed from mine. He hadn't listened to my explanation at all, assuming I had calculated wrongly and waiting for the teacher's explanation. But it turned out he was the one who made a mistake. After a quick glance, he realized he had fallen into the trap I mentioned by the second step. Damn it, from Li Hongzhi's confusion value, +3. Teacher Xue adjusted his glasses. Now, those who've solved it please raise your hands. Li Hongzhi hurriedly changed his answer to match mine and quietly raised his hand. Alright, lower your hands now. This wasn't an easy problem, so it's normal that not many got it. But for those who didn't solve it, I hope you can understand its logic and skillfully apply it in exams, said Teacher Xue. I asked, Teacher, would you like me to solve it using a second method? Li Hongzhi was startled. Even for such a difficult problem, Feng Qimai knows a second method? Teacher Xue paused and said, no need. The other method is too complicated for most students to understand. Just remember the approach we just went through. Alright, teacher. I'll head back to my seat then. That. Feng Qimai, do try to make up the homework eventually. I replied to homeroom teacher Xue Baogai, sure, teacher, depends on my mood. Xue Baogai was probably rendered speechless by my response. I had just sat back down when my deskmate Lu Mimi passed me a note. In Xue Baogai's class, no one dared whisper, let alone play with their phones, so passing notes became our best way to communicate. The note read, "You're so amazing." I silently added an exclamation mark, turning it into "You're so amazing." Lu Mimi must have been bewildered. Confusion points from Lu Mimi, +1. Not wanting the conversation to end there, she wrote again, "Did you see the selfie I posted on my moments this morning? Pretty, right?" I replied, "Today's was quite nice." She pouted, "Ugh, mean. Are you saying there's a day I don't look good?" I pointed out bluntly, "Last Saturday, 12:05 p.m., first photo in the second row of that 9-grid post." She froze for a moment, then asked, "Each photo was carefully selected by me. I think they look quite good. Tell me, what's not good about them?" I replied, "The area where the outer corner of your right eye meets the eyeshadow." She teased again, "Ugh, you looked so closely? Could it be you have improper thoughts about me?" I only replied with 3 words, "I booger." Confusion points from Lu Mimi, +2. She blurted out directly, "Feng Qimai, you're toxic." Ding! You've been called out by deskmate Lu Mimi. Reward, charming tear mole. What the heck is this? As I was wondering, a holographic panel appeared in my mind. The description above shows that charming tear mole is only effective on the opposite sex. After winking, the other person will be attracted by my charm, and their affection for me will increase by 1 level. I was startled, thinking some strange thing had gotten into my head. Picking up Lu Mimi's mirror, I looked less than a centimeter below the outer corner of my right eye. A small mole, a tear mole, had inexplicably appeared. I touched it, it was real. What kind of reward is this? And what's going on with this system? Host, this system is the name-calling system. Whenever someone calls your name, you will receive corresponding rewards from them, including but not limited to skills, items, treasures, special physiques, etc. Note, it only takes effect when the target actively calls out your name in person, and works only once per person. I was completely stunned. Something straight out of a novel had actually happened to me. Was I becoming the protagonist? And were there esteemed readers watching me? Upon closer reflection, when the math class representative called my name earlier, I gained the swift calculation technique. After being called by the math teacher, I acquired mastery of Olympiad math. And just now, when the female deskmate who seems interested in me called my name, I obtained charm tear mole. This system is absolutely unbelievable. This system's goal is to make your name resound across the rivers and mountains, within and beyond the Great Wall, throughout heaven and earth. Alright, let me give this tear mole a try. If it doesn't work on guys, then I'll test it on Lu Mimi. I gazed at her affectionately, and she looked back at me in confusion, her face tinged with a hint of shyness. I winked my right eye alone, the one with the teardrop mole, effectively flirting. In an instant, she shuddered all over, overwhelmed by an indescribable feeling. The bell rang, signaling the end of morning classes. After lunch, Lu Mimi returned from the cafeteria and gazed at me tenderly, saying, "Maime, aside from my dad, you're the best man to me in the whole world."
I was baffled. Had this woman taken the wrong medication with her meal?
No, it must be the charming teardrop mole effect kicking in. This was quite potent.
She then added, "Would you consider being my boyfriend?" I replied, "I could consider it." Before she could say anything else, I cut in, as a second dad. Confusion points from Lu Mimi, +3. She continued, My, just now during dinner, I got a fish bone stuck in my throat. Drinking vinegar and swallowing rice didn't help at all. I asked nervously, "Is it that serious?" She cooed pitifully, "My throat hurts so much now it's unbearable." I teasingly responded, "Is the fish bone alright then?" She instantly cursed. From Lu Mimi, total confusion points, +4. She paused, then said affectionately, My, there are only 99 days left until the college entrance exams. Some words must be said now, or it'll be too late. Like you, I replied. Actually, I already have someone I like. She said sadly, "Ah, is that so? How heartbreaking." I teased her again playfully. "Silly, why don't you ask if the person I like happens to be you?" She asked, "Then is it me that you like?" I replied, "No." After that, I teased her a few more times, and her level of confusion kept increasing. I told the system, this tear mole is too terrifying, but fortunately I handled it cleverly. By the way, can I remove it? Sorry, host, rewards currently do not support a 7-day no-reason return or exchange. But don't worry, host, Lu Mimi was an exception. The charm attraction displayed by alluring tear mole is an upgrade based on the target's original feelings. For example, someone who originally had no fondness for you might develop slight affection. Those who already had affection for you will also experience a further increase in goodwill. If someone already likes you, they'll grow to like you even more, possibly even reaching the pinnacle of passionate infatuation. It seems Lu Mimi's fondness for me is starting from a very high point. Just then, the campus belle Xiao Bishue approached with a notebook in hand. Her snow-white skin, beautiful face, and slender legs made her the dream goddess of countless male students across the school. She said, Fang Qimai, could I ask you about that problem from this morning? I still don't quite understand the first solution. Also, I heard you mention there's a second method. It's probably hard to grasp, but I'd still love to hear your explanation. Ding! You've been acknowledged by campus belle Xiao Bishue. Status unlocked. Graceful and distinguished. Graceful and distinguished, the host embodies effortless charm, stands tall like a jade tree, and radiates extraordinary elegance. Being called out by a beauty, I feel my handsomeness has leveled up. Even without the charm mole, most girls would find it hard to resist me. Now with the school belle coming to seek my help, how many must be green with envy? I readily replied, no problem. The moment I looked up, Xiao Bishue was visibly stunned. Though I've always kept a low profile and carry a bit of a bad boy vibe, I couldn't deny that I'm quite the looker. Upon closer inspection today, my facial features are remarkably pleasing, can't simply be described as handsome but more of an exquisite beauty with unparalleled charm. Even those male celebrities pale in comparison to me. I glanced at my deskmate, Lu Mimi, who was clearly jealous, no way she'd give up her seat. Then I looked at Xiao Bishue. Her deskmate was the class monitor and math representative, the top student Li Hongzhe, who hadn't returned to the classroom yet. So I said to Xiao Bishue, let's go to your seat and I'll explain it to you. She replied, sounds good. I sat down in Li Hongzhe's seat and began explaining to Xiao Bishue, actually, the key to this solution lies in the thought process, and there's some clever trickery involved. You have to combine several previous knowledge points and go through deduction to arrive at this final result. Let me walk you through it again now. Lu Mimi was fuming seeing Xiao Bishue and me sitting so close together, and Li Hongzhe, who had just returned from the cafeteria, was equally furious. He rushed over shouting, Hey, Fang Qimai, what are you doing in my seat? Get up right now. Xiao Bishue explained, class president, I was the one who asked Fang Qimai to explain the problem to me. I still didn't quite understand this morning's question, and I was also curious about the second solution. Li Hongzhe stepped forward and shoved me, saying, get up right now. Did you ask for my permission to sit in my seat? I remained as steady as Mount Tai and asked him, class president, why don't you sit down and listen too? At that moment, the system notification appeared, confusion points from Li Hongzhe, +4. Li Hongzhe flushed with anger and humiliation. Me? You want your math class representative to listen to you explain math problems? Hey, Fang Qimai, I think you're getting ahead of yourself. You're just a slacker who happened to get lucky and answer correctly this morning. Then he turned to Xiao Bishue and said, Bishue, about that second solution to the problem. I know it too, I can explain it to you. This argument drew the attention of many classmates, filling the air with thick jealousy. In the class, everyone admired the beauty of the school belle. Xiao Bishue, many boys were openly fawning over her. But Li Hongzhe was the only son of Deputy Principal Li Ying of Jiangcheng No. 2 High School. Moreover, he was Xiao Bishue's deskmate. Everyone tacitly agreed that Xiao Bishue was his, and almost no one dared to challenge him, while I was the first to openly stand up against him. I shook my head and stood up. Li Hongzhe let out a cold snort, thinking I wouldn't dare to provoke him. With a straight face, I said to Xiao Bishue, well, no choice then, I guess I'll just have to sit in your seat. Xiao Bishue asked in confusion, then, where should I sit? I winked my right eye and said, you can sit on my lap. Upon hearing this, Li Hongzhi froze, with the system prompt appearing. Confusion points from Li Hongzhi, +6. Confusion points from Lu Mimi, +6. After snapping back to reality, he jumped up in shock. Xiao Bishue instantly blushed, unable to meet my gaze. She demurely whispered, this isn't appropriate. Li Hongzhi shouted, I object. Lu Mimi also chimed in, yelling, I object too. I smiled lightly, don't worry, I was just joking. You don't need to get up. Li Hongzhi and Lu Mimi sighed in relief. Xiao Bishue asked timidly, then, where will you sit? I said casually, I'll just switch and sit on your lap. Both Li Hongzhi and Lu Mimi were stunned. The system notification popped up. Confusion value from Li Hongzhi, +7. Confusion value from Lu Mimi, +7. Li Hongzhi blurted out, holy shit, have you lost your fucking mind? I brushed my hair aside and said, too noisy. Looks like we can't go over this problem now. Xiao Bishue looked disappointed. Li Hongzhi snorted coldly, exactly. Fan Qimai, you'd better give up on this idea. But then I said, tonight, after evening self-study, I'll stay behind alone to explain it to you. Li Hongzhi angrily pointed at me. Damn it, why does it have to be after evening self-study? I replied, because by then, only she and I will be left in the classroom. We can sit wherever we want. Both Li Hongzhi and Lu Mimi objected, saying we couldn't stay alone in the classroom. Frowning, I said, fine then, school bell shao. After evening self-study tonight, I'll come to your place to explain the problem. Li Hongzhi went berserk, god damn it. Are you going to buy Shue's place? That's unacceptable. Fan Qimai, you're pushing your luck more and more. I object. Lu Mimi also voiced her opposition. Xiao Bishue said shyly, Fan Qimai, for tonight's self-study session, I'll wait for you in the classroom. I'm really sorry to trouble you. I waved my hand. No worries, no worries. For someone like me who doesn't care much for studying, I've got plenty of time. So, it's settled then. Xiao Bishue thought I was quite modest. Li Hongzhi was already furious and came up with an idea. Bishue, let me explain that problem to you. You don't need to stay tonight, it's unsafe to go home too late. I said, great, then I'll listen too. What's your second solution? Let's see if it's the same as mine. If not, maybe we can work together to come up with a third solution. Li Hongzhi was left speechless. The system notification popped up, +5 points of confusion from Li Hongzhi. He said he'd take a noon nap and explain it in the afternoon. I called him out directly. I bet you don't actually know the second solution, do you? You'll probably spend lunch break trying to solve it yourself. And if you still can't figure it out, you'll secretly go ask old Shue, then come back pretending the answer was your idea to look cool, right? Too bad, I remember we have 4 afternoon classes, physics test and biology test. Normally, you wouldn't have time to consult old Shue, so don't waste your effort. Then I turned to Xiao Bishue. I'll explain this problem to you after evening self-study. As for getting home too late and your safety, don't worry, I'll walk you home. Not only did I expose Li Hongzhi's intentions, but I also cut off his retreat and offered to walk Xiao Bishue home. Li Hongzhi exploded on the spot, with the system prompting, dazed value from Li Hongzhi, +5. I checked the time and continued, alright, class president, you've got exactly 1 hour, 21 minutes, and 18 seconds left. Whether you can solve it depends on that so-called genius brain of yours. Oh, by the way, it's old Shue's nap time right now, so you'd better not disturb him. Of course, you could always throw your dad's weight around, that's always an option. Well, good luck then, bye-bye, I'm off to play basketball. Li Hongzhi was so angry he couldn't speak, left to stew in helpless frustration. As I walked downstairs, I asked the system, by the way, system, what's confusion value? The system replied, confusion value is generated by you. It appears when others are shocked and bewildered by your words or actions. The specific value will be determined by the system based on the other party's level of confusion. Current confusion level, 66. I couldn't help but ask, so, what's the use of this confusion level? System reply, effect. When you call someone's name, any subsequent content containing a command will be obeyed unconditionally. Note, each use consumes 1000 confusion points. Host currently possesses 1 free usage opportunity. Hint 2, silent recitation is equally effective. Hint 3, the command must be within the other party's capabilities to fulfill, and the command cannot be reversed. Note 4, do not issue instructions that violate ethical norms, break laws or regulations, or compel others to surrender significant assets. Implementation should be based on actual circumstances. This is absolutely hilarious. From now on, anyone who dares mess with me is getting completely wrecked. If I don't like what I see, I'll order them to eat shit, no arguments accepted. This system is pretty wild. When others mention my name, I get rewards, and when I mention someone else's name, they obey absolutely. Overall, the more I'm name dropped, the stronger I become, and the more confused others are, the stronger I get too.
Right now, my confusion points are only at 66, so it seems I need to baffle even more people. Several basketball courts at school are under renovation, with some areas closed off, leaving only a few available. Luckily, I arrived early and snagged one. Quick, pass to Kamai. Ding, you've been name-dropped by teammate Xiong Peng. Reward, skill dribble stop. Way to go, Chimai. Another score. Ding, you've been called out by teammate Luo Tommy. Reward, skill, quick stop fadeaway jumper. Damn it, guard Fong Chimai. This guy's drives are killer. It takes 3 guys from class 10 to guard Fong Chimai. Don't let him drive in. Ah shit, Fong Chimai just dunked on us. Fucking insane, I give up. Ding, you've been called out by opponent Zhang Shueping. Unlocking physique enhancement, biceps strengthening, permanent. Ding, you've been called out by opponent Li Shihua. Reward, skill leaping dunk unlocked. After several games, my outstanding performance made both teammates and opponents constantly call me out, and I grew stronger with each play. I acquired 6 basketball-related skills and permanently enhanced my biceps. This system is ridiculously good. Hey, the school team needs the court, go play somewhere else. Just then, a group arrived wearing basketball uniforms, all tall and imposing. Leading them was my classmate Jiang Zijian, who had been the school bully in junior high, arrogant and domineering, and remained just as aggressive and troublesome now. He was also an art student with some talent for painting and a member of the school basketball team, followed by a group of freshmen. The guys I was playing with all panicked. Let's go. The school team is here. Jin's here, we should probably bail. I'm going back for a nap. I knew Jiang Zijian was just showing off again. Everyone else was getting ready to leave, but I didn't care and kept shooting hoops. Hey, you hearing this? We're the school team, Jiang Zijian said again. I responded, and then what? Then get the hell out. We're taking this court now. This court belongs to whoever got here first, why should I give it up for you? You, Jiang Zijian was dumbfounded. His words usually carried weight, but unexpectedly, I had the audacity to stand up to him today. Plus 2 stupefaction points from Jiang Zijian. The classmates watching were stunned, amazed at my boldness in challenging him outright. Damn it, Fang Chimai, don't push your luck when given face. Ding, you've been named by art student Jiang Zijian. Reward, Master of Art Appreciation, Painting. Never expected Jiang Zijian to yield painting-related art appreciation. Seems the system rewards are quite comprehensive, randomly selecting something associated with the person who named me. Though this seems practically useless, you can never have too many skills. Besides, I've already picked up plenty of basketball skills just now. Jiang Zijian crossed his arms and sneered, you losers, you think you're worthy of taking our varsity team's court? Get the hell out of here now. The basketball team members nearby started mocking them too. Seniors, with skills like yours, you really shouldn't embarrass yourselves in public. Why don't you go practice dribbling somewhere else? Your ball handling form is completely off. Ha. Exactly. The guys from the neighboring class quietly slipped away, while a few classmates came up and whispered to me, Chimai, let's just go. Don't provoke brother Jian. Yeah, they're from the school team. We can't afford to mess with them. I replied, so being on the school team means they can do whatever they want and clear people off the court? You, from Jiang Zijian's confusion points, plus 3. Exactly, because we're the school team. We're better at basketball. I laughed. If you're so amazing, why didn't you get recommended for direct admission and ended up choosing to be an art student instead? Damn it. My words angered Jiang Zijian, and the other classmates were stunned. No one dared to talk to him like that. Jiang Zijian felt deeply humiliated, and with so many people watching, he had no idea where to hide his face if this got out. Fine, Fang Chimai. I see you've got some nerve. Jiang Zijian pointed at me and shouted, come on, let's settle this. We'll pick 5, and you pick 5. The losers hand over the ball and roll out of the basketball court, literally roll out on the ground. I'd been wanting to try out the basketball skills from the system reward anyway. Never got to show my true potential before, but now that we're up against the varsity team, I should be able to enjoy a good game. Fine, a classmate said at that moment, but we're down to just 4 players now, and our opponent is GNGE. Whether we win or lose, we'll offend him either way. I'm sitting this one out. I'm out too. Besides, playing against the varsity team? That's practically suicide. Yeah, you're definitely going to lose. Jiang Zijian said, look, don't say I'm bullying you. Go ahead and take the court, I won't hold it against you. Since there are only 4 of you, I won't take advantage either. We'll also play with 4. Mainly, I want you to admit defeat willingly, and get the hell off this basketball court. We agreed on the rules, half court, first to 8 points wins. Jiang Zijian huddled with his 3 varsity teammates to discuss strategy, while the 3 guys on my side looked utterly clueless. Their average height was around 1.9 meters, while on our side, Fang Chimai was 1.86 meters, 2 others barely over 1.7 meters, and 1 guy wasn't even that tall. Add 0 tactics to the mix, and this was just asking for a beatdown. But with all my basketball skills at hand, I wasn't worried in the least. I thought to myself,
Taking on 4 opponents single-handedly wouldn't be a problem, what was there to fear? Soon, the match began. Jiang Zijian took the opening possession, their team passing the ball around the perimeter. In their eyes, our defense was full of obvious gaps, loose and scattered, with weak points everywhere. When the ball reached Jiang Zijian's hands, dribbling smoothly, he flashed a confident smile and suddenly drove forward. My teammates panicked completely, mentally defeated already, still muttering, how could we possibly stop the school team's offense? Just as everyone thought Jiang Zijian was about to break through and score, my swift figure darted forward. With a crisp snap, I intercepted his ball. By the time he realized what had happened, the ball was already in my hands. His face was a picture of stunned disbelief while notifications buzzed in my ears, +4 confusion points from Jiang Zijian, +3 confusion points from Du Xiaohao. Teammates gasped in admiration at how cleanly I'd snatched possession. Jiang Zijian glared daggers at me. I crossed half-court and began my drive, using a fake, then a crossover, another crossover, instantly blowing past 2 school team players. Stop him! Jiang Zijian roared. I faked out the defender once more, pulled up for a jumper, swish, nothing but net. This move was the fake-out pull-up jumper I'd just mastered. Damn, it felt good. The prompt sounded in my ears again, confusion points from Jiang Zijian, +6, confusion points from Du Xiaohao, +5. Jiang Zijian immediately cursed and shouted at the 2 defenders, what the hell are you doing? Listen, I told you 2 to defend him properly, can't you understand? One of them said, he was too fast, couldn't keep up. The other muttered, his feints were too convincing, I underestimated him. Jiang Zijian called them idiots and told them to get their act together. Not only did I steal the ball from the school team, but I also scored the first goal right in front of them. My teammates were thrilled, but because of Jiang Zijian's glare moments ago, none of them dared to show it. The losing side took possession, and it was Jiang Zijian's turn to attack again. 2 players tightly marked me while Jiang Zijian coordinated with another teammate. Plus, my own teammates weren't playing boldly enough. Soon, Jiang Zijian scored as well. He then raised both middle fingers, signaling 1-1, clearly a taunt. When it was my turn to serve, all 3 defenders rushed to block me, firmly cutting off my path, while my teammates were too intimidated by Jiang Zijian to unleash their full strength. The match might have seemed fair on the surface, but in reality, it was 1 against 4. But what did it matter if it was 1 against 4? I had already anticipated such a scenario. With a disdainful smirk, I scoffed, 3 people marking 1? Is this all your school team is capable of? With a sharp crossover and a sudden stop, I left all 3 defenders spinning in circles before breaking through. Then, with a slick between the legs dribble, I even shook off Jiang Zijian. I soared into the air, swish, another basket. 2:1, no wonder our school's team sucks so bad, I muttered with even more contempt. In my ear, I caught the faint sound of Jiang Zijian and his crew's bewildered gasps. Jiang Zijian lashed out at his teammates, what the hell are you guys doing? 3 of you can't even guard 1 guy? His teammates complained that I was too fast to defend, and someone else pointed out that Jiang himself had been faked out by me too. Jiang couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, muttering to himself when exactly I'd gotten this good. And so, the scores on both sides gradually climbed. I was practically facing 4 opponents alone, but my enhanced biceps gave me no lack of strength. Every move flowed effortlessly, executed in one continuous motion. No one could stop me. Soon, I scored 7 goals, just 1 more to win, while Jiang Zijian only hit 5. At that moment, Jiang Zijian and his 3 teammates huddled together to discuss tactics. I overheard them saying that no matter what, even if it meant fouling, they couldn't let me score this goal. They even planned to push me when I jumped, aiming to make me fall, preferably hard enough to break my leg. Then, the 4 of them spread out deliberately, waiting for me to make a move so they could crash into me hard. Seeing them stationed so far apart, I chuckled to myself, was no one guarding me? Then I'll give 3-point jump shot master a try. Standing beyond the 3-point line, I leaped straight up, lofting the ball high into a perfect arc that dropped cleanly through the net. Swish. Nothing but net. Jiang Zijian and his teammates were stunned. Someone swore, who the hell expects someone to just launch a 3-pointer like that, and to drain it so cleanly? Unbelievable. We lost. We actually lost. The notifications of their utter bewilderment kept chiming in my ears. They were still lamenting how their school team could possibly lose, with some even talking about quitting the squad. My own teammates were completely dumbfounded. I'd scored all 8 baskets in the game while they'd just been filling space. They marveled that I'd taken down 4 varsity players single-handedly. No wonder those school team guys were all questioning their basketball careers. I was quite disappointed. After acquiring such formidable basketball skills, I thought I'd get to play a thrilling match, but I never expected the school team to be this mediocre. I scoffed, you all should practice more. At this level, it's really no fun to crush you. I picked up the opponent's basketball and said, Li Ning brand, not bad, just a bit old. Well, now it's mine. Bound by the earlier bet, Jiang Zijian and the others seethed with anger but didn't dare speak up. One of the school team members muttered that he had spent 289 yuan on that ball, and Jiang Zijian snapped that he'd pay him back later. Spinning the basketball on my finger, I said, "Alright, everyone, time for your performance." Then I teased them, "So, are you doing forward rolls or backward rolls?" The school team members exchanged uneasy glances. I taunted them, "What's wrong? The mighty school team can't even handle a little loss?" Jiang Zijian angrily shouted, "I won't accept this. Fang Qimai, if you've got the guts, let's settle this one-on-one." The loser calls the other grandpa. I scratched my ear and asked, "The loser calls you what?" He said, "Grandpa." I immediately replied, "Yes, grandson." Jiang Zijian got mad, pointing at me and challenging me to a fight. I shrugged and said, "Sure, but tell me, what's in it for the winner?" He said the loser would call the other grandpa, giving the winner another grandson. I laughed and said, "But you just called me grandpa, and I've already accepted you as my grandson. Why would I still bother competing with you?" Confused value from Jiang Zijian, plus 13. Xiong Pang and the others standing nearby nearly burst out laughing. When Jiang Zijian threatened to beat me up, I shouted, "Everyone, watch. A grandson beating up his grandpa." Jiang Zijian was both angry and annoyed, regretting having provoked me today. He threw down the words, "You just wait," and was about to leave. I asked him, "You think you can just walk away like this?" He said, "What else? Should I, the mighty brother Jian, really roll around on this basketball court?" I laughed and said, "Of course." Then I shouted, "Jiang Zijian, get out of this basketball court." Ding! Effective. This use is a free opportunity and does not consume confusion points. Chapter 6. It hurts me to see you like this. In the next moment, an invisible force pressed down upon Jiang Zijian. Jiang Zijian felt nothing but a sinking weight in his chest. "I lost," he admitted. "I suddenly realize how shameless I've been. Get out. I'm getting out right now." With that, Jiang Zijian lay down on the ground. He didn't roll forward or backward, as those positions would have been too painful. Instead, he chose to roll sideways, turning circle after circle as he rolled away. As he rolled, he muttered to himself, "Fuck, why am I doing this?" Everyone present was dumbfounded. Despite having an agreement beforehand, Jiang Zijian would never submit. Yet when Fang Qimai ordered Jiang Zijian to roll, he actually did roll? It's absolutely unbelievable. The college team members couldn't hold their ground. Even Jianji had bailed, how could they not bail too? And so, one by one, the college team members also started bailing, rolling together toward the edge of the basketball court. And so, on a breezy, sunlit afternoon, a scene of the school team tumbling across the ground. Even passers-by froze in stunned silence. What kind of special training is this basketball team doing? Hey, isn't that Brother Jian? Is Brother Jian leading the charge to mop the basketball court floor? Your school team really knows how to have fun. Seeing the passers-by utterly bewildered, Fang Qimai smiled. He had long known these people would definitely try to weasel out of it. Under absolute orders, no objections are accepted. The class bell rang, and the others gradually returned to their classrooms. Fang Qimai, however, remained unfazed and continued shooting hoops. Suddenly, a stern voice came from upstairs. "Fang Qimai, what's going on with you? The exam is about to start, and you're still playing ball over there? If you fail again this time, I'll call all your parents in." Ding! You've been named by Lei Jiaming, the all-round science genius. Reward, skill mastery of high school science. Mastery of high school science? This reward is seriously explosive. It seems the more outstanding you are, the better the rewards might be when clicking your own name. If that's the case, wouldn't subjects like math, physics, chemistry, and biology become completely stress-free? By then, it'll be impossible to stay low-key during the college entrance exams. Fang Qimai, are you even listening to me? What's the point of playing basketball all day? Get back to the classroom right now. Fang Qimai said, "Teacher Lei, if I recall correctly, the first 2 periods this afternoon are PE class, so me playing basketball isn't a problem, right? Oh. And didn't you say the PE teacher had something come up today and couldn't make it? I was just chatting with him a moment ago." Lei Jiaming. From Lei Jiaming, confusion points, +1. That mouth of yours never stops. Call your parents after school. The second class bell rang. Fang Qimai, carrying 2 basketballs, leisurely walked back to his seat. Meanwhile, the test papers had already begun to be distributed. Fang Qimai glanced at them. The answer to the problem seems to have emerged right before my eyes. The entire solution process for the calculation question has also taken shape. Even for the 2 most challenging Olympiad math problems, Fang Qimai already has their solutions clearly mapped out in his mind. So difficult. Lu Mimi murmured to herself. Lu Mimi glanced at Fang Qimai out of the corner of her eye. Seeing the curl at the corner of Fang Qimai's lips, she suddenly felt a surge of pity. It's a relief to see Maimai doesn't know how to do it either. But in such a situation, he actually smiled? Sigh, he's already given up on himself. Maybe I should find a chance later to secretly show him my answers. Although I'm not sure about them either. She paused as she saw Fang Qimai writing swiftly on his answer sheet. One question after another, as if he didn't need to think at all. Has he already started filling it out randomly? Oh my god, don't do this Maimai,
your self-abandonment is breaking my heart.
Knock knock. Lei Jiaming noticed Lu Mimi kept glancing at Fang Qimai and deliberately knocked on her desk.
Getting the warning, Lu Mimi quickly buried her head in her own work. Yet Fang Qimai wrote faster and faster, his pen dancing wildly across the paper like a frenzied dragon. Lu Mimi could only hear the ceaseless rustling of Fang Qimai's pen scratching relentlessly across the page. She thought to herself in dismay, it's over. My Mai has truly gone mad, scribbling crazily on the exam now. In just 20 minutes, Fang Qimai had solved every single problem. The midday match had drained a lot of his energy, so Fang Qimai lay down for a nap. Noticing this, Lei Jiaming immediately walked over. Oh no, get up quick, my. Lu Mimi was extremely nervous. Lei Jiaming knocked on Fang Qimai's desk and asked, Fang Qimai, are you kidding me? The college entrance exam is right around the corner, and you're sleeping during the test? Fang Qimai looked at Lei Jiaming with drowsy eyes. Teacher, if you won't let me sleep here, maybe I should go home to sleep? Lei Jiaming. Nonsense. Fang Qimai said, I slept only after finishing my writing. You finished it? Yes, I handed in the paper. Lei Jiaming hastily took Fang Qimai's exam paper over. The whole class turned to look. Subtracting the time spent distributing the exam papers, that means he finished in less than 20 minutes? The question is, did he actually complete it? Even if he did finish, at that speed, he must have just scribbled random answers. Writing nonsense with such audacity, what a fearless fool. Just wait. Thunder Lord has a fiery temper, he'll crush him to death. The whole class began whispering among themselves again, with a few classmates seizing the opportunity to check their answers covertly. Li Hongzhi was also dumbfounded. He had barely finished the multiple choice section after carefully reviewing it, and had only just started on a few fill-in-the-blank questions. I thought my speed was already fast enough in class. Fang Qimai finished writing already? He coldly thought to himself, Fang Qimai, you'll regret your foolish actions. He also imagined Lei Jiaming would harshly scold Fang Qimai after reviewing his test paper. To everyone's surprise, Lei Jiaming's eyes seemed to glow. He looked at Fang Qimai with an incredulous expression, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. Had this kid gotten everything right? Impossible. How could he have completed it in just 20 minutes? Lei Jiaming couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. Suddenly he realized this looked more like copying straight from an answer key. But that couldn't be right either. Even copying answers, there wouldn't be enough time to write so many words. And there's more. Several physics teachers from the grade had agreed earlier each would prepare one exam paper. These are secret test papers I've compiled by selecting and adapting physics questions from recent college entrance exams. Currently, only I have prepared the answers. Not even other physics teachers in the same grade level have had a chance to review these papers in my possession yet. Where on earth did Fang Qimai get the answers from? This whole thing seems more and more bizarre the more I look at it. From Lei Jiaming's bewildered state comes plus 10 points. Lei Jiaming flipped through the exam paper repeatedly. After several hesitant pauses, he finally said, those who've handed in their papers can read quietly. Don't sleep or disturb other students taking the test. With that, Lei Jiaming took Fang Qimai's test paper and turned to leave. Fang Qimai stood up and said, by the way, teacher, do I still need to call my parents after school? Lei Jiaming cleared his throat. It just occurred to me that I have to attend my daughter's parent-teacher conference this afternoon. You can ask your parents to come another day. Okay, teacher. Fang Qimai's lips curled into a smile as he sat back down. Go back to sleep. Right now, the whole class was completely baffled. Lei Jiaming had quite the temper, so his classmates secretly nicknamed him Lord Lei. His ability to intimidate the entire class was no less than that of their homeroom teacher, Shuebaogai. Yet, after checking Fang Qimai's test paper, Lei Jiaming actually didn't explode in anger? What on earth is going on here? The classmates who had been waiting to enjoy the drama lowered their heads in disappointment and went back to their exams. Confusion value from Guizile, plus 1. Confusion value from Zheng Ruijie, plus 2. From TCH, this guy. Li Hongzhi was quite displeased, but had no choice but to let it go. Lei Jiaming sat down by the lecturer's desk and looked up to see Fang Qimai sleeping again. He initially wanted to scold him once more, but since Fang Qimai's test paper was indeed completed excellently, he ultimately held his tongue. But what exactly is going on with this guy? Let me double-check carefully. Soon, Lei Jiaming went through each question one by one. He nodded approvingly. This kid, who would have thought? Messing around all day in freshman and sophomore years, but now right before college entrance exams, he suddenly gets serious? Or was he actually smart all along and just hiding his abilities? Wait, what did he write for this question? Puzzlement points from Lei Jiaming, plus 12. Chapter 7, looks like parents need to be called after all. Lei Jiaming focused all his attention on the last question. The basketball moves in vertical reciprocating motion within a range where the center of the ball is at a height h equals 0.9 m above the ground, as shown in the figure. The player begins to hit the basketball with their hand at the highest point, and the ball rebounds after touching the ground.
given the mass of the basketball m equals 0.5 kilograms and its radius r. Finally, it is required to calculate the rebound speed of the ball, the elastic force exerted by the ground on the ball, and the work done by the hand each time the ball is hit. Fang Qimai answered all 3 sub-questions correctly, but what on earth is this last part about? Conclusion, playing basketball involves doing work with hands on the ball, but no work is done on farts, so it's indeed useless for farts. However, playing basketball offers significant benefits for human physical health. Without regular exercise over an extended period, one may go bald. Lei Jiaming. Lei Jiaming instinctively rubbed his smooth-shaven head. Bewilderment points from Lei Jiaming, plus 12. He knew Fang Qimai was retaliating for his earlier comment that basketball's fucking useless, and was now sarcastically suggesting he'd stolen their PE class too? That Fang Qimai. No good, looks like we'll have to call the parents after all. The class bell rang. After Lei Jiaming collected the exam papers, everyone immediately started discussing the questions. But more people were talking about Fang Qimai. Ding! You've been called out by classmate Zhang Ruijie. Reward, skill reciting the periodic table of chemical elements backwards. Ding! You've been called out by English class representative Kai Shaili. Reward, skill English composition writing techniques. Ding! Fang Qimai received a variety of awards all at once. Class monitor Li Hongjia also wanted to ask for details, but he had other matters to attend to at the moment. Right now, he was stuck on that extremely difficult Olympiad math problem posed by their math teacher, Xue Baogai, earlier that morning. If he couldn't solve it soon, not only would he lose face, but his position as the math class representative might also be challenged. What's more, the campus belle Xiao Bishu had agreed to stay after evening self-study to let Fang Qimai explain the second solution to the problem, all because she wanted to learn this alternate method. This was something Li Hongjia absolutely couldn't tolerate. So, he racked his brains trying to solve the problem's second method himself, determined to explain it to Xiao Bishue instead. Just as Fang Qimai was still sleeping, someone suddenly poked his shoulder with a pen. Fang Qimai looked up to see Ruan Meng, the biology class representative. Fang Qimai. Ding! You've been called out by biology class representative Ruan Meng. Reward, skill health knowledge master. Needs something? Ruan Meng lives up to her name, she's as soft and adorable as a kitten. She's terribly shy, unable to bring herself to look Fang Qimai in the eyes. Clutching a stack of exam papers tightly to her chest, she looks utterly flustered. Everyone's turned in their biology worksheets, only yours is missing, Ms. Luo said. I have to collect them all before class. Her lesson is next period. Another round of homework reminders. Fang Qimai shrugged nonchalantly, didn't do it. You didn't do it again. Teacher Luo's gonna scold you. Doesn't matter. At worst, I'll complete it for her when I'm in a good mood. When are you in a good mood? Fang Qimai thought for a moment, depends on my mood. Ruan Meng. Bafflement value from Ruan Meng, plus 1. Alright, then be careful yourself. Fang Qimai. Ruan Meng turned away with her head lowered when suddenly, a boy hurriedly brushed past. He bumped right into Ruan Meng, knocking her aside. Fortunately, she only staggered slightly without falling, but the practice papers in her hands scattered all over the floor. It turned out to be Jiang Zijian, who immediately started cursing. Fuck. Ruan Meng, what the hell? You dare bump into me? I didn't mean to. Didn't mean to? Apologize right now. But, Ruan Meng wanted to say that it was Jiang Zijian who had bumped into her, but she didn't dare to speak up. At that moment, Xiao Bishue walked over and helped Ruan Meng pick up the practice papers. Jiang Zijian quickly held up the painting he'd been carrying all along, presenting it to Xiao Bishue. I've copied the Mona Lisa, copied Madame Kosakova, copied the portrait of the Marquise de Pompadour, yet I can't outline your fairy-like beauty. Your grace has stunned, Jiang Zijian forgot his lines and quickly glanced at his cheat sheet. Your grace has stunned the fleeting years, stunned the entire golden age, and even more profoundly shaken my soul. Dedicated with this painting to our school belle the exquisite Xiao Beauty. Jiang Zijian was also academically hopeless himself. Through various connections, he ultimately became an enrollment by choice student. In my first year of high school, I was slacking off all day, specializing in bullying male classmates and teasing female ones. I wasn't much different from a street thug. Then something sparked in me, and I decided to learn painting. After convincing myself I'd mastered the craft, I took great pleasure in showing off my artistic skills to the whole class. For instance, painting during class with an air of profound, unfathomable mastery to boost his own pretentious image. The teachers didn't care much about it either. As long as Jiang Zijian's academic scores met the requirements, he could still get into a decent art college. Xiao Bishue frowned clearly. She found Jiang Zijian utterly repulsive. This wasn't the first or even second time something like this had happened. Although Li Hongjia heard what Jiang Zijian said, he kept his head down and continued writing. Even though his father held an extraordinary status, at school Li Hongjia wouldn't dare make a peep if Jiang Zijian openly pursued Xiao Bishue.
In moments like these, Li Hongzhi always pretended not to hear. After all, a troublemaker like Jiang Zijian was someone he truly couldn't afford to provoke. I don't want your painting, stop bullying Ruan Meng. Xiao Bixue grabbed Ruan Meng's hand and said, hey, I'll bully her if I want to. Ruan Meng, let's go. Jiang Zijian took a step forward, don't go. Get out of my way. Jiang Zijian spread his arms wide, I won't hee. How childish. Jiang Zijian made a silly face and mimicked Xiao Bishua's tone as he repeated the words how childish. Then, he turned his gaze towards Ruan Meng. Hey, what are you looking at? Didn't you hear me telling you to apologize just now? Have you got a death wish, bumping into me like that? Hugging her practice papers, Ruan Meng wore an aggrieved expression. Beside her, Fang Qimai, who had been sleeping soundly, stretched lazily and found the noise somewhat bothersome. Just as Ruan Meng was at a loss, a hand patted her shoulder. Fang Qimai? Fang Qimai said, don't you still need to go find teacher Luo? You should go attend to that first. Jiang Zijian glared coldly at Fang Qimai. Fang Qimai, are you blind? Didn't you see I was making her apologize? Fang Qimai dug at his ear lazily, seems to me, you're the blind one here. You dare call me blind? Confusion points from Jiang Zijian, +8. Jiang Zijian admitted defeat after losing the basketball game at noon. Unexpectedly, back in the classroom, he got into an argument with Fang Qimai again. He felt his position as the class tyrant was being challenged, and his prestige had diminished significantly. Fang Qimai retorted, I was trying to sleep here, yet you kept shouting and babbling non-stop beside me. Isn't it you who's blind? Holy shit, you. Shock value from Jiang Zijian, +8. Jiang Zijian stared at Fang Qimai in disbelief, momentarily speechless. This kid Fang Qimai seems like a completely different person now. Are you sure you want to talk to me like that? Fang Qimai said, not really. I didn't want to talk to you in the first place. Jiang Zijian, you bastard. Confusion points from Jiang Zijian, +9. The quarrel between the two immediately drew the attention of the entire class. Oh wow, this is going to be entertaining. Chapter 8, the most I'll give is 9.5 points. Fang Qimai used to be quite ordinary, with consistently stable academic performance. In a class of 42 students, he typically ranked around 40th, or 3rd from last. Aside from his handsome looks and excellent athletic achievements, he didn't show many other standout qualities. He wasn't particularly sociable either, maintaining a relatively low profile in class. Few words, giving off an intense air of deep calculation. This time, because Xiao Bixue took the initiative to ask Fang Qimai for guidance, it stirred dissatisfaction among many of the class's sycophants. Everyone eagerly waited to see Fang Qimai make a fool of himself. Who dares to challenge Jian Ji now? That guy didn't get scolded in the physics test this time, but now he's probably going to get beaten up. He's clearly unaware of who he's messing with. Brother Jian can crush him in an instant. Perfect. Now the onlookers can enjoy the show. Jiang Zijian glared fiercely at Fang Qimai. Fang Qimai seemed unfazed. Pointing at the painting in Jiang Zijian's hands, he said, this painting of yours? What's wrong with my painting? Do you even know how to appreciate art? Don't think a few compliments will make me let you off the hook. I'm telling you, this isn't over between us. Jiang Zijian tried to reclaim his dignity. At midday basketball, one could say skill was lacking, but when it came to painting, Fang Qimai knew nothing at all. He was the only art student in the entire class. No one understood painting and fine arts better than him. Fang Qimai said, let me take a look. Jiang Zijian paused for a moment, then couldn't help but flash a smug smile. Here, careful now, don't damage it. Take your time admiring this masterpiece of mine. See for yourself what real art looks like. Feast your eyes on absolute genius. Fang Qimai took one look. It was a sketch somewhat resembling Xiao Bishua's profile, but at most only 30% alike. I truly can't appreciate this drawing of yours. Nonsense. With my natural talent and skill, how could someone like you possibly appreciate it so casually? Fang Qimai nodded. Exactly. This kind of garbage is beyond my ability to appreciate. Jiang Zijian froze for a moment. Garbage? Bewilderment points from Jiang Zijian, +10. The entire venue fell silent as everyone stared in stunned disbelief. Fang Qimai actually called Jian Ji's painting garbage? Holy shit, did I hear that right? Jian Ge not only got roasted but also got mocked? Damn savage, doesn't Fang Qimai realize he's digging his own grave? Fang Qimai harvested another wave of stunned reactions from the entire class. Jiang Zijian felt his dignity had been utterly shattered. Accustomed to being domineering at school, he was momentarily left at a loss when confronted. Did you all hear that? He called my paintings trash? What the hell do you know, kid? How dare you lecture me, an art major? However, in the eyes of the art connoisseur Fang Qimai, the so-called works of fine arts students were nothing more than a joke. Fang Qimai pointed at various parts of the painting and said, the proportions are off, The perspective is poorly handled, the light and shadow relationships are flawed, and the lines lack clarity.
Overall, there's nothing commendable.
If I absolutely had to give it a score, I'd give it a 9.5 at most.
9.5? That's actually pretty good.
Jiang Zijian felt rather pleased with himself. Fang Qimai added, oh, by the way, the full score is 100.
Bewilderment points from Jiang Zijian, plus 12. Fuck. Stop talking bullshit.
Right Riep.
Fang Qimai violently tore Jiang Zijian's painting clean in half. The entire class sat stunned at this shocking scene. He actually tore up Jiang Zijian's painting. Holy shit. Jiang Zijian was devastated. Fang Qimai must have a death wish or something?
Unexpectedly, Fang Qimai folded the painting in half again.
Jiang Zijian's eyes widened in shock.
Riep.
Ah.
Ruan Meng and Xiao Bishue were stunned beyond words. Right before their eyes, that painting, which had already been torn once, was ripped apart again by Fang Qimai.
Fang Qimai shoved the 4 torn fragments into Jiang Zijian's hands and said flatly, go practice more.
Right now, you're not even qualified to brag about your own paintings.
You. This jaw-dropping scene left the entire class dumbstruck. Were they tearing up a painting? No, they were tearing up Jian Ji's dignity. Jian Ji's pride was utterly shredded on the spot? Well, ain't this a cow struggling to give birth, fucking legendary. From Ruan Meng, plus 2 bewilderment points. From Lu Mimi's confusion value, plus 3. From
Jiang Zijian was so furious that his eyes were bloodshot, his entire face flushed crimson.
First, he had been rebutted by Fang Qimai, then mocked repeatedly, and now his painting was even torn to shreds? This kid wasn't so cocky before. That noon basketball game must have gone to his head, huh?
Bafflement value from Jiang Zijian, plus 13.
If Jiang Zijian doesn't blow his top now, where's he gonna put his dignity? How can I maintain my authority in class anymore?
Furious, he grabbed Fang Qimai by the collar with one hand while pointing aggressively at his nose with the other.
You punk! Have you forgotten who I am? You dare tear up my drawing? Do you believe I'll make you pay for this?
Listen carefully, you'd better watch your back after school today. This is bad.
Fang Qimai was about to get beaten up.
All the girls in the class were terrified. Lu Mimi stood nearby, her heart pounding in her throat. My, why would you insist on being so stubborn? Of all people to offend, why did it have to be him? Ring the bell quickly, get a teacher over here, please, I'm begging you.
Yet, Fang Qimai responded unhurriedly, hey, we're in our final year of high school, dude, still acting like some petty gangster or troublemaker? By the way, what did Xiao Bishue just say about you childish?
Indeed, come to think of it, both you and I have reached adulthood by now, haven't we?
Can't you try to be a little more mature, like me, just 100 million times more mature?
The classroom fell into stunned silence, every student swallowing hard. No one expected Fang Qimai, always so quiet and unremarkable, to be such an absolute savage.
Nobody had ever dared to tear into Jiang Zijian this brutally in front of everyone before. Jiang Zijian was momentarily speechless. Had he just been schooled by Fang Qimai right then and there? Confusion points from Jiang Zijian, plus 13. Jiang Zijian glared fiercely at Fang Qimai.
If he simply let Fang Qimai off like this, he'd really lose face.
How could I ever hold my head up in front of the whole class again? What happened at noon was already humiliating enough. If this got out, what would the entire school think of me?
Fang Qimai added, mainly because your drawing really is garbage.
You.
From Jiang Zijian's confusion value, plus 15.
Jiang Zijian couldn't take it anymore. No matter what, he was determined to flatten Fang Qimai today. Fang Qimai checked his stats. Current confusion value, 1002. Finally enough.
He had been provoking Jiang Zijian all along just to generate more confusion points from him. Every 1000 confusion points allows one use of absolute command.
Here comes the fun part. What command should I use this time? Chapter 9, Fang Qimai, Legendary. Ding.
1000 confusion points consumed, absolute command activated.
Current confusion points remaining, 2.
A moment later, Jiang Zijian shuddered violently.
Just as everyone thought he was about to punch Fang Qimai,
his clenched fist suddenly dropped as he declared, "You're absolutely right to scold me. My painting is indeed garbage, well torn.
Well torn indeed. From now on, I swear to work hard.
I promise never to create such trash again to pollute everyone's eyes."
Xiao Bishue? Li Hongzhe? Percent. The whole class? What's going on?
All the students were utterly dumbfounded, each one bewildered beyond words. Jiang Zijian, who had always held sway over the campus, had his painting torn up, yet instead of lashing out, he actually admitted his work was trash? This is like a cow entering the slaughterhouse, fucking legendary. Only Jiang Zijian silently thought to himself, damn, I should be furious, so why can't I even muster any anger?
Class begins. Stand up. Hello, teacher.
Biology teacher Luo Xinrui exudes a dominatrix vibe, with a figure that ranks within the top 10 among the school's faculty. It's just a pity that, whether due to early menopause or not, her foul temper erupts unpredictably every month.
Perhaps she's applied too many volcanic mud masks, turning herself into a living volcano. Most crucially, aside from being a biology teacher, she's also the school's deputy academic director. In her class, slacking off is absolutely unacceptable. After glancing at the classmates, Luo Xinrui said coldly, "Everyone, sit down. Ruan Meng, have you collected all the practice papers?" Ruan Meng was still thinking about what had just happened. She knew that Fang Qimai had offended Jiang Zijian just to help her out. She felt a little guilty about it. Meng Ruan snapped out of her thoughts and hastily scrambled to her feet. "Professor, I've submitted. All of them?" That. Ruan Meng didn't want to expose Fang Qimai, after all he had just helped her out. She was wrestling with herself. Unexpectedly, Fang Qimai stood up on his own initiative. "Teacher, I didn't turn it in." The whole class erupted in gasps. "Didn't turn it in? And you have the nerve to stand up? Then I'll sit back down." Fang Qimai plopped down onto his seat. Luo Xinrui. Confusion points from Luo Xinrui, plus 10. "Fang Qimai, why didn't you hand it in?" Ding! You've been called out by biology teacher Luo Xinrui. Unlocking trait, disease immunity, internal respiration. Immune to all respiratory system diseases. Wow! No more colds, fevers, or runny noses from now on, including pneumonia, altitude sickness, bronchitis, and the like, completely immune. This is really something useful. Fang Qimai, are you listening? I'm talking to you. Fang Qimai responded, "I'm actually trying to reduce your workload, teacher." "Oh, well, I should thank you then?" "You're welcome, teacher. If anyone should be thanking, it's me." Luo Xinrui. Bafflement value from Luo Xinrui, plus 5. Luo Xinrui let out a heavy sigh. "I'll deal with you after class. First, I need to announce something. Friday afternoon's PE class will be replaced with biology." "What?" As expected, every teacher has their eyes set on PE class. Even the biology teacher wants to get in on it. Counting carefully, we've hardly had any physical education classes this semester. Though the whole class complained incessantly, they could only grumble under their breaths. "Alright, prepare for the test." At this moment, Fang Qimai stood up again. "Teacher, I object." You object?" Luo Xinrui repeated in disbelief. Bafflement points from Luo Xinrui, plus 7. Everyone was stunned. Everybody's against it, but who dares to speak up? This guy really has the guts. I respect him for being a real man. If he's not dead today, I'll call him brother. If he is dead, I'll burn incense for him every year on this date. The entire class was utterly bewildered. Luo Xinrui had been teaching for over a decade, and no one had ever dared to oppose her taking over PE class. But now, she let out a cold laugh and said, "Fang Qimai, say that again?" Fang Qimai said seriously, "Again." Luo Xinrui. The whole class. Li Hongjia adjusted his glasses, thinking it utterly absurd to oppose the teacher taking over PE class. Yet, he knew his moment to shine had arrived. "Fang Qimai, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you think teacher Luo has it easy? She's working overtime to teach us, and you dare oppose her?" Fang Qimai replied, "I'm not denying teacher Luo's dedication and responsibility, but I already made a deal with Coach Wang for a one-on-one basketball match next PE class. The loser becomes a puppy, and skipping would make me a puppy too." Everyone. "Nonsense." Luo Xinrui slammed the table and said, "Teacher Luo here is not an unreasonable person. I thought you could give me a reasonable explanation, but this is simply outrageous. You have no say in opposing this matter. Listen up, everyone, this Friday's PE class, oh no, I meant biology class, will be used for basketball. I mean, for biology." Fang Qimai said, "A reasonable reason? I have one." Luo Xinrui clasped her hands behind her back, glaring fixedly at Fang Qimai. "Fine. I'll give you 1 minute to explain clearly. If you fail, we're calling your parents tonight." The entire class watched with rapt attention, eagerly anticipating Fang Qimai's impending doom. Originally, Fang Qimai could have resolved this matter simply by using absolute command, but right now, he didn't have enough confusion points to activate it. What's more, Fang Qimai wanted to win people over with virtue, making the biology teacher convinced and voluntarily not reschedule the class. So, Fang Qimai said earnestly, "When we exercise, our bodies produce dopamine, serotonin, and norepinephrine. These 3 neurotransmitters all help with our learning." The classmates were a bit confused. What the heck is this? Where on earth is this going? Dopamine is a positive emotional substance, and our brain's pleasure center, the nucleus accumbens, is filled with dopamine receptors. Haven't you noticed that after we exercise, our mood becomes more cheerful, our spirits are uplifted, and our temper improves? Serotonin is also a marvelous thing, directly linked to our emotions and memory. As serotonin levels increase, memory improves, making studying more effective. Then there's adrenaline, which directly relates to attention. It enhances our ability to focus. Listening to Fang Qimai's explanation, the entire class felt like he might actually be right. Seeing Luo Xinrui's changed expression, Li Hongjia quickly defended, What nonsense is this? I haven't exercised all day, yet my grades have always been excellent. Stop making excuses for your poor performance. Why not skip PE class and use that time for studying instead? Fong Chimai ignored him. He continued, research shows that 1 hour of daily exercise significantly aids learning.
Physical activity suppresses amygdala activation in the brain, preventing negative emotions and promoting healthier mental and physical development. Maintaining a cheerful mood after exercise makes it easier to focus on reading. It also increases blood flow to the brain, promotes the expression of hippocampal neurotrophic factor genes to aid memory, and significantly improves learning efficiency for each of us.
Exercise is not a waste of time, it actually benefits learning.
Class monitor, if you stick to daily exercise and shrink that little belly of yours, your academic performance will surpass what it is now.
Li Hongzhe was so angry he couldn't speak. Bafflement points from Li Hongzhe, +4. Mainly because Fong Chimai's explanation was too professional, far beyond what high school biology covers. There was simply no way to counter his argument. This kid just talks nonsense. Now let's see how teacher Luo uses professional knowledge to point out all your bullshit mistakes. However, Luo Xinrui was completely stunned at this moment. Chapter 10, the only thing math won't lie about. Every single point Fong Chimai had just mentioned was absolutely correct. This wealth of health knowledge was definitely not something one would encounter in high school. How could he know all this? This Fong Chimai, who usually hated studying and never turned in homework, actually had quite a bit of knowledge under his belt. Never did I imagine that as a biology teacher, I'd end up being persuaded by a student using biological knowledge. This person clearly isn't ordinary.
Bafflement value from Luo Xinrui, +12. Then, Fong Chimai turned his gaze to Luo Xinrui and gave a subtle wink.
Professor Luo, everything I've said so far is correct, wouldn't you agree? Affected by the charm of his tear mole, Luo Xinrui's heart suddenly trembled. Fong Chimai didn't have any ulterior motives, he simply believed that charismatic people naturally had more persuasive words.
It could serve as a helpful supplement. Startled, Luo Xinrui found Fong Chimai particularly pleasing to the eye today.
You're absolutely right.
She nodded gently, acknowledging the knowledge Fong Chimai had shared. The entire class began whispering among themselves, utterly astonished by Fong Chimai.
Xiao Bishui also gazed at Fong Chimai with disbelief, completely awestruck.
Fong Chimai continued, our class only has PE on Tuesday and Friday afternoons, but it's often taken over by other subjects.
Even when it's not, the exercise time isn't enough to maximize our academic efficiency.
Considering the school's excellence rate, college admission rates, and most importantly, our classmates' health Vice Principal Luo, I propose, we should have at least 1 hour of morning exercise before classes every day.
Clap. Lu Mimi couldn't help but applaud. It was a gut reaction straight from the heart.
Seeing things going awry, she quickly withdrew her hand.
Yet several classmates began to join in the cheering and clapping. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. That's brilliant. Fong Chimai is truly talented. I've gained new respect for him. Brother Mai, I bow to you. This is like a young cow in a sauna, absolutely. Steam, ing amazing.
Quiet. Luo Xinrui had to admit that Fong Chimai wasn't wrong, she had indeed come across relevant studies herself.
To some extent, students who exercise before class tend to perform better academically than those who don't get enough physical activity.
I just felt compelled to push myself harder due to work pressure, striving to squeeze out every bit of extra knowledge to share with everyone, to the point where I completely overlooked the health and efficiency concerns Fong Chimai had raised. Today, after hearing Fong Chimai's words, she's starting to take it more seriously. This was the first time someone had actually convinced her, and done so with such well-reasoned arguments. Well, Fong Chimai, that's theoretically correct, but you know, time is limited, especially with your college entrance exams coming up. It's extremely tight. By the way, I checked your schedule. Wasn't your last class supposed to be PE? Several students in the class, emboldened by Fong Chimai, complained in unison, the physics teacher made us take a test during that period. Luo Xinrui pondered for a moment. After a moment, she finally said, alright then, I won't take away this Friday's PE class for now. As for your suggestion of 1 hour of daily exercise, I'll try to discuss it with the school administration. Wow. The class was genuinely impressed this time. Unbelievable, the PE class they thought was lost would continue as scheduled.
Fong Chimai, you're amazing. Thank you, Professor Luo. Fong Chimai calmly took his seat. The health knowledge master truly lives up to its reputation. Lu Mimi secretly gave a thumbs up. My, this is for you. At this moment, the most awkward one was undoubtedly Li Hongzhe. He had intended to seize the opportunity to mock Fong Chimai's behavior, only to find even the teacher had been convinced. Luo Xinrui said, Fong Chimai, one thing at a time, you must make up the homework you owe me, or I'll have to call your parents. Teacher, since you're so dedicated in caring about our studies, wanting to give us extra lessons, I have a great idea. It won't interfere with our physical exercise and will let you teach us more. Oh, what's the idea? The whole class looked over curiously. Fang Qimai said, that would be, taking over our math class. Luo Xinrui, Li Hongzhe. Bewilderment points from Luo Xinrui, +8. Confusion value from Li Hongzhe, +7. Awesome, this method is brilliant. I agree to this schedule change. Old Shui is gonna blow his top by the looks of it. That's like a little heifer's mom hitting the sauna, fucking impressive. The classmates were all whispering among themselves. Fang Qimai, tell your parents to come to my office tomorrow. Begin the test. Clack, clack, clack. The exam ended, and students began handing in their papers one after another. Then everyone went for dinner, as evening self-study awaited them later. Yet, after the whole class had left, one diligent figure remained in the classroom. Class monitor Li Hongzhe was racking his brains, trying to figure out the second solution to that Olympiad math problem from the morning. Why can't I figure it out? Is there really a second method to solve this problem? Li Hongzhe's bewilderment points, +3. No, I must figure it out, or else Fang Qimai that bastard will take advantage of my Bishue tonight. After dinner, Fang Qimai strolled leisurely back to the classroom. This guy's already back, and I still haven't solved it yet. Li Hongzhe was going slightly mad. As class monitor, exemplary student leader, AAA student, math representative, top 10 student in his grade, and veteran of numerous math Olympiads, how could he possibly fail to solve a single Olympiad problem? Where exactly did it go wrong? Li Hongzhe couldn't help but shout, Fang Qimai, are you messing with me? There isn't a second solution to this problem, is there? Fang Qimai glanced at Li Hongzhe, class president. Women might abandon you, brothers might betray you, but math never will. If you don't understand, then you just don't understand. Since you don't, no need to be so loud about it. You, from Li Hongzhe, bewilderment points, +4. At this moment, Ruan Meng arrived. Fang Qimai, teacher Luo said she wants to see you. All right. With that, Fang Qimai walked out of the classroom coolly. Li Hongzhe sneered, that guy's gonna get scolded. Serves him right. At 8:30 in the evening self-study ended. All the classmates were packing up to go home, but Fang Qimai hadn't returned yet. Seeing Xiao Bishue still reading so attentively, Li Hongzhe asked, Bishue, aren't you leaving? No, I promised Fang Qimai that he'd explain the problems to me after evening self-study. Li Hongzhe was utterly frustrated, he still hadn't solved that damned problem. Math teacher Shui Baogai had other commitments that evening and arranged for a substitute to supervise the evening study session. Without him there, Li didn't even get a chance to ask for help. Li Hongzhe muttered, that guy's been in the office for so long, he must be getting chewed out. Who knows when he'll be back? You should just go home now. Xiao Bishue shook her head. We already agreed. I'll wait a little longer. Seeing Xiao Bishue determined to wait for Fang Qimai made Li Hongzhe particularly upset. Then, alright then, wait 2 more minutes. If he doesn't come by then, let's go. Meisham, I'll decide for myself. Before long, the classroom had emptied out, leaving Xiao Bishue as the only one remaining. She kept glancing at the door, waiting for Fang Qimai to return. This was the first time she had ever looked forward so eagerly to seeing Fang Qimai's figure appear. A few minutes later, someone finally arrived. Chapter 11. So you're actually this amazing. The person who arrived wasn't Xiao Bishu as anticipated Fang Qimai, but rather Li Hongzhe. Ha, class president, didn't you already leave? I forgot to take my extracurricular practice sheets. Speaking of which, that guy still hasn't returned. Maybe you shouldn't wait any longer? Li Hongzhe said this while pretending to look for something. At this moment, Fang Qimai returned. His whole body was drenched sweat, soaked to the skin. Xiao Bishua hurried forward. Fang Qimai, you? Fang Qimai asked, why are you still here? Didn't we agree you'd explain this problem to me? If we don't solve it, I won't be able to sleep. Damn, I almost forgot. Wait, isn't this something the class monitor can help with? The class monitor, can't. Li Hongzhe started speaking but cut himself off, visibly flustered and even somewhat angrily embarrassed. Confusion points from Li Hongzhe, +4. Fang Qimai was absolutely right. When it comes to math, either you know it or you don't. This time, his carefully crafted image in Xiao Bishua's mind had completely collapsed, while Fang Qimai emerged as the academic ace instead. Fang Qimai curled his lips into a faint smile and said, alright, I'll explain it to you. By the way, class monitor, if you're stuck too, why not listen in? Although it was quite embarrassing for a top student to listen to a poor student lecture. But now that there was no one else around, Li Hongzhe wanted to hear whether Fang Qimai was just bluffing. If it turned out to be nonsense, he might still have a chance to turn the tables. So, Li Hongzhe sat down. Fang Qimai responded, class monitor, you still have the nerve to stay behind? Li Hongzhe, we already know the first method, now we're using the second one. We first need to assume the condition where a greater than b greater than 0. Let's set c equals, a superscript 2 plus b superscript 2, / 1 plus a, treating a as the variable to construct the function. Then a is the first root, and we set a as its other root. Therefore, a plus a equals bc a equals b superscript 2 c.
By continuously constructing functions and repeating the previous process, we can conclude that there are only a finite number of non-negative numbers greater than a1 and a2 but less than a.
Blah blah blah.
Fang Qimai scribbled furiously on the paper, filling an entire page with formulas. Therefore, we've arrived at the final answer, which matches the result from the first method. He put down the pen, clapped his hands, then gave himself a thumbs up. Perfect. Li Hongzhe and Xiao Bishue stared in astonishment.
The second method was far more complex than the first.
Ordinary people reaching the first solution would already be at their limit. As for the second method, only a genius could conceive it. Bewilderness value from Li Hongzhe, plus 10.
Awesome.
Xiao Bishue hurriedly clapped her hands.
Though I didn't quite understand. No wonder Professor Xue said we didn't need to know.
Xiao Bishue muttered to herself. It was too difficult. Xiao Bishue simply couldn't keep up with Fang Qimai's train of thought.
Class monitor, did you understand it then? Fang Qimai glanced at Li Hongzhe.
Li Hongzhe was startled, at a loss for words.
Boring. I'm leaving. Fang Qimai smiled. This guy just wouldn't admit being outmatched. Li Hongzhe stood up. Bishue, are you coming?
Xiao Bishue said, there are still a few questions I'd like to consult Fang Qimai about, if he has the time.
Fang Qimai replied, yes, I have plenty of time. Confusion points from Li Hongzhe, plus 4.
Li Hongzhe then said, Bishue, how about I have my driver wait for you while I take a cab back myself?
Xiao Bishue responded, no need, class president. We don't even know when we'll be leaving yet. Damn it. But won't your mom worry? I think you should go home early. It's dangerous to go back too late. That recent incident was even on the news.
Li Hongzhe tried every possible way to prevent Xiao Bishue from being alone with Fang Qimai.
Not even studying together is allowed.
Xiao Bishue, however, said, no need, I've already told my mom.
Li Hongzhe.
Fang Qimai said, don't worry about the class monitor, I'll make sure Xiao Bishue gets home safely.
Li Hongzhe. Confused value from Li Hongzhe, plus 8. Li Hongzhe left unwillingly and resentfully.
The thought of the two being alone together made Li Hongzhe angrier the more he dwelled on it. At the school gate, a Mercedes-Benz was quietly waiting for Li Hongzhe.
Young master, you're back from school. Wait a moment.
Li Hongzhe didn't get in the car, but instead went to a milk tea shop nearby.
Jiang Zijian was sitting at the entrance drinking milk tea with several schoolmates and some folks from outside school. Li Hongzhe stepped forward and pulled Jiang Zijian aside.
Spit it out if you've got something to say, or fart if you've got gas.
Jiang Zijian snapped impatiently. Truth be told, Li Hongzhe was quite afraid of Jiang Zijian.
Jiang Zijian was nothing but a local bully who ran rampant in their class. Nobody dared to cross him. Normally, Jiang Zijian acts flashy to please Xiao Bishue, and Li Hongzhe dares to be angry but not speak out. Li Hongzhe hatched a plan, stepped forward, and said, Jiang Zijian, as the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Since our common enemy is Fang Qimai, why don't we join forces against him? Jiang Zijian asked coldly, who are you to tell me what to do? Don't think you can boss me around just because you're the class monitor.
No, that's not it. I just want you to help me teach Fang Qimai a lesson, not by hitting him, just finding a way to knock him down a peg or two.
For example? How about a one-on-one basketball game? Doesn't that kid love playing basketball? You're on the school team, you could totally crush him, right? Jiang Zijian.
Recalling how Fang Qimai had completely dominated him at noon, Jiang Zijian remained silent.
Say something, will you? You're driving me crazy. I know you're into Bishue too.
Let's compete fairly, may the best man win.
But that bastard Fang Qimai, he's such a sneaky bastard. Always trying to make a move on Bishue. In a way, we're comrades in arms. Cut the crap, comrades in arms? Then why don't you make a move yourself? I don't know how to play basketball, do I? You're pretty good at it.
Let's call Bishue to watch you school him and embarrass him in front of her. Although this could take Fang Qimai down a peg, it ended up giving Jiang Zijian a chance to show off in front of Xiao Bishue instead. Li Hongzhe felt like he was inflicting 1,000 losses on the enemy at the cost of 800 to himself. But right now, he had no other choice.
To even think about bullying Fang Qimai, Jiang Zijian wouldn't dare entertain the idea.
Nor would he voluntarily bring up what happened during their noon basketball game. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke up. Just now, watching him play basketball, he was incredibly good.
I don't have the confidence to beat him. Just now?
Jiang Zijian exclaimed excitedly. Exactly.
During evening self-study earlier, he was playing basketball out there.
That guy used to be just above average at best, but suddenly he became crazy good.
Li Hongzhe didn't overthink it but suddenly understood.
It turned out Fang Qimai never went to teacher Luo for a scolding, he went to play basketball instead.
No wonder he was sweating buckets just now. From Li Hongzhe's confusion value, plus 4. Fang Qimai? Li Hongzhe asked indignantly, so there's no way to deal with him? At least find some way to humiliate him in front of Bishue.
We must treat it, no question about it. Jiang Zijian said coldly, then glanced toward the person sitting at the entrance of the milk tea shop.
Bang bang bang.
At that moment, the sound echoed once more through classroom 10 of senior year.
It was Xiao Bishue helping Feng Qimai. Clap. Answered Xiao Bishue's many questions in one breath. Xiao Bishue couldn't help but exclaim dramatically, Feng Qimai, I never knew you were this amazing. After a pause, she added, thank you for clearing up so many of my doubts. No need for thanks, let's get down to business. Chapter 12, how did you do that? Let me make this clear first, while I truly appreciate you explaining the problems to me, you can't make any outrageous demands. Xiao Bishue suddenly grew shy. My mom says, I can't date until college. You're buying me lunch tomorrow. Their words tumbled out simultaneously. What were you just saying we should talk about? Feng Qimai asked. Nothing at all. Eating together? Yes sure, of course we can. The usually reserved Xiao Bishue masked her embarrassment with exaggerated laughter. What had she been thinking just then? She'd almost blurted out the words talk about love. How am I supposed to face him after saying that? Confusion points from Xiao Bishue, +5. Feng Qimai? But then again, starting from middle school, it's always been a bunch of simps buying milk tea and all kinds of snacks for Xiao Bishue. Xiao Bishue hadn't expected she'd need to treat someone to dinner. Let's go. Feng Qimai shouldered his bag, ready to leave. Checking the time, Xiao Bishue was surprised it was already past 10. Time truly flies when you're absorbed in studying. I've never stayed out this late before. Thinking about the recent sensational news, the Jiangcheng serial killer case still remains unsolved. Xiao Bishue's parents had divorced, and she lived with her mother. If she returned home too late, her mother would come pick her up. Coincidentally, Xiao Bishue's mother had sprained her ankle these past couple days. When she learned that Xiao Bishue would be returning late due to studying, her mother didn't object but repeatedly urged her to be careful. Recalling the vicious appearance of that murderer exposed in the news report, she began to feel somewhat uneasy. Feng Qimai, it's so late. Xiao Bishue paused before continuing. I feel a bit scared walking home alone. Feng Qimai stopped in his tracks. So you're planning not to go home and stay here overnight? Xiao Bishue. Confusion points from Xiao Bishue, +2. Just teasing you. A promise is a promise. Come on, I'll escort you home. Downstairs. As the two descended the stairs, a sudden shout erupted. Feng Qimai, so it's you again. What's going on? Why aren't you home yet? Recently, because of that serial killer scare, the school moved evening study sessions up by an hour, yet here you are staying past 10 o'clock. And you're in the same class as Feng Qimai, right? It's especially dangerous for girls. Get home early. Ding! You've been singled out by Security Department Chief Guohu. Reward, skill, 36 techniques of capture and hold. Guohu is a military veteran, physically strong with some martial arts skills. At school, he serves as the head of the security department while also holding the position of chief security guard. Feng Qimai used to frequently arrive late or play basketball until being escorted off campus by security guards. Through repeated encounters, Guohu eventually became familiar with Feng Qimai. Today I ran into Feng Qimai and Xiao Bishue. With my duties weighing on me, I couldn't help but give them a stern scolding. Xiao Bishue hurriedly said, we'll head back right away. Feng Qimai looked solemnly at Guohu. Lao Guo, what do you want? Feng Qimai was very grateful that the system had given him 36 techniques of arrest and control because of him. If he really encountered that serial killer, he wouldn't be afraid anymore. Unsure how to express his gratitude, Feng Qimai pondered for a moment before saying, while we're away, take good care of yourself. Drink more warm water, don't stay up late, and go to bed early. Guohu flew into a rage upon hearing this. Screw you. School's out is just school's out. What's with this while we're away and take good care of myself nonsense? Guohu was stunned for a moment before adding, your uncle's pulling the night shift tonight. Screw this don't stay up late and sleep early nonsense. Brat, if you don't get home right now, don't blame me for what happens next. Bafflement points from Guohu, +3. With that, Guohu mockingly raised the stun baton in his hand. Feng Qimai quickly grabbed Xiao Bishue and made a run for it. Arriving at the bicycle parking area, Feng Qimai unlocked his mountain bike. He usually rode it to and from school. My bike can't carry anyone. There are shared bikes outside, go scan one. Xiao Bishue said softly, but I don't know how to ride. Then why are you shouting so loud? I just don't know how, isn't that normal? My mom always told me to focus on studying, never made me do any housework, and I've never ridden a bike my whole life, so of course I wouldn't know how. Feng Qimai sighed, what a waste of those long legs. Confusion points from Xiao Bishue, +2. It's so late that the last bus Xiao Bishue usually takes has already departed. Taking a taxi isn't very safe, and considering Xiao Bishue's not-so-great family situation, she can't bear to spend money on cabs. Suddenly, Feng Qimai had a bright idea. Got it. With that, Feng Qimai locked his bicycle back up again. Feng Qimai brought Xiao Bishue along as they returned to the security office. By this time, Guohu had already returned from his patrol. Hey, still not leaving, kid? Really want to experience how tough I am? Calm down, old Guo. I need to discuss something with you. Gua who was startled upon hearing this. What? You want my 28-inch Phoenix bike? Since when have you had your eyes set on my beloved ride? The way you ride that 28-inch is so dashing, anyone would take a second glance. Stop buttering me up. That's my vintage treasure. No way I'm giving it to you. Just lend it to me for one night, I'll return it tomorrow morning. It'll work out perfectly since you'll be off work by the time I come to school tomorrow. Won't interfere with your use of the bike at all. I said no means no. Gua whose refusal was resolute as he promptly shoved the two out of the security office. Xiao Bishue tugged at Feng Qimai's sleeve and suggested, what if we just get a shared bike? Let me see if I can remember how to ride one. That won't do. You're so clumsy, what if you break your leg? I'd have to carry you home every day after that, and that'd be such a hassle. Xiao Bishue. Feng Qimai thought to himself, looks like I'll have to pull out the big guns. Wait here for me. Xiao Bishue watched as Feng Qimai went inside. Within less than a minute, Gua Hu came out personally to unlock the bike. I'll leave the bike to you. Ride safely. Gua Hu patted the old-school bicycle. Don't judge this bike by its worn-out, ragged looks, it's incredibly sturdy. Feng Qimai flashed a confident smile. Alright, thanks, old Gua. Gua Hu walked back to the security booth in bewilderment, thinking to himself, how strange. I obviously can't bear to part with my beloved car, so why did I still lend it? But doing a good deed really feels wonderful. Xiao Bishue asked, huh? How did you convince him? Feng Qimai checked his remaining baffle points after painstakingly saving them up. Only 2 were left. Naturally, I have my own methods. Feng Qimai got on the scooter and patted the rear seat, saying to Xiao Bishue, hop on. Xiao Bishue felt just a little shy. She'd never had a boy give her a ride before. Hold on tight. Perched sideways on the back seat, Xiao Bishue let out a soft La Gua, we're heading out. Sleep tight. Damn right I ain't sleeping tonight. Gua Hu rushed out from the security booth, watching Feng Qimai who had already ridden far away, and could only grumble as he walked back. Confusion value from Gua Hu, +3. Confusion value from Gua Hu, +5. Along the way, there were already few pedestrians, making it very quiet. Only the creaking sound coming from that 28-inch bicycle remained. Feng Qimai pedaled furiously, while Xiao Bishue tightly gripped the corner of his shirt, afraid to let go. She could faintly catch the scent coming from Feng Qimai's body. Strangely enough, even though he had been sweating profusely from playing basketball, there was a strangely pleasant aroma about him. In March, the weather in Jiangcheng was gradually getting warmer, with a gentle breeze blowing, making it quite comfortable. The scene before her temporarily eased Xiao Bishue's academic stress considerably. As they rode along, Feng Qimai suddenly came to a stop. Chapter 13, My mom's calling, don't make a sound. Wait a sec, where do you live? I forgot to ask earlier. As soon as I got on the bike, I automatically started heading toward my place. Zhongting Street. Damn, Zhongting Street is in the opposite direction. Ha, really? I didn't realize. I wasn't paying attention earlier. Ah, troublesome woman, you've really screwed me over. And so, Feng Qimai drove Xiao Bishue back the way they came. Old Gua, you're still not asleep? As they passed the school gate, Feng Qimai shouted once more. Gua Hu charged out with murderous intent. Damn you, Feng Qimai, I'll settle accounts with you tomorrow. Bafflement points from Gua Hu, +4. Bafflement points from Gua Hu, +6. Feng Qimai stopped at a Jianbing Wuzi stall. Are you hungry? Xiao Bishue swallowed hard and shook her head. Not hungry. Feng Qimai got out of the car and said to the stall owner, Boss, I'll take 1 Jianbing Wuzi. Got it. Coming from a single-parent family, Xiao Bishue's mother didn't earn much, leaving their household finances rather tight. Being a sensible girl, Xiao Bishue understood how hard her mother worked. Every time she received her allowance, she would secretly save most of it, spending as little as possible. Although she couldn't find a way to earn money and ease her mother's burden, she knew her task was to study hard, get into a good school in the future, and eventually give herself and her mother a better life. For now, even the cost of a simple pancake was something she wanted to save. At that moment, the boss finished wrapping the Jianbing Wuzi and was about to slice it with the spatula when Feng Qimai said, Separate containers, please. Sure, no problem. Feng Qimai took the Jianbing Wuzi and passed one to Xiao Bishue. Here, eat before you go. Xiao Bishue nodded slightly. The two ate in silence. After a long pause, Xiao Bishue asked, Feng Qimai, I think you're quite smart. Why didn't you like studying before? Feng Qimai swallowed a bite of Jianbing Wuzi and said, What kind of talk is that? I don't enjoy studying now either. Xiao Bishue. But you're so smart. Wouldn't wasting your intellect be a shame if you don't study properly? Intelligence is innate, I didn't get to choose that. But skipping books? That's my choice to make. Xiao Bishue. Confusion value from Xiao Bishue, +5. Alright, can we please have a normal conversation? How are people like us, who weren't born geniuses but still study hard, supposed to feel when you act like this? Come on, let's go. If we don't head home soon, your mom will start worrying. At that moment, Xiao Bishua's phone rang. She tensed up suddenly. She hurriedly said to Fang Qimai, "It's my mom calling, don't make a sound." Fang Qimai raised his hand with a go-ahead gesture. "Hey mom, I'm on my way back. Ruan Meng is giving me a ride." "Okay, got it. I'll be careful." Meanwhile, Li Hongzhe had just arrived home. He picked up his phone, opened WeChat, and contemplated for a long time. Should I really send it? This is a perfect chance to finish Fang Qimai off, just that it'd sacrifice Bishue. After some thought, his gaze suddenly turned fierce. Forget it, this short-term sacrifice is for a better future for me and Bishue. With that, he opened a contact on WeChat and sent several photos over. Bishue is mine. No one can take her from me. At the same time, Fang Qimai rode through the park and square with Xiao Bishue on his bike, riding through streets, alleys, and crosswalks again. Xiao Bishue steadied herself with one hand gripping the edge of the bicycle frame while lightly tugging at Fang Qimai's sleeve with the other. Clang! 20 minutes later, the long screech of the flying pigeon bicycle's brakes echoed. Fang Qimai stopped at a street corner in an urban village. "Just drop me off here. Better not let my mom see." "All right. We agreed I'll treat you to lunch tomorrow. What would you like?" "Anything's fine, as long as it's your treat. How about some braised chicken? The school cafeteria will do." Although Fang Qimai wasn't very familiar with Xiao Bishue, he knew her family circumstances were somewhat modest. School cafeteria meals were cheaper than eating out, so he didn't want her to spend too much money. Fang Qimai turned his big 28 bicycle around. "I'm off." "Hey, Fang Qimai, you, thank you for explaining so many problems to me today, and for seeing me home. You, be careful." Nag. With a single pedal, Fang Qimai rode far away. Today, Xiao Bishue's impression of Fang Qimai changed dramatically. By the time Fang Qimai got home, it was already 11:30. This 10-square-meter room was where Fang Qimai lived. He threw his backpack aside, took a shower, and collapsed straight onto the bed. His parents had died in a car accident when he was young, leaving him to live with his grandfather. Sadly, his grandfather passed away just as Fang Qimai started his first year of high school. Before leaving, his grandfather mentioned having something important to tell him, but the words never came before his final journey. Other relatives were unreliable, so Fang Qimai could only rely on himself. The money left by his grandfather wasn't much, but it was barely enough to cover his high school tuition for 3 years, along with living expenses and such. As for university, Fang Qimai had never planned to attend in the first place. If it weren't for his grandfather's dying wish for him to study hard, Fang Qimai might not have even wanted to finish high school. It wasn't that Fang Qimai lacked intelligence, on the contrary, he loved reading and had already achieved minor successes in certain areas. For instance, his articles had been published multiple times in literary magazines, even earning him royalties. Tall, handsome, and mature-looking, he would also take up part-time jobs during winter and summer breaks to earn his living expenses. He'd worked as a waiter in KTVs and bars, a cashier in convenience stores, and even as a shopping guide in supermarkets. Having experienced much, this made him understand more and possess richer life experience than his peers. All in all, he simply believed that education wasn't the only path to success. Now with the system's arrival, Fang Qimai's life would never be the same again. Simply having someone call his name would earn him rewards. It seems Fang Qimai is destined for an extraordinary life. By the way, system, what was your goal again? This system's goal is to make your name resound across the rivers and mountains, within and beyond the Great Wall, throughout heaven and earth. The corners of Fang Qimai's mouth curled upward involuntarily. Since this miraculous system has chosen me, it looks like keeping a low profile won't be an option anymore. The next day, as soon as Fang Qimai arrived at school, he returned the bicycle on time. On the way, he also ran into his best buddy Niu Jichao. Standing at 165 centimeters with a slightly plump build, Niu Jichao had always ranked within the top 10 in class. Niu Jichao said cheerfully, "I'm not going home for lunch today, we can eat together." Fang Qimai replied, "What bad timing, someone's treating me to lunch today. Catch you later." "Who is it, male or female? If it's a woman, go ahead. If it's a man, I might get jealous." For once, Fang Qi entered the classroom before the bell rang. Little did he expect that as soon as he stepped in, the homeroom teacher Shui Baogai's grim face loomed toward him. He slammed the table in anger while letting out a loud roar. "Fang Qimai, you stop right there." Chapter 14, An Unexpected Drama Early in the morning. The whole class immediately sensed something was wrong from his tone. Normally, Shui Baogai would first return to the office to drop off his briefcase before heading to the classroom. Judging by the current situation, it seemed he had rushed over in haste due to some overwhelming anger. Lu Mimi, Fang Qimai's deskmate, was gripping his arm anxiously for him. However, Fang Qimai leisurely set his backpack down unhurriedly. "I've been through such scenes countless times before, no reason to panic now." Shui Baogai angrily shouted. "How many times must I repeat this? No romantic relationships allowed. They'll affect your studies." Take a good look. Do you realize what time it is now? There's only 98 days left until the college entrance exams. And you dare to get involved in romantic relationships during these crucial final 3 months?
These words instantly woke up the entire drowsy class.
Holy shit, what explosive news first thing in the morning. OMG, whose brother am I dating? Someone from our class? Who could it be? I'm so curious.
That's like a little heifer ringing the doorbell, utterly amazing. Upon hearing this, Lumini suddenly felt joy in her heart, then grew shy.
Could it be that Mai has openly acknowledged our relationship?
Gazing affectionately at Fang Qimai, she whispered softly, "Unless the mountains crumble and heaven and earth merge, I shall never part from you.
For you, I'm willing to endure all condemnation and judgment from others. Go screw yourself." Fang Qimai was speechless. He hadn't done anything, how could he possibly be in a relationship?
Moreover, old Shui got the news immediately. Someone must have been stirring up trouble.
But he'd never been keen on explanations. Framing himself for dating someone? This wouldn't affect him much either. Fang Qimai, admitting it now, aren't you? Nothing left to say, right? Teacher, I never admitted anything.
But since you're determined to believe the slander, then indeed, I have nothing left to say.
Believe the slander? I have solid evidence.
As she spoke, Shui Baogai walked up to Fang Qimai and pulled out her phone. The phone contained 7 or 8 photos, clearly showing Fang Qimai riding his old 28-inch heavyweight bicycle with Xiao Bishue last night.
No one knew who had taken them. Could it have been old Guo from the security office?
No, Fang Qimai understood this person well. He was straightforward and spoke his mind. He wouldn't sneak photos of him and report to Shui Baogai. Moreover, these photos appeared to have been taken near the school gate. Every time he passed the security room last night, old Guo had been inside. So, Fang Qimai turned his gaze toward the class monitor, Li Hongzhe.
Could that guy really be so bored, staking me out so late just to take a few photos and frame me? Li Hongzhe's gaze immediately darted away. The classmates came crowding in one by one. They saw who the female lead was. Holy,
Fang Qimai is actually dating the campus bellshao.
What? No way, seriously? Gotta admit, that classic flying pigeon bicycle looks pretty slick. Well, butter my biscuits, this is like a cow climbing power lines, absolutely shocking brilliance. Lumini was furious. How dare my Maimei give Xiaobixu a ride? Xiaobixu even had the nerve to tug at my Maimei's sleeve. Arg, going crazy here. Shui Baogai snapped, everyone, back to your seats now. Then he continued to scold, Xiao Bishue, is this how you behave as a AAA student? Every year you're nominated as an activist in learning from Lei Feng, and this is what you give me?
Xiao Bishue was startled. She had actually been quite curious about who Fang Qimai was dating. For some reason, she even felt a little regretful about it. Little did she expect that the female lead in this incident turned out to be herself. Bafflement value from Xiao Bishue, plus 10. Ah, teacher, that's not what happened. Enough. Forget attending class today, call your parents immediately and have them come here right now. Teacher, we're not in a relationship. Xiao Bishue's self-esteem was exceptionally strong, and being suddenly accused of such a thing made her eyes instantly red with emotion. At the same time, many of the class bootlickers and some female classmates began pointing fingers and whispering about her. Pfft, this woman told me she only wanted to study, not date. What a lame excuse. She always seemed so aloof. Who knew she'd be this kind of person? If you dare to do it, why don't you dare to own up? Who knows how promiscuous such a person might be in the future? Between the class monitor and brother Jian, whose head is greener with the lush grassland above, the whole class erupted in sighs. What a juicy piece of gossip to start the morning off, leaving everyone craving for more. Alright, start the morning reading. Shui Baogai turned back to the podium to retrieve his belongings. Li Hongzhe suddenly felt a pang of heartache for Xiao Bishue, but he didn't regret his actions. That's right, it was Li Hongzhe who had crouched by the school gate last night until past 10 o'clock, secretly taking photos with his phone and sending them to Shui Baogai. To teach Fang Qimai a crushing lesson, to make him feel unbearable pain so he'd stay away from Xiao Bishue, Li Hongzhe knew he had to do this. Xiao Bishue slumped over the desk and began crying softly. Her consistent image as a model student had completely collapsed today. From childhood till now, she had never been scolded by teachers for wrongdoing, nor had her parents ever been summoned to school because of her. She came along today, but her pride couldn't take it. Fang Qimai ruffled his hair and sighed, ugh, women are so complicated. He couldn't stand seeing women cry. Others slandering him didn't matter, but knowing the truth, he wouldn't let them continue to frame Xiao Bishue. At this moment, Shui Baogai was about to leave the classroom. Fang Qimai retorted, true, Xiao Bishue did ride home on the back of my bicycle last night, but does sharing a bike ride automatically mean we're dating? By that logic, a simple kiss would be enough to get someone pregnant. Here's the question though, if kissing is all it takes, why are there so many infertility cases in the world? Oh, seems like this drama still has legs. Fang Qimai really has a sharp tongue. Shui Baogai stopped in his tracks, glaring furiously. Fang Qimai, what the hell are you trying to pull now?
Fang Qimai replied, nothing much. I just want to ask, are bicycle racks designed just for couples to sit on? The crowd perked up. Was there an unexpected twist to this? The confusion kept coming in relentless waves.
Fang Qimai continued, certain paparazzi, with their dark hearts and sinister cunning, love taking things out of context and making a fuss based on some photos.
Teacher, I believe someone as wise as you wouldn't casually heed such people's words, right? Besides, there's no need to say who this paparazzo is, we all know who it is, don't we?
Xiao Bishua wiped away her tears and raised her head. The situation was indeed exactly as Fang Qimai had described.
Xue Baogai adjusted his glasses. He quietly collected his thoughts and began to analyze the situation calmly. Indeed, just a few photographs couldn't prove anything conclusively. They weren't even intimate photos by any means. This information had been given to me by Li Hongzhe.
Not to mention that Li Hongzhe is the son of Vice Principal Li. This child usually loves to show off and has always been my right-hand man.
The class feedback he provides me has always been genuine and accurate, but regarding this matter, did I handle it too rashly? Perhaps I trusted him too much.
Under normal circumstances, I would have listened to more opinions from class representatives before making a decision about something like this. But then again, the school rules are clear, dating absolutely shouldn't be allowed among them.
Although most senior high school students are technically adults, this critical moment before the college entrance exams requires absolute focus on academics. Whatever romantic feelings exist must be bottled up until after the Gokao.
I'm also afraid the principal might find out and punish us. So when Li Hongzhe messaged me last night, I completely lost my temper. And Xiao Bishua, that child has always been well behaved normally.
She probably wouldn't do something like this. Could I really have wronged them? Chapter 15, Fang Qimai, don't go too far. Fang Qimai, the dog you mentioned, never mind who the person that photographed you is.
In any case, someone reported to me that you've been dating for a while now. It's just that the evidence was photographed last night.
Do you have anything to say?
Fang Qimai replied, I have nothing to say, but everyone else does.
Xue Baogai was taken aback. At that moment, a slightly overweight male student stood up. It was Niu Jichao.
Niu Jichao adjusted his glasses and said, I can prove that Qimai is a single dog.
Ding! You've been tagged by your best friend Niu Jichao.
Reward, skilled master of moonwalk.
Fang Qimai smiled.
At critical moments, it was still his best friend who came through to back him up. Niu Jichao's favorite pastime after class was practicing the moonwalk, but no matter how hard he tried, his feet just wouldn't cooperate. Little did I know it would directly help Fang Qimai master this new skill.
Fang Qimai gave a thumbs up.
It's just that this testimony sounds somewhat uncomfortable.
Niu Jichao's outstanding academic performance would, to some extent, make Xue Baogai willing to listen to him, but he knew Fang Qimai and Niu Jichao were close friends, which raised suspicions of favoritism, making Niu an unreliable witness.
Unexpectedly, biology class representative Wan Meng timidly rose to her feet.
Teacher, I can also testify. Fang Qimai's lips curled into a smirk.
Not bad, even this usually delicate, introverted, and shy girl is speaking up for me now.
Lu Mimi breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't true after all.
Then, Lu Mimi also raised her hand.
Teacher, I can also vouch for my deskmate's innocence. He's truly a single Pringle. Fang Qimai.
Seeing all of them stand up to clarify things for Fang Qimai and Xiao Bishua, the truth of the matter was gradually coming to light. Xiao Bishua finally felt a little better in her heart.
Xue Baogai couldn't help but glance at Li Hongzhe.
Cold sweat trickled down Li Hongzhe's back. If this matter was confirmed to be completely unfounded, it would prove he had lied to the teacher. But at this moment, there was nothing he could do. Fang Qimai also saw it. This time, Xue Baogai had been played by Li Hongzhe. Hongzhe, come to my office after class. With that, Xue Baogai turned to leave.
But Fang Qimai had no intention of letting it end there. He knew Xue Baogai's temperament. He could never bring himself to admit his own arbitrariness and shortcomings.
Wait, Professor.
Xue Baogai stopped in his tracks. Fang Qimai continued, that being said, who's the one here keeping your son from smoking, drinking, and getting into fights? It's his girlfriend. Who's the one reminding your daughter to dress warmly, study hard, and not get too close to other boys every single day? It's her boyfriend.
So actually, being in a relationship isn't necessarily a bad thing at all. The whole class. Holy cow, Brother Mai really lives up to being the legend of our class, a true role model for us all, always dropping bombshells with his words.
666. That's some next-level logical thinking. Bro Mai, that's absolutely perfect. I'm kneeling in admiration. This is like a heifer riding a motorcycle, totally badass.
Puzzlement points from Xue Baogai, plus 13. At that very moment, the class bell rang.
Xue Baogai was furious and bellowed, everyone, settle down for class. Fang Qimai, call your parents to come after school today. Fang Qimai shrugged nonchalantly. He couldn't care less, since he didn't even have parents.
Meanwhile, Li Hongzhe, the actual instigator, was on the verge of collapsing. Yesterday's attempt to ally with Jiang Zijian against Fang Qimai failed, resulting in this scheme to teach Fang a lesson, but unexpectedly ended up screwing over Xue Baogai instead. The most crucial thing is, after class ends, I have no idea how to face Xue Baogai. Game over. School was over at noon. Fang Qimai swept across with playful moonwalk steps while humming the viral hit Buttercup. Let go, marinated eggs hurt the liver, hold my hugging pillow. Damn, drinking soybean oil hurts the liver, I'm your dad. The whole outfit is ridiculously flashy, with remarkably smooth moves, highly entertaining to watch. This is the charm of the moonwalk master, lighting up many faces in the crowd. Niu Jichao was extremely excited. Awesome, Fang Qimai. I didn't know you could do this. I've been trying to learn for so long but still can't get it. When can you teach me? Fang Qimai slid all the way to Li Hongjia's side. Li Hongjia got a fright, guilty conscience making him unable to lift his head and look squarely at Fang Qimai. Knock, knock, knock. Fang Qimai knocked on the table 3 times. Although no words were spoken, Li Hongjia understood that Fang Qimai already knew he was the one who had framed him. It was also a clear warning. Then, Fang Qimai turned to Xiao Bishui and said, "Let's go, Miss Popular, time for lunch." Lunch? Li Hongjia was taken aback. Fang Qimai replied, "Yeah, the campus belle Xiao wants to treat me to dinner." "Bijou, you're inviting him to dinner?" Xiao Bijou gave a slight nod. Though currently at the center of controversy, Xiao Bijou really wanted to avoid Fang Qimai to prevent further misunderstandings from arising among everyone. But since he had already made this agreement with Fang Qimai, and to express his gratitude, he still had to treat him to this meal. Beside them, Niu Jichao grinned broadly. This is like a herd of heifers crossing a single plank bridge, what a string of awesome moves. He suddenly understood and slapped Fang Qimai's shoulder. So the one treating you to dinner is Xiao Bishui, ha ha. Go on then, I won't say you're ditching friends for romance, go get her. Li Hongjia was seething with discontent. I'd been deskmates with Bishui for so long, yet we'd never had a meal together, let alone her treating me to one. What extraordinary virtues did Fang Qimai possess to deserve Xiao Bishui treating him to a meal? But he was still feeling guilty about that incident in the morning, not daring to utter a single word. Bewilderment value from Li Hongjia, +6. Fang Qimai deliberately asked, "Class president, are you joining us this time?" Fang Qimai pressed further, "Class president, do you really have the nerve to come along?" Damn it. While walking, Xiao Bishui suddenly said, "The cafeteria is too crowded. Let's just eat outside instead." What's wrong with having many classmates? About what happened this morning, Xiao Bishui whispered. Everyone thought, we're in a relationship. Fang Qimai suddenly stopped. Why should we care what others think? Xiao Bishui was momentarily stunned. Fang Qimai added, "Let's go, we're having hot pot." Okay. Xiao Bishui quickly caught up. Arriving at the hot pot restaurant, the two placed their orders. In the end, Xiao Bishui scanned the QR code to pay the bill. "Boss lady, the money's been transferred." Got it. Right then, someone suddenly said, "Well, isn't this the stunning Xiao Bishui?" Xiao Bishui shot him a disdainful glance. The guy then turned to Fang Qimai and sneered, "What, pretty boy? Living off a woman now? Too broke to even pay for your own meal that Xiao Bishui has to cover you?" Humph. He sneered, then added, "You think you're worthy?" Chapter 16, Unlocked Character, Billionaire Dad. Fang Qimai turned his head and saw 3 people standing before him. He recognized the tall young man with a crew cut who stood at the front. His name is Lin Haojia, from class 12, grade 3. He's the current captain of the school basketball team. I've seen him on the court and heard about him, but we've never played together before. Rumors also say he's from a wealthy family, with quite a fortune at home. Fang Qimai didn't particularly care to know what their family business was. In reality, the Lin family winery founded by Lin Haojia's father was quite sizable in Jiangcheng. Lin Haojia usually enjoyed hanging out with people like Jiang Zijian, and similarly was someone no one dared to provoke at school. By his side stood 2 followers, one tall and one short. Lin Haojia demanded, "Bishui, why are you inviting this guy to dinner? I've asked you out to dine so many times, yet you've never agreed even once." Xiao Bishui chose not to respond because this was purely a matter between her and Fang Qimai. Others had no need to know. The short-statured guy sneered, "So you think you've got the nerve to have our Mrs. Lin treat you to dinner, huh?" Xiao Bishui was exceptionally beautiful, with flawless fair skin, delicate features, and long, slender legs. Many male students in the school secretly admired her. "Who's Mrs. Lin? Don't spout nonsense," Xiao Bishui angrily retorted. Lin Haojia chuckled, "Oh, the great beauty show has quite the temper." His expression darkened as he turned to Fang Qimai and snapped, "Hey you, which class are you from?" "None of your damn business?" "Fuck." Confusion points from Lin Haojia, +2. "Tired of living, are you?" "No one dares to speak to our young master Lin like that." Fang Qimai responded, "Then I'll be the first." "You? Who do you think you are?" Fang Qimai cut in, "First tell me, are you done eating?" "We're finished." "Eating a lot?" "Not really." "No, you guys must be stuffed to the point of boredom." "You?"
Bewilderment points from Lin Haojie, +4. Confusion points from Su Rong, +3. Lin Haojie roared, "Kid, dare to tell me your name? Listen up." Fang Qimai cleared his throat. "Your granddad's name is Fang Qimai. So it's Fang Qimai, huh? Fine. I guarantee you won't last long at second high. Ding. You've been tagged by rich second-generation Lin Haojie, unlocking character, wealthy dad. Wealthy dad? What kind of reward is this? My unlucky father's been dead for years now, where would this wealthy dad come from?" Suddenly, Fang Qimai felt a chill run down his spine. Bewilderment points from Fang Qimai himself, +10. System, you must be mistaken. This system is extremely precise and never makes errors. Then what do you think is going on here? The rewards you receive are determined by the circumstances of the person who nominates you. While it involves considerable unpredictability, there are absolutely no errors. Now that's downright strange. Could the system possibly bring the dead back to life? At this moment, Fang Qimai felt a chilly wind blowing around him. The short boy sneered, "You loser, our young master Lin's father is the CEO of Lin Family Winery. He gets chauffeured in luxury cars every day, just the watch on young master Lin's wrist alone is worth more than your parents' combined annual salary." Another boy chimed in, "That's not even a fraction of young master Lin's pocket money." At that moment, Lin Haojie was overcome with a sense of superiority. "Bishue, let me treat you to dinner tonight? We can have steak, or Japanese cuisine, anything you prefer, I'll go along with your choice." "No need." Lin Haojie was furious. "I just heard this morning that you were entangled with some guy, guess it's him, huh?" He glared at Fang Qimai and continued, "What's he got that I don't? Do you even know how rich my family is? I'm the captain of the basketball team. What's this punk worth? You'll treat him to dinner but reject me? You're breaking my heart. However much money your family has means nothing to me, and who I treat to dinner is none of your business. Get out, I don't want to see you." Lin Haojie shouted angrily, "Fine, Xiao Bishue, you'll regret this." Turning to Fang Qimai, he snapped, "And you, Fang Qimai, I won't forget you. Just wait, I'll end you when I get the chance." If school rules didn't prohibit fighting, Fang Qimai, who had mastered 36 styles of subduing holds, could have taken these three down in minutes. For now, the best counterattack hinges on Xiao Bishue. Fang Qimai grabbed Xiao Bishue's hand and said, "Let's go eat." "Damn!" Lin Haojie and the other two stormed out in anger. At that moment, Xiao Bishue's fair cheeks had flushed crimson. Releasing her hand, Fang Qimai asked, "Are you okay?" It's nothing." She quickly changed the subject, saying, "I'll go check if ours is ready." Confusion points from Xiabixu, +15. The entire meal passed without either of them uttering a single word. Xiabixu was still stuck replaying that moment in her mind. She had never held a boy's hand before in her life. Being suddenly pulled by Fang Qimai just now, she was so nervous it still hadn't settled. His hand was large and firm, giving people a sense of security. As for Fang Qimai's silence, it was because he kept wondering, what exactly was this rich dad reward supposed to be? After lunch, Xiao Bishue returned to the classroom for her midday nap. The moment she parted ways with Fang Qimai, Xiao Bishue finally released the tension weighing on her. Just as Fang Qimai went to the convenience store by the entrance to buy a bottle of water, the roaring sound of a supercar suddenly resonated through the air. And it wasn't just one. At least 10 or more. The next moment, a whole row of supercars pulled over by the roadside. Aston Martin, Maserati, Lamborghini, Koenigsegg. Even Ferraris and Rolls-Royces were there. Handsome and eye-catching. Pick anyone at random, and it's a street-burning beast. Instantly, it drew crowds of passers-by and shopkeepers, all vying to take pictures. Fang Qimai took a sip of water but froze before he could even swallow. Men are naturally drawn to sports cars, more or less, everyone fantasizes about owning one. Leading the pack is the most expensive Rolls-Royce of them all, the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. Originally produced for the royal family of the British Empire, the Silver Ghost was a symbol of nobility. With a history spanning a century, it has long been out of production. The current Silver Ghost is priced at over 1.55 billion renminbi. Its value can no longer be measured by money alone. Rather than calling it a car, it would be more fitting to describe it as a work of art. Upon closer inspection, the first Silver Ghost's license plate reads Jiang A88880. The license plate number of the second Koenigsegg Adra is Jiang A88881, and so on. Behind it, there's another series that starts with 66660. Good heavens, these are sequential numbers? I really learned something new today. At this moment, the drivers of the 9 cars behind stepped out. To everyone's astonishment, these 9 burly men in suits and sunglasses actually, all bald heads. The 9 individuals had all gathered around the Silver Phantom, forming a circle. The driver from the Silver Phantom also stepped out, a middle-aged man likely in his 50s or 60s. He appeared extremely dependable, probably serving as both butler and driver. The car door opened, and a middle-aged couple emerged from the vehicle. The woman was quite attractive, and with her skillful grooming, she still looked remarkably youthful. That man, though tall and handsome, was also bald. The onlookers were curious about what these seemingly important people were about to do. The butler said, "Sir, madam, the young master is right there." Chapter 17, Quite the Sudden Hair Loss. The butler led the middle-aged couple to stand before Feng Qimai. "Young master." The butler bowed directly. "Young master." The remaining 9 bodyguards also bent in respectful salutation. "Feng Qimai?" The middle-aged couple immediately stepped forward. "Such excellent height, inherited from me. This handsome face is from my side, gets better looking the more you see it. And those long eyelashes, just like mine. Those slender fingers, absolutely identical to mine. Such fair skin, though still a shade lighter than mine, ahem. This hair texture is amazing, just like when I was young. What the hell?" Feng Qimai's hair was thoroughly tousled. The onlookers were utterly astonished. What on earth was happening? The butler said with utmost respect, "Young Master Feng Qimai, we must trouble you to return to the carriage with us. Ding. You have been named by butler by Liso. Ability unlocked, omnidirectional data analysis, Omnidirectional data analysis. Note, this allows for big data analysis and information retrieval on targets. Each use consumes 200 points of confusion value. Additional effect, self-protection, the user can perform big data analysis on others, but the user is protected, no one can obtain the user's big data. Seems like something pretty impressive? But how does this person know my name? Young master? Wait, why should I go with you? I don't know you. Liso said, "Young master, this matter is of great importance, it concerns your origins." My origins? Feng Qimai was escorted onto the silver ghost. The surrounding bodyguards prevented anyone from approaching. What exactly happened? Feng Qimai responded. The middle-aged couple's eyes sparkled, unable to contain their excitement. "Old Bai, you explain the situation." "Yes, sir." Liso turned to Feng Qimai and said, "Young master, I am the butler Liso. We've come to tell you the truth, the deceased Feng Zhang and Tianchuanju were not your biological parents." "What?" "The couple before you, Feng Zhongtian and Li Haomei, are your real biological parents." "Oh this." Feng Qimai stared at the 3 people before him in disbelief. How is this possible? Liso was well prepared. With a faint smile, he promptly produced 2 paternity test reports. "Young master, we have already extracted your DNA in advance and conducted the tests. Here are the results, please take a look." Feng Qimai was stunned when he saw the report. He was really the biological son of these 2 people in front of him? Technically speaking, paternity test results cannot be forged, and it is a type of appraisal service that can only be conducted with official approval. Every testing sample and result must be verified as completely accurate before issuing a report, and the appraisal report must withstand third-party re-examinations. That said, my own eyes, gaze, and eyelashes are identical to Li Haomei's. As for my high nose bridge, it's unmistakably shaped exactly like Feng Zhongtian's. Under the enhancement of freshness and elegance, his facial features appeared more refined than those of his parents. Additionally, these are photos of you as a child, young master. Feng Qimai took a look and saw himself wearing a yellow dress, holding hands with a little girl in a pink dress. What the hell? Why the dress? Such an embarrassing memory. For fuck's sake. However, Feng Qimai could instantly tell the authenticity of this photo at a glance. That was indeed my childhood self. In the business world, young master, the names of your father and mother are already legendary. But considering you're still a student and might not be familiar with this, allow me to introduce them to you. Clearing his throat, Liso continued, Feng Zhongtian and Li Haomei, Asia's wealthiest individuals and its most outstanding entrepreneurs. In Asia, the Tianhao Group has become synonymous with wealth and success, with its influence extending globally. Tianhao combines the Tian from Chairman Feng's name with a homophonic play on Chairwoman Li's Hao character. Under the leadership of the couple, Tianhao Group has grown into a colossal business empire. Their operations are remarkably diverse, spanning oil, flour, animal feed, sugarcane cultivation, sugar manufacturing, mining, as well as commerce, finance, hotels, shipping plantations, real estate, and industries. The couple ranks 16th on this year's Forbes Global Billionaires list with a net worth of $63.1 billion, approximately 414.9 billion renminbi, and topped the Forbes Asia Rich list. Liso's lengthy introduction left Feng Qimai completely dumbfounded. His jaw nearly dropped to the floor. This was what the system meant, his billionaire father. Even the usually unflappable Feng Qimai couldn't stay calm this time. In an instant, he had become an ultra-rich second-generation heir? This was like a little heifer smoking a cigar, absolutely freaking unbelievable. Lin Haojie, I owe your entire family my gratitude. But even if his biological parents were wealthy beyond measure, Feng Qimai couldn't bring himself to accept this reality right away. Though his adoptive parents had passed away early, their nurturing kindness and the bonds they'd formed wouldn't just vanish. Suddenly having biological parents appear out of nowhere, who could accept that? Feng Qimai recalled that before his grandfather passed, he had mentioned there was still something important left to say to him. He left before I even had the chance to say it. Could this be referring to that very incident?
Bai Liso continued, young master, this document is the official record filed by the master and mistress at the police station back then.
Please have a look.
As Fang Qimai scanned the document, Bai Liso explained, 16 years ago, the mistress accidentally lost you. It took her half a month to remember.
When they went to file a report, but they could never find you. Ha, you can lose this too? Wait, you only remembered it after half a month?
Fang Zhongtian said, son, I wasn't home at the time, and your mom is quite forgetful.
Son, don't blame your mom. Li Hame added, yes, son. To be honest, it's only recently that we remembered we had a son like you. Only remembered now?
I swear, am I really your son? After remembering you, we asked around everywhere and even hired the top 1008 private investigators from home and abroad to investigate everything about you.
Once we got the clues, we came for you immediately.
Anyway, don't blame your mom and dad too much.
Ha ha, ha ha. Fang Zhongtian also laughed along. Fang Qimai was baffled. Are these two really Asia's richest people? They seem totally unreliable. Fang Qimai silently reached out his hand. I have a question. Go ahead, son. Pointing at Fang Zhongtian's shiny bald head, Fang Qimai asked, are you really my dad? Fang Qimai thought his hair quality was quite good, he probably wouldn't go bald in the future, right? Fang Zhongtian rubbed his bald head and replied, of course it's real. How could a paternity test be fake? Fang Qimai was on the verge of tears. It's over. Looking at this situation, there's a high chance I'll be bald in the future too. Fang Zhongtian laughed heartily, son, back in my youth, my hair quality was better than yours, and I was even more handsome than you. It was only after suddenly going bald overnight that I became rich. You win some, you lose some, I lost my luscious locks but gained great wealth. Going bald is actually a good thing. Fang Qimai. Yeah, that came out of nowhere. Li Hame said, son, what a coincidence that your adoptive father also shares the surname Fang. As for your name, if you like the one you have now, you can keep it, it's completely up to you. Fang Qimai couldn't help but ask curiously, then what was my original name? If the original one sounds better, it might be worth considering changing it back.
Li Hame thought for a long while, instant noodles.
Fang Qimai. I think I'll just stick with calling myself Fang Qimai. Fang Zhongtian said, see?
I told you our son wouldn't like this name.
The one I chose, steering wheel, was much better. Fang Qimai.
Reuniting with one's biological parents is supposed to be a deeply moving event, something worthy of tears and heartfelt emotion. But right now, Fang Qimai could only think, his biological parents were a pair of clowns. Li Hame said, oh, that's not the important part.
Now that we're going to be a family from here on out, it's time you learned our family's secrets. What secret? Fang Qimai grew curious. Chapter 18 looks like going bald before 30. Fang Zhongtian solemnly produced an iron box.
Thinking back on these tumultuous dozen years, we've weathered too many ups and downs, tasted all sorts of bitterness and hardship. Your mother and I went from having nothing to our names, to 1 million, 10 million, 100 million yuan, they're all hidden in this metal box.
Wait a second, Fang Qimai cut in, I've heard this joke before, it's full of IOUs, isn't it?
So this bunch was a gang of swindlers.
What a damn scam with this so-called wealthy father. Yes, exactly, they're all IOUs. What a bunch of liars.
Back then, though, when your grandfather and grandmother were cutting open gambling stones in Myanmar, every single prediction was spot on. In the end, they turned the tide single-handedly. Not only did they help us pay off all our debts, but they also lent us start-up capital.
That's how we became who we are today. We deliberately kept photocopies of these IOUs to remind ourselves that no matter how rich we become, we must never forget our original intentions.
Upon hearing this, Fang Qimai thought to himself that despite their unreliable demeanor, these two actually had principles and conviction.
Unexpectedly, Li Hame pulled out a black card with golden accents.
Son, this is my specially customized Fang International black card, no spending limit, feel free to swipe it.
Fang Qimai, weren't you just talking about staying true to our original aspirations?
Fang Zhongtian also said, you're about to take the college entrance exams soon, so we won't make you transfer schools.
Just focus on studying hard here. I've already assessed the situation.
Your school's exterior walls are somewhat outdated, so I plan to build several new teaching buildings for you. Your playground is also a bit aged. I'm considering purchasing this plot of land next to your school to construct a new sports stadium. I've investigated your cafeteria as well, the environment isn't up to standard. I'll arrange for it to be completely renovated according to Michelin standards.
Fang Qimai,
I've only got 3 months left at this school. By the time the sports stadium is completed, I'll have already graduated, okay? Li Haomei waved her hand, and Bailey Shou stepped forward holding a bag. Young master, for your convenience while attending school, I've already purchased the nearest villa complex to your campus. The property deeds are under your name, these are the access cards, 18 sets in total.
Holy shit! Fang Qimai was completely dumbfounded. This is absolutely insane extravagance.
Bai Liso continued, As for your exclusive school transportation, we've prepared 28 luxury vehicles including the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost, Lamborghini Veneno, Ferrari LaFerrari, Maserati Ghibli, and other high-end sedans and supercars.
You may choose according to your preference. What, even this car? Fang Qimai looked at the Silver Ghost in sheer disbelief. Yes, Bai Liso nodded. All 10 of these cars are now registered under your name.
There are 18 more, but the master thought they'd be too ostentatious, so they're parked and used at the villa.
Damn it, isn't this already way too flashy?
Bai Liso continued, considering that you are not yet able to drive, we have arranged dedicated drivers for each of your vehicles.
A total of 28.
By the way, each driver is highly skilled in martial arts, more than capable of ensuring your safety, young master.
This system is truly amazing, it actually found my billionaire biological parents. A series of transformations left Fang Qimai utterly astonished. Son, are you satisfied with everything we've done for you?
Yes, son, all these years we've owed you so much.
Let us make it up to you properly.
Feel free to use this money, every bit of it was earned through honest business and hard work by your mother and me.
Dad, Mom. Wow, honey, did you hear that? Our son called out to us. I'm so happy.
The couple was overjoyed, and Bai Liso also felt extremely happy for them. Fang Qimai continued, since it's confirmed that you are my biological parents, calling you mom and dad is only natural, but I need some time to process these facts.
We understand. By the way, Dad, at what age did you start going bald?
Just so I can mentally prepare myself.
Fang Zhongtian thought for a moment, seems he went bald before even turning 30. It's over.
Fang Qimai touched his own hair, his heart turning half cold.
Li Haomei said, by the way son, let's talk about inheriting the family fortune. Inheriting the family fortune? Fang Qimai was dumbfounded, they were already talking about inheriting the family fortune?
Indeed, whether one succeeds or not still depends on the virtues accumulated by one's ancestors.
Being born into the right family truly makes all the difference.
Ever since you got lost, your mom and I decided not to have any more children. We agreed that once you graduate from college, all the family assets would be passed down to you alone. Yes, mostly because we're overwhelmed with work every day, traveling globally, flying here and there, attending endless meetings.
We're exhausted too. Passing everything to you means we can finally relax and do whatever we want, Mainly because, we've lost interest in money. Fang Qimai. Damn right he wasn't interested in money.
After a moment's thought, Fang Qimai responded, Dad, Mom, I refuse.
What? You don't want to inherit the family fortune? Fang Qimai declared, I want to make it on my own. With that, Fang Qimai pushed the black gold card back to his mother, Li Haomei.
The original Fang Qimai had only wanted to become a corporate drone in the future, making just enough money to get by.
He would marry a woman he could talk to, then have 2 children, a boy and a girl, either would be fine.
When both children have started their own families, he'll retire.
Every day will be spent in leisurely seclusion, playing games or sports until he can't play anymore.
Now that he has the system, he's no longer an ordinary person. But Fang Qimai still prefers to be a couch potato. It's just that he's so exceptionally talented and outstanding, excelling in every aspect. Inheriting billions so effortlessly would make it all seem too unchallenging.
What's more, the system will bring him boundless excitement and infinite possibilities. Compared to inheriting family fortunes, Fang Qimai would rather earn others' recognition through his own efforts. Fang Zhongtian and Li Haomei exchanged a glance, instantly understanding each other. That's my son for you.
So you're aiming to become the world's richest man entirely through your own efforts.
Fang Qimai? I never said that. Fang Zhongtian pondered for a moment. Very well then, son.
I'll start by investing 100 million as your startup capital.
No, how could one be enough? 100.
I'll arrange for these 10 billion to be transferred to your account right now, Li Haomei said.
Son, we respect your choice.
Play around with these 10 billion however you want, and when you're done, come back home to inherit the family fortune.
It's only right to experience the trials of society, son. No matter what, we'll always be your strongest support.
With that, Li Haomei once again pushed that black gold card toward Fang Qimai. Fang Zhongtian added with utmost seriousness, what your mother means is that you need to experience society's harsh beatings.
Come home and inherit the family fortune when you can't make it anymore. Fang Qimai. Chapter 19, Our Teacher Wants to See You. Fang Qimai was utterly speechless. With that unlimited black card and a 10 billion card in hand, he was supposed to go experience society's harsh beatings? Is this what you call hardship? It's more like a billionaire experiencing life.
The next moment, Fang Qimai suddenly became serious. But Mom and Dad, I haven't even finished high school yet, and I don't plan to go to college either.
Fang Zhongtian and Li Haomei exchanged glances.
Speaking of which, your father and I have one requirement for you, our only request.
What is it?
You can choose not to inherit the family fortune for now, but you must graduate from university first.
Yes, son, your mother's right.
Back then, neither of us studied hard, we didn't have much education and never got to college, which we really regret. When we were starting our business, we faced a lot of setbacks because people looked down on us for being uneducated. In the end, we only managed to reach 16th place. If we'd studied properly back then, we definitely wouldn't have settled for just 16th. So you see, we want you to study hard and have the chance to surpass us someday.
Yes, son, that's the only thing we ask of you.
If you don't study hard and get into a good university, you'll have to come home immediately and inherit the family fortune.
Fang Qimai sighed and had no choice but to agree.
His next goal was simply to get into college.
As for studying diligently, that was never going to happen.
With Fang Qimai's intelligence, plus the system, if he puts his mind to it, he could easily get into a top university in the future.
Li Haomei suddenly exclaimed, "What a wonderful day for our Fang family today. Lao Bai, bring my favorite wine, we must celebrate properly."
Bai Liso replied, "Madam, the young master is currently still studying. It's not advisable for him to drink alcohol at this time."
"Ha, I almost forgot. Then I'll drink by myself."
"Darling, drink less, we still have a board meeting this afternoon. Just a small sip. Gulp, gulp, gulp."
Then, Bai Liso voluntarily got out of the car.
Inside the car, a family of 3 chatted about the past. They also reminisced about Fang Qimai's childhood antics and his embarrassing little secrets from back then. The atmosphere gradually warmed with nostalgia. Suddenly, the school's warning bell for class rang out. "I can't believe we've been chatting for so long without realizing it.
Son, it's time for your class.
Mom and Dad have to fly to Cambodia for a meeting this afternoon. Feel free to make any requests, we'll do our best to fulfill them." Fang Qimai added, "By the way, our homeroom teacher has been saying she wants to meet you, and so do our deputy academic director and physics teacher."
"Meeting the teachers? Sure thing.
I've met many business tycoons, high-ranking officials, and noble aristocrats, but meeting a teacher for the first time actually makes me a bit nervous."
Fang Zhongtian quickly straightened his collar. "But didn't you say there's still a meeting this afternoon?" "We'll make it, son. We have a private jet, it's just a 2 to 3 hour flight. Plus, Cambodia is an hour behind us, so the actual flight time is less than 2 hours. The airline and the airport belong to our family too. We can take off and land wherever we want." Fang Qimai.
These were outrageously wealthy parents who did whatever they pleased. Suddenly, the sound of helicopter rotors could be heard in the distance. Bai Liso said, "Sir, madam, the plane is ready and currently parked on the school playground."
"Alright, son, study hard. We're going to meet your homeroom teacher."
"Old Bai, just a modest gift prepared."
"Yes, at the school gate."
Principal Su Hongrong of No. 2 High School, Fang Qimai's homeroom teacher Xue Boai, Academic Deputy Director Luo Xinrui, and several other school administrators had already been waiting for quite some time. They had received notice that the chairman and chairwoman of Tianhao Group would be gracing them with their presence. Though they didn't know the reason for this visit, it was undoubtedly an enormous honor for them. Waiting at the school gate, they only saw a row of luxury cars but couldn't spot the chairman and his wife.
Not daring to disturb them recklessly, they could only wait patiently at the entrance. "Chairman Fang, Chairwoman Li, we apologize for not welcoming you properly." Su Hongrong's voice trembled slightly as he spoke.
Then, one hurriedly introduced himself.
Bai Liso promptly presented a modest gift. "We've caused you so much trouble, Principal Su. This is just a small token of our appreciation. Ding! You've been tagged by your father Fang Zhongtian and unlocked the ability, photographic memory."
Su Hongrong and Xue Baogai took one look and realized this was no modest gift at all. Angostura rum, Winston cocktails, Romeo No. 1 Cuban cigars, Omega Deville mechanical watches. These were all world-class luxury brands of liquor, tobacco, and timepieces, each item worth anywhere from several thousand to tens of thousands. Bewilderment value from Su Hongrong, plus 13.
Bafflement value from Xue Baogai, plus 10.
Bafflement value from Luo Xinrui, plus 11. The school has regulations against accepting gifts, let alone ones of such value. Su Hongrong was so frightened that he hastily declined this modest gift.
Fang Zhongtian immediately slung an arm over Su Hongrong's shoulders and said, "Since Dean Su won't accept it, I won't insist. Let's talk about building the sports field and this teaching building of yours." Fang Qimai looked at Xue Baogai.
Xue Baogai also stared at Fang Qimai, his heart filled with deep confusion.
"What on earth is going on?"
Fang Qimai said, "Mom, he's our homeroom teacher."
"Mom?" Xue Baogai suddenly shuddered. "Are the chairman and his wife of Tianhao Group Fang Qimai's parents?" Confusion points from Xue Baogai, plus 15.
Confusion points from Xue Baogai, plus 17.
Xue Baogai nearly dropped to his knees. Wiping cold sweat from his brow, he hurriedly said, "Madam Chairwoman, hello. I'm Xue Baogai, Qimai's homeroom teacher."
Li Haomei said, "You've really had your work cut out with him, Teacher Xue.
Our Qimai's been a handful since he was little. He must have caused quite a bit of trouble in class, hasn't he?" Ding! "You've been called out by your mom Li Haomei and unlocked the constitution, champion drinker." "Champion drinker, with this constitution, you can drink 3,000 cups without getting drunk." "Awesome. Could tell right away that mom's quite the drinker." Shui Baogai was taken aback, then quickly forced to smile.
You must be joking, Madam Chairman.
Shimai studies very diligently, all of us teachers hold him in high regard. Is that so? Good to hear. After a pause, Li Haomei asked, what was your surname again?
Shui.
Fong Chimai. Mom really is quite forgetful.
Oh, Professor Shui, my son Chimai told me you've been saying you wanted to meet us.
What exactly is it about?
Well, he. Shui Baogai laughed awkwardly again. Actually, it's nothing important, just wanted to chat. Fong Chimai chuckled casually and said, Mom, I'll head back to the classroom first.
Go on, son.
Then, Li Haomei called Fong Chimai back. Oh, and son, think carefully about inheriting the family fortune.
Fong Chimai waved his hand dismissively, depends on my mood. Shui Baogai. Confusion points from Shui Baogai, plus 18. Chapter 20, this is way too exaggerated.
Returning to the classroom, Fong Chimai was already nearly 20 minutes late by this point.
Chemistry teacher Liang Yin despises nothing more than students being late to her class. Fong Chimai, ding, you've been called out by the chemistry teacher. Reward, skill exceptional driving technique, motor vehicles, unlocked. Ding.
Additional reward, motor vehicle driver's license *1 has been placed in your system backpack.
Note, this document is issued by an official institution and is fully valid. Awesome.
Everyone in the class knew that although Liang Yin was a woman, she was passionate about racing and had even married a professional racer. Being singled out by her and gaining that exceptional driving skills for motor vehicles perfectly suited Fong Chimai's needs. In an instant, despite never having taken a driving test before, Fong Chimai's mind was suddenly filled with extensive driving knowledge and experience.
Quick starts, extreme corner overtakes, long-distance drifts. Everything is under control. Just as Liang Yin was about to burst into profanity, homeroom teacher Shui Baogai suddenly appeared. He quietly explained to Liang Yin that this was a special circumstance.
Finally, Fong Chimai was allowed to return to his seat. The students were baffled. Just this morning, old Shui had scolded Fong Chimai harshly. What was going on now? Seeing Shui Baogai's sudden change in attitude, Li Hongzhi felt extremely displeased.
Moreover, because of his false accusation, he had dragged Shui Baogai into trouble, which drew Shui Baogai's resentment.
If it weren't for relying on his father's status, he might have gotten a good scolding.
That damned Fong Chimai. Since this morning, Bishue hasn't really been talking to me.
So frustrating. No, I must keep thinking of ways to teach Fong Chimai a proper lesson.
After school, Fong Chimai didn't plan to attend evening self-study. After changing clothes, Fong Chimai left the school gate.
At this moment, Bai Liso appeared out of nowhere.
Uncle Bai, why are you still here? The master and mistress specifically instructed me to stay.
From now on, I will be responsible for all your needs, and you may command me as you wish.
Very well.
Young master, please follow me. Bai Liso led Fong Chimai all the way to the small path beside the school. Young master, for your convenience in parking, all the parking spaces along this road have been purchased, 28 spots in total, all under your name.
Ugh, do you really need so much?
The master said that the parking fees collected from the remaining spaces will be automatically transferred to your account as your start-up capital.
Fong Chimai, how domineering. Young master, it's the peak dismissal hour now.
To avoid causing unnecessary traffic congestion, I've already sent the other cars back to your villa in advance, keeping only one to pick you up.
Fong Chimai wiped his sweat, this was simply too extravagant. And where is this car exactly? Bai Liso pointed ahead, Aston Martin DB11.
After a pause, Bai Liso added, originally, I was supposed to be your driver, but I didn't expect you to leave school early. Otherwise, I should have driven it to the school gate to pick you up. It's alright, we can just walk over. From a distance, they could already see a crowd gathered around their car. What a gorgeous car. I never expected someone at our school to drive a supercar like this. I've heard that many teachers are actually wealthy heirs, and teaching is just a hobby for them.
From the looks of it, this one was probably opened by a teacher. Or perhaps it's some student's parent? I'm so jealous. When will my dad ever have a car like this?
The juniors and other onlookers nearby were chattering excitedly, their faces filled with admiration.
Fong Chimai stepped forward to examine it more closely. Honestly, that sapphire blue supercar was seriously cool. Ding! Deducting 200 baffle points to activate comprehensive data analysis. Current remaining baffle points, 735.
This ability also works on objects. Instantly, the vehicle specifications emerged.
Aston Martin DB11. Latest Volante Convertible Special Edition. Color, Royal Blue.
The first collaborative product between Aston Martin and Mercedes-Benz. Equipped with a 4.0L twin-turbo V8 engine, paired with an 8-speed automatic transmission, delivering maximum power.
Its design philosophy. Reference price, 4.988 million renminbi. Reading down the list, each item was more astonishing than the last.
But the most staggering thing of all was that string of numbers.
4.988 million renminbi. Uncle Bai, this price.
Young master, please forgive me. To prevent traffic congestion during the school's peak dismissal hours, this is already the most affordable among the 28 sports cars available. If it doesn't meet your preferences, I can immediately arrange for other vehicles to be brought over.
Fong Chimai. No thanks. Fong Chimai wiped the sweat from his brow, just as he couldn't wait to give it a try. Suddenly someone shouted, well, if it isn't Fong Chimai? Talk about enemies crossing paths. Fong Chimai turned his head to see it was Lin Haojie.
This guy had also skipped the evening self-study session. Speaking of which, he really should thank him properly. Lin Haojie proclaimed, this car is the latest Aston Martin model, 5 million.
Peasant, learned something new today?
The crowd instantly erupted in excitement at these words.
5 million? Damn! Whose car is this? Someone's loaded.
I've never seen such a luxury car before in my life.
The owner must be so handsome. I'd love to see him in person. What if she's a beauty?
I want to cling to a rich woman's thigh. Lin Haojie scoffed, Fong Chimai, a loser like you only deserves to gawk at luxury cars.
You'll never drive one in this lifetime.
He patted the roof of his BMW 730 and continued, but I'm not much better off either, stuck with this measly 900,000 yuan car.
I'm practically broke too. Those words instantly sparked public outrage.
This guy seems to be pretending to be poor, but in reality, he's just showing off. But no one can do anything about it. 900,000 yuan is no small amount. Lin Haojie smugly added, my dad said once I graduate and get my driver's license, this BMW will be mine. The people around him grew even more envious and resentful.
It's really great to have a rich dad. Just kidding, Lin Haojie, the captain of the basketball team and our senior, he's the young master of the Lin family winery. Comparing people really pisses me off. Lin Haojie asked coldly, with someone like you, how dare you ask Bishue to treat you to dinner? You? Fong Chimai cut in, are you done farting?
Lin Haojie said, I won't stoop to your pauper level.
Watch your back from now on. Driver, let's go.
Fong Chimai then said, old Bai, the keys. Bai Liso set down the tablet in his hand and immediately presented the car keys. The moment it unlocked, the Aston Martin's headlights lit up. Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. Lin Haojie froze in shock.
This car belongs to him? Confusion value from Lin Haojie, plus 10. Chapter 21 Young Master, the acquisition of Lin's winery is complete.
Fong Chimai was about to get in the car, eager to try out such a luxury vehicle and test his superb driving skills.
Bai Liso said, young master, you. Fong Chimai flashed his driver's license. I see.
I never imagined the young master could drive at such a tender age. Truly a prodigy. After a pause, Bai Liso continued, then, young master, forgive my presumption, are you really skipping evening self-study today?
Not in the mood today.
Young master is truly carefree. Very well, young master, as you wish.
Fong Chimai opened the car door, instantly drawing cheers from the crowd. Night self-study? So this 5 million yuan sports car actually belongs to our senior. Wow, senior brother is so handsome, he can already drive. Which class are you in, senior? Can I add your WeChat? How come I never noticed such a handsome senior at our school before? You must be keeping too low a profile.
Lin Haojie was stunned. He froze completely while opening the car door.
Bai Liso said, young master, we're currently arranging the acquisition of Lin's winery, which is expected to be completed today. Madam also stated that this acquisition will be transferred to your name, and you will serve as CEO.
Upon hearing this, Lin Haojie was even more bewildered.
Acquisition? Even Fong Chimai froze in astonishment. Lin Haojie immediately retorted, you know about my father's company? No way, do you really think you can just acquire my father's company whenever you feel like it? Bai Liso pulled out his tablet once again.
To ensure our young master has the most comfortable campus environment possible, we've collected big data on every student and teacher at this school.
We have comprehensive information on all aspects. The data shows that Lin Haojie's average exam score over the past year doesn't exceed 63 points.
He's been in 3 fights, receiving 1 school warning and 2 severe warnings.
He frequently visits inappropriate websites on his phone and has repeatedly browsed 8 different sex doll online stores, though never placed an order. We don't recommend the young master associate with him. Confusion value from Lin Haojie, plus 20.
Lin Haojie was utterly ashamed.
You're talking nonsense.
Big data shows that your father Lin Sangmin's Lin Family Winery, established 12 years ago, has been on a downward spiral for the past 4 years, with revenue declining annually. Initial analysis suggests this is due to intense industry competition and poor management. Projections indicate that if the current situation persists, Lin Family Winery faces bankruptcy risk within 2 years and 9 months. Our madam acquired Lin Family Winery firstly to reform its business model and save the enterprise, and secondly to make you, Lin Haojie, mend your ways.
Holy crap! So this is what Senior Lin is really like. Seriously? And here I thought he was so handsome. How the times have changed, these young men nowadays, you never know what's truly in their hearts. Everyone present was stunned. this analysis was truly brilliant.
In the face of big data, everyone's privacy is laid completely bare.
Confusion value from Lin Haojie, plus 12. Confusion value from Lin Haojie, plus 12. Fang Qimai was also impressed by the big data provided by Bai Liso.
After conducting a comprehensive data analysis on Lin Haojie, the results displayed largely matched what Bai Liso had described.
Damn impressive.
But Fang Qimai was even more outstanding.
He no longer needs any tools or machines to directly utilize big data technology.
In this way, the other party has almost no privacy to speak of.
All under the guise of better understanding a person.
In reality, it's about prying into the other party to uncover more of their secrets.
On the contrary, I won't be subject to big data analysis. I can see you, but you can't see me or analyze me. Damn. Old fart, you wanna get beat up or what? Lin Haojie raised his fists. His driver quickly intervened. Young master, don't be impulsive. The boss told me to watch over you and make sure you don't get into any more fights. Bai Liso smiled faintly, showing no anger.
He cupped his hands in a traditional salute and said, Wing Chun, Bai Liso, at your service anytime.
You,
Fang Qimai said, don't ask for trouble, you're no match for Uncle Bai.
Fang Qimai had already reviewed Bai Liso's extensive data.
It was nothing short of impressive. He had been practicing Wing Chun for over 30 years now. Despite being young and strong, and proficient in wrestling techniques, the current Fang Qimai stood no chance against Bai Liso.
Seeing Bai Liso's imposing manner, Lin Haojie didn't dare act recklessly. He roared angrily, nonsense, how could my father possibly go bankrupt? Who do you think you are, talking about acquisition like it's nothing? That's the fruit of my father's hard work over more than 10 years, it's absolutely not for sale. Bai Liso responded, our master has said that as long as he desires something and the price is right, there's no deal that cannot be made. You,
Lin Haojie had too little worldly experience and was completely outmatched by the well-seasoned Bai Liso.
The onlookers all regarded Bai Liso with skepticism. Can you really pull it off? Stop boasting. Lin's winery is quite famous in our Jiangcheng. Are they really going to be acquired? Didn't you hear earlier?
They've been on a downward spiral.
An acquisition might save them, but who knows if it's true or not. Just then, Bai Liso's phone rang. Hello? Yes, good work. Thank you.
After hanging up, he immediately turned to Fang Qimai and said, young master, the acquisition of Lin's winery is complete.
You are now its sole shareholder. Do you have any instructions? Everyone present felt their heads buzz with shock. This actually worked? Holy shit. To acquire just like that, probably offered them a price they couldn't refuse.
Such efficiency can only be described in one sentence.
Money makes the mare go. Confused value from Lin Haojie, plus 20.
Lin Haojie, standing at a height of 1.89 meters, suddenly felt his legs give way.
The driver hurriedly supported him.
After catching his breath, Lin Haojie immediately made a phone call home.
Fang Qimai said, no special arrangements needed.
Let Lin Sangmin continue his management role, and have someone from mom's side go over to guide them, teaching them more reasonable business models.
Since we've taken it, let's do our best. Very well, young master.
Fang Qimai added, by the way, help me pass a message to Lin Sangmin, tell his son to keep a low profile.
Got it. Uncles and aunties buying groceries all stopped to watch the spectacle. More and more onlookers gathered. Everyone's confusion levels kept rising. After hanging up the call, Lin Haojie's phone fell straight to the floor. The Lin family winery had actually been acquired. To make matters worse, his father Lin Sangmin learned about Lin Haojie's conflict with Fang Qimai and immediately gave him a fierce scolding. Confused value from Lin Haojie, plus 20. He stammered, Fang, Chairman Fang,
I must apologize for my past offenses.
Apologies are unnecessary. Fang Qimai's gaze turned ice cold. Get the hell out of my sight. Yes. Chairman Fang, I'm leaving right now, right now.
Lin Haojie shoved the driver. Hurry up already. The two quickly got into the car, and Lin Haojie didn't even have time to pick up his phone before rushing off. The onlookers were stunned.
So a car worth 900,000 tried to show off in front of one worth 5 million, and in the end, their family business got taken over? I've lived for decades, and today I finally saw something extraordinary. Chapter 22 starting with 5 million.
The moment Fang Qimai gripped the steering wheel, he instantly found his rhythm.
He had always been passionate about racing games before. Now, I can actually experience it for real. Many people dedicate their first time driving to the cars at the driving school. After that, they practice with some beat-up second-hand cars. Fang Qimai is different. The first car he drove actually started at 5 million. At that moment, a girl came bouncing over and asked, Senpai, could you walk me home?
She deliberately flaunted her long legs.
Fang Qimai countered, how tall are you? Senpai, I'm 176 centimeters tall, you know, with really long legs.
Fang Qimai said, sorry,
your legs are too long, they won't fit in the passenger seat. Bewilderment plus 5 from Zhang Lei. Another girl sidled up,
batting her eyelashes coquettishly.
Senior, will you walk me home then? How far is your place? could you give me a ride to World Trade Plaza? The girl asked hopefully, tapping her index fingers together. World Trade Plaza? It's just a 5-minute walk. What are you, riding a chicken? Spoiled brat, just walk like everyone else. Li Shui's confusion value, +6. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Boom, rat-a-tat-tat. After Bai Liso got in the car, Fang Qimai floored the accelerator. Boom. It truly felt like flying. A group of adoring fangirls went crazy on the spot. As for how it feels to drive a $5 million luxury car, Fang Qimai couldn't quite put it into words. There's only one word for it, exhilarating. Bai Liso watched as Fang Qimai demonstrated remarkably skilled driving techniques, which put his mind at ease. Suddenly, Bai Liso spoke up, "Young master, please forgive my earlier presumptuous actions. Madam has instructed that you must never be allowed to suffer bullying, belittlement, or disrespect." Acquiring the opponent's company to gain control was one of the countermeasures she authorized. This method is quite sharp, not something an ordinary person could pull off. Fang Qimai nodded slightly. Well done. Fang Qimai then asked curiously, "Uncle Bai, how are you so efficient? The pace at which you acquire other companies is truly astonishing." Bai Liso replied, "You flatter me, young master. This is all the arrangements made by the master. Tianhao Group has a powerful and excellent team of gold medal lawyers worldwide who can step in to resolve all kinds of issues. Additionally, Tianhao Group boasts extensive connections across various industries. For many years, efficiency has been a top priority for the master and madam, which is one of the key reasons for their success." After a pause, Bai Liso continued earnestly, "Under normal circumstances, company acquisitions are highly complex, but with formidable financial resources and an efficient legal team, time becomes inconsequential." Fang Qimai couldn't help but exclaim, "Like a young cow on growth hormones, absolutely next level." "Young master, what does this mean?" "Nothing much, I got infected by one of my dumb classmates. He's always spouting these ridiculous cow-related riddles." From Bai Liso, confusion points, +1. In just a few minutes, Fang Qimai hadn't even gotten his fill of driving the sports car when they arrived at the Phoenix Garden Villa district. This area belongs to one of the affluent districts in Zhengcheng. Coincidentally, not far from here lies the urban village where Xiao Bishue lives. The architectural styles and the difference in age between the two areas are stark, and it won't be long before this urban village is demolished. Each villa in this complex boasts a distinctive architectural style, with no repetition. Each villa averages an astonishing 5 acres of land, with individual building areas ranging from 1,300 to 1,400 square meters. The current average price for primary market properties is 190 million yuan, and they're already sold out. With one move, my parents snapped up 18 units. That's over 3 billion yuan gone in an instant. Fang Qimai nearly stumbled at the entrance of the villa district. "Young master, for now please choose one suite to stay in temporarily. If you wish to change suites daily, that's also possible. Every unit comes fully furnished, you need bring nothing to move in, and each one receives daily professional cleaning." This was truly outrageous wealth without humanity. Bai Liso added, "Although all other villas in this complex have been sold, Madam has instructed that if you find this insufficient, we can purchase any villa from the current owners as well." Fang Qimai. That's enough, no need to buy. Fang Qimai was still planning to rent out the remaining ones, yet Bai Liso actually wanted to keep buying? He glanced around and casually picked a European-style villa. "Let's stay in this one tonight." "Very well, young master. In that case, I'll go arrange dinner first." Well, Uncle Bai, don't prepare too much. We're advocating for food conservation now. Young master's spirit of avoiding extravagance truly commands my admiration. "Very well, I'll make appropriate arrangements." Fang Qimai began touring the grand villa alone. Except wherever he went, security guards and servants would greet him. "Never expected I'd become the owner of this place just like that. All thanks to this amazing system, my rich dad just gave it away without a second thought. How many people must be envying me right now?" Entering the dining hall, the Central European-style decor exudes unique grandeur. The lighting was warm and elegant, creating a perfect atmosphere for dining. Bai Liso and the servants were already prepared. The table was laden with 10 dishes. "Young master, there are quite a few dishes, but each focuses on refinement rather than quantity, so nothing is wasted." Then, a maid pulled out a chair for Fang Qimai. "Young master, please have a seat." Bai Liso said, "Young master, allow me to introduce these dishes to you one by one. First, the appetizers." A maid lifted the dish cover. Premium Gillardeau oysters, gold leaf purple sweet potato meatballs, curry fish sashimi, bamboo wheat fish sashimi. Gillardeau oysters truly live up to their reputation as the pinnacle of oysters, large and plump in size. With one bite, they glide effortlessly down into the stomach. But Fang Qimai still couldn't bring himself to eat them raw. The purple sweet potato meatballs have a rich flavor that lingers delightfully on the palate. However, those decorative gold flakes are merely for visual appeal, they aren't absorbed by the body and serve no practical purpose. In and out like this, Fang Qimai would surely encounter them again tomorrow.
As for the fish sashimi, though the slices were crystal clear and beautifully presented with exquisite plating, just like oysters, Fang Chimai wasn't particularly fond of eating it raw.
The second course, Matsutake seafood soup.
Squeezing in a bit of lime and taking a sip, Fang Chimai couldn't help but exclaim, so fresh. Inside there was also a large prawn and a big abalone, both incredibly delicious to eat. Next came the beef sea urchin roll, charcoal grilled golden-eye salmon, and roasted king crab leg meat, among other delicacies. Among them, the king crab leg meat was already peeled off, and taking a bite was truly a delight. Out of the 10 dishes, aside from not being able to quite accept the sashimi, overall everything else was quite satisfying.
Not bad at all, Lao Bai.
You must have put a lot of thought into these dishes, must have been quite the effort.
You've worked hard. Bai Liso replied respectfully, young master, it's my duty to do so. After dinner, Bai Liso brought over a full 16 albums. Each one was incredibly thick.
Young master, these are the global business directories under the names of the master and madam, which also include some investments, shareholdings, and collaborations. Madam hopes you'll take some time to familiarize yourself with them.
Fang Chimai was utterly stunned. The strength of Tianhao Group is truly impressive, it wouldn't hurt to learn more about them.
In the past, I could never have remembered so many registers even if I tried.
But Fang Chimai was different now.
After being singled out by his father, the system had unlocked his photographic memory ability. Just by flipping through the pages, he could memorize everything.
Slept soundly and comfortably.
Before heading out the next day, Fang Chimai stood thinking in front of the garage.
With so many cars to choose from, which one should he drive today? Chapter 23, Promise to be underachievers together. Bang! Rat-tat-tat. Boom! Boom! A Pagani Zonda worth 15 million yuan parked in the parking space. Its silver metallic finish and roaring engine captured the attention of many onlookers. Whose car is this? It's so cool. Damn, it's ridiculously handsome. I wonder how much this car costs.
Nearby, Lin Haojie had just gotten out of his car and couldn't help being drawn to this son of the wind.
Yet another rich kid showing off with a supercar.
The car door of the wind's child swung open, revealing a long, sculpted leg.
When he saw the driver, Lin Haojie was dumbfounded. Holy shit, him again? Ho how?
Lin Haojie absolutely refused to believe his own eyes. Bewilderment points from Lin Haojie, +10. Before Fang Chimai noticed him, Lin Haojie quickly walked away.
That's terrifying. That guy actually owns 2 supercars.
Fang Chimai removed his sunglasses and muttered to himself, they arrived too fast, I came too early.
Guess I can snooze a few more minutes next time.
Besides, all these parking spots are mine. I reserved one in advance, so no worries about not finding a spot to park.
Grabbing her purse, she shut the car door.
Nearby, several girls were already losing their minds.
Isn't that the senior from yesterday? He was driving a blue sports car yesterday, and today he's changed to another one. How loaded is this student's family? Senior, you're so handsome. Fang Chimai strode onto campus with a single strap bag slung over his shoulder and long legs covering ground effortlessly. A junior female student finally mustered her courage and approached, saying, Senior, could you give me your WeChat ID? Fang Chimai stopped and looked at the junior female student.
The distance between her and Fang Chimai was so close that her heart was about to leap out of her chest. Not only is the senior handsome, but his skin is so flawless too.
Fang Chimai responded, I've been using this WeChat ID for so many years, why should I give it to you? Can't you just register a new one with your phone number? Junior schoolmate. Confusion points from Lu Weiwei, +4.
In the classroom, Li Hongzhi couldn't help but sneer when he saw Fang Chimai walk in. The biology test results are out. Fang Chimai, prepare to meet your doom.
Stand up. Good morning, teacher.
Luo Xinrui glanced at everyone, confirmed they were all present, then said, you may be seated. The biology exam results are out, but before that, there's something I need to tell you all.
He cleared his throat dramatically, thoroughly building everyone's anticipation.
Last time, the proposal from our classmate Fang Chimai, suggesting everyone exercise for an hour each morning, has already been submitted. Not only has the school approved it, but the leaders of the Municipal Education Bureau also found this initiative highly meaningful.
They are now considering implementing it citywide.
Starting next week, our second high school will serve as the first group of demonstrator students. If this proves successful, other schools across the city will gradually adopt our model.
The entire class was stunned. Chimai actually predicted this would happen. Fang Chimai is amazing.
Just a few words from him changed the morning routine for all the city's students.
TSK. Absolutely legendary, even the Education Bureau took notice. I fully support this. Health is the most important thing, and daily exercise is a must.
That's like slapping a penny on a beef rump, sheer genius.
Xiao Bishuai couldn't help but glance at Fang Chimai.
Li Hongzhi was about to explode with anger.
Fang Chimai's nonsensical ramblings, that utter nonsense he spouted, was actually taken so seriously by the Education Bureau? Damn it. Luo Xinrui said, as for the specifics, wait for your homeroom teacher's notice. Everyone should learn from Fang Qimai. Not only does he possess extensive knowledge, but he can also apply it flexibly to real-life situations, putting forward well-reasoned and feasible viewpoints. Truly remarkable. Bang bang bang. Niu Jichao led the applause. The entire class clapped continuously. Li Hongzhi shot Fang Qimai a disdainful glance. Fang Qimai didn't take it to heart. His earlier speech had been solely to prevent Luo Xinrui from taking over his PE class. Alright, everyone quiet now. We're about to announce the exam results. First place. Li Hongzhi finally smiled. Moments like these were when he felt most confident and superior. Fang Qimai, 98 points. The whole class was suddenly stunned. Dumbfoundedness surged wildly toward Fang Qimai. Every time Luo Xinrui announced the grades, she would read out the top 10 in the class as encouragement and praise. She would also announce the bottom 3 scores to give them a proper scolding. Li Hongzhi always came in first place, while Fang Qimai was always one of those criticized. This time, Fang Qimai directly took the top spot, riding right over his head. And one thing was certain: Fang Qimai couldn't have copied anyone else's answers, because he was the highest scorer. Wow! Holy shit, that's insane! Even better than the class rep. Was he hiding his strength all along or just had some awakening? Some people started jeering. This outcome was simply astonishing. Lu Mimi stared at Fang Qimai in astonishment. Where had her failing grade desk mate disappeared to? Was this really the same Fang Qimai she knew? The entire class turned their eyes toward Fang Qimai. Was this guy finally showing his true colors? Had all those bad grades before just been an act? Watching Xiao Bishue cast an admiring glance, Li Hongzhi nearly tore his textbook in frustration. Second place, Li Hongzhi, 94 points. For a top student like Li Hongzhi, this grade was nothing out of the ordinary. But this time, Li Hongzhi fell a full 4 points behind Fang Qimai. Li Hongzhi was completely stunned. I actually lost to a loser student. Moreover, everyone's attention was focused on the top scorer. Li Hongzhi, who had never placed second before, suffered a devastating blow to his pride. Qimai is way too badass. Brother Mai is killing it. That's like pinning $1 on a bull's rump. Absolutely badass. Ruan Meng and Niu Jichao tied for third place with 92 points. Fourth place, Xiao Bishue. Let's give a round of applause to these 10 outstanding students. Take them as your role models and learn from them. Lu Mimi looked at her 61-point test paper, nearly in tears. We promised to be underachievers together. How could you change just like that? Sniff. Sob. Deskmate, how on earth did you score 98? Can you teach me? It's simple really, nothing much to teach. Just skip one multiple choice question. Lu Mimi. From Lu Mimi, plus 10 points of bewilderment. Meanwhile, Li Hongzhi, who had always basked in the glory of being the top student, suddenly lost his luster. From start to finish, he remained completely silent. What makes that kid so special? Damn it! Letting him show off in front of Bishue again. But don't get cocky, I'll make you embarrassed soon enough. After school in the evening, Li Hongzhi called out Jiang Zijian, who was sitting in the back row with his feet propped up, putting on airs while sketching. How's it going? Have your people arranged everything? They agreed days ago. The basketball team captain has PE class at the same time as us tomorrow. He'll come and crush that guy. Excellent. I'm going to draw. Don't disturb me unless it's important. Wait. Li Hongzhi furtively took out a small packet. Opening it up, there were some white powders inside. Give this stuff to that guy, and it's guaranteed to have him shitting his pants in no time. The effect is lightning fast. He. Chapter 24, Host, no more than $10. Jiang Zijian asked in surprise, what? You're playing dirty? Call it dirty? This is called tactics. Jiang Zijian sneered, I don't play these games. Have fun by yourself. Seeing Jiang Zijian about to leave, Li Hongzhi quickly grabbed his arm. Come on. Have you forgotten how that jerk tore up the painting you worked so hard on? Can you really swallow that? Even so, I, Jiang Zijian, prefer to win fair and square. For heaven's sake, you're so stubborn. The only thing that matters is making that bastard humiliate himself in front of Bishue. Jiang Zijian responded coldly, are you telling me how to do my job again? Jiang Zijian had always been arrogant, and Li Hongzhi feared this phrase the most. I wouldn't dare. What is this? Will it kill me if I eat it? Li Hongzhi adjusted his glasses. This is magnesium sulfate heptahydrate, which I got from my chemistry major cousin. It's slightly toxic. Eating too much will give you diarrhea, and pretty severe diarrhea at that. Imagine Fang Qimai losing control in class. What a scene. Tisk tsk. You're out of your mind. Using poison to harm others? Do you have a death wish? Shoo. Li Hongzhi leaned in close to Jiang Zijian and whispered, keep your voice down. This thing won't die, don't worry. Jiang Zijian looked Li Hongzhi up and down. Small eyes, wearing glasses, with rabbit-like front teeth and a slightly pudgy build. Li Hongzhi, who would have thought someone who looks as mild-mannered as you could be such a scheming bastard? You'd actually do something like this? So what you're saying is, after finishing off Fang Qimai, I'm next on your list? Bro sword, You're joking. We're comrades, why would I ever scheme against you? What if we get caught? You hide behind while I take the fall? Li Hongzhi, you've really thought this through, haven't you? With that, Jiang Zijian turned and walked away without looking back. Li Hongzhi clenched his fists in fury. It seemed he would have to do it alone. Fang Qimai, let Bishua see you at your most awkward moment. Today, Fang Qimai skipped evening self-study as usual. He needed to retrieve some belongings from his previous residence and, by the way, terminate the lease. His landlord, Yang Huming, was an elderly local resident of Jiangcheng. Yang Huming was an elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner who ran a small clinic to make ends meet. He was also friends with Fang Qimai's grandfather. Upon learning of Fang Qimai's circumstances, he let him stay in the tiny room on the clinic's top floor. In a place like River City, finding somewhere to settle down was no easy task. Though the house was only 10 square meters, it was more than enough for Fang Qimai to live alone. And Yang Huming didn't charge Fang Qimai any rent, letting him live there for free. Still, Fang Qimai wanted to give him 200 yuan each month as rent. But Yang Huming was stubborn and absolutely refused to accept the money. Yang Huming's wife passed away long ago, and his only son hardly ever came home. When he did, it was only to ask for money. Usually, he was quite lonely. Over time, Yang Huming began to see Fang Qimai as his own grandson, and the two got along very well. Fang Qimai first went upstairs to gather his belongings and tidy up the place. From then on, he wouldn't be living here anymore. When he came downstairs, a few elderly men and women were waiting to see the doctor. Fang Qimai didn't disturb him, instead sitting quietly. After a while, Yang Huming noticed Fang Qimai. Oh, Shamai is here. Don't you have evening self-study tonight? Ding! You've been called out by traditional Chinese medicine practitioner Yang Huming. Reward, skill, herbology knowledge. The Herbal Compendium, mastering knowledge of all Chinese medicinal herbs. This is a great skill, really expands one's knowledge. Grandpa Yang, I came today to bid you farewell. Child, what are you? Fang Qimai briefed Yang Huming about the situation, though he didn't go into too much detail. So that's how it was. Are your birth parents treating you well? Sounds fine to me. That's good then, reuniting is what matters most. Hurry back now. Go be with your family. Grandpa Yang, I'll come visit you often from now on. You're a good kid. Just having this intention of yours is enough to make me happy. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a plump face and large ears walked in. Fang Qimai recognized him. He was Yang Huming's son, Yang Quan. Dad, when are you finally going to shut down this rundown clinic? I've told you already, my buddies and I are planning to start a viral food delivery business. You dragging your feet like this is affecting my money-making. Yang Huming looked visibly angry as he immediately retorted, there's no way I'm closing my clinic. If you want to open a shop, go find your own storefront. With our own family property available, why should we rent someone else's? Besides, storefronts these days are outrageously expensive, tiny spaces costing several thousand or even tens of thousands per month. All that adds up to costs. Since your shabby clinic isn't making money anyway, what's the point keeping it open? Might as well let me use it for my shop. Yang Huming snorted, how dare you say that? A man over 30 with no real skills whatsoever. Won't work food delivery, refuses courier jobs either, and the longest you've held any position was just 3 months. If I don't run this clinic, can I really count on you to support me in my old age? Look at you, one idea a day. Now suddenly you want to open some trendy takeout joint, and chances are you'll give up on it in a few days. Yang Quan exclaimed, come on, Dad, I'm serious this time. Viral fast food is all the rage now. We don't need a big space, just buy pre-packaged meals, heat them up when orders come in, and ship them straight out. Doesn't that sound like easy money? Fang Qimai, standing nearby, chimed in, Uncle Quan, isn't that dirty money? It's people like you who ruin the reputation of the food delivery industry. Hey, Fang Qimai, you've been living at our place for free all these years. Who gave you the right to speak here? Yang Quan brandished his fist. Ding! You've been randomly called out by the muddle-headed Yang Quan, receiving a consolation prize, 10 Chinese yuan. Fang Qimai? System, don't you think you owe me an explanation? Sorry host, this system genuinely can't find any redeeming qualities in this person. 10 yuan, absolutely no more than that. Fang Qimai was speechless. Just how terrible was this guy, if even the system couldn't stand him? Whatever, a 10 yuan consolation prize is better than nothing. But then again, if Old Man Yang's shop really fell into his hands and became some shady takeout joint, then Old Man Yang wouldn't even have basic living security anymore. Because someone like Yang Quan would just squander any money he made, never using it to fulfill his filial duties. Besides, his shady schemes couldn't possibly last. Eventually, it would just leave Old Man Yang to clean up his mess. With this in mind, Fang Qimai said, Grandpa Yang, sell this shop to me instead. Sell it to you? Yang Quan was even more agitated than Yang Huming. He mocked, do you even have the money? You're just a high school student, don't talk nonsense. Fang Qimai ignored him and said, 2 million yuan, this house will belong to me. but the signboard of Yang's traditional Chinese medicine clinic will remain. I'll renovate the clinic, and Grandpa Yang can continue to practice here. I'll cover the salary. Chapter 25, Young man, you lack martial virtue. 2 million.
Yang Huming's standalone old house, including the small room on the top floor, was less than 50 square meters in total. The average price in this area was around 24,000 per square meter. Fang Qimai bought it for a whopping 2 million yuan, over twice the estimated value of just over 1 million. At the same time, not only could Yang Huming's clinic continue operating, but he'd also receive a salary income.
This was an absolute windfall. The clinic's location was quite remote, with very few patients. Combined with herb sales, monthly income typically ranged from just a few hundred to a couple thousand yuan. This sudden takeover with a steady salary from now on, what fantastic news. Both Yang Huming and his son stood frozen in shock. Was this really something a high school student would say? Bewilderment value from Yang Quan, +5. Fang Qimai continued, Grandpa Yang, I hope you'll consider it. Of course, if you're planning to retire and don't want to continue practicing, that's perfectly fine. By the way, if the price isn't satisfactory, we can discuss it further. You little rascal, are you trying to fool me? Having fun teasing me? 2 million? Do you think it's just 200 yuan? Have you studied yourself, stupid? Yang Quan kept grumbling and cursing. The truth was, 2 million meant as little to the current Fang Qimai as 200 yuan would. Fang Qimai didn't waste words. He picked up his phone and made a call. Uncle Bai, come over here. Bai Liso had been waiting by Fang Qimai's car. Upon receiving the instruction, he immediately rushed over carrying a large briefcase. Comrade Yang Huming, thank you for taking care of our young master all these years. As long as you agree to sell, we can pay 2 million immediately. Yang Quan was intimidated by this suit-wearing guy. 2 million for his family's dilapidated little shop? Was this guy out of his mind? He'd waited how many years for this dump to be demolished, but the redevelopment never came. Now, with 2 million in hand, buying a new place would be pretty sweet, wouldn't it? But were these two guys just scammers? Bai Liso opened the box. Inside are 2 million in cash. If you agree, we can proceed with the next steps. The stacks of crisp banknotes made Yang Quan's eyes bulge. He'd never seen so much money in his entire life. Yang Huming said earnestly to Fang Qimai, son, you may be quite wealthy now, but this is absolutely a losing deal, utterly unprofitable. This rundown shop barely gets any patients. If you're thinking of investing in me, you're sorely mistaken. Fang Qimai responded, Grandpa Yang, when you took me in and insisted on not charging me rent, wasn't that also a losing deal? Back then, didn't you make that decision resolutely and without the slightest hesitation or regret? Now, it's my turn to repay you. Grandpa Yang, please agree. Yang Huming was suddenly deeply moved. Stubborn as he was, he insisted on selling the house at the current market price, refusing to take even a penny more from Fang Qimai. Yang Quan chimed in, Dad, since he's offering 2 million, just take the 2 million. Sell it quickly, where else would you find such a good deal in this world? At this moment, Yang Quan had completely forgotten his earlier idea of opening a shop here. What couldn't you do with 2 million that wouldn't be sweet? How many deliveries would you have to make to earn that much money? Fang Qimai said, the homeowner is Grandpa Yang. This is between me and Grandpa Yang. I'm warning you, Uncle Quan, don't even think about laying a finger on that money. What? You? Confusion value from Yang Quan, +7. Yang Quan roared, then what's the point of selling? I object. I won't sell. Bai Liso added, according to the information we have, the owner of this house is the elderly Mr. Yang Huming, who holds full property rights. Although you are his son, without authorization from Mr. Yang Huming himself, you cannot interfere. Holy shit. Fang Qimai said, Grandpa Yang, please agree to this. The Yang family traditional Chinese medicine clinic must not be forgotten. Yang Huming thought for a moment and finally nodded, saying, alright, child. This time I'll listen to you. Dad, you. Bai Liso said, I've already had the legal team prepare the contract. The drones are being dispatched and will arrive in about 30 minutes. We'll sign the contract tonight, and I'll take full responsibility for all follow-up work. For Qimai, this was also an investment. With the 10 billion in startup capital from mom and dad, 2 million was nothing at all. Whether it's a loss or not remains uncertain, but it repays Yang Huming's kindness over these past few years. At the same time, it serves as a powerful counterattack against Yang Quan. The house was sold, but Yang Quan couldn't get his hands on the money. What's more, he could no longer lay claim to this storefront in the future. Dad, how could you do this? I won't agree to this. Furious, Yang Quan pointed at Fang Qimai and Bailey Shou, snarling, you little punk, and you old bastard, don't think I won't get someone to finish you off. Fang Qimai replied, I don't know if you can kill us, but I can tell you this for sure, this clinic is as good as mine. You rascal. Yang Quan threw a punch. Bailey Shou immediately stepped forward, shielding Fang Qimai behind him. He swiftly grasped the other person's wrist with one hand. Why can't I break free? This old bastard's grip is so strong. Bai Liso chuckled and said, young man, ambushing me? Truly lacking martial virtue. Damn it! Yang Quan struggled to free his fist, so he directly kicked out with his foot. Bai Liso raised his leg and used a twist to deflect Yang Quan's foot aside. Now off balance, Yang Quan was then yanked forward by Bai Liso, who delivered a devastating inch punch squarely to his opponent's shoulder. The force of the blow was tremendous, sending Yang Quan flying clear out of the medical clinic. Owie, that hurts like hell. Yang Quan sat on the ground clutching his shoulder, his face contorted in pain. Yang Huming shook his head helplessly. His spoiled son had been picking fights since childhood. It was only a matter of time before someone taught him a proper lesson. He stepped forward and helped Yang Quan to his feet. Examining the wound, his shoulder was already badly bruised. Even Fong Chimai was utterly amazed. Bai Lisho's kung fu skills were truly formidable. Yang Huming had no choice but to fetch the medicated wine and massage Yang Quan's injury. Yang Quan howled like a tortured ghost, the noise absolutely pitiful. Old bastard, don't you dare run. I'll call people to kill you. Yang Huming shouted angrily, you still dare to speak? You threw the first punch. They went easy on you, or else your arm would have been broken. Fang Chimai said, Uncle Quan, you can still get treated here tonight for free, but after tonight, I'll have to charge you. You? From Yang Quan's confusion value, +7. Ouch, that hurts so much. At 10 p.m., the contract was officially signed. Fang Chimai, worried that Yang Quan might try to claim those 2 million, didn't give cash but instead deposited it into a bank account under Yang Huming's name. All subsequent arrangements would be handled by Bai Liso. Now, Fang Chimai has taken on another investment project. Whether it will result in profit or loss remains uncertain, but Fang Chimai has repaid Yang Huming's kindness. A new day arrives, it's Friday. It's the most uplifting day of the week. Today is ending, and there will be 2 days of rest ahead. Moreover, for Class 10 of Grade 12, there are 2 physical education classes scheduled for this day. This is what Fang Chimai looks forward to the most, as he had already arranged with the PE teacher for a one-on-one match. Similarly, Li Hongjie is also eagerly awaiting this day. That Fang Chimai guy loves showing off so much, doesn't he? Well today, let's make him look like a fool. Chapter 26, Did the class president just inherit a fortune? As Fang Chimai entered the classroom, a girl who seemed lost in thought bumped straight into him. Fang Chimai nimbly dodged out of the way. The girl fell flat on the ground. Good thing I dodged quickly. Fang Chimai walked in nonchalantly. Clutching her knee, she said, Senior, you must read the letter I gave you. Letter? The girl got up and ran away shyly. Turns out she wasn't from his class. Fang Chimai was utterly baffled. After returning to his seat, he only then noticed that his spot was surrounded by onlookers. On the desk lay several exquisitely wrapped gift boxes. What's going on here? Niu Jichao said, Chimai, these were just brought over by several junior female classmates. They came together to give them to you. How did you reel them in? They came straight to your spot, left these, and ran off. I just checked the signature, still from freshman year. And there are also sophomores. The other class has it too. TSK. Impressive indeed, you've booked out the entire school by yourself. Niu Jichao whispered, the gift is still here, but those love letters. Niu Jichao secretly pointed at Lu Mimi, were thrown away by someone. Ha ha ha. What the hell are you laughing at? Nothing's funny. Lu Mimi stormed out of the classroom angrily. Fang Chimai suddenly remembered that guy who had just fallen to the ground looked like the one who had asked for his WeChat yesterday morning. Could it be that those little admirers had secretly followed him into the classroom and even memorized his seat? And had they specially prepared gifts for him today? Either way, the guys in class must be seething with envy. Fang Chimai said, take these and divide them among yourselves. Really, Chimai? Aren't you even curious about what's inside? Such a pretty box from your junior schoolmate, and you won't even take a look? If you don't want it, we'll really take it then. The gift from my junior is absolutely delightful. Quit the chatter, Fang Chimai said coldly. Several classmates crowded around, all curious about what had been gifted. Seizing the opportunity, Li Hongjie began griping beside Xiao Bishue. That Fang Chimai is such a scumbag, flirting around everywhere, better stay away from people like him in the future. Xiao Bishue, however, didn't seem to mind. Ever since junior high, she'd often had people sending her gifts and letters, stacks of love notes, but she'd never accepted any of them. By Li Hongjie's logic, wouldn't she be just as bad herself? Xiao Bishue couldn't be bothered to say more. In contrast, Li Hongjie had almost never received anything like love letters. Seeing that Xiao Bishue didn't respond, Li Hongjie changed the subject. Bishue, let's go to the library this weekend. I have their VIP card, we can read in the VIP section. The service there is great, and no one will bother us. We can discuss and exchange ideas about our studies. Xiao Bishue replied, no, my mom's foot injury hasn't healed yet, and she has trouble going up and down the stairs. I've already made plans with Ruan Meng to study and do practice tests at my place this weekend. That way, I can take care of my mom too. I see, alright then. Li Hongjie responded with evident disappointment.
Finally, the morning classes came to an end. Parts of the basketball court had been resurfaced and reopened. After lunch and a short rest, Fang Qimai and the others could play basketball to their heart's content until the afternoon PE class began. For the first time ever, Li Hongzhi joined the basketball game today. Normally, he avoids any physical activity beyond what's required by the PE teacher. His awkward movements on the court resembled a kindergarten child clumsily bouncing a ball. It wasn't that he couldn't make shots, he never got the chance to attempt one, as the ball was always stolen from him the moment he touched it.
No one wants to be on the same team with such a useless teammate.
Fang Qimai had no idea what his deal was today, but given his own basketball skills, taking on 5 opponents alone wouldn't be a problem. Carrying one extra deadweight made no difference.
It's not like he'd pass the ball to him anyway.
After playing for a while, Li Hongzhi bought a big bag of drinks and handed one bottle to each player. From what I remember, this guy came from a wealthy family but was stingy as hell, only generous with girls. Never saw him treat any guys.
Wow, class monitor. First time drinking something you've paid for. Did our monitor inherit a fortune suddenly? Such generosity. My zone, and Assam milk tea. Our monitor's rolling in cash. Well, I was thinking since we're all about to graduate soon, I treat everyone to some drinks. Here, this one's for you. Li Hongzhi handed out the drinks one by one, and everyone gladly accepted them. When it came to Fang Qimai's turn, Li Hongzhi gave him a bottle of green tea. Qimai, yours. Fang Qimai responded casually while playing ball. I don't like drinking beverages. This is my goodwill. Please drink it. Niu Jichao said, I like green tea, why not give it to me?
Li Hongzhi quickly pulled it back, then shoved it at Fang Qimai.
What are you doing? This is for Qimai.
I was just saying it casually, no need to get so worked up.
Niu Jichao retreated gloomily to the side. Fang Qimai felt that Li Hongzhi was acting a bit strange today. Judging by his demeanor, he was absolutely determined to make me drink this bottle of green tea. The moment Fang Qimai received it, he activated his omnidirectional data analysis on the bottle. The data revealed the ingredients of the green tea. Finally, 2 pieces of information appeared in the results.
1. This product had been opened 5 minutes prior. 2. Additional ingredients senna leaves has been added to this product.
Senna leaves?
This certainly shouldn't be an ingredient in a bottle of green tea. Having mastered that 100 herbs knowledge, Fang Qimai now thoroughly understood the medicinal properties of every traditional Chinese herb. This is a stimulant laxative that acts on the colon by stimulating intestinal peristalsis through the intestinal mucosa and nerves, usually taking effect within a short period of time. In traditional Chinese medicine, senna leaves are considered a potent remedy, and doctors recommend using them as little as possible. It's obvious that Li Hongzhi tampered with this bottle of green tea. Looking back, Li Hongzhi's grandfather was also a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. Having been immersed in this environment since childhood, Li Hongzhi had gained some understanding of these traditional Chinese medicines.
Moreover, obtaining senna leaves was quite easy for him.
Unfortunately, the opponent he encountered was Fang Qimai, who would never let him succeed. Using the same method against the originator, Fang Qimai intended to make Li Hongzhi suffer the consequences of his own actions. At this moment, after handing over that bottle of green tea, Li Hongzhi sat down as if nothing had happened, chatting casually with everyone like it was just another day. As a top student, he calculated the time precisely. There were less than 10 minutes left before class. If he drinks it now, the medication will gradually take effect shortly after class starts, and it's bound to work. Initially, he had prepared the chemical magnesium sulfate heptahydrate. But after Jiang Zhejian's remarks, he also felt a bit apprehensive. Though he had carefully measured the dosage, he still feared things might spiral out of control and be exposed. Once investigated, his reputation would be ruined. After much deliberation, he concluded that senna leaves were safer. Ground into powder and mixed with green tea, they would hardly be noticed. At worst, people would think the drink had spoiled, causing nothing more than an upset stomach. Now, he needed to personally watch Fang Qimai drink it before he could rest easy.
Chapter 27, Class Monitor, your pants turned yellow. Li Hongzhi, drink it. Are you kidding me? There's no way I'd. Ding. 1000 confusion points consumed. Absolute command activated. Current confusion value remaining, 1680.
Li Hongzhi took the bottle of green tea.
For some reason,
I suddenly really wanted to taste what green tea with senna leaves would be like.
Gulp gulp gulp. Confusion points from Li Hongzhi, plus 10. Damn it, I'm about to have diarrhea. Class is about to start, what should I do? Should I go squat in the bathroom now?
Seeing this, Fang Qimai smiled. Then, he silently issued the second command.
Ding.
1000 bewilderment points consumed, absolute command activated.
Current remaining bewilderment points, 680. The preparatory bell for class rang. PE teacher Wang Shicheng gathered everyone together.
I have 2 announcements to make, one good news and one bad news. Which would you like to hear first?
The good news. Everyone spoke in unison.
Ahem, the good news is,
the principal said that the land next to our school will be converted into a sports stadium. Hearing this, everyone became delighted. Now that's a proper human decision.
Our school's shabby sports field has been truly disgraceful. Building a gymnasium is great, no more worrying about wind or rain when playing badminton.
This is like a cow on a neon sign, fucking brilliant. At that moment, someone asked, "So, teacher, what's the bad news?" The bad news is, you'll graduate in 3 months.
Whether this gym gets built or not, has absolutely nothing to do with you.
Holy crap, that was careless of me.
Some damn good news indeed, both are actually bad news.
Wah wah.
Everyone started venting furiously, as all the good stuff only becomes available after graduation anyway.
But at this moment,
Li Hongzhi couldn't care less. He vaguely sensed something unusual starting in his abdomen.
Yet he didn't want to report to the teacher now and say he needed to take a shit. Bewilderment value from Li Hongzhi, +2. The roll call began next. Fang Qimai, here. Ding.
You've been called out by PE teacher Wang Shisheng.
Reward, skill book mastering high school English grammar. Holy, am I seeing things? Does the PE teacher give rewards for English grammar skills?
Though Mr. Wang is handsome and tall, he's still single at 30. Rumor has it that this year he found a girlfriend and she's a foreigner.
Since then, he's redoubled his English efforts, secretly enrolling in training classes and studying diligently.
But he felt that wasn't enough, so he went to frequently seek guidance from an English teacher in the freshman year. Who would have thought that foreign woman was completely unreliable? Their relationship lasted only a month before breaking up.
Now, teacher Wang ironically ended up dating that English teacher instead. Fate works in mysterious ways.
Some things are just that way, perfectly reasonable, yet utterly unexpected. Now, Mr. Wang still persists in learning English.
So just like that, I got the English reward? In an instant, Fang Qimai's mind was flooded with a vast amount of English grammar knowledge. My English teacher was actually the PE teacher who'd believe that if I told them? Totally dumbfounded.
As usual, the first PE class starts with a warm-up. Then we do some fitness tests, and afterward we could have free time. Today we're testing the triple jump 2 laps.
After finishing the 2 laps, come back here for assembly. The whole class started running in scattered bursts.
After running a few steps, Li Hongzhi's stomach began to ache. A primordial force is about to be unleashed. I really need to go relieve myself. But right now, the whole class is jogging. It'd be so awkward if I had to tell the teacher I need to take a dump.
Senna leaves are traditional Chinese medicine. Their effects shouldn't be that strong.
Just hold on a bit longer, maybe this feeling will pass soon. I'll sneak off to deal with it during everyone's testing session. Better handle it before attempting the triple jump, otherwise, my explosive energy will definitely burst out uncontrollably during the leap. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Li Hongzhi kept running, but his strides grew increasingly heavy, gradually falling behind the female students. I can't take it anymore, my stomach hurts so bad. Seeing no one behind him, he boldly turned the valve and let it out.
Pfffffff. Whoosh. What a relief. Comfortable. Just a bit too smelly. Luckily no one's around. How embarrassing if someone caught a whiff. Now all I need to do is leave the scene quickly before anyone suspects it was me. He quickened his pace. Little did anyone know, once this valve was opened, it became nearly impossible to shut. No matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't close tightly. Pfffffff. Phew. The rhythm's pretty strong. SSSSSHHH. Finally stopped. The valve area hurts a bit. Is Senna leaf this potent? Puzzlement value from Li Hongzhi, +5. Just then, the second wave of people had already arrived. Li Hongzhi was about to be lapped, but clutching his stomach, he truly couldn't move his legs. Fang Qimai was leading the race in first place. Li Hongzhi was in the innermost lane when Fang Qimai overtook him from the outside. Fang Qimai shouted, "Class monitor, why did you attack me with a hidden weapon? Who fired that hidden weapon?
I rushed over here through a gauntlet of your ambushes."
How am I ambushing you? From Li Hongzhi's confusion points, +6.
Behind me, people started covering their noses and whispering among themselves.
What a stench, dang, it's so strong. Who the hell farted in front? That's no fart, that's a damn chemical weapon. It's poisoning me. Ugh. Just then, someone shouted loudly, "Oh my god, class monitor, why are your pants yellow?" Puzzlement value from Li Hongzhi, +12.
In an instant, all the classmates focused their attention on Li Hongzhi's pants.
Monitor, your pants.
Li Hongzhi instinctively reached to cover himself. There was dampness, and a sticky feeling between his buttocks. He immediately turned his head and yanked at his white school trousers.
It's over, really over. Holy shit.
Confusion points from Hongzhi Li +20. Confusion points from Hongzhi Li +20.
Everyone, run. The class monitor just shit themselves. No wonder there was a shit smell on the road just now. It's cilantro flavored. Well, butter my butt and call me a biscuit, that's downright unbelievable.
In an instant, the classmates behind scrambled away or dashed to the sides. Those coming up from behind gradually stopped too when they learned what was happening.
The girls all felt utterly embarrassed for Li Hongzhi.
By this time, Fang Qimai had already finished running 2 laps.
PE teacher Wang Shixing asked, "What's going on? Why has everyone stopped?"
Fang Qimai shrugged and said, "No idea, but I think this track is unfit for use anyway." Confusion value from Wang Shixing, +1.
Beep beep, beep beep. Wang Shixing blew the whistle frantically. "What are you doing? Keep running!" Someone shouted from afar, "Ugh, teacher." The squad leader collapsed. "We can't get through." Wang Shixing? Bewilderment points from Wang Shixing, +2.
Chapter 28, The Shit-Stained Pants.
Damn it, what made me suddenly crave that green tea?
Confusion points from Hongzhe Li, +20. Li Hongzhe clutched his buttocks, his pants emitting explosive crackling sounds as he sprinted straight to the toilet without looking back.
It's over. What will Bishua think of me now? How will the entire class see me? I can never face them again.
I should have gone to the bathroom earlier.
Now it's even more embarrassing. Damn it. Please stop coming out. Wait until I get there. Please.
In the distance, students from other classes were also buzzing with gossip.
Isn't that the class monitor from class 10? How is she running so fast?
He said he shit his pants, snort.
Even in high school, and you still shit your pants? Amidst all this, there was one utterly confused person.
And that person was Jiang Zijian.
He was the only one who knew Li Hongzhe would slip Fang Qimai laxatives. But now he couldn't understand why was it Li Hongzhe himself who ended up humiliated with diarrhea. Confusion value from Jiang Zijian, +4. Still, watching Li Hongzhe make a fool of himself before the entire class gave him an oddly satisfying feeling.
He muttered to himself, "Comrade, I can't help you anymore." For a while, Li Hongzhe's trousers splitting incident became the hottest topic of discussion in the whole class.
Want to mess with me? Not a chance. Fang Qimai let out an unkind laugh.
Not allowed to go to the toilet unless he shit his pants, that was the second command Fang Qimai issued to Li Hongzhe. Thus, the tragedy was set in motion.
Fang Qimai was the first to finish the triple jump test, then went off to play basketball.
Nearly the entire first period passed, yet Li Hongzhe still hadn't returned. Everyone was guessing how he would deal with his shit yellow-stained pants. I bet he'd probably use toilet cleaner to wash them. Toilet cleaner might work, but it'd leave them wet. I think he'd just rub some white chalk on it.
Nah, you're both wrong.
My theory is he'd turn them inside out. At first glance, it'd look like he cleaned them, but the stain would still be in the front.
Thing is, people would only pay attention to his backside and completely miss the front. Don't ask me how I know this, by the way. Why would you know? Is this about the pants? If it were me, I'd be too ashamed to go back to class.
Several classes, including class 2 of grade 12, also had physical education during these 2 periods. Lin Haojie was playing basketball too, and his ball accidentally rolled onto the court where Fang Qimai was playing. Fang Qimai casually took the call and immediately threw it back to Lin Haojie. Lin Haojie had already noticed Fang Qimai earlier but had been avoiding him, not wanting to greet him.
Who would have thought they'd bump into each other like this? Director Fang, thank you, Director Fang.
With that, Lin Haojie hastily made his escape. At this moment, Jiang Zijian arrived at the basketball court.
Jie, hold on a sec.
Jiang Zijian pulled Lin Haojie aside.
That's the guy, he's way too cocky. Help me teach him a lesson.
Lin Haojie froze. What?
The guy who trounced you all that day, the one you told me about, was him?
Yeah, this kid in our class has gotten way too full of himself, bragging that no one can beat him at basketball and even calling the team captain trash. Since you're our captain, you've gotta put him in his place. Lin Haojie shuddered in fear.
No thanks, you'd better find someone else. Why? Aren't you the undefeated solo champion? You hate guys like this the most. Help me take him down, I'll treat you to karaoke tonight.
Lin Haojie hesitated. Jiang Zijian continued, look at that ball he hit, the very one that won against me.
Help me win it back. Not possible. Why not?
It's not just a ball, it's the pride of our school team, our reputation. Lin Haojie waved his hand dismissively.
He's my dad's boss. My dad told me to be careful, I can't afford to defy him. Boss? Bewilderment value from Jiang Zijian, +10. Jiang Zijian was stunned. What the hell? What nonsense are you spouting?
Jie, aren't we brothers? If we're brothers, then help me take him down just this once. I'll get the girls from our class to cheer for you.
No can do.
Not even for my own brother this time. Lin Haojie shoved the basketball into Jiang Zijian's hands and turned to leave without a word.
Fuck. Jiang Zijian exploded in rage.
He had waited so long, eagerly anticipating Lin Haojie demolishing Fang Qimai to reclaim that basketball.
Who could have imagined Lin Haojie would chicken out? Why did he seem so terrified of Fang Qimai? That's completely unlike him. Was Fang Qimai actually his father's superior? That makes no sense at all. Just then, a towering figure loomed over them.
Jiang Zijian's eyes immediately lit up upon seeing him.
Captain.
It was none other than Wei Hui, the former captain of Jiangqing Second High School's basketball team. Standing at 1.93 meters tall with exceptional physical abilities, his unstoppable dribble penetration and thunderous dunks have earned him the nickname River City James. He led number 2 high school basketball team to win medals at both provincial and municipal levels.
Last year, he was directly admitted to River City Sports Institute without entrance exams.
He is the most outstanding basketball player number 2 high school has produced in recent years. In Jiang Zijian's eyes, he was like a god descending from heaven.
Captain, what brings you here?
Wei Hui crossed his arms. I came back to school for some business.
But wait, I just heard you say, who's so cocky they dare look down on our basketball team. Jiang Zijian seized the moment, hurriedly explaining, Captain, check him out, it's that guy. He called our team trash. Said no one on our team could beat him, the arrogant prick.
Wei Hui looked at Jiang Zijian. What about you? Did you win or lose?
I also lost. Then you're really a noob.
Jiang Zijian might act all cocky at school, but in front of someone like Wei Hui, he could only admit defeat. Being called a noob, but I had to swallow it.
Captain, what do you think about this?
Wei Hui asked. What's that kid's background?
Fang Qimai, from our class, nothing special about his background.
From your class?
How come I've never noticed this guy before?
Wei Hui pondered for a moment. Even you lost to him? Now that's interesting. Fine. I'll teach him some manners.
Captain, can you help me win his ball back?
Wei Hui said coldly. I won't just win the ball back, I'll make him kneel while handing it to me. As he spoke, Wei Hui walked toward the basketball court where Fang Qimai and his friends were playing. At that moment, the missed shot bounced off the rim and flew back into the air. The players below were waiting to grab the rebound, but unexpectedly, a fierce gust of wind swept through. A dark figure suddenly dashed forward, intercepting the ball mid-air. Then with one long stride, he went straight for a thunderous dunk. For a moment, everyone present froze in shock. Many recognized the tall figure. It was Wei Hui, the former basketball team captain and their senior from the previous graduating class. Known for his strong-willed nature, blunt and often harsh words, and constant arrogance, why had he suddenly returned to campus today? And judging by the looks of it, are they here to clear the court? The students quickly dispersed. With such a basketball prodigy present, continuing to play would only mean embarrassing themselves.
Fang Qimai, however, remained unfazed. He caught the ball and kept on playing.
So, you're the noob called Fang Qimai, right? Ding! You've been called out by former basketball team captain Wei Hui. Reward, skill super basketball steal. Wow, that sounds like an awesome skill. This guy truly lives up to being the basketball team captain. His call-out rewards are way better than anyone else's.
I heard you're quite arrogant. Care to spar with me?
Wei Hui smirked and continued. Let's not mince words, I'm going to crush you like the rookie you are. Chapter 29, Senior, I'll take the win. At these words, everyone else backed away even further. The former basketball team captain issued an open challenge. Who dares to accept? But for the spectators, the show was about to begin. Later, Fang Qimai responded nonchalantly. Late? Why? My classmates and I aren't done yet. Fang Qimai's gaze turned icy cold. Who the hell asked you to butt in? You. Wei Hui was left speechless. Kid, no one's ever dared talk to me like that before. Actually, a lot of people say that. What? It's just that your ears are deaf and you can't hear. Fuck. Confusion points from Wei Hui, +5. The other students stared at Fang Qimai in disbelief. Seeing Wei Hui getting slammed gave me an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. But whether Fang Qimai would survive this ordeal remained uncertain. Jiang Zijian was utterly dumbfounded. Wei Hui had once been the kingpin of number 2 high school, and only after his departure could I claim that throne for myself. Fang Qimai had just roasted him a few days ago, and now even Wei Hui was talking trash? Fang Qimai, let's see how you're gonna crash and burn this time. The more you talk tough, the worse you'll look when you eat dirt later. Wei Hui crossed his arms and said, Noob, how long you gonna take to finish this? Ever since obtaining the system, Fang Qimai had played countless basketball games, getting called out by both teammates and opponents, and had gained quite a few basketball-related skills. But I could never find someone to truly test my skills against. School team member Jiang Zijian was simply no match to crush. Even Captain Lin Haojie didn't dare take me on. Now there's a real contender here, might as well give it a shot. This guy keeps calling people noobs, extremely rude. If you speak properly and respect your opponent, we can start right now. Wei Hui lowered his hands. Fang Qimai, I want to challenge you to a match, alright? Now hurry up, stop dragging your feet. Fang Qimai said, fine, how do you want to play? First of 5 goals wins. What's the wager? Wei Hui pondered for a moment. The winner gets to decide what the loser does. Deal. It's settled then. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. The crowd of onlookers kept growing. Wow, is this going to be a one-on-one fight? Isn't that Wei Hui, the former captain of the school basketball team? Who'd be so reckless? Go for it, senior. Moa. That guy over there said he's from class 10, so handsome, both sides support him. Come on, this is just Brother Huey's one-man show. I bet a bottle of cola, senior Wei Hui will win. Almost everyone present, except for the freshman, knew or had heard of Wei Huey's prowess. Wei Hui snorted and said, you're a junior, so I'll let you make the first move.
Fong Chimai waved his hand. No, you go first. Why? With a confident smile, Fong Chimai mimicked Wei Hui's tone and said, let's not mince words, I want to steal the ball from you. Fuck. Senior Wei Hui's breakthrough ability is insane, nobody can stop him. And this guy? Instead of avoiding his strengths, he wants to challenge him head-on? Pathetic. Is this opponent stupid or what? What a waste of such good looks. Niu Jichao and several classmates were sweating bullets for Fong Chimai. Chimai, you're really good at basketball, but you can't just go wild like this. This is seriously some next level. Never mind, I can't even make this up. Chimai, take it easy. Wei Hui felt utterly humiliated. In that case, just go die. However, Fong Chimai had already activated omnidirectional data analysis at this moment. Before his eyes was a comprehensive data analysis invisible to others. This included all of Wei Hui's athletic indicators, along with his strengths and weaknesses in basketball. The data showed Wei Hui's strength level was significantly higher than that of an average adult. He's ambidextrous in basketball, with quick footwork and excels at deceptive moves. No wonder his penetration is so strong. However, there are quite a few flaws in his game. He specializes in driving to the basket but is average defensively, and his shooting is a weakness, especially his three-point percentage, which is particularly low. None of this matters. Big data also predicted that in 6 seconds, Wei Hui would feint left before actually attacking from the right. Not only that, the ball's trajectory had already been pre-captured. Coupled with his super basketball steal technique, Fong Chimai curled the corners of his mouth with absolute confidence. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Wei Hui starts breaking through. Sure enough, he feinted left before swiftly changing direction and attacking from the right flank. Fong Chimai stood firm like a mountain, his eyes locked solely on the ball's trajectory. Combined with his extraordinary interception skills, the moment he struck, with a crisp snap, Wei Hui lost possession in an instant. With a quick darting step, Fong Chimai seamlessly gathered the ball with one fluid motion, securing it firmly in his grasp. What? Wei Hui was utterly stunned. Confusion value from Wei Hui, plus 10. The crowd was astonished. Did this guy hack the game? He snatched the ball from Senior Wei Hui right at the start. Many people rubbed their eyes and exclaimed, "Oh my god, that was so fast, I didn't even see it clearly." A girl nearby proudly said, "I recorded it. I got it on video." Fong Chimai immediately started dribbling the basketball with flair. "Upperclassman, I'll take this as your courtesy," he said. Zhang Zijian stared at Fong Chimai in disbelief. What had just happened? It was almost unheard of to see Wei Hui getting his ball intercepted. Wei Hui frowned and shouted irritably, "Come on, I'll steal it back from you, you scrub." Fong Chimai flashed another confident smile. "Sorry, senior, you won't get another chance." He didn't break through, instead, he jumped straight up from his spot. A beautiful arc traced through the air. Wow! Fong Chimai went straight for a three-pointer. Swish! The basketball swished straight through the hoop, gently brushing against the net with a pleasing sound. All the onlookers stared wide-eyed. Chimai scored directly with his first shot, and it was a three-pointer. Incredible! This brings so much honor to our class 10. Whoa, go for it, brother Mai. Confused points from Wei Hui, plus 11. Confused points from Zhang Zijian, plus 8. Wei Hui roared. Luck was on your side this time. Fong Chimai knew this was no mere stroke of luck. First, he conducted a thorough data analysis of the basketball hoop. Factoring in elements like angle, wind direction, and distance, he precisely calculated the required force and optimal shooting angle needed to make the basket. The calculations even accounted for the slight tilt of the aging hoop due to years of disrepair. With impeccable accuracy combined with Fong Chimai's previously acquired three-point jump shot master skill, there was no doubt this shot was guaranteed to land. Since Wei Hui's three-point shooting was his weakness, Fong Chimai chose to counterattack most effectively with this very move. Fong Chimai passed the ball to Wei Hui. "Here, senior, it's your turn to attack again." Wei Hui angrily slapped the ball several times in frustration. He told himself to stay calm. He couldn't afford any more mistakes now. Dribbling the ball, he began looking for an opening to break through. Fake out, crossover, spin move, hesitation, another crossover, fake out again, then another hesitation. The dazzling sequence of moves made for quite the spectacle. There are many key points that are well worth learning for regular basketball players. But in Fong Chimai's eyes, Wei Hui's current offensive move had already been thoroughly analyzed. He was just following along, hadn't made his move yet. Wei Hui wanted to use his physical advantage to withstand Fong Chimai's steal attempt. After charging toward the basket, he delivered a thunderous dunk right over Fong Chimai, leaving him defenseless. Soon, he seized an opportunity he was going to force his way through. Now's the time. Yet, all that followed was the sharp smack of a block. Before anyone could figure out what was happening, Fong Chimai had already intercepted the ball again. Bewilderment points from Wei Hui, plus 15. Senior, thanks for going easy on me. Chapter 30, Teacher Wang, where are you going? Snatched it in the blink of an eye, so damn cool. That steal was so satisfying to watch. What's his name? handsome and great at basketball. My heart's racing. Come on, Mike, go for it. Everyone also clapped and cheered in agreement. Nyo Jicho was utterly dumbfounded. Was this really Fang Chimai? Absolutely incredible. Jiang Zijin, watching the battle, drew in a sharp gasp of cold air. Just like that, he snatched the ball away, sharper than a professional basketball player. He couldn't help but feel a chill of fear. It seemed that when he played basketball with Fang Chimai that day, Fang hadn't been using his full strength, merely toying with him casually. This guy is terrifying. The crowd of onlookers kept growing. Basketball fans watched with rapt attention, while even those less interested found themselves captivated by Fang Chimai's handsome moves. All the boys from Class 10 came except Li Hongzhi, and the girls gradually gathered to watch from the sidelines. Lu Mimi had been cheering Fang Chimai on since very early. Xiao Bishuwei and others were among them. Ruan Meng whispered softly, Fang Chimai is amazing. Nyo Jicho said smugly, he's my buddy. Of course he's impressive. Fang Chimai smiled and reminded him, Senior, I'm going to attack now. Bring it on. You don't scare me. Wei Hui steeled himself, determined to stand his ground. Not just holding onto the ball, but also holding on to dignity. He pressed closely on Fang Chimai, fearful that he might attempt another three-pointer. Some players excel at shooting but struggle with breakthroughs. Wei Hui convinced himself he had figured out Fang Chimai's playstyle. Fang Chimai faked a move, changed direction, pulled up, then switched again. With movements so swift and feints so convincing, Wei Hui was instantly bewildered and lost track of him. He exerted all his strength to chase after him. Fang Chimai executed a sudden stop-and-pop jump shot. Whoosh! Another goal goes in. Fang Chimai had already won 2 rounds, while Wei Hui still had 0 points. Confusion points from Wei Hui, plus 14. From Jiang Zijin's confusion value, plus 10. From Lin Haojia's confusion value, plus 7. At this moment, the entire crowd was chanting Fang Chimai's name. Fang Chimai asked, Senior, are you nervous? Wei Hui shouted angrily in shame, damn your ancestors. Fang Chimai smiled. The angrier they seem, the more pain they're hiding inside. Now all he had to do was make the other side taste despair. With a sharp slap, he intercepted Wei Hui's ball again. After stepping beyond the three-point line, without a run-up, he took a direct stride forward. Fang Chimai leaps up, soaring for a powerful dunk. Bang! The ball was directly slammed in by Fang Chimai. After landing, Fang Chimai stylishly blew a kiss to the onlookers. He then glided into a moonwalk with flair. And he didn't forget to sing with equal flamboyance. Let go braised eggs will harm your liver, hold on to my hug pillow. Confusion points from Wei Hui, plus 17. Confusion points from Jiang Zijin, plus 14. Confusion points from Lin Haojie, plus 10. The crowd on the scene cheered. Especially the girls, who became exhilarated one after another after receiving Fang Chimai's flying kisses. Wow wow! The former school team captain got completely schooled. Godlike. So handsome. You can play basketball and dance too. Which class is that handsome guy from? I want to add his WeChat. I've recorded the whole thing just now. I'm going to treasure my idol's moments at home. It's simply not on the same level, the gap is too vast. TSK. This is truly like a heifer doing a handstand, utterly mind-blowing. Seeing this, Jiang Zijin, who had originally planned to wait for Wei Hui to defeat Fang Chimai so he could step forward and mock them, silently disappeared into the crowd. Meanwhile, Lin Haojie had also been secretly observing the battle. He patted his chest lightly, let out a long sigh of relief, and couldn't help feeling a creeping sense of fear. Thank goodness he hadn't stepped forward to challenge Fang Chimai earlier. Wei Hui's mind went blank, and he stood frozen in place, utterly at a loss. Lost? Just like that? There seemed to be no room for resistance at all. His opponent won in an instant. Once upon a time, he was used to being admired, a renowned basketball recruit with automatic college admission. Now he's become a junior's vanquished opponent and the laughingstock of everyone. Many people knew it was him who provoked Fang Chimai first, and even called him a noob. Just moments ago, someone had said this one-on-one match would be his showcase. Right now, he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Fang Chimai slid in front of Wei Hui and said, how's it feel, senior? Desperate? TCH. Wei Hui clenched his fists. Fang Chimai pressed on, first to 5 goals, I've already scored 3. Convinced yet? Bafflement value from Wei Hui, plus 18. Wei Hui didn't speak, snorted, grabbed his bag and turned to leave. Fang Chimai said, Senior Wei Hui, you wouldn't be this unsportsmanlike, would you? The crowd followed suit with accusations. Exactly, it's just a game, right? Winning and losing are both normal. Refusing to acknowledge a loss, are you really that poor a loser? Losers pay up, senior. Senior, you owe me a Coke, I just bet on you to win. Facing the crowds pointing and murmuring, Wei Hui said, go on, say it. What do you want? But let's be clear, don't push it too far. Don't worry, it's not too outrageous. Everyone started to get curious. Fang Chimai said, call me Godfather if you want to hear it. You. The crowd burst into laughter. That's impressive, huh?
Wei Hui was so ashamed and angry that he blurted out, "No way, pick something else."
Didn't you just call me a noob? I want you to be the noob's godson. Damn it. Feng Qimai shrugged.
Another option then,
I wouldn't mind if you called me dad. Holy shit. Bafflement value from Wei Hui, plus 18. The veins on Wei Hui's hands were protruding violently.
Fang Qimai said, "Senior, with so many juniors watching here, fighting wouldn't look good." Wei Hui flung his hand dismissively and declared, "I won't accept this. If you've got the guts, let's play 5 more balls." The crowd below began jeering, collectively condemning Wei Hui for being a sore loser.
Feng Qimai said, "Not convinced, are you?"
"Well, I, Fang Qimai, specialize in handling all kinds of defiance."
With that, Feng Qimai picked up the basketball and walked to the half-court line. What's he trying to do? Feng Qimai turned around, thoroughly building up everyone's anticipation.
Suddenly, he raised his hand and threw. Whoosh! The ball, under everyone's watchful eyes, was shot from midfield and scored. At the same moment, the school bell rang, but nobody could spare a moment to think about that. Every mouth in the crowd dropped open in shock. Then the cheering began. Holy shit, that's blindingly awesome. Now this is a goddamn performance. Holy shit, this actually worked? Qimai, you're fucking amazing. Maimei is so handsome. Maimei is the coolest. Ruan Meng excitedly pulled Xiao Bishua's arm. "Bishua,
did you see that? Did you see how awesome Feng Qimai is?
I saw it. I'd heard he was good at basketball before, but I never expected him to be this incredible." All of this was noted by Xia Bixu, who cast a silently approving glance in his direction. For a moment, an endless sea of stunned expressions floated across the entire venue. This battle had yielded quite substantial gains. Before Feng Qimai could say a word, with a thud, Wei Hui dropped to one knee.
"Godfather, I surrender. I'm kneeling before you." Feng Qimai chuckled, "Good boy.
From now on, you're officially a member of my noob clan." Right after, several girls kept crowding around Feng Qimai. "Hi, I'm Yi Xiaomei from Class 3, Grade 11.
Could I get to know you?" "Senior, I'm from Class 8, Grade 10.
I've taken a sip from this water bottle, now it's all yours."
"I'm Wan Lanlan from Class 1, Grade 10. Senior, could you please give me your autograph?"
Feng Qimai said, "I don't know if it's troublesome or not, but I do know the class bell has already rung. If you don't get back to the classroom soon, you'll be the ones in trouble." After shooing these little fangirls back to class, Feng Qimai dashed forward in a single swift motion.
"Brother Shang, where are you off to?" Bewilderment points from Wang Xixing, plus 10.
At that moment, Wang Xixing was ready to make a hasty exit, suddenly remembered, "I've got something else for this class."
"Didn't we agree to a one-on-one basketball match? Whoever backs out is a coward." "Your words, not mine."
"I don't need to fight anymore, I forfeit directly."
"Giving up already?"
Wang Xixing sighed helplessly. "Kid, I just watched your match earlier, I'm not looking to get humiliated."
"Come on, Shang Ji, it hasn't even begun and you're giving up? A man can't say he can't do it."
Wang Xixing shoved Feng Qimai and said, "You little rascal, were you hiding your true strength all this time?"
Feng Qimai shrugged. "Just shining brighter thanks to mediocre opponents." Wang Xixing, "Honestly though, with your abilities, you could easily secure admission to a better university than Wei Hui.
But to play it safe, it'd be best if you could participate in some competitions and win a few awards. Here's what I'll do, I'll talk to Teacher Zhang and get you placed on the school team."
Feng Qimai replied, "No need, teacher. I'm not interested in that." "Then what are you interested in?" "I'm quite interested in you, Sheng. Come on, let's have a match."
Confusion value from Wang Xixing, plus 12. "I'll go ask the principal for leave to go home now. You guys can have free activities next class."
The third and fourth periods are physics class.
Lei Jiaming walked into the classroom, where everyone was still heatedly discussing how Feng Qimai had just played basketball. Yet he didn't hear the usual call for stand up.
"What's going on? Where's the class monitor?" Lei Jiaming asked.
Chapter 31. Our son's spending power is way too weak. The monitor must still be in the bathroom. No, I reckon he's probably washing his trousers.
Maybe still pulling. Lei Jiaming was stunned. What exactly is going on? Xu Bing?
Xu Bing, the physics class representative, stood up and said, "The class monitor probably ate something bad and hasn't returned yet due to diarrhea."
"Oh, I see. Well, let's start the class then."
"The results from last time's quiz are out, and one student really surprised me, truly commendable."
After handing out the exam papers, Lei Jiaming couldn't help but praise Feng Qimai, 145 points, ranked first in the class. "Holy crap, finished in just over 10 minutes and scored 145? Is this even human? First in biology, first in physics again. Feng Qimai is seriously ruthless. Has the top student finally revealed their hidden strength? Sniff. We used to be at the bottom together, and now they've sprinted straight to the top. He's so good at basketball too. Feng Qimai is really a jack of all trades." Lu Mini looked at her test paper full of red crosses, whimpering internally. "Maimei, how did you score 145 again? Did you skip another question by accident? Fang Qimai replied, not this time, I answered everything properly. Which question did you get wrong?
No, Fang Qimai picked up the test paper and pointed to the top of the page, wrote too fast, forgot to put my name.
Teacher Lei deducted 5 points. Lu Mimi, confusion value from Lu Mimi, plus 6.
On the other side, Li Hongzhi, who was stuck in the toilet suffering explosive diarrhea, began questioning his very existence. Fortunately, his father, Li Ying, worked at the school. One phone call later, Li Ying managed to find a pair of jeans for his son. They were tattered, old, and of unknown origin, but they'd have to do better than nothing. After spending quite some time in the toilet, Li Hongzhi finally cleaned his butt and changed into clean pants. As for the original school trousers, he quickly threw them away. They were his shame. Now, no matter what anyone says, he refuses to return to the classroom. This is beyond embarrassing. Having diarrhea is bad enough, but to actually soil my pants, I could die of shame. Thankfully the weekend is coming up. Maybe after 2 days off, everyone will forget about this. The whole school saw it happen. My reputation is completely ruined. Li Hongzhi, dehydrated from diarrhea, decided to go to the school store to buy some glucose solution. After just a couple of sips, he suddenly clutched his stomach. Oh no, not again, gotta run. When the class bell rang, Li Hongzhi quietly returned to the classroom via the opposite stairway. He planned to take back his school bag during lunch break when the classroom would be empty. I'm not even going to attend night study session, heading straight back today, we'll talk about it next week. Right now, he didn't want to run into any acquaintances, walking with his head lowered. Yet at the stairwell entrance, Fang Qimai and Niu Jiqiao were standing there. Fang Qimai said, see, I told you our class monitor would sneak out this way. Now, call me bro, and you're buying this meal. Niu Jiqiao gave a thumbs up. Damn impressive. Let's go, brother my treat. Confusion points from Li Hongzhi, plus 8. Just then, a campus janitor passed by carrying a broom. Li Hongzhi glanced at the janitor's pants. An awkward moment ensued. Their trousers turned out to be identical. He suddenly realized the truth. Who in school would casually carry an extra pair of pants for no reason? In this situation, I had no choice but to borrow pants from the janitor living at school. Damn. Fang Qimai took 2 steps before turning back and saying, class monitor, these new pants really suit your temperament. Bewilderment value from Li Hongzhi, plus 12. After treating Niu Jiqiao to a meal, Fang Qimai decided to skip the evening self-study session. Changing his clothes, he packed his bag and left without hesitation. Tonight, he planned to go out for a drive to clear his mind. At the entrance, Li Hongzhi's driver arrived in a Mercedes-Benz to pick him up. Li Hongzhi finally managed to persuade his father to let him skip evening self-study session today, just this once, with no exceptions to be made in the future. Right now, all he wanted was to hurry home. The driver pulled up to the school gate to pick him up. He got into the car immediately, eager to escape this awkward place. At that moment, Fang Qimai happened to walk out of the school building. That guy just tried to humiliate me? I have to take the initiative and humiliate him back. Li Hongzhi, burning with shame and anger, had nowhere to vent his feelings. He rolled down the car window and shouted at Fang Qimai, hey Fang Qimai, come here. Wow, class monitor, even a model student like you skips class? Let me ask you, do you know what it feels like to ride in a million-yuan Mercedes-Benz? Fang Qimai thought for a moment. I really don't know about this. Li Hongzhi laughed and said, looks like you'll never figure it out in this lifetime. Let's go. Speaking, Li Hongzhi rolled up the car window. He thought he had gained the upper hand in this round. However, Fang Qimai said, but I know what it feels like to drive a $20 million sports car. What? The car window stopped halfway as it was rising. Behind the Mercedes-Benz, a purple convertible Maserati came driving up. Li Hongzhi's driver glanced at the rearview mirror and gulped. Is that Maserati his? I was just parking so carefully, terrified I might scratch it. Li Hongzhi hurriedly rolled down his window and leaned out to look. Confusion value from Li Hongzhi, plus 10. Uncle bye, let me drive. Bai Liso got out of the Maserati and moved to the passenger seat. Fang Qimai got in the car and hit the gas pedal hard. Monitor, I'll be heading off first. You. By the way monitor, next time go easy on the cilantro, it's a bit pungent. Clip-clop, clip-clop. Boom! With a press of the accelerator, even the taillights disappeared from sight. Li Hongzhi's entire head grew hot with excitement. What the hell just happened? This guy could actually afford a 20 million yuan sports car? Confusion points from Li Hongzhi, plus 18. Fang Qimai, you son of a bitch. Achoo! 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 Fang Zhongtian far away in Singaland suddenly sneezed 3 times in a row. What's going on? Could someone be thinking of me? Husband, are you secretly seeing another woman behind my back? Despite Fang Zhongtian's considerable status, he still trembled before his wife Li Haomei and had no choice but to hurriedly explain himself. Honey, how would I dare? Even if I had 10 extra lives, I wouldn't. You're really misunderstanding me. My dear, speaking of which, our son's spending power is way too weak. All he's managed to acquire so far is Lin's Winery, a few dozen parking spaces, and one traditional Chinese medicine clinic. This simply won't do.
10 billion yuan isn't enough for him. In my opinion, we should set monthly spending quotas for him. That makes sense.
Our son is destined to become the world's richest man through his own efforts.
He must learn to spend money before he can learn to earn it.
Though he hasn't even graduated from high school yet, as parents, we must start training him early.
Fang Zhongtian pondered for a moment. How about 10 million per month? A million? That's out of the question. Li Haomei waved her hand immediately. Fang Zhongtian added, why not just make it 1 million then? We can always increase it gradually later on. 1 million? Darling, you're not joking, are you?
It has to be at least 100 million a month.
Only more, never less. No problem, honey, whatever you say.
Son, you must give it your all.
The future world's richest person will be you. Chapter 32, How could we let you pay? Achoo. Fang Qimai sniffled. Young master, have you caught a cold? I don't know either. Fang Qimai was also puzzled inwardly. His immunity should protect him from all internal respiratory illnesses, so theoretically he shouldn't be able to catch a cold. Driving the Maserati down the road, Fang Qimai hadn't decided where to eat that evening.
Though there were star-rated chefs at home, he preferred cruising around outside instead. As he passed by a street-side food stall, the roar of his engine drew involuntary glances from the crowd.
Fang Qimai gave a quick glance, then immediately began slowing down. Young master, what's wrong? Fang Qimai replied, I think I saw someone familiar, going to say hello.
He then pulled the car over, but couldn't find a parking spot. Had no choice but to leave the car to Bailey show. The car was going too fast just now, and by the time I reacted and slowed down, it had already traveled 60 or 70 meters.
Fang Qimai turned back and walked to that open-air food stall.
At a glance, his face lit up with joy.
It's really them. Fang Qimai stepped forward and greeted, hey, big shots, long time no see.
There were 4 people at this table,
all around 30 years old, each wearing tank tops and visibly muscular. Their well-defined muscles were strikingly prominent.
Their arms were nearly as thick as an average person's thighs. The 4 of them took a closer look.
Hey, it's Qimai. My god, Fang Qimai, it's been a whole year since we last saw you. Ha ha, well, fancy meeting you here. Come on Qimai, take a seat and join us. Fang Qimai, you're getting more handsome by the day. Come on, let's have a drink. With that, one of them quickly fetched a chair. Ding!
You've been called out by fitness trainer Zhang Shua, unlocking physique enhancement, permanent abs strengthening.
Ding! You've been called out by fitness trainer Zhang Shi, unlocking physique enhancement, permanent pec strengthening. Ding!
You've been named by fitness coach Sun Shusheng,
unlocking physique enhancement, power boost, permanent. Ding!
You've been named by fitness coach Ma Jian,
unlocking physique enhancement, triceps enhancement, permanent.
For crisp and melodious chimes echoed in Fang Qimai's mind. In an instant, Fang Qimai felt his abs, pectorals, and triceps all firm up noticeably.
The strength enhancement is also permanent. Fang Qimai was stunned.
These 4 were people Fang Qimai met during his summer vacation in sophomore year while working part-time at Haoyu Gym.
He never imagined back then that knowing them would bring such benefits. Fang Qimai smiled and said, though I only worked there for a month, I'm still very grateful for your kindness. Here, let me propose a toast to you. You've got spirit, kid. I like that.
The 4 of them raised their glasses together and drank every last drop. Back when Fang Qimai was working part-time at the gym, the manager had been quite unfriendly toward him, but these 4 fitness coaches treated Fang Qimai quite well, especially the brothers Zhang Shua and Zhang Shi.
Fang Qimai's position was at the front desk, requiring some eloquence and patience to introduce various things to customers.
Although he lacked experience, he made up for it with outstanding looks and eagerness to learn. During their free time, Zhang Shua and the others would even teach Fang Qimai how to work out for free. If there are any problems, they'd also help Fang Qimai solve them.
Everyone treated Fang Qimai like a younger brother. Sun Shusheng said, what a coincidence.
The 4 of us came out for a meal today and ran into you.
Fang Qimai smiled slightly. I just happened to be passing by. Sun Shusheng asked again, Qimai, are you still in school? This year is your senior year of high school? Yes. Study hard and get into a good university.
Don't end up like me, not studying seriously, and now having no prospects. Sun Shusheng sighed and added, I've already resigned to the manager, but he doesn't agree to let me leave.
I don't plan to stay either, Ma Jian chimed in. Fang Qimai responded, what's up?
The business is tanking, and old Zheng keeps cutting our commissions.
Who'd want to work for him anymore?
Old Zheng was none other than Haoyu Gym's manager, Zheng Tao. Back when Fang Qimai was working part-time, Zheng Tao had given him no shortage of trouble. Not only did they dump all kinds of miscellaneous tasks on Fang Qimai, but they also tried every possible way to dock his salary. Zhang Shua and the others speculated that it was because Fang Qimai was too handsome, which made Zheng Tao jealous.
Fang Qimai could do nothing about it either.
In the end, he left after just 1 month. It's easy to imagine that with such a narrow-minded manager, Sun Shusheng and the other 3 had a tough time too.
But life isn't easy for any adult, isn't it? Everyone just grits their teeth and carries on. If it truly becomes unbearable, the only option is to find another job.
Zhang Shuo raised his glass and said, "Enough, let's not talk about this anymore.
Come on, drink up." The 5 of them drank while chatting about various amusing stories from the gym.
Throughout the entire gathering, Fang Qimai drank so much alcohol but didn't feel a thing.
Is this the effect of the special constitution 3 C's of alcohol? That's pretty impressive.
Sun Shusheng, who had drunk a bit too much, stood up and said, "Let's order more dishes.
It's not every day we get to meet Qimai, this meal is on me." He called over the waiter.
"Make that a fish head tofu soup, a plate of black pepper beef, and a stir-fried greens. Oh, and bring a case of beer.
What else do you guys want to order?"
Fang Qimai saw that all 4 of them were already quite drunk, so he said, "You have work tomorrow, so let's leave it at that.
No need to order more." "No problem. Sun's treating today, Qimai, order whatever you want." Staggering, Fang Qimai quickly caught hold of Sun Shusheng.
After helping him sit down, Fang Qimai asked, "How much do we owe for this table?"
"Total is 548. Fang Qimai pulled out 6 large bills. "Keep the change."
"Great,
thanks."
Sun Shusheng and the others grew visibly excited.
"Hey, Qimai, how could you? How could this meal possibly be your treat?" "Exactly. You're still a student, how could we possibly let you pay?" Fang Qimai sent by Liso a location pin.
Then, with a faint smile, he said, "Don't stand on ceremony, this meal's on me, consider it my thanks for looking out for me." Zhang Shuo hastily waved his hands. No, that's against protocol, here, let me transfer you via WeChat. Here, I'll give you cash."
Ma Jian pulled out his wallet.
At that moment, the roaring engine sound of the Maserati that had just passed by echoed again like an explosion.
Many people stretched their necks to look.
Finally, the car stopped right in front of the street food stall.
Instantly, it captured everyone's attention. What a gorgeous car, is there some tycoon visiting this street food stall? Holy crap, that Maserati's color is downright flashy.
Ma Jian and the others kept trying to shove money at Fang Qimai. The sleek car door swung open as Bai Liso stepped out, respectfully calling out, "Young master."
Everyone was stunned. Young master? Fang Qimai stepped forward and said to Zhang Shuo and the others, "Gentlemen, let's meet another day." With that, Fang Qimai got into the Maserati. Chapter 33, he's definitely a promising talent.
The 4 instantly perked up, standing frozen in place.
My god, the Kimura family was this rich all along. Then why was he working part-time at our gym back then?
The world of the wealthy is beyond our comprehension. We just had a meal with this loaded guy, and we were fighting over who got to pay the bill.
Ma Jian awkwardly withdrew those banknotes. What was I even doing just now? Confusion value from Zhang Shuo, +8. Confusion value from Sun Shusheng, +10. From, Bai Liso drove while asking, "Young master, where shall we go next?" "Just drive around, then head home." Understood. Fang Qimai touched his abdominal muscles through his clothes.
He was quite satisfied with tonight's haul. Meanwhile, an emergency meeting was being held in the provincial basketball team's office. A middle-aged man announced, "Calling everyone here so late and in such a hurry means we have something important to discuss."
He then shared a document in their workgroup chat. Have you guys seen this video yet? If not, take a good look at it again. The video captured the entire one-on-one basketball match between Fang Qimai and Wei Wei.
Several people in the audience secretly recorded it with their phones and shared it on their WeChat moments in Douyin.
The view count and likes skyrocketed continuously. Fang Qimai's steal was particularly brilliant, and since everyone present was a basketball professional, they all marveled at his interception. Especially when he casually flung the ball from half-court straight into the basket, it was utterly astonishing. Even basketball stars couldn't pull it off as effortlessly as Fang Qimai did. This young man has solid footwork and executes his feints flawlessly.
Strong steal and breakthrough skills with excellent shooting accuracy.
The title shows his opponent was a member of Jiangcheng Sports Institute's basketball team. If true, that's genuinely impressive.
If this isn't staged, his skills are absolutely provincial team-level material.
A half-court shot without any camera cuts, how could that possibly be faked?
Though it was just a brief few-minute match, professionals had already recognized how impressive it was.
Yet some raised doubts. Could that half-court shot have just been a lucky fluke? No, if it were someone else, it might have been mere luck.
But with him, I believe it was pure skill.
That's right.
Even without that last shot, his previous attempts were already outstanding. This is one-on-one, but our matches are team competitions. It's hard to gauge his true level. The team manager immediately made a decision. Regardless, he's definitely promising talent who will accomplish great things in the future. If possible, I'd like to invite him to join the provincial team. Identify the high school student in the video as quickly as possible.
If we act too late, someone else might snatch them away.
At that moment, someone spoke up. Hold on, I don't know this guy, but I recognize his opponent. On the other side, not far from home, Fang Qimai got out of the car. People who've never ridden in a sports car all think driving one must feel amazing. But in reality, sports cars become extremely uncomfortable when ridden in for long periods. Sports cars themselves aren't designed with practicality in mind. To increase speed, reducing wind resistance is a must. That's why sports cars are usually lower and more compact, making them particularly uncomfortable for prolonged sitting. Some sports cars may have 4 seats, but the legroom in the back is often cramped. In comparison, Grand Tourers offer slightly better comfort. Turns out having too many cars isn't necessarily a good thing. Seems I'll have to choose vehicles more carefully for different occasions. Too bad Fang Qimai couldn't get comfortable in this Maserati today. He chose to walk the remaining distance, treating it as a post-drink stroll. Young master, it's almost 11 now, please let me accompany you. The recent serial murder case has shocked the entire nation. That killer is extremely dangerous. The madam has given strict orders that you must be escorted by bodyguards whenever you go out. Though Fang Qimai wasn't as formidable in combat as Bai Liso at this point, he had already strengthened every muscle in his body and enhanced his physical power. At his current level, combined with his mastery of the 36 styles of subduing techniques, it seemed nothing could truly threaten him. No need, Uncle Bai, you can go back first. But young master, I must be responsible for your safety. Fang Qimai said, I'd like to walk alone for a while, Uncle Bai. Surely you wouldn't want to disturb me, would you? Bai Liso didn't dare argue too much with his master. Reluctantly, he replied, very well. If anything happens, please contact me immediately. Fang Qimai pulled out his earphones, walking while listening to music. He marveled at the series of changes the system had brought to his life. Wealth beyond measure, never worrying about food or drink. Breezes brushing past, music in his ears, strolling without a care, free from illness and worry. Such fine days couldn't get any better than this. While passing by Zhongting Street, Fang Qimai spotted a familiar figure entering the urban village. At first he paid no attention, until the female student's uniform caught his eye. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Bishue? This woman is out so late again? At first, Fang Qimai didn't think much of it, but then he suddenly noticed. There was a man in a flat cap sneaking around and following Xiao Bishue. That stupid woman, could something have happened to her? Fang Qimai had no choice but to follow and check on her. Ding! Spend 200 points of confusion value to activate omnidirectional data analysis. Remaining confusion value, 2,948. At this moment, all of the man's data was displayed before Fang Qimai. Huang Liangkai, 46 years old, 174 centimeters tall, weighing 76 kilograms. On January 3rd, a home invasion resulted in the robbery and murder of an elderly person living alone, with over 9,000 yuan in cash and valuable jewelry stolen. January 21st, breaking into a home, committing robbery, rape, and murdering a woman living alone. January 30th, all money on my person has been exhausted, and I haven't eaten in over 19 hours. Carrying a controlled knife. Probability of committing another robbery today, 79.81%. The probability of killing robbery victims after successful theft is 98.26%. Looking through this series of statistics is absolutely appalling. He is none other than Huang Liangkai, the notorious serial killer who's been terrorizing Jiangcheng. So far this year, he has committed 8 crimes resulting in 7 deaths. Clearly, his target this time is none other than Xiao Bishue. With multiple homicides already staining his record and the entire city in an uproar, this ruthless killer still dares to strike again. What a dangerous monster he is. It's terrifying to imagine, if he truly followed Xiao Bishue home unnoticed, how could she and her mother possibly defend themselves against him? Or worse, what if he ambushed Xiao Bishue midway? The consequences don't bear thinking about. Fang Qimai sighed, troublesome woman. He removed his headphones and quietly followed her. Chapter 34, You take the child and go first. Originally, Zhongting Street had been quite lively, with various barbecue stalls operating until the wee hours. But recently, due to the city's campaign to build a civilized urban environment, all the street stalls have been removed. Moreover, in urban villages like Zhongting Street, most residents are migrant workers who would go home early to rest. As a result, all the alleys in Zhongting Street seemed a little deserted. Following behind all the way, Fang Qimai remained well hidden. Although Huang Liangkai kept looking back, he didn't notice anyone tailing him. Xiao Bishue sensed something was wrong. When she turned to look at Huang Liangkai, he pulled his hat low and pretended to be on a phone call. Xiao Bishue quickened her pace. Upon reaching a narrow alley, Huang Liangkai finally revealed his sinister true nature. He hurried forward and stopped Xiao Bishue with a quick gesture. Hey beautiful, why the rush? How about coming to my place for some fun? Xiao Bishue was startled speechless in that instant. What do you want? Not doing anything special. Studying must be tough, huh? Come to my place, I'll help you relax a bit. Huang Liangkai grinned wickedly, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Then, he brandished a sharp knife.
Make a sound or try to run, and I'll stab you dead. That face had already been made public. At first glance, Xiao Bishue knew she had encountered a serial killer. The news report said this person had committed multiple crimes, killing ruthlessly without hesitation, showing no mercy whatsoever. She covered her mouth, stepping back silently in fear. But at this late hour, with hardly anyone on the streets, being targeted by this murderer meant certain death. Didn't expect this, did you? I saw the news, cops are hunting me nationwide. But as they say, the safest place is right under their noses. This spot's just a couple miles from the police station. They'd never guess I'd stay put and dare cause trouble right here. Tomorrow I'll be trending again. Ha ha ha. Come on little girl, let's visit uncle's house. Xiao Bishue was petrified, completely at a loss for what to do. At that moment, someone said, how about I come over to your place instead? Who? Huang Liangkai suddenly turned around. Fangkamai yelled, your grandpa, that's who. Confusion value from Huang Liangkai, plus 10. Fang Qimai dashed forward in a flash, shielding Xiao Bishue behind him. Xiao Bishue was startled. Qimai. She had been holding back her tears all this time, but the moment she saw Fang Qimai, she burst into loud sobs. She had just thought she was really going to die. Hey, can you stop crying? Xiao Bishue quickly held back her tears. Fang Qimai abruptly pulled Xiao Bishue backward. He shielded Xiaobixu with his own body. You take the child and go first. Xiaobixu? What kind of joke is this? It feels so embarrassingly awkward. At such a moment, Fang Qimai still found the chance to tease the campus belle Xiao Bishue. Bewilderment value from Xiao Bishue, plus 9. Huang Liangkai was furious. Fine, playing the hero to save the beauty, eh? Killing one more won't make a difference. Today, both of you will die together. Xiao Bishue nervously warned, he has a knife. Fang Qimai replied, then why aren't you running? What about you if I run? Keep yapping and neither of us will escape. Huang Liangkai shouted fiercely, seems you don't know what I'm capable of. Today I'll make you regret this. The situation was urgent just now, so Fang Qimai didn't contact Bai Lisho. Now, he had to face this murderous demon alone. One wrong move, and both he and Xiao Bishue would be done for. If he used absolute command, he could subdue him in an instant. But Xiao Bishue was also present, making it somewhat unrealistic to expect a heinous murderer to surrender willingly. On the other hand, Fang Qimai wanted to try out the 36 styles of subduing hands. He activated his data analysis ability and predicted Huang Liangkai's next move. With a loud shout, Huang Liangkai thrust his dagger forward. It appears extremely dangerous, yet Fang Qimai has analyzed it with perfect clarity. With calm composure, Fang Qimai dodged slightly before extending his right hand to firmly seize Huang Liangkai's wrist. He could feel exceptional strength in his fingers. Once locked on, Huang Liangkai couldn't break free, no matter how he struggled. This was the combined result of grappling techniques and enhanced physical power. Huang Liangkai immediately threw a punch, but Fang Qimai countered by grabbing his wrist with his left hand and twisting it sharply. With a pained yelp, Huang Liangkai was wrenched around until his back was turned. Then Fang Qimai ruthlessly slammed the hand holding Huang Liangkai's knife against the wall. Once, twice. Each collision with the wall sent sharp pain through him, layers of skin scraping away as beads of blood welled up. In the end, Huang Liangkai had no choice but to release that sharp blade. Fang Qimai kicked it away with one swift motion. Then, he directly took Huang Liangkai down. Before Huang Liangkai could react, Fang Qimai suddenly executed the 36 grappling techniques, using the 7th move, the deadly crosslock, to firmly pin Huang Liangkai to the ground. Adding to that, Fang Qimai's body had been enhanced, making his strength overwhelmingly powerful. Huang Liangkai's head and hands were tightly locked by Fang Qimai, leaving him completely immobilized. Ah! Huang Liangkai cried out in pain. Bafflement value from Huang Liangkai, plus 14. Xiao Bishue stood frozen in astonishment. Could Fang Qimai really be this formidable? With just a few effortless moves, he had pinned someone firmly to the ground. What are you waiting for? Call the police. Huang Liangkai panicked. Please don't call the police. Let me go. I'll give you anything you want. His throat was constricted, making it difficult for him to speak. Let you go, so you can kill more people? Please, really, I don't want to end up here. Money, I'll give you money, just let me go first. Fang Qimai replied, save that money for the police. Go plead with them instead. Seeing that soft tactics weren't working, Huang Liangkai suddenly roared, fine then, kid, tell me your name. And you're telling me about this good fortune? Fang Qimai had originally wanted the guy to address him by name too. After all, the man was already a death row inmate, and even this final scrap of usefulness ought to be squeezed dry. But one requirement of roll call is that the other party must voluntarily call your name. If it was oneself who asked the other to shout, then it wouldn't take effect. Now, of all times, this guy has taken the initiative to ask for his name. Listen up, the name's Fang Qimai, remember it well. Xiao Bishue was startled. This was clearly revenge in the making. Why would Fang Qimai be so foolish as to blurt it out? Huang Liangkai growled, alright, kid Fang Chi-mai, right? Mark my words, once I get out, my second brother won't let you off the hook. Ding! You've been marked by serial killer Huang Liangkai. Ability unlocked. Master calligrapher. Beautiful handwriting, now you can write in strikingly beautiful script. This reward left Fang Chi-mai somewhat astonished. Who would have thought that Huang Liangkai, with his hideous appearance and cruel heart, actually possessed such fine penmanship? But this wasn't particularly surprising either. Murderers always conceal their truest selves. When relatives and friends learn the truth, their most common reaction is sheer disbelief about the murderer's true nature. A fine handwriting? I'll take it. Fang Chi-mai responded, fine. When your second brother comes, I'll deal with him too. You ignorant fool who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Chapter 35. Would you like to see my new home? After all, this is a serial killer, and the nationwide public security authorities are paying close attention. As soon as the report came in, the news shook the entire police department, and every officer was extremely agitated. Who would have thought this killer would dare strike again? Truly a heinous criminal. A middle-aged police officer commanded, this time we must apprehend Huang Liangkai without fail. Numerous police cars were deployed, along with a large contingent of SWAT officers, fully armed and ready for combat. What should have been a mere 3 to 5 minute journey felt unbearably long. They were terrified that even a second's delay might let this murderer escape. When they arrived at the scene, the officers were utterly shocked. I thought he'd be tough to handle, but this serial killer was already subdued. All the officers stared in disbelief with wide eyes. Then they quickly swarmed in, pinning down Huang Liangkai's head and limbs. Fang Chi-mai could finally let go. What's the name? Officer, we were just roughhousing around. I asked you your name. Liangkai. Show me your ID. A middle-aged policeman took one look and said, Huang Liangkai, right? You're the one. Click. Huang Liangkai was immediately handcuffed. This time, he couldn't escape. Fantastic. That murderer has finally been brought to justice. Young man, you're really something. Everyone should learn from this restraint technique. It's not something just anyone can master. Huang Liangkai, after committing so many crimes, you've finally been caught today. Come with us to face legal judgment. One officer cheerfully said to Fang Chi-mai and Xiao Bishue, you two have done a tremendous service. There was a 50,000 bounty on this guy, and the reward is yours. Truly deserving heroes. Please come with us to assist in completing the paperwork. Xiao Bishue asked hesitantly, right now, what's wrong? Xiao Bishue said, could you let me go home first to give the medicine to my mom? I originally went to the hospital to pick up her prescription. I want to go back and let her know, since she might worry if she sees I haven't returned home so late. Alright then, Xiao Ding, you go help explain the situation. Got it, Captain Yi. A female officer responded. At 1 in the morning, Fang Chi-mai and Xiao Bishue finally finished giving their statements and left the municipal police station. The bonus would be issued after the case review was completed. But these 50,000 yuan didn't matter much to Fang Chi-mai either way. Next to it, there was a stall selling jianbingguozi, Chinese savory crepes. Luckily, they arrived just in time. Any later, and the stall would have been packing up. Boss, I'll take 2. Load them up with all the toppings you've got. Got it. Xiao Bishue gazed at the empty street and murmured, it's so late now. How are we supposed to get back? It's less than 2 kilometers, so Fang Chi-mai decided not to use his sports car. It's not too far, let's walk back. What about you? I'll take you home first. Xiao Bishue hesitated as if wanting to say something, then finally responded, okay. Fang Chi-mai walked ahead, while Xiao Bishue cautiously followed behind. Xiao Bishue felt this scene was quite beautiful. The temperature gradually rose, and with each gust of wind, there was no chill at all. Rather, it felt pleasantly cool. In the past, she'd never stayed out this late into the early hours before. It was her first time staying out this late on the street. The street was empty, as if the entire road belonged to them. Neither of them spoke, and Xiao Bishue felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward. She asked in a small voice, why did you skip evening self-study again today? Fang Chi-mai looked at Xiao Bishue and said, that doesn't stop me from taking first place. Confusion value from Xiao Bishue, +8. Having excellent grades really lets you do whatever you want. How must those who study hard feel about this? She sniffed the air and asked, have you been drinking? Just a little. You should drink less, it's not good for your health. Are you concerned about me? I wasn't, just saying it casually. The silence was awkward, but speaking made it even more awkward. Confusion points from Xiao Bishue, +5. Just like that, the two of them arrived at Zhongting Street. For the first time, Xiao Bishue felt that 2 kilometers could pass by so quickly. Standing at the street corner, Xiao Bishue kept insisting on paying Fang Chi-mai for the jianbingguozi. Fang Chi-mai raised his hand and reached toward Xiao Bishue's head. Xiao Bishue instinctively wanted to dodge, but she didn't dare move. She had never allowed any boy to touch her, let alone stroke her hair like this. For some reason, Xiao Bishue's body seemed to freeze stiff, unable to move. The streetlights at this moment have taken on an ambiguous glow,
while a cool breeze carried unspoken emotions through the air. Xiao Bishue recalled scenes from television dramas she'd watched before. What would Fang Qimai do next? Her heart pounded wildly, nearly bursting from sheer nervousness. Fang Qimai gently picked a tiny leaf out of Xiao Bishue's hair. It was a leaf that had fallen from the flame tree, very small. Confusion points from Xiao Bishue, +4. Confusion points from Xiao Bishue, +5. Xiao Bishue quickly changed the subject. The money. Such a nagging woman. With that, Fang Qimai turned to leave. Xiao Bishue called after him, Fang Qimai, did you move? I remember your home was that way. Fang Qimai responded, we've moved. Would you like to come see my new place? Is that really appropriate? Then shouldn't you hurry back home? Concept confusion points from Xiao Bishue, +6. From Xiao Bishue, confusion points earned, +6. Fang Qimai, thank you for saving me, Xiao Bishue said very seriously. Fang Qimai turned around and waved his hand, I'm off. Early the next morning, headlines across major news outlets erupted with sensational reports. Fugitive for months, murderous fiend strikes again, subdued by a teenager. Jiangqing serial killer Huang Liangkai, responsible for 7 deaths, finally captured. Serial killer case solved. Criminal Huang Liangkai identifies crime scenes, photo. At this point, all the citizens of River City, and even the entire nation, breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Bishue's mother, Jiao Meiyue, sat in a chair, scrolling through news reports about the incident on her phone. The police had taken thorough protective measures regarding the young man who subdued the criminal, keeping his identity confidential from the media. And her own daughter, Xiao Bishue, had been at the scene yesterday. So Jiao Meiyue couldn't help but ask, Xiaoxue, who exactly was that boy in uniform who killed the murderer and saved you? Do you know him? Xiao Bishue froze. He's my classmate. Your classmate? Yes. Worried her mother might misunderstand, Xiao Bishue quickly explained, he happened to be passing by yesterday and saw the killer. Oh, I see, your classmate is really impressive. To be able to subdue such a savage murderer. Jiao Meiyue thought for a moment and added, did you thank him? Find some time to invite him over for dinner. I want to properly express my gratitude. I did, but that guy is really stuck up. He ignored me even after I said thanks. Dinner or something, let's just forget it. That won't do. It feels like we owe him a huge favor. If it weren't for him, you could have been in real danger last night. Jiao Meiyue persisted. Xiao Bishue waved her hand. That guy would never think that much. Jiao Meiyue stared blankly at Xiao Bishue. Xiao Bishue quickly added, what I mean is, he's more carefree by nature. Then, Xiao Bishue swiftly changed the subject. Oh come on, Mom, that's enough. Ruan Meng and I need to go do our homework now. Dragging Ruan Meng back to the room, Xiao Bishue breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, she felt a pang of guilt, like a thief with a guilty conscience. Ruan Meng also grew curious. Bishue, was that person from our class? Who was it? Fan Qimai. Wow. Ruan Meng suddenly became full of admiration. He single-handedly subdued the murderer? Yes. Chapter 36. My best friend turns out to be a super rich second-generation heir. Ruan Meng was greatly surprised. Speaking of which, Fang Qimai is such a peculiar person. He used to appear as someone who didn't enjoy studying or handing in homework, but now right before the college entrance exams, he's suddenly become extraordinarily capable. We've never seen him fight with anyone before, yet unexpectedly with just one move he subdued a violent criminal and became a great hero. Xiao Bishue thought the same way. To be precise, Fang Qimai wasn't so much peculiar as he was extraordinary, giving people this sense of being distinctly different from others. By the way, Ruan Meng, let's keep this matter to ourselves. The police said they'd help us keep it confidential, in case that person has accomplices who might come for revenge. Don't worry, my lips are sealed. As she was writing, Ruan Meng suddenly asked, don't you think Fang Qimai might have a thing for you? Xiao Bishue's face immediately flushed red. What nonsense. Stop talking rubbish. Ruan Meng laughed. You're acting strange. So many guys like you, yet none have gotten this reaction from you. That guy looks as cold as ice, like he's not interested in anything. Is that so? After thinking for a moment, Ruan Meng added, alright, I asked you before about that night when you rode on Fang Qimai's bicycle. What was that about? You said you'd tell me later. Aren't you going to spill it now? Shoo, keep your voice down. On the other side, Fang Qimai was still sleeping in. Bai Liso gently knocked on the door. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Fang Qimai pressed the remote to open the door. Anything you need, Uncle Bai? Young master, I've come to remind you, today is March 8th. The spending target set by the master and madam hasn't been initiated yet. Please make an effort. Fang Qimai scratched his head. How much is left? Madam specified that only voluntary expenditures count. So far, you've only spent 2 million purchasing Yang's traditional Chinese medicine clinic. The decoration costs will require an additional 200,000 or so. Including your daily living expenses, this month you still need to spend 97 million to meet the target. Fang Qimai. By the way, the madam also mentioned that if you fail to meet the standards, you'll have to return immediately to inherit the family fortune.
Fang Qimai nearly collapsed onto the bed. The life of the rich is just so, wandering destitute. Insane.
Now, Fang Qimai needed to package himself properly. He had read many billionaire novels where the protagonists, upon suddenly obtaining wealth, immediately went on shopping sprees. The most common purchases were Patek Philippe or Vacheron Constantin watches, Cartier bracelets, Hermès shoes, Prada bags, and Versace menswear, among other things. Passers-by couldn't help but gasp in amazement and shower him with praise. However, Fang Qimai absolutely detested shopping. All that tedious trying on of clothes and accessories was simply bothersome. He also disliked having a crowd of people around, hypocritically fawning over him. What he truly desired was customized exclusivity. Custom-made isn't just one of a kind in the world, it's specifically tailored for oneself. That's what makes it truly your exclusive item. Uncle Bai, I want everything custom-made, head to toe. Bai Liso responded immediately, certainly, young master. I'll contact the world's top luxury brands right away to arrange personal fittings for you. They'll dispatch their finest designers to create exclusive custom designs just for you.
10 watches, 10 pairs of sunglasses, 10 pairs of various shoes, assorted men's clothing, and so on.
And all from the world's most luxurious top-tier brands. A set like this would easily cost several million. It might seem extravagant, but there's no other choice. This is standard practice to boost sales performance.
Moreover, Fang Qimai also planned to have Spalding customize a basketball for him.
The Spalding No. 7 basketball is the official game ball designated for NBA professional basketball matches.
Both its quality and feel are top-notch.
Fang Qimai turned to Bai Liso and said, by the way, Lao Bai, it just occurred to me that today is an important day.
There's something I need you to handle for me. It might be a bit tight on time, but I trust you can get it done. Young master, your orders.
Next, Fang Qimai planned to make a trip to the library.
Although he wasn't fond of studying, he rather enjoyed reading books.
He had read quite a few classics, novels, and biographies from both ancient and modern times, as well as from various cultures around the world. Before obtaining the system, Fang Qimai only excelled in Chinese language, all his other subjects ranked at the bottom. Yet he never did his Chinese homework either. For someone like Fang Qimai who had read countless books, the content taught in school's Chinese classes felt somewhat limited. Today, his visit to the library was simply to return the books he'd previously borrowed. He wouldn't need to go to the library anymore. His own villa had a spacious study filled with abundant books. Moreover, being alone meant he could enjoy tea and snacks too. For quiet reading sessions, home was undoubtedly the best choice. Fang Qimai gave Niu Jichao a call. Hey, Super Niu, come with me to the library.
Ah,
I still have 3 math papers to finish,
plus English, chemistry, and physics papers waiting for me, not to mention Chinese and English essays. Stop doing them. Hey, you think I'm like you, brother Mai? Fearless and unstoppable, acing exams without even doing homework.
I'd be doomed. No homework means getting scolded for sure.
Plus, they'd call my parents. Fang Qimai said, if you want to miss out on a feast fit for the gods, feel free not to come. With a loud slurp, Niu Jichao's mouth watered so much it was practically dripping.
He was born with little resistance to delicious food, just the mention of eating made him lose all restraint.
Ah, brother Mai, you can't do this.
I'll head out now to pick you up and be at your place within 10 minutes. You decide what's best. From kindergarten to elementary school, Fang Qimai and Niu Jichao had been classmates the whole time. In junior high, the two went their separate ways. Unexpectedly, they crossed paths again in high school, as classmates no less. To complicate matters, their fathers had been lifelong friends.
After Fang Qimai's adoptive parents passed away, the Niu Jichao family did everything they could to support him financially. However, Niu Jichao's parents were both disabled. Fang Qimai knew about their financial difficulties and refused to accept their money.
Despite the hardships, after years of hard work, Niu Jichao's parents finally managed to buy a modest 2-bedroom apartment in an old residential area, turning Jiangcheng into their rightful home.
They worked tirelessly to earn a living for the family.
Niu Jichao saw all this, so his studies relied entirely on self-discipline, quietly putting in the effort himself. His grades consistently remained in the top 10 of his class. Now that he had transformed into a top-tier rich second generation, as his best buddy, Fang Qimai wouldn't forget about him. Today, Fang Qimai wanted to give him a surprise. After receiving Fang Qimai's call, Niu Jichao hastily changed his clothes in a flurry.
In less than 10 minutes, the roar of a supercar's engine came screaming down the street.
Going downstairs for a look, Niu Jichao was utterly stunned by what he saw.
Bro Mai, what kind of car is this? Holy shit, it looks insane.
Niu Jichao was extremely excited, despite knowing little about sports cars.
But the inherent allure of sports cars for men had Niu Jichao absolutely buzzing.
Fang Qimai stepped out of the car, casually patted the white hood of the 30 million yuan Koenigsegg Agera, and replied offhandedly, just a new 2-seater commuter car.
Oh my god, what on earth is going on? If it were anyone else, Fong Chimai wouldn't bother explaining.
But Niu Jichao was his best bro, so Fong Chimai told him the whole story about recognizing his biological parents. Niu Jichao was shocked. The chairman couple of the famous Tianhao group are actually your birth parents.
Do you know them? Of course I recognize them. They're always in the news about the business world. I follow them frequently.
Niu Jichao was utterly thrilled. I never expected my buddy to be a super rich second-generation heir.
This is like a little calf celebrating its birthday, totally freaking awesome. Chapter 37. Is it really that hard to acknowledge someone else's superiority?
Fong Chimai stepped forward one step at a time, looking seriously at Niu Jichao.
Niu Jichao? Fong Chimai reached his hand toward Niu Jichao, who instinctively tried to dodge. Don't move. What are you doing? Niu Jichao froze in fear. Fong Chimai continued to stare intently at Niu Jichao.
He straightened Niu Jichao's collar with both hands and then sized him up.
Niu Jichao froze in surprise.
It turned out that in his haste when leaving, he hadn't noticed his collar had flipped up. Fong Chimai adjusted his clothes for him, smoothing out the collar. He also tousled his hair a bit, continuing to scrutinize the look.
Two grown men. Damn, this is so embarrassing. Confusion points from Niu Jichao, +1. Hey, why's he been staring at me? Could this guy be?
Holy shit,
I treated him like a brother, and he actually wants to hit on me? Niu Jichao immediately felt his buttocks clench.
After observing for a while, Fong Chimai said, "This won't do."
Exactly. It definitely won't work. Niu Jichao promptly responded. Fong Chimai said, your clothes aren't suitable. You want me to wear women's clothes? Not a chance. Ha? Fong Chimai was stunned. What women's clothing? What do you mean otherwise? Fong Chimai said, I mean your outfit won't work. Come on, go to the library with me. Later I'll buy you some new clothes. Buy clothes? Why would you suddenly want to buy me clothes? Have you forgotten your own birthday? Niu Jichao said in surprise, you actually remembered my birthday, kid? Of course I remember.
Niu Jichao was deeply moved. My parents are working overtime again tonight. I was just going to buy a candle by myself and blow it out. My 18th birthday would have passed just like that.
I never expected you'd actually remember my birthday.
Fong Chimai shrugged and added, remembering other people's birthdays is usually such a hassle, and frankly I didn't want to bother.
But your damn birthday being on March 8th, International Women's Day, it's just too meme-worthy. Literally impossible to forget. Niu Jichao. Well, all in all, you're such a great buddy. I'm so moved I don't even know what to say. Just really touched, that's all. Alright, quit being such a sap. Get in the car already. Let's go return those books first. On the road, Niu Jichao was beside himself with excitement. This was his first time riding in such a street-dominating beast of a car, drawing countless envious glances from people along the road. At a red light, all the passengers on a nearby bus scrambled to press against the windows for a better look. Thanks to his masterful driving skills, Fong Chimai handled the wheel with extraordinary steadiness. Coupled with the overwhelming power of the Koenigsegg Agera, they overtook one vehicle after another with ease along the way. Niu Jichao was feeling absolutely fantastic. Hell yeah, this is like a heifer sitting on the hood, fucking incredible. So damn good. Then, Niu Jichao added, by the way, brother Mai, did you see the news? Haven't seen it. Huang Liangkai was arrested last night, and I heard he was subdued by a teenager. What a relief. Serial killer Huang Liangkai is currently the hottest news topic. The entire Jiangcheng, even the whole country, is abuzz with discussions about him. Fong Chimai, while driving, responded softly, oh, is that so? I breathed a sigh of relief when I saw this news this morning, that murderous devil truly deserved to die. Fong Chimai interrupted, yeah, that bastard was the one I took down. Niu Jichao suddenly froze. What did you say? This, Elder Mai, you must be joking. Fong Chimai stared intently at the rearview mirror before executing another perfect overtake. Does my expression look like I'm joking to you? No way. Holy shit. Alright brother Mai, I believe you. This is really like a young cow entering the door, the real kicker is yet to come. Niu Jichao was full of admiration. Don't worry, I won't say a word. Otherwise, if Huang Liangcai's accomplices come after you, it would be dangerous. Fong Chimai replied, I told him my name, and he said he'd call his second brother to come chop me up. Damn. Niu Jichao was speechless. Fine, that's totally your style, but aren't you scared? If I could take him down with my skills, then I can take down his second brother with those same skills. Hell yeah, but you'd still better be careful. Niu Jichao said excitedly, quick, tell me how it all went down? Half an hour later, the two arrived at the library. In Jiangcheng, aside from the municipal library, this private Shangguan library is the largest. The municipal library isn't a for-profit institution, it operates on government funding. Apart from requiring deposits for book loans and charging late fees, there are no other costs. As a result, from its 8 a.m. opening until 6 p.m. closing, it's always packed to capacity.
The Shangguan Library leans towards a profit-oriented model, dividing visitors into 3 categories: non-members, members, and VIPs, each receiving different levels of service. Non-members must pay an entrance fee to enter the library and an annual fee to borrow books, among other charges. To some extent, this restricts foot traffic. At the city library, popular books were often unavailable, so back then Fang Qimai had no choice but to pay and borrow them here.
There's no need to keep borrowing books here anymore. After operating the machine to complete the automatic book return, the two prepared to leave. Coincidentally, class monitor Li Hongzhi was actually here too. With him were also classmates Gui Zilei and Zhang Weijie. These two had average academic performance and often fawned over Li Hongzhi in their daily lives. On one hand, Li Hongzhi was wealthy.
For instance, if he was in a good mood during lunch, he might treat these two lackeys to a meal. Moreover, as a VIP at Shangguan Library, Li Hongzhi could bring them into the exclusive area to study and do homework. On the other hand, he also had power.
With dual identities as class president and the vice principal's only son, many sought to curry favor with him.
Flattering him might not bring benefits, but it certainly won't cause harm.
Both Gui Zilei and Zhang Weijie had their own little schemes. The three went to the lounge for coffee, unexpectedly running into Fang Qimai and Niu Jichao in the lobby.
At the sight of Fang Qimai, Li Hongzhi immediately recalled yesterday's embarrassing pants incident. He decided to strike first.
Yo, Niu Jichao, you actually came to the library with a slacker?
Yeah,
since when do slackers even belong in a library? Don't you know this library is crowded with limited seats? A good-for-nothing slacker like you, hogging a spot without even studying. As soon as Li Hongzhi spoke, the other two immediately joined in the taunting. Niu Jichao retorted indignantly, Qimai just scored first in the latest biology test and first in the physics test. How could he be called an academic loser? Gui Zilei said, that was just his luck. Niu Jichao found this unbelievable. Luck? Seriously? It's not like the tests were all multiple choice where you could guess right. Try solving a physics problem by luck.
The three fell silent.
Niu Jichao continued, losing is losing. Is it really that hard to admit someone is better than you? At once, Gui Zilei and Zhang Weijie were left speechless.
Li Hongzhi pondered for a moment before scoffing. Ha, what's the big deal? I consistently ranked top 3 in class and top 10 in grade for every subject over the past 3 years.
Fang Qimai just aced 2 exams, and he's already acting all smug? Fang Qimai patted Niu Jichao on the shoulder and said, a true man doesn't argue with a dog. Let's go. Who are you calling a dog?
Hey, don't walk away. Explain yourself. Just then, a staff member shouted, you there, please keep quiet in the library. Fang Qimai and the others all turned to look. The speaker was a young woman, about 1.62 meters tall, with delicate features and wheat-colored skin. She appeared to be a college student or a recent graduate. She had the demeanor of someone well-educated and sensible. Overall, her appearance would score above 85 points. Li Hongzhi was already fuming with nowhere to vent his anger, and now someone actually dared to scold him? What's your name? Li Hongzhi walked over. While asking, he took out paper and a pen. Ha, my name is Qin Yanling. What can I do for you? The girl obviously had little life experience and answered directly without hesitation. Got it. I've noted it down. Mind your own business, you're in big trouble now. Li Hongzhi said coldly, do you know who I am? You're fired. Fang Qimai shook his head. Who does this guy think he is, acting all high and mighty? Chapter 38, Uncle Bai's efficiency is unmatchable. Qin Yanling felt extremely wronged. Was I just following company protocol and ended up offending some big shot? But this is a library, you're not supposed to speak loudly here in the first place. Li Hongzhi stubbornly argued, this is just the lobby, not the reading area. What's wrong with speaking loudly here? Yeah, mind your own business. Gui Zilei shot Qin Yanling a disdainful glance. Zhang Weijie boasted even more proudly, your library could have what it has today, all thanks to our brother's mother who also contributed her share. At this point, Li Hongzhi felt extremely proud. When Shanwan Library was being built, Li Ying, his father, had indeed contributed some money. However, due to his status, Li Ying was not allowed to invest in commercial enterprises. Therefore, he invested under the name of his wife, Meng Xiujia, Li Hongzhi's mother, and became a minor shareholder. The library introduced a new VIP membership system this month, so Li Hongzhi naturally and immediately obtained a limited edition VIP card. Though one could read and study at home, visiting the library was all about the atmosphere. The VIP area enhanced this atmosphere further with additional exclusive services. Still pretty useless, but it gives off a slightly more sophisticated vibe. This made Li Hongzhi feel particularly proud. Originally, he'd planned to bring Xiao Bishuai alone to show off and hear her praise him, but she refused, citing the need to care for her injured mother. Oh well, he'd just have to find another chance to bring her here next time. Now, he was going to teach this reckless library supervisor a proper lesson. Believe it or not, one phone call from me and you'll be fired on the spot. Qin Yanling was at a loss, she was just an intern. How could she dare offend anyone? Just then, a woman with a large mole at the corner of her mouth approached. Short hair, roughly in their early 30s.
Qin Yanling, what's going on? Qin Yanling instantly felt like she'd spotted a savior. Sister Zhang, you came just in time. These people were speaking loudly here.
Before Qin Yanling could finish, the woman had already turned her gaze towards Li Hongzhe and the others. Her eyes immediately lit up. Ignoring Qin Yanling's words completely, she exclaimed excitedly, "Oh,
isn't this young Master Li?" The woman quickly stepped forward. "Young Master Li, I'm Zhang Feng. I wonder if you still remember me."
Li Hongzhe smiled but said nothing.
Zhang Feng continued, "Qin Yanling, what exactly did you just say?"
"Young Master Li's mother, President Meng, is a shareholder here, and young Master Li is our honored guest."
"How dare you, a mere supervisor, go against him?"
"But,
Sister Zhang, doesn't the library have rules against speaking loudly, as it disturbs other readers? Even in the lobby, it's not allowed." Zhang Feng looked at Qin Yanling as if she were incomprehensible.
"You're just an intern who hasn't even graduated from college.
Do you understand how to read the room or what social etiquette means?"
"Yes, the rules say that, but you also have to consider who the rule applies to." Zhang Feng thought for a moment and added, "No, your emotional intelligence is too low. I need to report this to the director and have you fired.
Don't expect a single penny of your salary." Qin Yanling felt extremely wronged. She was just following the library's rules, so how could she be fired?
Zhang Feng turned to Li Hongzhe and said, "Young Master Li, I promise you, nothing like this will ever happen again." The three of them, Li Hongzhe and his companions, burst into laughter instantly. Finally, someone with some sense had arrived.
Fang Qimai shook his head, thinking, birds of a feather flock together, what a racket.
Nearby, Niu Jichao couldn't stand it any longer.
"Hey, Li Hongzhe, how can you act like this when you're supposed to be a model student?"
Li Hongzhe's smile vanished as he glared coldly at Niu Jichao.
Then, mimicking Jiang Zijian's tone, he said, "Are you telling me how to do my job?"
Niu Jichao was momentarily speechless. Fang Qimai chimed in, "Class president, I'd love to teach you how to do your job too, but you stubborn little shit won't listen."
"You!"
Li Hongzhe was left speechless.
Zhang Feng immediately turned to Fang Qimai and Niu Jichao and said, "Who are you?
I know all the esteemed guests here, but I've never seen the likes of you two before."
Guo Zilei chimed in, "They're not even members."
"Oh, then please leave.
Young Master Li is our honored guest. Disrespecting him means you're not welcome here."
Zhang Feng spoke sternly.
"Did you hear that? Get out now."
"Ha ha," Zhang Ruijie and Guo Zilei shouted with laughter.
"You!" Niu Jichao was extremely unwilling.
He had already been about to leave, never expecting to be provoked like this.
"Leaving would just prove you're scared."
Zhang Feng picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "There's trouble in the lobby, send some security." Unexpectedly, what arrived weren't security guards but a group of men in suits. Leading them was a middle-aged man wearing a pale gray suit. Zhang Feng immediately stepped forward to greet them.
"President Zhao, what brings you here? Director, Deputy Director, why have you all come together?"
Li Hongzhe also called out cheerfully, "Uncle Zhao."
With the boss Zhao Peng's arrival, Qin Yanling felt doom impending.
Unexpectedly, Zhao Peng ignored Zhang Feng and Li Hongzhe, instead sweeping his gaze across everyone present. Finally, his focus settled squarely on Fang Qimai.
"You must be Chairman Fang Qimai. Hello, I'm Zhao Peng.
Thank you for agreeing to acquire our Shangwen Book Company at the generous price of 220 million. From this moment onward, you are officially our chairman.
Let's all give him a warm welcome."
Zhao Peng immediately took the lead in applauding. A group of suited men behind him joined in the clapping.
Fang Qimai smiled confidently. Uncle Bai's efficiency was indeed unbeatable, yet everyone else was left utterly stunned. Shangwen Library got acquired? And the acquirer is actually Fang Qimai?
From Li Hongzhe, confusion points plus 18.
From Guo Zilei, confusion points plus 11.
Confusion points from Zhang Feng, plus 17.
From
Zhao Peng said that because the changes of the times in recent years have led to a transformation in people's reading habits, this has significantly impacted physical books. Reading habits have shifted from physical books to online reading.
Many books are now available online. Rather than making a special trip to the library, it's more convenient to simply read on your phone.
Zhao Peng and others never imagined that internet development would progress so rapidly. Originally hoping to turn a profit, but over the past few years, performance keeps declining. Even measures like raising annual fees and membership dues couldn't change this situation. Finally, a new VIP program was introduced in an attempt to rescue Shangwen, but Zhao Peng knew this was likely hastening Shangwen's demise. Fortunately, a phone call just saved him. Now, Li Hongzhe and the other two were dumbfounded on the spot.
Zhang Feng didn't even dare to speak. Qin Yanling's mouth hung open in astonishment. She couldn't believe that this boy, who looked no older than 17 or 18, had actually spent 200 million to acquire Shangwen Library, which was so massive. Just how deep were his pockets? It's definitely over 10 billion, no, at least 100 billion. Niu Jichao, despite understanding Fang Qimai's family background, was still stunned by this move of his. Is this how the wealthy operate? Acquiring companies at the drop of a hat just to gain a voice. Looking at Fang Qimai's utterly indifferent expression, Niu Jicha was speechless with admiration. The crowd grew larger by the minute, and upon hearing that the young Fang Qimai had acquired Shangguan, their astonishment knew no bounds. Ding! You've been personally named by Zhao Peng, general manager of Shangguan Company, and rewarded with Global Books USB drive. It has been placed into your system inventory. Chapter 39, the Global Books USB drive. What kind of reward is this? Fang Qimai was quite astonished. This USB drive contains electronic versions of all books in the world. All the books? Yes, whatever other libraries have, you have too. What they don't have, you still possess. Holy shit! Not only that, throughout history and across the world, countless precious and immensely valuable books have been lost to time or only exist as fragments today due to various historical reasons. But with this USB drive, you alone possess them in their entirety. After listening to the system's explanation, Fang Qimai was utterly stunned. This reward was freaking amazing. It had every book imaginable, even those thought lost forever could be completely restored. Just now, he made a call to Bai Liso, ordering him to acquire Shangguan Library. Bai Liso had reviewed the big data and explained the current situation and future projections of Shangguan Library to Fang Qimai. Taking into account the trends of the times and the outlook for the library industry, among other factors, he advised Fang Qimai against proceeding with the acquisition. But Fang Qimai didn't care about any of that. The decision he had made would not be swayed. Now, let's look at the current situation at the Shangguan Library again. It's natural for the advancement of the times to phase out and affect certain industries, but the key issue isn't raising membership fees or establishing VIP zones, because that would only drive away more of the people who truly love reading. Although paid services are emphasized nowadays, many scholars actually come from families with modest means. Research scholars require extensive and repeated access to materials. If Shangguan's current fee structure were applied, many promising researchers would undoubtedly be stifled. The key to running a great library lies in the size of its collection. After gaining unlimited global book download privileges, Fang Qimai's greatest advantage became precisely his vast collection. Moreover, since people nowadays are more accustomed to digital reading, Fang Qimai adapted to the trend by reforming the entire Shangguan system. New digital reading features were added, including book downloads and more. The increase in collection size is inevitably proportional to the growth in readership. With increased foot traffic and reading methods that align with the times, then there will be many ways to monetize, and gradually, the money will come. As for how to do it specifically, Fang Qimai wouldn't dwell on the details. He just needed to provide the direction. That's what a true investor should do. Fang Qimai said, "You're Zhao Peng, right?" "Yes, Chairman." "What are your orders?" "Shangguan will continue to be entrusted to your management, but from now on, we must proceed according to my plan." "Absolutely, Chairman. We will strictly follow your directives." Seeing Zhao Peng's reverential attitude, everyone realized this wasn't an act. Everything had become reality. Fang Qimai was truly Shangguan's decision-maker. Li Hongzhi was utterly perplexed. Where on earth did this kid get so much money? That car he drove yesterday is said to be worth over 20 million, and now he's spending 200 million outright to buy the entire library. Wei Zile sensed something was amiss and tugged at Li Hongzhi's sleeve. Li Hongzhi also had thoughts of slipping away. Fang Qimai said, "Old Zhao, there's something I need you to do." "Please go ahead, Chairman." Fang Qimai pointed at Li Hongzhi, "Revoke this guy's VIP membership." Li Hongzhi gritted his teeth and spoke with a hint of uncertainty. "Fang Qimai, you don't go too far." Fang Qimai continued, "Furthermore, put these three on the blacklist. They're barred from setting foot in Shangguan." "Understood, Chairman." "Security, escort these three." Zhao Peng glanced at Li Hongzhi before adding, "Show these three gentlemen out." "Yes, Uncle Zhao, you can't do this to me. My mother is a shareholder here." "Sorry, Shaoli, but Shangguan still has to follow Chairman Fang's orders. Please leave." "You." Bewilderment points from Li Hongzhi, plus 19. Bewilderment points from Gui Zile, plus 11. Several security guards came up. Li Hongzhi angrily shouted, "Zhao Peng, my father won't let you off easily." Fang Qimai responded, "If you have any objections, class monitor, have your father come talk to me." "Damn it." Confusion points from Hongzhi Li plus 20. After driving away Li Hongzhi and his two companions, Fang Qimai turned his gaze toward Zhang Feng, the leader of the library supervision team. Zhang Feng's eyes kept darting away nervously. The moment they made eye contact with Fang Qimai, she visibly shuddered. She knew she was done for. Fang Qimai turned to Zhao Peng and said, "Oh yes, add another rule to the library regulations. Even VIPs aren't allowed to speak loudly, not even in the lobby." "Understood, Chairman." Fang Qimai said sternly to Zhang Feng, "Weren't you just about to fire someone without paying their wages? Well, now you're fired, and I won't be giving you a single cent of your salary. You can sue me if you want, but you should know you violated the company's interests first, Moreover, I have the world's most outstanding legal team at my disposal, ready to engage at any moment. Ah, Chairman Fong, give me another chance. I was blind just now and offended you. I know I was wrong. I won't dare do it again. Please, I beg you, give me one more opportunity. Director Zhao, please put in a good word for me. I've worked here for so many years, if not merit then at least hard work. Fang Qimai turned his gaze toward Zhao Peng. He didn't say a word, merely giving a look, yet Zhao Peng immediately took matters into his own hands. Come on, get out of here. Several security guards promptly stepped forward and escorted Zhang Feng out. Right after, Fang Qimai walked towards Qin Yanling. This young man was strikingly handsome and incredibly generous with his money. Qin Yanling immediately tensed up. She called out softly, Chairman Fong. You're still in school? Yes. What school and what major? Jiangqing Normal University, Chinese language major, replied Qin Yanling. Fang Qimai nodded slightly and said, very well. Do you usually enjoy reading books? Fang Qimai asked again. I really like it. Well, but it's a bit of a pity. For an undergraduate from a normal university to come here as an intern supervisor feels like overqualification. Not at all. I'm interested in all kinds of books. There are books here that I can't find elsewhere. Although the salary isn't high, I believe interest is more important. During breaks, I can read. Plus, one of the employee benefits is being able to borrow books for free. Fang Qimai nodded again. Pretty decent benefits. Fang Qimai thought for a moment before continuing. I have a job that would suit you well, wondering if you'd be interested? Me? Exactly. I'll offer you compensation that'll leave you satisfied. Qin Yanling hastily waved her hands. Chairman Fong, what I mean is, am I really qualified? Work ethic comes first, ability second, that's my criteria for selecting talent. If I say you're capable, then you're capable. Hearing Fang Qimai's unwavering tone, Qin Yanling didn't dare to argue further. She immediately responded, understood, Chairman Fong. I'll certainly do my best. Zhao Peng said, Chairman, I've arranged a banquet at Peony Grand Restaurant to celebrate your appointment as our chairman. This way, please. Oh, very well. Fang Qimai added, Qin Yanling, you come along too. Got it, Chairman Fong. Niu Jiqiu stood there dumbfounded. Everything Fang Qimai had just done left him in complete admiration. Yet the disparity in their social status and financial means also created an intense sense of alienation within him. Suddenly, he felt worlds apart from Fang Qimai. Fang Qimai seemed to instantly read Niu Jiqiu's thoughts. He gave Niu Jiqiu a gentle nudge and said, it's your birthday today, order whatever you want to eat later. Alright, that's what you said. After all, it's not my treat. Niu Jiqiu. In an instant, Niu Jiqiu felt relieved in his heart. Although Fang Qimai had suddenly become wealthy, he hadn't changed as a person, he was still the same Fang Qimai from before. Meanwhile, after leaving the library, Li Hongzhe, Gui Zilei, and Zhang Ruijie stood there dumbfounded. The three of them remained silent for a long time. Finally, Li Hongzhe broke the silence. Nobody is allowed to speak of what happened today, got it? We'll act like it never occurred. Especially Bishue. If she finds out Fang Qimai kicked us out, where would that leave my dignity? Understood, class monitor. We're equally embarrassed, we won't breathe a word of it. Chapter 40, we're not actually going to buy clothes here, right? Peony Grand Restaurant. After feasting sumptuously at Zhao Peng's expense, Niu Jiqiu felt thoroughly satisfied. Even after all this time, Fang Qimai continued to receive confused reactions from Li Hongzhe and his two companions. These three must be absolutely miserable. Then, Fang Qimai had everyone else from Shangguan leave first, keeping only Qin Yanling behind. From then on, all promotional and management tasks at Shangguan would be handed over to Qin Yanling. Fang Qimai planned to groom Qin Yanling into becoming his trusted confidant at Shangguan. Although Zhao Peng and others had rich experience and profound insight, they were ultimately capitalists, not what Fang Qimai desired. Using clever tactics to gain traffic, win support, and earn money is the best strategy. After hearing Fang Qimai's task arrangements, Qin Yanling was completely stunned. Qin Yanling's thinking couldn't quite keep up with Fang Qimai's pace yet, leaving her constantly worried about being unfit for the task. Fang Qimai responded, don't worry, you'll know what to do when the time comes. Plus, I'll arrange for someone to assist you with these tasks. In the afternoon, the three of them arrived at Phase 2 of City Plaza in Jiangcheng. Although the prices at Phase 1 of City Plaza were high, they weren't completely unaffordable. But these big-name brands in Phase 2 were beyond reach. So Phase 2 was also dubbed the exhibition hall, where ordinary people dared not dream of shopping. But Fang Qimai today was different from before, every inch of him would be custom-tailored. Buying some decent gear for your good buddies and subordinates is as easy as smiling. Niu Jiqiu glanced at the tag on the Versace men's suit. 26800550009800. Damn, each set's more expensive than the last. Mike, you're not seriously planning to buy clothes here, are you? It's your birthday today, Why can't I give you a birthday present? But this is way too expensive. All my clothes and shoes combined barely amount to over 300 yuan. Fang Qimai looked at a dark blue suit. This one's nice. It would suit you. Brother Mai, did you even hear what I just said? Just then, a Versace saleswoman approached them with a welcoming smile. Niu Jichao felt a pang of guilt. How could he possibly bring himself to buy such expensive clothes? If he just looked without buying, he worried the saleswoman might look down on him. Yet, unlike the typical portrayals in stories, the female sales assistant didn't give Fang Qimai and his two companions disdainful glances just because they were dressed cheaply, nor did she commit the foolish act of berating them and kicking them out. On the contrary, the sales associates in such high-end brand stores are highly experienced. They have sharp eyes, they've seen every type of customer imaginable. Truly wealthy people tend to be relatively low-key, whereas those with less money or the nouveau riches are the ones who like to show off. Not looking down on anyone and serving every customer well is their most fundamental principle. Excuse me, have you found any styles you like? Let me introduce them to you. Niu Jichao scratched his head and awkwardly replied, no need to trouble yourself, we'll just browse around. Thanks anyway. Even after hearing this, the shop assistant maintained her professional smile. Fang Qimai then said, I don't like shopping. You two pick out what you want yourselves. Ah. Niu Jichao knew Fang Qimai wanted to buy clothes for him as a gift, but he never expected they'd be from Phase 2 of City Plaza. From Niu Jichao, +8 confusion points obtained. From Qin Yanling, +10 confusion points obtained. Qin Yanling exclaimed in surprise, Chairman Feng, do I get something too? Old Niu needs at least 2 sets of clothes and 2 pairs of shoes. As for Qin Yanling, pick a briefcase you think looks good, any brand will do, just make sure it's big enough to hold books. Fang Qimai checked the time and added, I'll go wait at the cafe. Call me when you've finished picking things out, and I'll come settle the bill. After a pause, Fang Qimai continued, oh, and make sure each item costs no less than 20,000. There's no upper limit. With that, Fang Qimai strode off, leaving Niu Jichao, Qin Yanling, and the female sales assistant from Versace utterly bewildered. Out of professional instinct, the quick-witted sales assistant warmly said within just 2 seconds, please, come right this way. At the cafe, Fang Qimai ordered a coffee and took a seat. He couldn't wait to see what this, Global Books USB drive, actually looked like. In the system's backpack lies a USB drive. As expected of a system product, its appearance is extremely ordinary. It's hard to imagine just how amazing it really is. After borrowing a laptop from the coffee shop staff, I plugged in the USB drive. Upon seeing its contents, Fang Qimai was utterly astonished. The USB drive contained an astonishing array of books, covering every conceivable topic. From economics, art, and history to geography, natural sciences, astronomy, and medicine. It included books across all major categories, complete with translated versions from various countries. Every book found in libraries worldwide could be found here, and even those unavailable elsewhere were present in this collection. And under the system's arrangements, all necessary legal permissions have been duly obtained. There are no legal risks involved in either distribution or sale. Of course, these are all known books from the real world, but Fang Qimai is more interested in those that have been lost to time. Throughout human history, numerous wars and political movements, both domestic and international, have led to the extinction of countless books. The buildings destroyed by war may be rebuilt, but the lost books are likely permanent losses. Now, they appeared one by one before Fang Qimai. First, Qing Nang Shu. This book was considered one of the most outstanding works of traditional Chinese medicine in ancient history. Its author is none other than the renowned divine physician Hua Tuo. This book meticulously documented Hua Tuo's lifelong dedication and medical experience, representing the pinnacle of his medical achievements. Unfortunately, the Green Satchel book has been lost to time, with only the 5 animal frolics and Mafesin anesthetic powder surviving. This constitutes an immeasurable loss in medical history. Yet, the contents of the Green Bag book lay clearly before Fang Qimai's eyes. Though it was the original ancient text untranslated, Fang Qimai, excellent in literature and well-read, understood it with ease. Combined with his mastery of traditional Chinese medicine, he was instantly enthralled, unable to tear himself away. Marvelous, simply marvelous, he exclaimed. That's brilliant. Varicose veins can actually be treated like this? Fang Qimai exclaimed excitedly. Cancer, AIDS, leukemia, ALS, and rheumatoid arthritis are listed by the World Health Organization as the 5 major difficult-to-treat diseases worldwide. Among these, only leukemia has a chance of being cured through bone marrow transplantation. The others have become incurable diseases. The Qing Nang book truly deserves its reputation as a miraculous text, though this doesn't mean it can cure everything. But with the help of this book, there is still great hope for humanity to overcome these incurable diseases. The second book, The Yellow Emperor's External Classic. Many people know of the Yellow Emperor's Inner Canon, the earliest medical text in China.
Along with the classic of difficult issues, Treatise on Cold Damage and Miscellaneous Diseases, and Shinnon's Herbal Classics, it is renowned worldwide as one of the 4 great classics of traditional medicine.
In fact, there exists another work called the Yellow Emperor's Outer Canon, whose influence surpasses even that of the Inner Canon.
Legend has it that it contains the secrets of immortality and techniques for resurrecting the dead. From the perspective of combining modern medicine and science, this rumor appears somewhat exaggerated.
After browsing through it, Fang Qimai found himself equally spellbound.
Just as there's internal medicine, there must be external practice. While the Yellow Emperor's Inner Canon focuses on internal medicine, this book discusses surgical treatments. Furthermore, it also records methods for health cultivation and longevity.
This is also a divine book. Fang Qimai couldn't calm his emotions for a long time. Chapter 41, just who exactly is the chairman?
With ordinary books alone, if they were all displayed, the Shangguan Library would already possess undeniable qualifications to become the world's largest and most comprehensive library. But as for divine texts like the Green Satchel Scripture, Fang Qimai had other plans. Not to mention their emergence might bring unnecessary troubles to him. They could also face skepticism from the world. Rather than presenting them to the public, it would be better to make good use of them himself. Works like the Green Satchel Manual and Yellow Emperor's External Canon, these legendary medical texts, could certainly be extracted into printed books and handed over to the Yang family traditional Chinese medicine clinic.
Let Grandpa Yang Huming harness their potential.
The Green Pouch Manual may not offer a 100% cure for cancer, but it has developed methods to alleviate pain and improve survival rates for cancer patients. This alone is already a medical miracle.
Over time, Yang's traditional Chinese medicine clinic would build its reputation, attracting an increasing number of visitors drawn by its growing fame.
As it continues to develop, it's not impossible for Yang's traditional Chinese medicine clinic to become the nation's largest and most skilled TCM hospital in the future.
This idea is absolutely brilliant.
As for the other lost texts, Fang Qimai would select some to display at Shangguan as trump cards.
The remaining portion, he intends to keep for his own use. Build the world's largest library and the finest traditional Chinese medicine hospital worldwide. These were the 2 long-term goals Fang Qimai had set for Shangguan Books and Yang's traditional Chinese medicine clinic.
Just as Fang Qimai was thinking about this, his phone rang.
It was Niu Jichao calling. Fang Qimai finished his coffee and stood up. Niu Jichao's 2 outfits and 2 pairs of shoes,
along with Qin Yanling's briefcase, the total came to 108,000.
When making the payment, Fang Qimai didn't even bat an eye. Niu Jichao and Qin Yanling exchanged a glance, their hearts aching at the expense. These high-end garments were impeccable in quality, craftsmanship, and cut, but the price was simply too steep. Both of them had already tried their hardest to pick the most affordable options. Happy birthday! Niu Jichao said excitedly. Thank you, brother Mai. Qin Yanling, keep up the good work in the future. I will, thank you, Chairman. Qin Yanling kept nodding vigorously, her voice even starting to tremble. That evening, the trio arrived at Junlan Bar.
Junlan Bar was one of the largest bars in Jiangcheng. Fang Qimai had previously worked part-time here as a waiter, so he was quite familiar with the place.
The atmosphere inside is nice, with some performances every night. Brother Mai, I've never been to a bar before, nor have I ever had alcohol. Fang Qimai replied, you're still a student. I'll only permit you to order soft drinks. Qin Yanling murmured softly, Chairman, aren't you still studying too?
Fang Qimai remained silent, while Niu Jichao chimed in, Sister Ling, once you get to know my brother Mai better, you won't ask that anymore.
Our brother Mai is ridiculously cool. Ha! Up to now,
Qin Yanling still didn't know exactly who Chairman Fang Qimai was, only aware that he was still a student. But after less than a day of interacting, she understood that Fang Qimai was definitely no ordinary person.
Entering the bar, a waiter immediately recognized Fang Qimai. Hey, isn't this Qimai? Ding! You've been called out by waiter Zhang Dezhuang. Reward, master-level alcohol tasting skill.
Zhang Dezhuang had been working as a waiter at Junlan Bar for 2 or 3 years already. Fang Qimai came here to work part-time during last winter break, and he got along quite well with colleagues like the store manager and servers.
Fang Qimai waved his hand. Hey, brother Zhang. Zhang Dezhuang asked cheerfully. What brings you here today with free time?
Just dropping by to inspect the work, see if you guys are slacking off.
Hey, you rascal, still as mischievous as ever. Zhang Dezhuang glanced around. Just 3 of you? Right, and I know this place well. You go attend to your business. I'll just scan the code to order later. Zhang Dezhuang replied, alright then, don't hesitate to call if you need anything. Niu Jichao was visiting a bar for the first time and initially felt a bit uneasy,
but such an environment soon made him feel more relaxed. I thought bars were all about booming DJ music, noisy and chaotic, where you'd have to shout to be heard. I never expected such a pleasant atmosphere, someone singing on stage too. That beautiful girl's cover of Orange Soda was really nice to listen to, he remarked. Qin Yenling also agreed, this bar is indeed nice, spacious, perfect for having drinks and chatting.
Sister Ling, have you been to a bar before?
I went to a quiet bar with my dorm sisters once, but it wasn't that big.
Fang Qimai asked, what would you like to drink? Niu Jichao responded while listening to the music, I'll have an orange juice. By the way, isn't it a bit lame to order orange juice in a bar like this?
No, it suits your temperament quite well.
Niu Jichao, how about you? Fang Qimai looked at Qin Yenling. I'll have orange juice too, then? Fang Qimai glanced at the menu.
I'd recommend this champagne, it's layered in flavor, rich in fruity notes, gently soothing yet doesn't go to your head.
Qin Yenling froze for a moment. Could she refuse when the chairman himself had made the suggestion? She quickly nodded. Alright, let's try it then.
Niu Jichao remarked, even though you're no longer working here, brother Mai, you've still got your liquor pitching skills down pat.
Qin Yenling froze for a moment. Chairman, you actually worked here before?
That's right, your esteemed chairman once toiled here for 2 whole months. Qin Yenling chuckled awkwardly, silently thinking to herself, oh my gosh, do all rich people enjoy slumming it like this? 5 minutes later, Zhang Dezhuan came over carrying a tray of dishes. There were 2 golden liquor bottles, looking quite high-end,
and a glass of orange juice.
They ordered quite a few side dishes, a plate of crispy chicken wings, 2 servings of fries, a dish of cold seaweed salad, a plate of smashed cucumber, and another of salt-roasted peanuts.
Zhang Dezhuan grinned and said, not bad, Qimai, you actually ordered 2 bottles of the bling-bling Armand de Brignac. Fang Qimai smiled slightly, brother Zhang, come sit down and have a few drinks with me. Better not.
You know the rules, no drinking during work hours.
I've got to attend to the customers.
If the boss catches me, I'll be in big trouble.
Alright, you go ahead with your work then. Sure thing, just call me if you need anything. Niu Jichao had never tasted alcohol before, nor did he know much about it.
He only recognized beer, baijiu, huangjiu, imported liquor, and rice wine. What exactly was this ace of spades liquor that piqued his curiosity? Qin Yenling shared the same curiosity, and simultaneously both their gazes fell upon that tiny receipt. Cucumber salad *1 22/serving. Salted peanuts *1 15/pack. Orange juice *1 32/glass. Ace of spades, gold luxury, *1 8 888/bottle. Ace of spades, gold luxury, *1 8 888/bottle.
8,888. 1. Chapter 42, looks like we'll have to give you a raise. Seeing the price, Niu Jichao and Qin Yenling simultaneously drew in a sharp breath. A bottle costs 8,888, and he actually ordered 2.
From Niu Jichao's confusion value, plus 10.
From Qin Yenling's confusion value, plus 11. Chairman, what kind of liquor is Ace of Spades? It's so expensive.
Even if I save 3 months' salary without spending a penny, I could barely afford 1 bottle.
Fang Qimai thought for a moment. I see. Looks like I'll have to give you a raise then. Qin Yenling, Niu Jichao.
Chairman, is the salary amount really the issue here?
The real question is why this wine is so absurdly expensive.
Having worked a winter break part-time job here and just being rewarded with the Master of Wine Appreciation System bonus, Fang Qimai knew this Armand de Brignac intimately. This is a champagne, and its high price naturally comes with good reason.
Niu Jichao and Qin Yenling perked up their ears, listening attentively.
12 years ago, at a world-class champagne blind tasting competition, a dark horse defeated top champagne brands like Moët and Chandon and Louis Roederer.
That dark horse was Armand de Brignac. %%.
From grape picking to bottling, the Ace of Spades is completed solely by 8 individuals, making it the only champagne brand in the world crafted entirely by hand.
After the introduction, Fang Qimai popped open the cork. Rather than talking so much, it's better to taste a sip.
Watching the crystal-clear champagne pour into the glass, Qin Yenling, who rarely drank, found herself curiously drawn to alcohol for the very first time.
Even Niu Jichao couldn't resist the urge to try its flavor.
Qin Yenling picked up the wine glass and said, Chairman, I'd like to propose a toast to you.
How does it taste? Fang Qimai asked. There's a hint of aroma, quite pleasant to drink. Unlike other liquors that are hard to swallow, this makes me see wine differently. Let me take another sip.
Exactly, Fang Qimai nodded. This wine has a smooth, velvety texture with a gentle entry. At first, you taste floral notes, and after swallowing, your palate is filled with fruity fragrance.
Now, do you still think it's expensive? Expensive. Qin Yenling set down her wine glass and said, it really is pricey.
I still can't afford it, but that's not its fault, it's mine.
I'm just too poor.
At that moment, a burst of cheers erupted from the long table next to them. The entire table was occupied by what looked like underground types, some sporting tattoos beneath black tank tops, others with bleached hair. The whole table was enveloped in swirling cigarette smoke as the group happily rattled dice cups in excited play. The moment there's a competition, people start yelling like crazy. Such scenes are perfectly normal in bars. After all, people come to bars to have fun, and alcohol gets them hyped up. But this was Niu Jichao's first time in such a place, and the noisy atmosphere made him feel a bit uncomfortable. He glanced over casually, never expecting that middle-aged man with a fat face and big ears would immediately stand up.
Hey, Four Eyes, you got some nerve, huh? What's that guy's problem? Changji, he was glaring at us just now. Fuck. Niu Jichao hurriedly turned his head back.
As just a middle school student, he'd never seen such a scene before.
Hey, I'm talking to you, four-eyed loser. I wasn't staring at you. I wasn't even looking your way just now.
Dare you still say there isn't? The middle-aged man walked straight over. Just by the way he walks, you can tell he's had quite a bit to drink.
Sheer provocation and troublemaking. Xin Yanling couldn't help but feel concerned.
Many of the violent assault cases reported in the news were caused by alcohol consumption. These people get drunk on just a little alcohol and immediately lose all sense of reality, acting like they're invincible gods who can disregard all laws and offend anyone without consequence.
Fang Qimai asked, Uncle Quan, how much have you had to drink today? Can't even bear someone looking at you? The middle-aged man suddenly jolted in shock. Fang Qimai?
It turned out that Fang Qimai had long recognized the trouble-seeking drunkard, the good-for-nothing son of the elderly Chinese medicine practitioner Yang Huming, none other than Yang Quan. Yang Quan remembered that day, the pain from Bai Lisho's punch still lingered in his arm. He had always harbored a grudge about this, but now, with only Fang Qimai and the two others here, he wasn't afraid anymore.
Good lad, so it's you, damn it. Fang Qimai added, speaking of which, Uncle Quan, how did you know he was looking at you if you didn't see him? You both exchanged glances, isn't that fair? You. Fang Qimai smiled faintly and said, Uncle Quan, how about this? Think of it as you making a new friend with my buddy here.
Tonight, your table's on me. Their table of 6 looked like a bunch of troublemakers, each one giving off serious gangster vibes. It wasn't that Fang Qimai was afraid of them, it was just that when guys like that got vicious, who knew what they might do? Besides, this was a place he'd once worked at. The bartenders, the manager, they were all good people. He didn't want to cause trouble for them.
What's more, today is Niu Jichao's birthday, and Fang Qimai didn't want to stir up trouble.
Although the table looked loaded with drinks and dishes, it was just a matter of tens of thousands of yuan.
For Fang Qimai, anything that could be solved with money wasn't considered a problem. Yang Quan hesitated somewhat. Since someone's willing to pay for his drinks, well, that might be worth considering.
At this point, Niu Jichao and Xin Yanling breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this matter could be laid to rest.
But who could have predicted what happened next?
From Yang Quan's table, where the bald man wearing a gold chain sat prominently in the center seat, the man suddenly stood up.
Zhao Chang, who do you think you are to pick up my tab? He said coldly. Yang Quan smacked his head, right. Isn't this looking down on our brother Chang? Our brother Chang needs someone else to pay for him? That punk is blatantly crossing our brother Chang. Did brother Chang even give him face? Does our brother Chang lack this bit of money? Zhao Chang crushed out his cigarette and asked coldly, Kid, who's your boss? Fang Qimai initiated data analysis. Zhao Chang, age 33, height 176 centimeters, weight 75 kilograms, education level, vocational school. Son of Zhao Jinxian, director of Qihong Real Estate. Currently manager of the planning department at Qihong Real Estate. Spent 476,000 yuan across various entertainment venues in the past 7 days. Suspected excessive indulgence leading to kidney deficiency and baldness. All 3 hair transplant attempts ended in failure. Soon, Fang Qimai gained a preliminary understanding of Zhao Chang's basic data.
Seeing Qihong Real Estate, Fang Qimai suddenly laughed. This name had appeared in the corporate partnership directory of Tianhao Group. He replied calmly, I haven't been hanging out with anyone.
Then why are you still acting so cocky? Fang Qimai pondered for a moment. If I must say who I roll with, well, I roll with myself.
Confusion value from Zhao Chang, +7.
Yang Quan asked, Do you even know who our big brother Chang is?
Our big brother Chang is.
Fang Qimai cut in, stop talking. I don't want to know. Confusion value from Yang Quan, +4.
Fang Qimai stood up and shouted, Brother Zhang, come here for a moment. Zhang Dezhuang hurried over.
Brother Zhang, please note this down, I'm paying for their table.
Zhang Dezhuang glanced at Zhao Chang, then froze momentarily. Zhao Chang was a regular at their bar, and on top of that, he was the son of the chairman of Jiangqing's Qihong Real Estate. No one knew what had happened between their 2 tables.
Alright, I'll make a note of it right away.
Hearing this, Zhao Chang roared, hold it. Zhang Dezhuang immediately stopped in his tracks.
Young Master Zhao, what are your orders? Zhao Chang looked at Zhang Dezhuang with disdain.
Who gave you permission to pay my bill for me?
Damn it, do you all look down on Zhao Chang? You think I, Zhao Chang, can't afford to settle the bill? Oh this, doesn't our brother Chang spend enough at your Julan every year? Making someone else pay for brother Chang's bill, if this gets out, where would our brother Chang's face be?
Zhang Dezhuang gave a bitter smile and looked helplessly at Fang Qimai.
Fueled by alcohol, Zhao Chang walked up to Zhang Dezhuang and said, Go tell your manager, tonight's entire house tab is on me, young Master Zhao. Chapter 43, Now You Know Brother Chang's Capabilities.
Hearing Zhao Chang's words, everyone was stunned. This was a scene one could only see in movies and novels, yet it had actually happened right before their eyes. The Junman Bar was one of the largest bars in Jiangcheng, with nightly revenues exceeding 2 million yuan. In the over 2 years Zhang Dazhuang had worked there, this was the first time he'd seen someone do such a thing.
After all, isn't there anything better to do with 2 million? If you're trying to show off, at least do it properly.
Yes, yes. Zhang Dazhuang repeatedly nodded and immediately grabbed his walkie-talkie to contact his store manager.
The people around Zhao Chang were all cheering and jumping for joy. Now that's my brother Chang. Absolute legend, coolness overload. Domineering brother Chang. Pure awesomeness.
The streets know brother Chang, piles of cash, few words. The next moment, the lights in the entire venue dimmed. Several beams of light fell on Zhao Chang, making him the center of attention. At that moment, someone signaled the resident singer on stage to stop. Then, grabbing the microphone, they shouted, "Tonight's entire bill is covered by young Master Zhao of Qihong Real Estate.
Let's all give a round of applause to thank young Master Zhao for his generosity. Now, let's all have a blast."
Immediately afterward, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. The applause was deafening.
Whoa! Phew. Young Master Zhao is so wealthy. Thank you, young Master Zhao. Lord Zhao is so handsome, the most dashing man here. Thanks to young Master Zhao, we can drink to our heart's content tonight. In that moment, Zhao Chang's subordinates also felt an immense sense of pride shining on their faces. Yang Quan patted Fang Qimai's desk and said, "So, Fang Qimai, now you understand brother Chang's true strength, don't you?
Don't think you can act all high and mighty just because you bought my dad's shop. That petty cash of yours is nothing more than what brother Chang spends in a single night.
Want to pick up the tab for our brother Chang? You're not even qualified." Fang Qimai could only shake his head helplessly.
Zhao Chang put on this show just to boost his ego. It wasn't about having deep pockets, but about being a damn fool. He gave a faint smile and said, "Alright then, I'll thank you, brother Chang.
If there's nothing else, please be on your way." You think this is over?
Zhao Chang stepped forward angrily, demanding, "You just provoked my men, how do we settle this score?"
Niu Jichao grew nervous again. "I really wasn't looking at you, let alone trying to provoke you." Fang Qimai understood that those itching for a fight could turn anything into a reason. Fang Qimai said, "It's my buddy's birthday tonight.
Please do me a favor and don't give my brother a hard time."
Birthday? So what if it's his birthday? Every damn day's my birthday. Ha ha ha. Yang Quan and the others burst out laughing. Zhao Chang continued, "Face, huh? Who the hell do you think you are, asking for my respect?" Niu Jichao said, "Don't push it too far. Get lost."
Zhao Chang shoved Niu Jichao aside without hesitation.
He looked at Fang Qimai. "What was your name again? Fang something?" "Fang Qimai," Yang Quan quickly answered. "Alright, Fang Qimai. Come on, kneel down and apologize, and I'll let you off." Ding!
You've been singled out by bald Zhao Chang, unlocking physique trait, eternal lush hair.
Forever flowing locks? Wow! This reward is seriously impressive.
When I heard my dad started going bald before 30, I thought I was doomed too.
Who knew? There's still hope for me. Ha ha!
Fang Qimai's eyes grew slightly moist with emotion. After all, hair is truly vital for a man. Though he was sure his bald head would still look quite handsome.
Fang Qimai replied, "Are you sure you want me to kneel and apologize?" "Absolutely."
Fang Qimai also smiled and said, "Let me tell you in advance, you might not be able to handle what my niece have in store."
"Damn, you're really cocky, kid. Who the hell do you think you are?"
Zhao Chang swung his fist. The bartender Zhang Dezhuang hurried over. "Oh, bro Chang, tonight's your big night, don't get angry now."
I'll make it up to you on behalf of Qimai, you've got a big heart."
Zhao Chang shoved Zhang Dezhuang aside with brute force. "Get lost. This brat doesn't know his place, and I'm damn well going to teach him a lesson today."
Zhao Chang threw a punch straight at him. Both Qin Yanling and Zhang Dezhuang were utterly terrified.
Niu Jichao stood only 1.65 meters tall with a slightly plump build, but since this whole mess started because of him, he couldn't let his buddy get hurt.
Niu Jichao rushed forward the instant it happened. Even if he couldn't win, he was ready to give it his all. Fang Qimai abruptly pulled Niu Jichao back while effortlessly catching Zhao Chang's incoming punch with his other hand.
Before anyone could react, Fang Qimai twisted his grip and flipped Zhao Chang into a restraining hold. In an instant, Zhao Chang's hand was twisted behind his back, and his face was pressed against the table.
Fuck!
Bafflement points from Zhao Chang, plus 13.
Bafflement points from Yang Quan, plus 9.
At that moment, the sound of engines approached from afar.
V-room, V-room. Zoom, zoom, zoom. V-room rat-a-tat-tat. Everyone heard it. It's a sports car. And not just one. There must be at least 5 or more. No, there must be at least 10.
Their roars grew steadily closer.
The combined engine sounds of multiple sports cars shook every soul on this street.
Some peered through windows while others rushed outside immediately. In a moment, the sight of sports cars speeding past one after another will be absolutely epic. The roaring sound seemed just within reach. Stepping outside, it turns out these sports cars were all heading to Junlan Bar. The parking spaces in front of Junlan Bar gradually filled up completely.
Everyone was stunned. Holy shit, is that a Pagani Zonda? And a Ferrari LaFerrari. Damn, that's a Lamborghini Veneno. That purple Maserati is so flashy. Damn, there's my favorite Lamborghini Huracan. Each one costs at least 5 million yuan. The yellow McLaren. It's blinding me. Holy shit, look at their license plates.
The sleek curves and gleaming bodies of these cars shimmer under the lights, utterly mesmerizing.
The sounds of engines and brakes intermingled. The various ways of opening doors made one's eyes spin. This scene was nothing short of a visual feast, absolutely awesome. 10 cars, 12, 14, 16, 24, so many cars. Damn.
I'm seeing so many sports cars gathered in one place for the first time with my own eyes.
Money, it's all money, holy shit, it's literally blinding my eyes. Our Jiangcheng actually has this many rich people? Is this some rich kids gathering, coming out to show off en masse?
Ladies, let's see if we can pick up some handsome ones later. I can accept someone who's not handsome.
I can accept someone older. I can accept someone who's not even human. Ha! The people from the sports cars got out one after another.
First, a single foot stepped onto the ground, black dress pants, black leather shoes. After checking, all of them had long legs. But upon closer inspection, why are they all bald?
Chapter 44, keep a lower profile next time. In the bar, Zhao Chang shouted angrily, what are you all standing around for? Attack them! Who dares? A loud shout came from the entrance.
A group of men in black suits and sunglasses rushed in. Though all bald, they were muscular and powerfully built. At least 20 of them quickly surrounded the group. Yang Quan and the others were utterly terrified when they saw this display. A huge crowd had gathered at the entrance of the bar. They had all witnessed the men in black suits stepping out of their sports cars and walking in together.
But they still didn't quite understand what exactly was going on.
The men in black suits stood rigidly straight, then simultaneously inclined their bodies slightly and shouted in unison, Young Master.
Young Master? Who are they calling? Could they be our brother Chang's bodyguards? Zhao Chang laughed. When did my dad arrange so many bodyguards for me? Ha, but why are they all bald? Is it to match me? Ow, that hurts. At that moment, several men in black suits stepped aside to make way. Bai Liso approached. He respectfully called out to Fang Qimai, Young Master. Young Master? Yang Quan remembered Bai Liso that old man was ridiculously good in a fight. So these people were Fang Qimai's men? Confusion points from Zhao Chang, plus 14. Confusion points from Yang Quan, plus 13. Mr. Zhao of Qihong Real Estate, I think you should take a look at my business card. Bai Liso stepped forward, producing a golden business card and placing it before Zhao Chang. Tian Hao. Zhao Chang was suddenly startled, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Could this remarkable Fang Qimai be the young master of the Tianhao group? Confusion value from Zhao Chang, plus 15. Confusion value from Zhao Chang, plus 18. Zhao Chang's confusion value is soaring. Bai Liso withdrew the business card. I advise you to show some respect to our young master. You should realize that if our chairman decides to terminate the cooperation with your Qihong Real Estate, your losses would be enormous. On the contrary, we have plenty of alternative partners. As the nominal planning department manager, Zhao Chang was well aware of Tianhao Group's crucial importance to his company. Finally, he behaved properly. Fang Qimai released Zhao Chang's hand. Zhao Chang awkwardly addressed Bai Liso. Bai Liso extended his hand. Whatever you have to say, please speak to our young master. Confusion points from Zhao Chang, plus 19. Zhao Chang scratched his head. I'm sorry. My apologies, young master Fang. I failed to recognize your eminence. I've been ungrateful. Please don't take it to heart. Don't be afraid, you're not even worthy of my attention. Zhao Chang. Yang Quan and the others were puzzled. What was going on here? What exactly was written on that business card? Did Brother Chang just back down like that? Back when Bai Liso provided Heavenly Pride Group's list of partner companies, Fang Qimai had already noticed Qihong Real Estate among them. With his photographic memory on top of that, Fang Qimai remembered perfectly clearly his family's company was absolutely crucial to Qihong Real Estate. Fang Qimai said coldly, Uncle Bai, terminate all cooperation with Qihong. Yes, please don't, young master Fang. Zhao Chang was scared to death. If his father found out he was responsible for ruining this deal, he'd be doomed. He continued pleading, young master Fang, I'll do anything you ask, just please don't terminate the cooperation with our Qihong group. At that moment, the sound of helicopter propellers could be heard outside. Bai Liso said respectfully, young master, the birthday cake you requested is ready. It's 1.8 meters tall and requires a fairly large space. Would it be alright to place it on the stage? Fang Qimai turned to the store manager Lin Jipeng and asked, Manager, I'd like to use your stage. Lin Jipeng replied, that's fine, but tonight our bar has already been privately booked by young master Zhao. Before even asking Zhao Chan's opinion, Feng Qimai smiled slightly and said, "Thank you, Zhao Chang." The onlooking bystanders couldn't believe their ears upon hearing this. No one could even remember who the generous host young Master Zhao was anymore. They were even more curious. What kind of cake could be 1.8 meters tall? Above the parking lot outside Junlan Bar, a massive transport aircraft hovered in the air. A few pastry chefs descended from it. There were both men and women, all of them foreigners. Next, the drones on the transport plane sprang into action. One by one, white boxes were delivered by the drones, where waiting bodyguards below caught them steadily. Then, the white boxes were systematically carried into the bar. At once, those foreign pastry chefs began bustling about. Everyone was extremely curious, could that white box possibly contain the cake they were waiting for? Bai Liso explained, "Young master, as per your instructions, I specially contacted Austria's top pastry chefs this morning to have them prepare the country's national treasure, the Zahortorta. All the ingredients were sourced directly from Austria, and once completed, the cake was immediately preserved and airlifted here intact. Moreover, they arranged for the pastry chef and his assistants to accompany the delivery. It is said that this cake was made simultaneously by over 100 local pastry chefs, hoping to meet your satisfaction." Everyone who heard the explanation was stunned. The flight from Austria to here alone takes 12 hours, not including layovers and other delays. For commercial flights, the total journey typically takes about 27 hours. Who would have thought that such a cake, accompanied by the local pastry chef, could arrive in less than a day by private jet? Indeed, with money, there's nothing that can't be done. This cake was made in the morning and imported, considering the labor and resources involved, not to mention the cake itself being hailed as Austria's national treasure pastry. Just how expensive must it be? Zhao Chang and the others listened in stunned silence. Is this some kind of joke? Feng Qimai nodded. "Well done, Uncle Bai. You've worked hard." "It's my duty," he replied. Feng Qimai added, "By the way, keep a lower profile next time. Try not to mobilize so many sports cars at once." Bai Liso replied, "Understood, young master. I'll be more careful next time." This time, we mobilized all 27 remaining sports cars and so many bodyguards because the cake was extremely valuable. Zhao Chang, Yan Quan. For a moment, the onlookers were nearly breathless. Did I hear that right? Every bodyguard gets a supercar? Holy, all those sports cars belong to him alone. No way. Owning one sports car is already mind-blowing, how can all 27 be his? Pay attention to the word remaining, meaning this handsome guy owns way more than 27 sports cars. What the hell, that's insane wealth. I totally thought it was a bunch of rich kids gathering, but turns out it was just one person. And they deployed so many bodyguards just to protect a cake? What kind of crazy shit is this? Well, ladies, that guy's not just insanely rich but also ridiculously handsome. We stand no chance. Confusion points from Zhao Chang, plus 13. Niu Jichao and Qin Yanling, standing by the side, were already too overwhelmed to speak. Feng Qimai said, "Super Niu, this is the cake I prepared for you. Is it impressive or what?" Niu Jichao was stunned for a long moment. "Brother Mai, this is just too much. I'm really flattered beyond words." Feng Qimai smiled faintly. "Now that's what you call a little heifer touring the world." Then the two spoke in unison, "Wherever we go, we'll be badass." Ha ha, Qin Yanling burst out laughing. "You two are really something." Chapter 45, The Chairman is Still the Chairman. Soon, a 7-tiered chocolate cake emerged. With the supports between each layer and the base underneath, it truly stood as tall as 1.80 meters. It was further adorned with gold leaf and diamonds. Under the lights, the entire cake sparkled brilliantly, radiating dazzling splendor. Bystanders quickly pulled out their phones to snap photos. Never before had they seen such an enormous cake, adorned with diamonds and gold. Upon hearing the news, pastry chef Sun Qingqing emerged from the kitchen of Junlan Bar to take a look. The sight before her would remain etched in her memory forever. A Zahortorta. I was fortunate enough to try this cake once in Austria. Its recipe is classified as a state secret. Who would have imagined I'd see one here? Its value must be at least 3 million, I reckon. Bai Liso stepped forward and said, "From raw materials to processing, to air shipping, and then to the accompanying personnel they arranged, everything was prioritized as urgent. In total, it cost 6.48 million. Sun Qingqing was stunned and truly at a loss for words, only managing to clap. The people present also broke into applause. Only a what the hell could capture the mood at that moment. Confused value from Zhao Chang, plus 18. Confused value from Yang Quan, plus 17. Niu Jichao's legs went weak when he heard this. He knew this cake must be expensive, but only within the range of several hundred thousand. A cake costing hundreds of thousands is already outrageous enough, but this 6 million cake simply exceeded the limits of his imagination. Zhao Chang and Yang Quan were completely dumbfounded. A cake costing over 6 million? Just now Zhao Chang booked the entire place, costing a mere 2 million. Now, it seems no one really cares anymore about who young Master Zhao is. Fang Qimai turned to Zhao Chang and said, "Didn't you just say you'd do anything? Take your crew up there and dance, show my good brother a proper birthday celebration." Oh this, Zhao Chang hesitated. He didn't know how to dance, wouldn't going up there just make a fool of himself? Not willing? Fang Qimai sneered. "I told you earlier, today's my buddy's birthday. We asked you to show some respect. Since you refuse, I'll have to terminate." Hearing this, Zhao Chang quickly said, I'll dance right now." So Zhao Chang took a few of his underlings and started awkwardly dancing on stage. The audience couldn't bear to watch. Who the hell is this guy? What kind of half-assed dancing is this? That's young Master Zhao from Chi Home Real Estate, the one who just rented out the whole place. No way? Rented out the place just to embarrass himself with those dance moves? What the hell? Who gave him the courage to go up there and dance? Confusion points from Zhao Chang, plus 20. Confusion points from Yang Quan, plus 20. Fang Qimai said to the store manager Lin Jipang, "If they want to eat, make them all sing happy birthday to me. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you." The resident singer took the lead in singing. She also really wanted to taste what a 6 million yuan cake would be like. A national treasure level dessert, made with a state secret recipe. It made the entire audience sing along with genuine seriousness. Tonight's Junlan bar had transformed into a birthday party. The birthday song concluded, and the Austrian pastry chef personally handed over an exquisite long serrated knife. Niu Jichao made the first cut, then left the rest to the pastry chef and his assistants. The texture melts in your mouth, with a rich chocolate flavor that's sweet but not cloying. The creamy aroma enhances the cake with exceptional depth of flavor. Hazelnut crumbs, pine nut crumbs, and white truffle crumbs were the finishing touches that made this cake exceptional. It must be said, this Zahar truly lives up to its reputation. Fang Qimai took a bite. Although he wasn't particularly fond of sweets, he still gave it a thumbs up. Xin Yanling couldn't resist taking several photos of the cake before eating it. The others watched Niu Jichao and his companions devouring the food with gusto, their mouths watering uncontrollably. Fang Qimai had the top 2 layers removed first, one set aside for the bar staff, and the other for Niu Jichao to take home and share with his family. The rest were entrusted to the store manager, Lin Jipang, to arrange distribution among everyone. With so many people present, a rough estimate showed each person could only receive a tiny portion. Don't underestimate this tiny piece, 1 bite's worth is packed with money. Anyone wanting a taste must wait in line properly. Those few who tried to cut in earlier were already tossed out by Fang Qimai's bodyguards. The gold leaf on the cake is so thin that the slightest movement makes it flutter away, negligible in weight. As for the diamonds embedded in it, though their exact value is unknown, they're certainly not cheap. Although Fang Qimai didn't particularly care, he couldn't simply let those people take advantage without giving anything in return. He had already arranged for all the diamonds to be picked out beforehand, distributing them as tips to the hard-working Austrian pastry chefs and their assistants. Austria was 7 hours behind local time, meaning the pastry team had started working in the wee hours to complete this cake. Coupled with the long flight, it had been truly demanding. At this moment, Bai Liso was chatting merrily with that pastry chef. To think Bai Liso actually understood their language, even Fang Qimai had to admire this treasure of a middle-aged man. Upon learning that the cake's owner intended to give them diamonds as tips, both the pastry chef and his assistant were overjoyed. Regardless of the actual value of those diamonds, at the very least, the cake's owner proved not just wealthy but extraordinarily generous. Bai Liso introduced, "Young master, this is Mr. Stephen." The middle-aged man with golden hair stepped forward and spoke in his newly learned Chinese, Fang Qi. "Mr. My, very, to meet you." As he spoke, he politely extended his hand. Ding! You've been singled out by Austria's master pastry chef Stephen Musel and unlocked the ability, German communication. I thought being noticed by such a skilled pastry chef would reward me with baking techniques, but instead, it gave me their language. In Austria, German is indeed their official language. But that's fine, Fang Qimai wasn't particularly interested in making pastries anyway. On the contrary, this German communication course might actually come in handy now. Fang Qimai smiled faintly. Part of him found Stephen's broken Chinese rather amusing, though at least he had pronounced his name correctly. On the other hand, it was out of courtesy. He immediately shook hands, then spoke fluent German the moment he opened his mouth. The gist was, "Mr. Stephen, I'm also very pleased to meet you. The cake is excellent, we really enjoyed it. Thank you and your team." Stephen's mouth instantly formed an O shape. He was greatly astonished and hurriedly gave a response. Bai Liso nodded in agreement, never expecting the young master to be so impressive. His German was even better than his own. Niu Jichao and Xin Yanling, who had been silently eating cake while watching the two converse cheerfully in a foreign language, were thoroughly impressed. Xin Yanling began to feel as if her entire worldview was being shaken. Back when I was desperately struggling to pass the English proficiency test, how on earth did Chairman Fang, just a middle schooler, manage to speak German so fluently? At first, Xin Yanling felt a smoldering resentment. Why should Fang Qimai, so young and merely wealthy, get to be the chairman. Now, Qin Yanling is utterly convinced. Truly, the chairman proves himself worthy of being the chairman. I've already arranged for your rooms to be prepared. Please rest well. Thank you, Mr. Fong. You're welcome to visit us sometime. I'll make sure you're well taken care of. It's a deal. Fong Qimai shook hands with Stephen once more. At that moment, Zhao Chang and the others came slinking downstairs. Well, young Master Fong, I've already done the jumping. Will that suffice now? What can? Fong Qimai retorted. Zhao Chang said timidly, can we not terminate the cooperation with our Qihong real estate? Fong Qimai smiled, and Zhao Chang followed suit with an awkward chuckle. Fong Qimai patted Zhao Chang on the shoulder, then suddenly said sternly, no. Chapter 46. Which villa belongs to the chairman? But didn't you just ask me to dance? Zhao Chang asked in a small voice. What happened next? And then I. Fong Qimai smiled slightly. Zhao Chang, keep dancing till the bar closes. Ding. 1000 confusion points consumed, absolute command activated. Remaining confusion points, 3954. Zhao Chang suddenly jolted. I think I've fallen in love with dancing. Guys, let's keep dancing with me. Zhao Chang started twisting his body as he spoke. Yang Quan was stunned. Still dancing, Brother Chang? I just threw out my back. This is so embarrassing for grown men, Brother Chang. Cut the crap and start twisting with me. Under Fong Qimai's arrangement, the two bodyguards escorted Niu Jichao and Qin Yanling home respectively. Before leaving, Fong Qimai told Qin Yanling to rest well and visit his house at noon tomorrow, where he would assign her specific tasks. Returning home, Fong Qimai was still full of energy. With the 3,000 cups physique gifted by his mother, drinking alcohol felt no different than drinking plain water. Looking back on today, Fong Qimai realized he'd gone a bit crazy. First spending 220 million to acquire Shangwen Library, then blowing over 6 million on a slice of Zahar-torta. Throw in the custom-made outfits, and that's another few million down the drain. By his tally, he'd already wildly exceeded the spending quota his parents had set. Now you can enjoy a leisurely life without worrying about how to spend your money anymore. The next day was Sunday. Qin Yanling arrived at the Phoenix Garden Villa district before 10 o'clock, afraid of being late. It was Qin Yanling's first time visiting such a villa community, and she felt a bit bewildered. After wandering around in circles for a while, I was finally stopped by a patrolling security guard. Excuse me, which building is Chairman Fong Qimai's villa? The guard paused for a moment before pointing at the cluster of villas ahead, saying, everything your eyes can see right now belongs to Mr. Fong. All of them. That's right. Confusion points from Qin Yanling, plus 10. Bai Liso personally came out and led Qin Yanling to the living room of one of the buildings. These are some refreshments prepared for you. Please help yourself. The young master hasn't gotten up yet, so please wait a little longer. All right. Thank you. After everyone else had left, Qin Yanling finally dared to secretly take out her phone and snap some photos. Each piece of exquisitely hand-carved furniture could be considered a masterpiece of art. The dark antique-inspired tiles on the floor, the glazed crystal glasses on the table. Everything exuded an aura of luxury. The entire villa was magnificent and elegant, exuding an air of solemn dignity. It felt like this place was a completely different world from the outside. So this is where the wealthy live. Even if I worked my whole life, I probably couldn't afford a single bathroom in the chairman's house. No, have confidence in yourself. Eliminate maybe from your vocabulary. Qin Yanling murmured to herself while taking photos. Fong Qimai had stayed up until dawn organizing books and materials last night, and by the time he woke up, it was already 11. Fortunately, all the books were already sorted. Except for a portion he intended to keep for personal use, the rest would be uploaded in digital form to Shangwen's backend. At the same time, introduce some electronic reading devices, and so on. Then have professionals print out the paper versions, as traditional reading methods are still indispensable. These are the tasks Fong Qimai plans to assign to Qin Yanling. When Fong Qimai arrived in the living room, Qin Yanling was taking a selfie with a white jade unicorn statue. Seeing Fong Qimai startled Qin Yanling so much she almost dropped her phone. President. Good morning. Fong Qimai was wearing pajamas with disheveled hair, looking rather casual. He checked the time. Morning's gone. Lunch is ready, let's eat together. Later I'll brief you on some work matters. Okay. No problem having Japanese for lunch, right? And no problem. I'm fine with anything. Outside the door, a small sightseeing vehicle-like transport was waiting. The two of them sat down together. Qin Yanling assumed they were going out to eat. But seeing Fong Qimai in his pajamas, she felt it was a bit inappropriate. However, she didn't dare to say it out loud. 2 minutes later, the sightseeing vehicle stopped in front of a Japanese-style villa. We're here. Qin Yanling was stunned. Was this why they needed a sightseeing van? Because there were too many villas. A 2-minute ride basically just meant arriving at the chairman's other house. They said we'd have Japanese cuisine, so we chose to dine in a Japanese-style villa. Walking through the chairman's home felt like taking a tour around the entire world. So extravagant. The entire villa was even more elegant than the Japanese architecture you'd see in movies.
Cherry blossoms had been planted everywhere, and it just so happened that their blooming season had begun, creating an utterly breathtaking scene. She longed to take out her phone and snap a photo, but she didn't dare be so presumptuous in front of the chairman.
The dishes started arriving the moment they sat down. The servants, dressed in Japanese-style maid outfits, fit the scene perfectly. According to Bai Liso, these maids were genuine Japanese nationals who had specifically studied Chinese. Xin Yenling truly felt like she was on a vacation.
The first course is called Hassun, but actually consists of 6 components. That triangular cake was composed of numerous dried mullet fry that had been deep-fried together.
The others are kuruma shrimp, firefly squid, honey beans, and broccolini. There's also a small bowl of tamagoyaki, recommended to be eaten last. After listening to the maid's introduction, Xin Yenling felt impressed.
Though each portion seemed small, everything looked exquisite.
Hearing the names of these ingredients gave a sense of premium quality.
The plating was equally refined. It looked like a work of art, almost too beautiful to eat.
Fang Qimai asked, "Aren't you hungry?" Xin Yenling looked up and saw that Fang Qimai had already finished the entire plate of 8-inch appetizers. She timidly pointed at the table and asked, "Chairman, may I take a photo?" "Sure, just don't get me in the shot." Snap, snap. After recording it, Xin Yenling couldn't wait to start eating.
The fish slices were crunchy and flavorful. Although the shrimp and firefly squid were served cold, they tasted fantastic when paired with the sweet peas and broccolini. Tamagoyaki is essentially a rolled omelet, topped with a layer of curry. I've had Japanese cuisine before, Xin Yenling thought, but none of those tamagoyaki could compare to what's before me now.
Excellent.
The second course, setamushi octopus rice. The octopus undergoes 3 hours of kneading before being simmered with red beans for 4 hours, paired with winter melon stewed in a rich broth, garnished with wood ear sprouts. The Japanese-style broth is made by simmering various seafood with bonito flakes and kelp. While the winter melon may seem like a supporting ingredient, it has fully absorbed the flavors of the broth.
To put it bluntly, it's like an ordinary winter melon ascending to heaven. Xin Yenling felt the food was absolutely divine.
Next came the crystal clear and refreshing 6-line fish broth served in jade bowls. There was also juicy salt-grilled goldeneye, along with the sweet and refreshing sea urchin-topped ise lobster. Finally, the meal concluded with a cup of authentic Japanese hand-whisked matcha.
Perfect. 12 courses in succession brought Xin Yenling one pleasant surprise after another.
At a restaurant, this lavish meal would easily cost over 10,000 yuan.
When factoring in the expenses for the chairman's personal chef and servants, Xin Yenling didn't dare to imagine the total cost. "Thank you for your generous hospitality, Chairman."
Xin Yenling stood up and said respectfully, take a break, then come to my study later.
I'll brief you on your tasks." During the 4-hour work briefing, Xin Yenling took diligent notes.
As just an intern suddenly entrusted with major responsibilities, she had no choice but to summon every ounce of her concentration. But she still had some doubts about her own abilities. Fang Qimai saw right through her thoughts at a glance.
"Don't think you're not capable. If you're not capable, then it proves my judgment is flawed." "Yes, understood, Chairman.
What you need to do is to be hands-on, yet not hands-on."
"Chairman, what do you mean by that?" Fang Qimai explained, "What I'm conveying to you is a mindset. You must be hands-on,
ensuring every task is completed according to my vision, but you shouldn't personally execute each task. You must learn to mobilize your team effectively."
"Understood? Understood, Chairman."
After leaving Fang Qimai's house, Xin Yenling finally let out a sigh of relief. But she felt a heavy burden on her shoulders, knowing there were more important tasks waiting for her in the future. Glancing at the time, she noticed it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Xin Yenling murmured to herself, "That's right, it's quite close to Auntie's place here. Auntie sprained her foot a while ago, so I might as well drop by and check on her."
"Thank you for your support in the past year of 2020. In the future, I hope to continue receiving your care and attention."
Regarding updates, Tomato places great importance on data.
Ironically, updating too quickly can actually hurt the numbers, affecting recommendations and rewards. It's quite perplexing.
Moving forward, I'll maintain 2 updates per day, so no need to worry. Normally, a chapter is around 2,000 words, but each of mine will be close to 3,000. Additionally, I may add more updates depending on the situation, and there will be no breaks before the story concludes.
Finally, I wish you all a happy new year.
May it be prosperous and full of success in all your endeavors.
Chapter 47, Our Chairman is Still in School. Xin Yenling bought a box of milk and some fruits downstairs. Thud, thud.
She knocked on the door. The one who opened the door was Xiao Bishue.
"Sis, you're here." Xiao Bishue warmly took Xin Yenling's hand.
Sitting in her chair, Jiao Meiyue glanced over and said, it's little Yen.
"Why'd you bring gifts?" "It was on my way, so I just bought some." "It's nothing."
Xiao Bishue took the milk and fruit, asking as she did, "By the way, sis, doesn't your library have rotating days off?
Don't tell me today's your rest day?" Well, it's a long story. Anyway, I met this incredible person. The two chatted in the room for quite a while. After hearing Qin Yanling's story, Xiao Bishue found it hard to believe. So you're saying, yesterday someone outright bought your library, became your chairman, then entrusted you with important responsibilities, bought you a Versace bag, treated you to a $6 million cake, and even invited you to his villa for lunch? Right, exactly that. Oh, and he also has over 20 sports cars. Xiao Bishue looked at Qin Yanling. Sis, have you been under some kind of stress? If you're facing any difficulties, you should tell me. Don't bear it all alone. What? You think I'm making this up? Everything I said is absolutely true.
Qin Yanling hurriedly pulled out photos of last night's cake and the Japanese cuisine they had for lunch today. She also pointed at her purse. This one, over 20,000. I already tried my best to pick the cheapest option. Then she flipped through a few more photos. Look, these 20-plus sports cars, they all belong to our company's chairman. Xiao Bishue took a long moment to process this before beginning to believe it somewhat. Does our River City really have such secretive tycoons? Xiao Bishue asked. Sis, is that chairman of yours some old pervert? At his age, trying to hit on you? His kids must be older than us, right? Qin Yanling quickly waved her hands. Not at all. Our chairman is still a high schooler, he's even got school tomorrow. Ah, +6 confusion points from Xiao Bishue. Fang Qimai? A high school student, as your company's chairman? So you see, these days you'll find all sorts of people. Sis, from how you describe it, your chairman must be pretty handsome, right? Yes, he really is incredibly handsome. Qin Yanling added, but I wouldn't dare take his photo. He's so arrogant, really cold and aloof. Around him, I even have to breathe carefully. Xiao Bishue grew even more curious. Sis, your standards are so high. If someone gets your praise for being handsome, then he must truly be gorgeous. Too bad there isn't a photo. Qin Yanling thought for a moment. Got it. This morning I saw the news that 6 million cake from last night even made it to trending searches. Really? Qin Yanling picked up her phone for a look. Mysterious tycoon orders $6 million luxury birthday cake for friend, shocking entire River City. These days, can't even afford cake anymore, sniffles. Holy cow, this is blinding me. One tiny bite costs a month's salary. Rumor has it everyone present got a slice. Wish I'd been there last night. I was there. That cake was the most delicious cake I've ever had. Bar none. The comments section has exploded. It's just a shame that after browsing through several news reports, there were only photos of the cake in the venue. Not a single photo of the mysterious tycoon themselves. Is it because no one dares to film it? Xiao Bishue asked. From what you're saying, does that mean your chairman is quite fierce? Not really. Aside from being a bit aloof, he's actually pretty cool. Xiao Bishue suddenly laughed and said, Sis, keep working hard, maybe one day you'll marry into a wealthy family. Oh, Xiaoxue, I'm several years older than her, who would fancy me? Besides, she must have high standards. When would it ever be my turn? Qin Yanling continued, but you, Xiaoxue, you're so pretty. I'll introduce you two someday if I get the chance. Maybe you two could, he. Sis, why are you dragging me into this? That's so mean. Ha ha. At this moment, Fang Qimai was driving his Lamborghini Huracan toward Yang's traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Under Bai Lishou's arrangements, the traditional Chinese medicine clinic began its renovation. Fang Qimai extracted the therapeutic methods for cancer and some common chronic diseases from the Green Bag book and printed them into physical books. He wouldn't tell Yang Huming that this content came from the Green Bag book. He merely shared these methods with him for research and experimentation. As for other incurable diseases, Fang Qimai would gradually pass the knowledge to him. Starting from here, Fang Qimai planned to slowly build his reputation and ultimately establish a renowned and authoritative traditional Chinese medicine hospital. A new day arrives, bringing another school day. The $6 million cake became the hottest topic in class, not to mention those 20-plus sports cars. Fang Qimai didn't want to deliberately conceal his identity, nor did he wish to flaunt it conspicuously, because that would only attract a bunch of sycophants. And what he despised the most were those insincere, obsequious flatterers. Niu Jichao and his family had always offered Fang Qimai assistance during his most difficult times. People like that are truly worth forming deep friendships with. As for the others, Fang Qimai didn't care in the slightest. Listening to the crowd's discussion, Fang Qimai and Niu Jichao exchanged a glance that spoke volumes beyond words. The desk and drawers were stuffed full of gifts and love letters from those junior schoolgirl admirers. Women only mess with my nap time. Fang Qimai sighed and casually handed them out to a few boys nearby. Class monitor Li Hongzhi felt fortunate that everyone seemed to have forgotten about him wetting his pants because of other matters. Seizing the opportunity, he complained in front of Xiao Bishue, Fang Qimai truly thinks too highly of himself. Xiao Bishue remained silent. After a good while, she suddenly asked, by the way, monitor, did you know the library you often visit has changed owners? Li Hongzhi was startled. How did she know about the ownership change? Had Bai Shui already learned that Fang Qimai bought Shangwen? It's over.
Does she know about that day when I got kicked out of the library by Fang Qimai? Damn it! It must be Gui Zilei and Zhang Ruijie who ratted me out. No, it could also be that guy deliberately showing off in front of Bishue. I don't know.
Li Hongzhi replied with a slightly irritated tone.
Xiao Bishue was somewhat puzzled. Class monitor, are you okay? Not at all. What could possibly be wrong with me? I'm perfectly fine.
Xiao Bishue found Li Hongzhi acting rather odd today, so she decided not to speak further. The first period was head teacher Xue Baogai's class. Halfway through, PE teacher Wang Xixing arrived. He mysteriously called Xue Baogai out of the classroom.
Are we really switching math class for PE?
You might not believe this, but our poor math teacher at school actually had his class taken over by the PE teacher. That's really grabbing the hind leg of a heifer, pretty damn close to awesome. The next moment, Xue Baogai stood at the doorway and shouted, Fang Qimai, come out here for a moment.
Everyone looked curiously at Fang Qimai. Chapter 48, that was just my hobby.
Fang Qimai was called out publicly again, but unfortunately, the reward had already been given. As they watched the PE teacher walking away with his arm around Fang Qimai's shoulder, everyone knew their hope of swapping math class for PE was crushed. Wang Xixing led Fang Qimai swiftly down the stairs.
Fang Qimai asked, Brother Shang, you're so impressive, how on earth did you manage to poach me from old Shue's grasp and get me to play basketball with you?
Wang Xixing spoke earnestly, this matter is quite important to you.
You'll find out soon enough. In any case, I hope you seize the opportunity. The physical education teacher's office. As soon as I entered, I sensed an air of solemnity.
Several people were seated around the table where the PE teachers usually held their meetings,
including a few PE teachers from other classes.
There were also a few middle-aged men in shirts.
Wang Xixing spoke solemnly, Coach Fan, the person you asked for is here. The group of middle-aged men began sizing up Fang Qimai.
A tall middle-aged man immediately stood up. Wang Xixing said, Fang Qimai, let me introduce you. This is Coach Fan Hua, the head coach of our provincial basketball team.
Fang Qimai nodded calmly. May I ask what this is about?
Fan Hua said, we've watched your video and believe you have exceptional talent and potential in basketball. Another middle-aged man added, our professional analysis confirms your video is authentic, with no signs of fabrication. Furthermore, he continued, we've already contacted your opponent from the match. He can verify the authenticity of your game.
Video? Fan Hua was taken aback. You don't know about the basketball video of you?
With a wave of his hand, he signaled to someone nearby who stepped forward and handed him a phone.
On the phone, there's a Douyin video.
High school student perfectly counters with 4 o'clock after being provoked by Sports Academy basketball team. The video showed precisely the basketball showdown between Fang Qimai and Wei Hui in a one-on-one duel. It was recorded, but Fang Qimai didn't notice it at all.
Wang Xixing said, you little rascal, you don't even know you've gone viral online.
You've made a name for yourself in one fell swoop. Another PE teacher said, we hadn't seen this video before either.
When Coach Fan came earlier, we were all wondering when our school had produced such a genius. After watching the video, I'm completely blown away. Fang Qimai shrugged it off.
To him, it was just an ordinary match, nothing particularly special. Fan Hua nodded and said, even though it was only 4 shots, we were already able to judge your skill level. After watching your video, our team unanimously decided to invite you to join our provincial team. If you can join us and receive systematic training, your future will undoubtedly be limitless. Then, Fan Hua said seriously, Fang Qimai, on behalf of the provincial youth basketball team, I formally invite you to join us.
Ding!
You have been personally invited by head coach Fan Hua. Reward, permanent increase in lung capacity. The PE teachers found it quite remarkable that a professional team like the provincial youth basketball team would come to the school in person to extend an invitation. This kid, as long as he keeps working hard, stays humble, and trains seriously, his future potential is absolutely limitless. Everyone was waiting for Fang Qimai's response.
After a long while, Fang Qimai finally spoke. Thanks for the invitation. Sorry, I decline.
The PE teachers' faces registered shock.
The provincial team's selection criteria were extremely stringent, not just anyone could qualify. The minimum height requirement was 190 centimeters, with additional demands for comprehensive technical proficiency across all aspects.
But as long as the coach took a liking to him, nothing else mattered.
Fang Qimai scored 4 goals in a single match, and those 4 goals alone earned him the opportunity to join.
Wang Xixing also knew very well that Fang Qimai's academic performance wasn't exactly stellar. With his striking looks and exceptional basketball skills, once he could join the provincial team, his path in basketball was bound to go further and further. In every aspect, it would be advantageous for Fang Qimai.
Yet he actually refused?
Hearing this, Fan Hua and his people froze with stiff expressions. Their rare personal visit to extend an invitation was something many wouldn't even dare dream of.
Now, Fang Qimai was actually giving up such an opportunity. Confusion value from Wang Xixing, +8. Excuse me, I need to step away for a moment. Wang Shixing hurriedly pulled Fang Qimai aside. He said nervously and in a hushed tone, "Kid, do you realize what you're saying? Do you know what you're doing? This is such a great opportunity. My God, think carefully." Wang Shixing was practically dying of anxiety.
He genuinely had Fang Qimai's best interests at heart, and he also believed Fang was a natural talent in this field. He knew exactly what level Wei Hui was at. Being able to defeat him so effortlessly was no small feat. At that time, he had also given Fang Qimai suggestions in this regard. Besides, it was evident that Fang Qimai still had greater strength he hadn't displayed yet.
Fang Qimai replied, "Brother Shang, I've already thought it through. TCH.
Wang Shixing stopped short, his tone filled with frustrated disappointment, as if lamenting Fang Qimai's failure to meet his expectations. The provincial team members standing nearby furrowed their brows, silently criticizing Fang Qimai in their hearts for refusing such an honorable opportunity.
Manhwa, who'd seen his share of major events and remained unflappable, suddenly smiled and asked, "Fang, would you mind sharing why you declined? We're all quite curious. Who knows, you might even have a future as a basketball star."
After a brief pause, Fang Qimai replied, "Playing basketball is purely driven by my passion.
Once it becomes a profession or an obligation, the joy disappears. I'd much rather keep it as a form of recreation. In other words, I enjoy playing, but I don't like doing missions." "But you're so outstanding." Fang Qimai smiled faintly, "Born exceptional, I apologize for disturbing you all." For a moment, everyone present was left speechless. Just for fun? Playing basketball so well, yet acting totally indifferent. How would those who train hard every day feel about this?
Finally, it was Fan Hua who spoke first.
I understand you.
There's no denying you're a rare talent. Since you've taken such a firm stance, we respect your choice." Fan Hua felt immense regret, but still extended his hand.
"Coach Fan, I appreciate your high regard." Fang Qimai reached out and shook his hand.
"If you ever suddenly change your mind, what I mean is, if you decide to turn your hobby into a profession, you're welcome to come find me anytime."
Fang Qimai smiled slightly.
"All right." Fan Hua and the others left with regret.
Wang Shixing also found it hard to say anything more.
"Shang, if any other teams come looking, help me turn them all down."
Wang Shixing still felt regretful.
"Fine then." Fang Qimai patted him on the shoulder and said, "Come on, Shang bro, let's go play some basketball."
"Play my ass. Hurry back to your class."
"I already know math, no need to listen anymore."
"I heard your math is trash, didn't I? Even if you actually knew it, that still wouldn't cut it. Have you ever seen PE as the first class on a Monday?"
"If I go play basketball with you now, not only will the principal chew me out, but they'll dock my pay too."
"I'd be losing big time."
Fang Qimai said, "However much they deduct from you, I'll double it."
"Wang Shixing, even that's too much. Name your price." "Wang Shixing."
At this point, Wang Shixing pulled Fang Qimai aside.
"By the way, kid, I just heard this morning that actually, the new gymnasium our school is planning was funded by your dad?" Chapter 49, Fang Qimai again? "What's wrong?" Fang Qimai calmly replied. "Seems it's true."
Wang Shixing's legs went weak. No problem. This has to be the most extravagant parent I've ever seen, casually building a stadium at the drop of a hat. Indeed, with such a wealthy father, one could enjoy a leisurely rich life without lifting a finger, far more comfortable than playing basketball. This kid hid his true self exceptionally well throughout all 3 years of high school. In the classroom, Xue Baogai wrote 3 problems on the board and called 3 classmates to solve them.
At that moment, Fang Qimai returned.
Everyone was curious about what the PE teacher had just called him for.
Passing by the podium, Fang Qimai noticed Lu Mimi solving a problem on the blackboard.
While the 2 students on either side were writing away briskly, Lu Mimi at the podium stood there clueless. Being terrible at math, she felt both nervous and embarrassed.
Fang Qimai glanced at the problem and promptly took Lu Mimi's chalk. "Ha!" Lu Mimi stepped aside. Fang Qimai's chalk danced across the blackboard like a soaring dragon. In less than 20 seconds, he solved the entire problem in one smooth, uninterrupted motion. "You may step down now." Then, with a casual flick of his wrist, he tossed the chalk back into the box and strode off the podium with effortless cool, leaving Lu Mimi standing there utterly bewildered. The whole class was stunned. Fang Qimai had figured out the answer in just one glance. Even after multiple rehearsals, no one could have done it that fast. Some students have already worked out the answer, and it matches Fang Qimai's calculation. These 3 problems from the weekend practice test were the ones most frequently answered incorrectly, so Xue Baogai specifically selected them to explain in detail. Fang Qimai hadn't done his homework at all, but he could finish it in no time. This shows he knows how, he just doesn't want to write. Xue Baogai noticed it but said nothing. Lu Mimi returned to her seat and immediately handed over a note. My, thank you for helping me. Fang Qimai wrote, "Actually, I didn't mean to help you. What else did you expect? You were just in my way." Lu Mimi. The school bell rang. Niu Jichao and the others immediately crowded around, curiously asking where Fang Qimai had just gone.
Learning it was the head coach of the provincial youth basketball team making the invitation personally left everyone stunned. But when they found out Fong Chimai had turned down the offer, the entire crowd erupted in shocked murmurs and sighs.
Holy crap, he actually refused? No regular person would ever get an opportunity like this.
Only Brother Mai has both the skill and the guts to pull this off.
I'm seriously impressed. I'm on my knees. Second high's mic here is absolutely ruthless, all action no talk. Being in the same class as a basketball legend, just saying it out loud makes me feel insanely cool. This is like borrowing a prize heifer to plow my field, letting me flex like a boss too. Jiang Zijian trembled like a leaf upon hearing this. What the hell was I thinking back then, trying to clear the court against such a basketball god?
Suddenly he understood why he had been bullied so badly back then. Seems I'm not cut out for basketball either. Better stick to drawing honestly. At that moment, someone else entered the classroom. This newcomer was none other than Li Hongjia's father, Li Ying, the deputy principal of No. 2 High School. Li Hongjia had thought they were coming for him, but following Li Ying were a man and a woman, both wearing police uniforms.
What happened? Someone whispered softly, could the case about our monitor releasing gas in the sports field have been officially filed? Li Hongjia. To think someone would bring up that incident again. Confused points from Li Hongjia, +4.
Li Ying asked, Captain Yi, this is class 10 of grade 12.
What was that student's name you mentioned? Fong Chimai. Li Ying was stunned. Fong Chimai? Is it common these days for so many people to share the same name?
Over the weekend, Shangwen was acquired by someone whose name also happened to be Fong Chimai.
What a coincidence.
Then, Li Ying beckoned, and Xue Baogai hastily stepped forward.
Excuse me, could Fong Chimai from your class come out for a moment? Ding! You've been summoned by Vice Principal Li Ying. Unlocking ability, complete mastery of English vocabulary. Fong Chimai again? Why is Fong Chimai so famous that everyone keeps looking for him? This made Li Hongjia a little irritated. Then it occurred to him, could it be that Fong Chimai got into a fight over the weekend and the police followed him here? Hee hee, let's see how Fong Chimai handles this mess now.
Everyone instinctively turned their heads to look.
Seeing that it was the police, everyone couldn't help but worry for Fong Chimai. Xiao Bishue was no exception.
Though Fong Chimai could be quite mischievous and a bit scheming at times, he was definitely not the type to do illegal things.
But since the police had come knocking on his door, what exactly had happened? Upon closer inspection, Xiao Bishue suddenly understood everything. She recognized these two police officers.
Niu Jichou and Lu Mimi were both looking nervously at Fong Chimai.
Fong Chimai yawned nonchalantly and walked past them. It's you, Captain Yi.
Yi Zhang, chief of the Municipal Police Department's Special Division, stood beside Officer Ding Ting.
Yi Zhang looked at Fong Chimai, nodded with a smile, then turned his gaze to Ding Ting. Ding Ting pulled out a crimson silk banner from her shoulder bag. Brave and righteous young man. It turned out to be a banner commending an act of bravery. The entire class, along with curious onlookers from next door, were completely stunned. So Fong Chimai wasn't stirring up trouble, but actually acting heroically? From Li Hongjia, confusion points +9.
Yi Zhang took the commendation banner from Ding Ting's hands and personally presented it to Fong Chimai.
You contributed the most. You've done outstanding work.
Comrade Fong Chimai, on behalf of Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau, I award you this banner of honor in recognition of your heroic assistance. Accepting the banner, Fong Chimai replied, Thank you, Captain Yi.
The onlookers couldn't help but start clapping, though they didn't even know what was happening. It just seemed damn impressive. After holding back for a long while, Xue Baogai finally voiced what everyone was thinking. May I ask what heroic deed our classmate Chimai performed?
Yi Zhang responded, I've already explained the situation to Vice Principal Li. Given the sensitive nature of this matter, we need to protect the involved students' privacy.
We'll only present an honorary banner without disclosing specific case details. Well then, everyone's curiosity was thoroughly piqued, yet no answers came. The suspense was absolutely maddening. The confusion level kept bubbling up incessantly.
Besides the two police officers and Fong Chimai, Xiao Bishue also knew about this matter. She understood that this commendation banner belonged to none other than Fong Chimai.
Niu Jichou also had a sudden epiphany. He finally grasped the meaning behind this banner. The serial killer Huang Liangkai was indeed subdued by Brother Mai. Brother Mai truly didn't deceive me.
Ruan Meng also learned about this from Xiao Bishue and promised to keep it a secret. Instantly understanding the situation, she looked at Xiao Bishue in astonishment. Xiao Bishue nodded silently without saying a word. Li Hongjia had been quite curious about what extraordinary feat Fong Chimai had accomplished to warrant having the police chief personally deliver an honorary banner to him. The more mysterious it remained, the more impressive Fong Chimai appeared in everyone's eyes.
Once again, Fong Chimai stole the spotlight completely. Damn it! Then again, he consoled himself, it's just a lousy pennant, what's the big deal? It can't even be eaten. With that thought, he felt a little better. But seeing the adoring look Xiao Bishue gave Fong Chimai really pissed him off.
Unexpectedly, Yi Zheng continued, the case is still underway, and technically the reward should only be issued after the trial concludes. But considering the circumstances, we made an exception to apply for it in advance. However, you'll need to personally visit the police station to collect the bonus. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was an honorary banner that came with a cash reward. It seemed Fang Qimai's act of bravery was far from ordinary. Everyone was filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment, especially Li Hongzhi. The prize money wasn't important, what mattered was face, prestige. Let's see if you can get extra points in the college entrance exams if you're so capable. Li Hongzhi scoffed again. Fang Qimai smiled slightly. Alright, thank you, Captain Yi. Yi Zheng continued, this case has had significant impact and has drawn high-level government attention. According to the bonus points policy, your college entrance exam score qualifies for additional points. At least 5 points. Chapter 50, your workbook fell on the floor. Holy crap! First came the silk banner, then the monetary reward, and now an extra 5 points on the college entrance exam scores. In an instant, the crowd erupted once more. The mere mention of extra points sent them into a frenzy. Don't underestimate these 5 points. The college entrance exam is like a fierce battle where thousands compete to cross a single log bridge, with just 1 point difference determining who makes the cut and who falls by the wayside. Fang Qimai started ahead of everyone else right from the starting line. Meanwhile, Jiangcheng had already abolished 5 bonus point policies including Olympiad competitions, science and technology contests, and provincial outstanding student awards 2 years prior. Just what did Fang Qimai achieve to earn such government recognition and secure this exceptional bonus scoring privilege? Bewilderment points from Li Hongzhi, plus 11. On the contrary, Xiao Bixue, Ruan Meng, and Niu Jichao, who knew the situation, all felt that Fang Qimai truly deserved it and were happy for him. Yi Zheng patted Fang Qimai on the shoulder with an approving look. The details will be communicated to you when the time comes. Thanks for your hard work, Captain Yi. Alright, prepare for your class then. Vice Principal Li, we'll head back to the bureau first. Alright, I'll see Captain Yi off for you. The class bell rang as Fang Qimai, holding the embroidered banner, returned to his seat. Since the squadron leader had demanded confidentiality, no one dared to ask him about it again. Li Hongzhi was extremely displeased. Every good thing seemed to be snatched up by Fang Qimai. As he passed by Fang Qimai's seat, Li Hongzhi deliberately remarked in front of Xiao Bixue, these days, anyone can claim to have acted bravely for justice? How shameless. Exactly. Does helping an old lady cross the street even count as bravery now? Wu Zilei chimed in mockingly. Xiao Bixue could tell at once, these guys were just bitter with envy. However, since this needed to be kept confidential, Xiao Bixue didn't press further. Fang Qimai couldn't be bothered with them. He was far more curious about the 2 rewards he'd received that morning. The first was from Manhwa, head coach of the provincial basketball team, a permanent boost to lung capacity. Greater lung capacity meant stronger respiratory function and enhanced cardiopulmonary endurance. Improved oxygen supply ensures all organs function without hypoxia. Individuals with high lung capacity experience delayed aging onset. Greater lung capacity facilitates intense physical activity while maintaining youthful vitality. With each breath, Fang Qimai distinctly sensed transformative changes within his body. It's probably because Coach Fan had been blowing his whistle during long training sessions with the team, which strengthened his lung capacity to some extent, so this reward ended up going to me. All in all, a permanent increase in lung capacity is really not a bad reward. Another reward I received was complete mastery of English vocabulary, which Deputy Principal Liang specifically mentioned. Liang was originally an English teacher herself and only became Deputy Principal 2 years ago. To excel in learning English, having a strong vocabulary is crucial. Now, all the words in Fang Qimai's mind are omniscient and omnipotent. A very practical reward. This system is getting more and more interesting, continually enhancing Fang Qimai's physical abilities while also enriching his various talents. Confusion points from Li Hongzhi, plus 2. Confusion points from Li Hongzhi, plus 3. Still in a state of bewilderment till now, seems this guy really holds a grudge against me. Come to think of it, that day I bought the library and revoked his VIP membership, cutting off his path to showing off. Must be really pissed off inside, huh? Last time you even gave me laxatives, who knows what wicked scheme you're plotting against me now. At that moment, chemistry teacher Liang Yin hurried into the classroom. Stand up. Good morning, teacher. Take your seats and take out your workbooks. Today we'll go over the mock test I assigned yesterday. Liang Yin adjusted her glasses. As usual, those who haven't done their homework, step forward right now. Let me see who dares skip my assignments at this critical stage. Among female teachers, Liang Yin was considered particularly strict. She detested students being late to her class and loathed those who didn't complete her assignments. Fang Qimai had gotten plenty of scolding for this. Fortunately, on this weekend, Fang Qimai was in a good mood. He wanted to test his chemistry skills based on the content from mastering high school science, so he casually worked through the mock exam from the workbook. In less than half an hour, he finished the chemistry paper.
It seems his science subjects in the college entrance exam will be worry-free. Li Hongzhi felt a bit smug inside. Looks like teacher Liang means business students like Fang Qimai who don't do their homework are in for a scolding. Yet, Xiao Bishua beside him panicked. She searched through her school bag and drawers, but couldn't find that exercise book anywhere. How could this be? She searched through the school bag again, the drawers, and that pile of books on the desk. I really didn't bring it. Xiao Bishua's heart pounded wildly. Her chemistry grades were quite good, and Liang Yin had always thought highly of her, never once criticized her, let alone made her stand in punishment. Liang Yin suddenly raised her voice. Well, so there really are people who dare to disregard the assignments I give? Stand up right now. Xiao Bishua was startled and immediately raised her head. At that moment, Liang Yin was scolding Gui Zilei. Xiao Bishua suddenly felt a sense of relief, though she knew she would be next. Teacher, I forgot to bring it. I didn't fail to do the assignment. Gui Zilei defended himself. Liang Yin snapped angrily, forgot to bring it? What's the difference between forgetting and not doing it at all? Xiao Bishua lowered her head again. Liang Yin continued scolding, the college entrance exam is absolutely crucial, not a single mistake is permitted. If you forget now, the worst you'll get is standing through one class as punishment. But what if you forget your admission ticket during the actual exam? Or your ID card? What then? You'll regret it for the rest of your life. Gui Zilei curled his lip with an air of indifference. Go on, stand up there. Though Liang Yin's words weren't very pleasant, Xiao Bishua understood she meant well for everyone. She was right, forgetting to bring it was no different from not doing it at all. Beside them, Li Hongzhi asked softly, Bishua, where's your workbook? Xiao Bishua replied, I forgot to bring it. Check your bag again, maybe it's in the drawer? I've looked everywhere, it's not there. Tisk, Li Hongzhi said with a slightly reproachful tone. How could you be so careless? Liang Yin was almost done patrolling the other side and would be here soon. Li Hongzhi said, we're about to take the college entrance exams. Can't afford any mistakes. Whatever was said now would be useless anyway. Not to mention all these hindsight nonsense Li Hongzhi was spouting. Liang Yin had already reached the last row and was about to start making her rounds. Xiao Bishua also decided to throw caution to the wind. Gritting her teeth, she prepared to stand up and confess. Just then, someone suddenly placed a workbook on her desk. Xiao Bishua's face showed a hint of surprise. She nervously looked up. Fang Qimai? Fang Qimai said, School bell Xiao, your workbook fell on the ground. Before Xiao Bishua could react, Liang Yin had already rushed forward. Fang Qimai. Liang Yin glanced at Fang Qimai's seat, the desk was completely empty. Great, Fang Qimai, you didn't bring yours either? Immersive Translate. Immersive Translate. Welcome to join. Chapter 51, Let the Secretary Handle It. Li Hongzhi seized the opportunity. He assumed the posture of a class monitor and took the opportunity to scold, Fang Qimai, what's wrong with you? If the whole class were all like you, wouldn't that just? Fang Qimai cut in sharply, monitor, shut your mouth. Li Hongzhi's confusion level +3. Xiao Bishua gazed at the exercise book in puzzlement. The workbook looked brand new, as if it had barely been used. Xiao Bishua glanced at the name, it was Fang Qimai's. Did he pretend it was me who dropped it, picking it up to hand to me, when actually he's just covering for himself? No, I can't do this. Even though facing criticism is painful, my mistakes must be borne by myself. Xiao Bishua immediately thought about standing up to clarify the matter. Fang Qimai pressed her head down with one hand. Be more careful next time, don't drop it again. With that, he turned and walked up to the lecture platform, standing beside Gui Zilei. Xiao Bishua was stunned. She opened Fang Qimai's workbook and was instantly stunned. The previous test papers were completely blank, but Fang Qimai had completed the entire mock exam assigned by the teacher over the weekend. Not only that, but the answers were neatly written in strikingly beautiful handwriting. Xiao Bishua felt uneasy, yet there was also a faint, inexplicable touch of emotion stirring within her. Liang Yin strode angrily up to Fang Qimai and Gui Zilei and scolded, Fang Qimai, Gui Zilei, the college entrance exam is right around the corner, yet you're not doing your homework and have the nerve to tell me you forgot to bring it. Especially you, Fang Qimai, your grades are an absolute mess. What will you be able to do when you enter society in the future? What? If you can't do anything, will any employers want you? Can you even find a job? Gui Zilei lowered his head. Liang Yin's words were unpleasant, but they held truth. Gui Zilei knew he was in the wrong. In reality, he hadn't done the assignment and was afraid of being caught, so he had hidden the workbook in his bag and lied about not bringing it. He ended up getting scolded. However, Niu Jichao could only sigh helplessly from below. He thought to himself, looking for a job? Professor Liang, you have no idea how incredible my brother Mai is. If you knew, you wouldn't say something like that. Fang Qimai, meanwhile, wasn't fazed at all, he was already used to being criticized. He replied lightly, when it comes to finding a job, I really don't think anyone would hire me now. Liang Yin crossed her arms and responded coldly, good, you finally realized. Nyo Jichao laughed. Brother Mai was truly cheeky. If companies knew his true identity, who would dare to employ him? Fang Qimai continued, mostly because I'm planning to start my own company and be my own boss. Just you? Liang Yin shook her head. I don't mean to look down on you, but how could someone who can't even handle studying properly possibly manage a company well? Fang Qimai shrugged. Teacher Liang, what you think doesn't concern me. I'm not starting a company to earn your respect. You? The entire classroom erupted in shocked murmurs. Fang Qimai continued leisurely, by the way, you just asked what I can do after entering society. Well, that depends on the situation. When there's work, the secretary handles it. When there's no work, well, Gui Zilei suddenly chimed in from the side, personal assistant, Liang Yin. Bewilderment value from Liang Yin, plus 10. Fang Qimai gave Gui Zilei a thumbs up, nice one. Fang Qimai, you, how could you even dare to say that? Liang Yin felt deeply ashamed. Fang Qimai hurriedly explained, teacher, don't wrong me. I was just about to say, when there's work, the secretary does it. When there's no work, just find something for the secretary to do. It's Gui Zilei who's being improper. Gui Zilei, Liang Yin. The whole class quietly giggled one by one. Fang Qimai had just struck back at Liang Yin and even set a trap, making Gui Zilei jump right into it. Bewilderment points from Gui Zilei, plus 14. Confusion points from Liang Yin, plus 12. Liang Yin angrily slammed her workbook onto the lectern. Everyone knew Liang Yin was about to blow her top. They quickly shut their mouths, not daring to laugh anymore. After a pause, Liang Yin said furiously, alright then, Fang Qimai, since you're so good at talking, come up here and teach this class. She picked up the chalk and continued, here, take the chalk, you explain it to everyone. The audience below were all sweating bullets for Fang Qimai. Liang Yin was genuinely furious now, and the consequences would be dire. My, hurry and admit you're wrong, beg teacher Liang to forgive you. Otherwise, you're totally screwed. Lu Mimi was so nervous that she kept muttering to herself. Nyo Jichao also felt worried for Fang Qimai. Brother Mai had pushed his luck too far today. Yet, a faint smirk crept across Li Hongjia's lips. Fang Qimai, oh Fang Qimai, today will be your downfall. Unexpectedly, Fang Qimai stepped forward and suddenly took the chalk from Liang Yin. Liang Yin froze. Well, I dare to offer, and he actually dares to take it? Puzzlement points from Liang Yin, plus 2. Fang Qimai said, Teacher Liang, you said it yourself. Liang Yin gritted her teeth, yes, that's what I said. Fang Qimai nodded, alright, then you go sit in my seat. When I'm lecturing, you can't interrupt me. Liang Yin. Fine, I won't interrupt you. I'll just see what you can come up with. If you can't deliver, you'll have to call your parents. Liang Yin was determined to see what kind of performance Fang Qimai could possibly put on. With that, Liang Yin took a seat in Fang Qimai's spot. Now, everyone was curious to hear what Fang Qimai, someone who frequently failed chemistry, could possibly have to say. Isn't he embarrassed? The whole class is watching him? Who knows? If he's not embarrassed, then we're the ones who should feel embarrassed. This guy just refuses to back down. If he just admitted he was wrong, things would be fine, but knowing he has to clash head-on. Liang Yin isn't someone to be trifled with. Let's just wait and watch the show. He's doomed today, and I have no idea how he's going to get himself out of this mess. Fang Qimai cleared his throat. Does anyone have any questions they'd like to ask? Not a single classmate uttered a word. Is this guy even capable? He always ranked last in chemistry before, and now he's inviting questions? Li Hongjia adjusted his glasses and stood up. Fang Qimai, let me test you with a question. Speak. I won't trouble you too much, just recite the periodic table for everyone. TCH. Everyone thought Li Hongjia would give Fang Qimai some difficult challenge, but who would have guessed it'd be reciting the periodic table? That's it? Actually, this was Li Hongjia's deliberate choice. Reciting the periodic table is fundamental chemistry knowledge, just essential basics. He thought that Fang Qimai wouldn't even know the basics, let alone any difficult problems. He concluded that this academic loser Fang Qimai probably couldn't even recite the periodic table. Once he admitted it, they could mercilessly mock him. Liang Yin quickly understood Li Hongjia's intentions. She wanted to see the look on Fang Qimai's face when he regretted crossing her. Fang Qimai replied, I can't be bothered to memorize it. Ha! Li Hongjia sneered. I think you just don't know it. If you don't know it, just admit it. Claiming you can't be bothered is ridiculous. You don't even know the periodic table? What kind of lecture can you possibly give? The entire class erupted in murmurs of disbelief. Li Hongjia continued, either recite it or get down now. Stop making a fool of yourself. Unexpectedly, Fang Qimai replied seriously, Class monitor, if you insist on hearing it, I can recite the periodic table backward for you. Chapter 52, Teacher, please don't interrupt while I'm lecturing. Re-reciting the periodic table backward. The entire class fell silent. Although reciting backwards serves no real purpose, achieving it still requires considerable effort. As a chemistry teacher, Liang Yin herself couldn't perform such flashy tricks. There had been students who could recite backwards before, but they were rare.
She was also a bit curious about whether Fang Qimai could really do it.
Li Hongzhi was momentarily stunned before responding. Alright then, why don't you recite one for us to see?
I don't believe for a second that you, someone who ranks at the bottom in chemistry, can recite the periodic table backward.
Fang Qimai replied, Monitor, could you please open the periodic table? What's wrong? You can check if I'm reciting it correctly as we go along.
After a pause, Fang Qimai added, mainly because I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to keep up with my pace, and then accuse me of randomly reciting it.
Li Hongzhi.
Xiao Bishue was the first to flip open the periodic table. In her eyes, too many unbelievable things had happened around Fang Qimai. She believed in Fang Qimai. With a rustling sound, the entire class turned to their periodic tables.
Monitor, listen carefully. Ha!
Fields plowed by Okuda, mud clogging the wheels. Great veins of black waves, crossing westward through the flooded Lu like a door.
Starting from the back, every student must recite the periodic table one by one. Sure enough, every single piece matched up perfectly. Bewilderment points from Li Hongzhi, +5.
Mist clears revealing jade pendants. The plum harbor accepts pomelos and grapes from foreign soil. Before the crumbling wall of the rented house, he arrived with Jean Bo and Yi in tow. The fairy picks orchids, with sorrowful divine aura, shedding tear droplets. Western sounds and lute sounds, breaking iron shackles, echoing in Munich.
Holy shit. It matches, absolutely correct. Fang Qimai deliberately slowed the rhythm to let everyone hear it more clearly. Gao Yi, the magistrate of Ru County, rests with broken armor.
His heart, like tempered steel, defies the ancient decadence.
The domestic ducks and lush willows return to the wandering maiden. He bows his head, sighing for his friend, as thunder rends the clear sea. Holy shit, that's insane. That move was so slick. Even though reciting it backwards is kinda pointless, it's seriously impressive. 666, I'm in awe. Second High's brother Mai just showed us what it means to recite flawlessly backwards. That's my Maisie for you, so damn amazing. That's like a mama cow sitting on a chainsaw, frickin' awesome.
The whole class was stunned at first, then one by one, they got super hyped up.
Xiao Bishue smiled. Fang Qimai truly was a treasure of a guy.
She had already seen Fang Qimai's chemistry mock exam, he'd even solved all the problems she couldn't figure out herself. It seems Fang Qimai isn't just exceptional in math, physics, and biology, he's also remarkably skilled in chemistry.
What a Fang Qimai, fooling everyone for 3 years. Even Liang Yin, the chemistry teacher, couldn't help but nod in acknowledgement.
Whether reciting backwards serves any purpose or not, the fact remains that Fang Qimai truly put his heart into it.
Fang Qimai looked at Li Hongzhi. So, class president, have you mastered it yet? Li Hongzhi. This Fang Qimai actually managed to recite it backwards. Bafflement points from Li Hongzhi, +15. Li Hongzhi, stand up and say you can do it too. Ding.
1000 confusion points consumed, absolute command takes effect.
Current remaining confusion points, 4782. Li Hongzhi stood up. Isn't it just reciting backwards? I can do that too.
Oh, the whole class was still buzzing with excitement when another surprise came along.
Never thought our class president could recite it backward? That's amazing. Class president, give us a demonstration. Show us.
The whole class started teasing.
Li Hongzhi. Damn it. I can recite it in order just fine, but who can do it backward? Why did I say I could do it just now? Bafflement points from Li Hongzhi, +15. Confusion points from Li Hongzhi, +15.
Fang Qimai said, class monitor, we're all waiting.
Li Hongzhi.
Li Hongzhi stood in place, his entire body stiff, his mind a complete mess.
The words were already out, how could he possibly say now that he didn't know the lines?
Li Hongzhi went all out, trying to see if he could brute force memorize it.
Oda ri mu, fu and I, that, and I.
Relying on memory, Li Hongzhi stammered out a few words, but soon got stuck.
Since he wasn't truly capable, how could he possibly recite it backwards?
Confusion value from Li Hongzhi, +16.
Achoo.
The whole class gasped in disbelief.
Monitor, that's just fake. If you can't do it, just admit it. Why pretend? Yeah, class monitor, you better sit down quick. Ugh, I actually feel embarrassed for the monitor.
Li Hongzhi awkwardly lowered himself into his seat.
Shit, what demon possessed me to say that just now?
Fang Qimai then continued, alright, since the class monitor doesn't know, I'll just switch to another question.
What? The chemistry noob is giving us questions? Now that's something special. I'd believe it if he asked about basketball, he's so good at it. Everyone quiet down, let's see what kind of question chemistry nerd is going to throw at us.
Li Hongzhi secretly vowed that no matter what question Fang Qimai came up with, he would answer it, and at the fastest speed, answering before anyone else could.
Fang Qimai said, listen carefully, if you mix 4% O2, plus 7% CH4, plus 9% CO2, then add 1% H and 59% N, what happens when you combine all these things together?
Well,
the whole class fell silent for a moment. What kind of question is this?
Including Li Hongzhi, several students who performed well in chemistry had already begun working out the calculations. Various chemical formulas were written down, followed by thorough research and discussion.
Li Hongzhi was determined to calculate this thing. Liang Yin, as a chemistry teacher, was also somewhat baffled. What would happen if all these substances were mixed together in this proportion? If I had to name the closest comparison, it'd be methane gas?
Hiss. Liang Yin didn't understand what Feng Qimai was trying to do either.
He gave everyone 5 minutes. Still, no one could come up with the answer. It seemed like a simple question, but it left the entire class utterly baffled. Feng Qimai picked up a piece of chalk and tapped it against the blackboard.
Everyone turned their attention toward him.
4% O2, 7% CH4, 9%. Feng Qimai wrote down some of these elements just now.
Then with a squeak, Feng Qimai drew a long underline.
He tapped the blackboard again and declared, "This thing isn't even worth a fart." Everyone?
The class monitor stared at the draft paper filled with formulas and fumed inwardly. Are you messing with me?
Damn it!
Feng Qimai continued writing while explaining from behind. But if you add 1% of other chemical compounds, like NH3, H2S, indole, and skatole, then it forms something we're all very familiar with, something everyone produces.
That is, fart.
For a moment, many people felt rather embarrassed. But someone burst out laughing. Turns out all this added up to was a load of hot air.
Niu Jichao shook his head. Only Brother Mike could pull off something like this.
Li Hongzhi stared dumbfounded at his draft paper yet again.
So, after all that calculating, he'd just been working out a giant fart? Damn it! Li Hongzhi felt like he was being messed with. Confusion points from Li Hongzhi, plus 10. What the hell, Feng Qimai, having fun fooling us? Liang Yin was utterly baffled.
These were indeed the components of a fart. There was no need for any calculations.
She stood up and said, "Feng Qimai, get down here this instant. Stop fooling around." Feng Qimai responded, "Teacher, we just agreed, when I'm lecturing, please don't interrupt." You. Bewilderment value from Liang Yin, plus 12. Feng Qimai said to Li Hongzhi, "Class monitor, we're not fooling around here, we're having an academic discussion.
You should know there's actually considerable scholarly depth to the study of farts."
Feng Qimai rapped on the blackboard again.
Take last week's PE class for example, when we were running laps on the track and the whole field got permeated with the class monitor's fart.
That wasn't just any ordinary fart. Li Hongzhi. Damn it. Chapter 53, Strange Knowledge has increased. Everyone in the class still remembers that biochemical weapon incident on the playground vividly.
Some felt nauseous, while others quietly smiled.
So this lesson is Feng Qimai planning to analyze the class monitor's fart for everyone?
Li Hongzhi was already going crazy.
Feng Qimai just had to bring up the sore subject. Everyone had forgotten about Li Hongzhi's accident with his pants last week, but Feng Qimai deliberately brought it up again? How would the entire class view him? And what about Bishui?
Li Hongzhi felt like everyone was pointing fingers at him. His head suddenly burned with rage, scalp tingling, adrenaline surging.
Both humiliated and furious.
Bewilderment value from Li Hongzhi, plus 18.
Feng Qimai, that's enough. Feng Qimai responded, "Class monitor, please don't disrupt the class.
This lesson will focus on the science of farting." While writing on the blackboard, Feng Qimai continued to explain. The smell and quantity of farts are significantly related to food.
When the diet contains high levels of protein, such as eating too much meat, the concentrations of hydrogen sulfide, indole, and skatole in farts increase, resulting in noticeably foul-smelling gas.
If the diet consists of high starch content, such as eating too many sweet potatoes, the metabolic activity of gut microbes increases the carbon dioxide levels in farts, causing a noticeable increase in gas volume. In such cases, the rise in carbon dioxide is significantly greater than that of hydrogen sulfide, indole, and skatole. Additionally, the increased gas pressure and faster expulsion speed result in louder farting sounds.
But since carbon dioxide is odorless, this explains the sayings, loud farts aren't smelly, and smelly farts aren't loud, or loud farts don't stink, silent ones reek.
All the students listened intently.
Strange knowledge has increased. Seems like farts really are a field of study. Quite interesting.
With all the academic pressure nowadays, listening to this not only expands knowledge but also helps us unwind.
Brilliant.
Feng Qimai continued, based on the above analysis, we can conclude that during lunch that day, our class monitor ate a considerable amount of meat, which explains why his fart was so pungent. Additionally, since he also consumed coriander, known for its irritant properties, the resulting odor we experienced was somewhat eye-watering.
Everyone suddenly felt slightly nauseated. This class took quite a visceral turn, but it's genuinely entertaining. Did Feng Qimai just decode the class monitor's formula? I'm convinced.
Using the class monitor as an example makes it so relatable. Really immersive. Confusion points from Hongzhi Li plus 20.
Plus 22 confusion points from Li Hongzhi. Plus 25 confusion points from Li Hongzhi. Fang Qimai was somewhat shocked.
Confusion points usually hovered around 10, never exceeding 20 at most. Li Hongjia's confusion meter kept rapidly climbing.
This guy must be utterly bewildered.
Li Hongjia slammed the table angrily. Fang Qimai, everyone, don't listen to him.
He's completely talking nonsense. Nonsense?
Fang Qimai weighed the chalk in his hand and said, or you can try farting again. I guarantee I'll analyze exactly what you had for breakfast.
Damn. Confusion points from Li Hongjia, plus 25. Ha ha ha. The entire class burst into laughter.
It's been a long time since I've felt this happy since starting my senior year of high school.
Liang Yin spoke again. Alright Fang Qimai, that's enough. Fang Qimai responded, Teacher Liang, the class isn't over yet, please take a seat. Liang Yin.
Fang Qimai wiped off the contents on the blackboard and continued, the science of farts goes far beyond what you might think.
He kept writing on the blackboard.
To be precise, the composition of a fart is no different from ordinary methane gas. Therefore, they are equally explosive and flammable, capable of causing a minor explosion. If a fart is desperately trying to escape through a tight crevice when you place a lit match at the entrance, the fart will then turn blue before abruptly flashing in a sudden burst. When a fart first emerges from the body, its temperature is 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 37 degrees Celsius. Once liberated, it will mingle with this colorful world at a speed of 3 meters per second.
Ha ha ha.
Strange knowledge has grown again. The classmates were laughing heartily.
Though Xiao Bishue felt a bit disgusted and somewhat awkward, Fang Qimai's vivid and amusing narration made it quite entertaining.
Li Hongjia on the side was fidgeting restlessly, unsure how he could possibly continue staying in this class any longer.
Confusion points from Li Hongjia, plus 25.
Fang Qimai continued, take the class monitor for example.
As a man, under normal circumstances, one expels about a quarter of the body's gases daily.
Distributed throughout the day, that averages about 10 to 15 farts of varying sizes and forms.
Most of it is released during sleep at night. Damn, why do you always use me as an example?
As the class monitor grows older, he'll find himself farting more and more frequently.
Because his intestines are gradually losing their elasticity.
Thus, it became increasingly difficult for him to retain excess gas.
Damn. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Duly noted.
I suggest memorizing the entire passage. What a pitiful class monitor, being used as a living textbook.
Fang Qimai continued earnestly, so here's the question. What would happen if the class monitor didn't fart? At that moment, Niu Jichao raised his hand. Student Niu, you may answer. If the class monitor never farts, wouldn't that make them an inflatable doll?
Put.
Ha ha ha. The whole class burst into laughter again, unable to close their mouths. Sure, is that you? Li Hongjia. Confusion points from Li Hongjia, plus 25.
Fang Qimai said, show off, please take your seat.
Okay, Teacher Fang. Niu Jichao cooperatively sat down.
Fang Qimai continued, the gas trapped in the right angle bends of the class leader's colon could cause excruciating pain in his chest and arms, a sensation similar to the symptoms of a heart attack.
Moreover, prolonged intestinal bloating may also lead to various health risks.
If the gas remains trapped inside for too long, it will surely make the squad leader suffer. So, everyone should learn from the class monitor. Whenever you feel like letting loose, let it out loud and proud.
Oh, got it. Wow, I learned something new again. Looks like I should fart more often from now on. Salute to our class monitor, Li Hongjia. Plus 25 confusion points from Li Hongjia. At that moment, someone suddenly stood up. Fang Qimai, don't go too far.
You've been saying so many irrelevant things during class and constantly insulting our class monitor.
Fang Qimai was stunned. Was that Kai Shaili, the English class representative? Wow, who would have thought someone would actually stand up for that class monitor? Look at his two lackeys, Wei Zile and Zhang Ruijie, already laughing their heads off. What's this chubby big sister Kai Shaili doing here butting in? Fang Qimai asked, calling the class monitor names? Then let me ask everyone present, since I stood up until now, have I uttered a single crude word?
Someone responded, no, you haven't.
Class representative, where exactly did you see me cursing at our monitor? You. Confusion points from Sally Kai, plus 4. Fang Qimai continued, what I said has nothing to do with the class.
He tapped his temple with a finger and said, learning requires using your brain. It's not about rote memorization, nor should you limit yourself to textbook knowledge. You need to learn to think outside the box and apply knowledge flexibly. We attend class not just for the college entrance exams, but also for lifelong learning and personal growth.
Fang Qimai rapped the blackboard again and said, look, the formation of waste gas in the intestines and its combustion are chemical reactions. The process of expelling waste gas is a physical reaction. Moreover, this lesson covers knowledge from multiple fields including biology and physical health. Can you really say you haven't learned anything? If I hadn't taught this lesson today, would you have known why your farts are sometimes loud, sometimes quiet, sometimes smelly, and sometimes odorless?
Lisa Kai was dumbfounded, and somewhat embarrassed.
She had absolutely no idea how to counter. yet the entire classmates were already rolling with laughter. At this moment, the school bell rang.
From Li Hongjia's confusion points, plus 22.
From Kai Shaili's confusion points, plus 15. Fang Qimai smiled faintly. Teacher Liang, my lecture is over. Several classmates began applauding. This was truly a chemistry class with flavor. Liang Yin. Chapter 54. The underachiever says it's incomprehensible.
What should have been a proper lecture seemed like Fang Qimai was just showing off knowledge to everyone. It actually dug up Li Hongjia's embarrassing past. Li Hongjia felt his life was shrouded in an inerasable shadow.
It was so fucking humiliating, he wanted to find a hole to crawl into.
After being called out by Fang Qimai like that, he felt like he was surrounded by a lingering fart smell.
Damn.
In the second chemistry class as usual, Liang Yin attended the lecture. Xiao Bishua was amazed to find that Fang Qimai had indeed answered all the simulated chemistry test questions correctly.
So impressive.
Geniuses really like to conceal their abilities, only revealing them right before the college entrance exams? After school at noon, just like everyone else, Fang Qimai was about to go for lunch.
Fang Qimai.
Xiao Bishua suddenly called out to stop him.
Need something? Lowering her voice, Xiao Bishua said, thank you for lending me your workbook. I was the one who made the mistake, and I feel so guilty that you got scolded because of me.
Fang Qimai waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I'm used to being scolded anyway. I'm a failing student.
Calling yourself a failing student again?
Xiao Bishua hesitated, her words caught in her throat. Besides, it doesn't seem like I was the one getting lectured. If anything, I was the one doing the lecturing.
Anyway, thank you. During lunch break, more than half the students were memorizing English vocabulary words. There was an English test scheduled for the afternoon.
The final sprint of senior year was nothing but endless drills and never-ending exams.
Lu Mimi also buried herself in her English textbook. Today, Fang Qimai didn't go play basketball.
Xin Yanling was just starting to handle matters at Shangguan Library and hadn't fully gotten the hang of it yet, so Fang Qimai was guiding her. Lu Mimi watched as Fang Qimai chatted on WeChat. The profile picture of the person he was talking to was that of a pretty girl. She felt an uncomfortable pang in her heart.
My, aren't you going to study? There's an exam later, shouldn't you put your phone away?
Fang Qimai typed out a long message and sent it before saying, cramming at the last minute is pointless. The words might be crude, but the logic is sound. That's just how it is. But coming from Fang Qimai's mouth, it just feels off. Fang Qimai's English was downright terrible, while Lu Mimi, despite her poor performance in all subjects, at least managed to pass English. In comparison, Fang Qimai had never passed even once.
Bafflement points from Lu Mimi, plus 8. In truth, Fang Qimai wasn't worried at all.
Previously, because of the physical education teacher, the system rewarded mastery of English grammar. If I remember correctly, when English class representative Kai Shaili discussed Fang Qimai, the system rewarded English composition writing techniques.
Adding to that is Li Ying's complete mastery of English vocabulary, so Fang Qimai remains utterly calm.
To master English, listening, vocabulary, grammar, and composition, none can be overlooked.
There's still an audio section left to do. Let's see who will bring him this reward. Just then, the sound of high heels echoed through. Fang Qimai, come to my office. Ding!
You've been called on by English teacher Tian and unlocked the ability, English listening mastery.
Holy shit. Want something and it appears right away? System, why are you so damn slick? However, judging by Mrs. Tian's tone, has Fang Qimai gotten into trouble again?
She had never had a lunch break before, coming to the classroom early,
startling some students who were secretly writing cheat sheets into trembling.
Fang Qimai was puzzled. For the weekend English homework, he had impulsively copied Niu Jichao's and handed it in. Not submitting homework gets you scolded, but now even submitting homework gets you scolded.
Then why should I even turn in my homework? Fang Qimai, are you listening to me? Hurry up! Fang Qimai stood up and casually replied, coming. Fang Qimai followed Tian into the office.
Not knowing what Tian had in mind, she called Fang Qimai out again and led him to a relatively deserted stairwell. Tian crossed her arms with a heavy sigh, wearing an expression of profound grievance as she stared at Fang Qimai.
Fang Qimai was puzzled. What could possibly warrant such a reaction?
Besides, he had already turned in his homework.
Tian hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back.
After a long pause, she finally said, forget it, I'll just call your parents directly.
Fang Qimai was baffled. Why did this require calling his parents? What could be so serious? Mrs. Tian, my parents are very busy. To be honest, in the past decade or so, I've only seen them once myself. In the future, I doubt we'll meet more than a few times a year. Fang Qimai followed up, I think you won't be seeing them anyway. If there's anything, you can just tell me.
No, this matter absolutely requires your parents to come in.
Fang Qimai looked utterly baffled. Mrs. Tian, at least tell me what this is about first.
Tian sighed again and said irritably, I'm warning you, Fang Qimai, whether it's inside or outside school, keep your distance from my daughter.
Fang Qimai?
Who's your daughter?
Fang Qimai was speechless. He had no idea Mrs. Tian had a daughter at second high. Tian continued grumpily, you yourself are about to take the college entrance exams, you should focus on studying. Though your English has always been terrible and hard to salvage, don't you dare drag my daughter's grades down with yours. If her monthly exam ranking drops this month, I'm holding you responsible.
Alright then, Tian pulled out her phone and said, come on, give me your parents' phone number.
I need to have a word with them. Mrs. Tian, are you sure you want to meet my parents? Of course. I'm angry. Very angry. I want to see your parents right now. Tian expressed that she was extremely angry and, in the heat of the moment, couldn't help but burst out in English. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and continued, can you understand? If not, I'll repeat it in Chinese.
I'm saying I'm very angry, and I want to see, immediately.
Fang Qimai gently shook his head. With all the English skills I've unlocked, how could I not understand? Tian was halfway through her sentence when Fang Qimai interrupted, Mrs. Tian, you have to tell me who your daughter is first. Wow, this kid speaks pretty decent English, accurate pronunciation, no accent at all, and very fluent. Tian was quite shocked.
Then, the two of them just continued their conversation in English,
back and forth, like a graceful dance. Several passing female students gasped in awe. That student is amazing, actually chatting with the teacher in English. As an academic loser myself, I wonder when I'll ever reach that level. So envious. What are they talking about?
Too fast, this academic underachiever only caught a few words. I gotta go back and work on my listening skills first, peace out.
Tian and Fang Qimai were chatting at lightning speed. Tian had always insisted on calling Fang Qimai's parents to school.
Finally, when she mentioned her daughter's name,
Fang Qimai was stunned. Lu Weiwei? I don't know this person. Mrs. Tian, you've got the wrong person, okay? How could I be mistaken?
She admitted it herself.
Fang Qimai from class 10, grade 12 is her boyfriend. Wait.
Lu Weiwei, that name sounds so familiar.
Fang Qimai was beginning to remember.
It had previously appeared on the list of confusion values.
Wait, was it that junior who had asked for my WeChat ID?
Among those who had been leaving small gifts on my desk at the time was Lu Weiwei.
What's up with this woman? She actually claimed I was her boyfriend? I'm not taking the blame for this. Chapter 55, Class Representative, aren't you just bullying me? Mrs. Tian, isn't your daughter in 10th grade? That's right, didn't you already know? Stop pretending.
Tian was furious as she continued, sure, you're quite good looking, and I don't care how you managed to charm my daughter, but I won't allow this to continue.
I won't let you ruin her.
Tian interrupted Fang Qimai and said angrily, I never expected that despite my strict discipline, she would still pull such a stunt.
Tell me, how far have you two gone? I didn't even notice what she looks like. Fang Qimai rubbed his forehead in frustration. Mrs. Tian, to be precise, I don't even know your daughter.
If you don't believe me, bring her here and let's confront her face to face.
You want to see her again? Not a chance. Fang Qimai.
With a sigh, Fang Qimai silently thought to himself, forget it, I can't be bothered to argue with you. I still haven't explained Shang Wen's situation properly to Qin Yanling. I don't have time for this nonsense.
Alright then, Mrs. Tian, I'll give you the number, but they might not pick up. My parents have always been extremely busy. Tian snorted and dialed the number immediately. The line was busy.
I tried calling again, but the line was still busy.
Tian kept redialing while muttering, what could possibly keep them so busy?
Even if they have to work overtime today, even if they'll get pay deducted for taking leave, they must come here immediately. I really want to ask them how they educate their own children.
What's going on? Still can't get through? From Tian, confusion points, +1.
Mrs. Tian, if you don't need me, I'll head back to the classroom first.
Fang Qimai shrugged. Let mom and dad deal with this mess. Right at the classroom door, Fang Qimai bumped straight into Li Hongzhe.
Li Hongzhe absolutely despised Fang Qimai, but there was no way around it. Fang's tongue was too sharp, and he just couldn't win arguments against him. Li Hongzhe, having calmed down by noon, suddenly grasped a profound truth.
Wasn't it just letting out a stinky fart on the track in front of the whole class? Wasn't it just the entire class witnessing him soiling his pants from diarrhea? If I don't feel embarrassed, let others bear the awkwardness. No matter what Fang Qimai says.
The two stood there staring into each other's eyes. In the end, it was Fang Qimai who broke the silence first.
Class monitor, you. What am I doing? Want to apologize? Not needed.
Fang Qimai said with a straight face, no, class president.
I just wanted to ask, did you eat cilantro at lunch?
Fuck. Li Hongzhe gloomily returned to his seat.
Confusion points drifted over bit by bit.
It's really so hard to avoid awkwardness. Just as he sat down, someone placed a note in front of him before turning to leave.
Li Hongzhe looked up. It was English class representative Kai Shaili.
Kai Shaili was a plump girl standing 1.66 meters tall, with somewhat bulky shoulders and stature. His looks were somewhat prematurely aged. 49 points, not a point more. It said that Kai Shailey's family was quite wealthy, and her parents enrolled her in numerous training courses. Her English grades were indeed excellent. She had won awards in English competitions. In class, she and Xiao Bishue always alternated between first and second place. She once told other girls in class that she liked knowledgeable, ambitious boys. Anyone with eyes could see that Kai Shailey had feelings for Li Hongzhi. That's why she stood up for Li Hongzhi during chemistry class. But Li Hongzhi wasn't the least bit interested in her. With a stunning beauty like Xiao Bishue by his side, where would he find time for her? Li Hongzhi unfolded the note. Damn, it's written in English of all things. The gist of it was, Xia, there may not be many who truly understand you, but those who support you will never be few. The road ahead may be bumpy, but you will surely walk it smoothly. Keep going. From Li, who understands and supports you. To hell with this motivational crap. Startled, Li Hongzhi hastily crumpled the note into a ball and threw it away. What on earth is this strange woman thinking about all day with all that nonsense in her head? Li Hongzhi was feeling particularly sensitive now. After what happened that morning, he felt like the entire class was mocking him. If anyone came to show concern, he would only interpret it as pity for himself. At that moment, Fang Qimai, who had just sat down, suddenly received a hefty dose of bewilderment points from English teacher Tian Tian. Before he could grasp the situation, someone suddenly knocked on his desk. Fang Qimai looked up to see Kai Shailey standing before him. Needs something? Fang Qimai, hand in your English homework now. If you don't, I'll report you to Mr. Tian immediately. The sudden outburst in English, coupled with the rapid-fire delivery, instantly drew the attention of several nearby classmates. Is there another drama unfolding? Kai Shailey's shocking remark was clearly meant to humiliate Fang Qimai. In reality, Fang Qimai understood every word. It was just another nudge about unfinished homework. It's evident that Kai Shailey harbors strong resentment, still holding on to her grudge from the morning incident. Fang Qimai dug at his ear and asked, Class rep, could you speak properly? Kai Shailey snorted coldly, putting on an air of superiority. Do you understand what I said? The classmates around were watching the spectacle. Lu Mimi was visibly upset. Sally, aren't you just bullying him? You know perfectly well Michael's English. Sally Kai cut her off sharply. Shut up. Niu Jichao stepped forward as well, questioning her. So you're the class rep, does that make you special? Is bullying people fun for you? Any comments? You. A smirk tugged at the corner of Sally Kai's lips. When it comes to English, no one dares to challenge me. I simply adore watching people seethe with frustration while being powerless against me. Fang Qimai asked unhurriedly, Class rep, have you been sniffing too much of the monitor's farts? Sally Kai. From Li Hongzhi's confusion points, plus 10. Bringing up the class monitor's fart again, Kai Shailey was absolutely furious. One bad apple spoils the whole barrel. Does one rotten apple spoil the whole barrel? The first few sentences were still somewhat understandable. But as for this saying, most classmates could only grasp its literal meaning. Yet Fang Qimai understood it to be a sarcastic proverb. Sally Kai stood with her hands on her hips, looking quite pleased with herself. I'm scolding you, but you don't understand. Serves you right to be scolded. This little scheme of Sally Kai's had long been seen through by Fang Qimai. But when it comes to making others unable to understand, Fang Qimai could definitely impress her to no end with German. If the goal was to make someone concede wholeheartedly, Fang Qimai could also blow her mind with English. He stood up and flashed a faint smile. To know what things, you are good. As soon as these words were spoken, Kai Shailey's smile instantly vanished. Niu Jichao and the others were pleasantly surprised. Regardless of the precise meaning behind this English phrase, Fang Qimai's fluent and pitch-perfect pronunciation alone was impressive. Everyone thought Fang Qimai was quite impressive. From Kai Shailey, confusion value, plus 4. Lu Mimi asked, My, what do you mean by that? Fang Qimai turned his gaze toward Kai Shailey. She was just quoting an old saying, which literally means one bad apple spoils the whole bunch. Fang Qimai curled his lips into a smile and added, and what I said is also a proverb, meaning it's admirable when someone recognizes what kind of trash they really are. Niu Jichao cheered excitedly, damn, that's savage, brother my, absolute fire. No way, for real. Lu Mimi and the others couldn't believe it either. Fang Qimai was utterly terrible at English, he had never once passed an exam. How could he suddenly spout proverbs now? Standing dumbfounded, Kai Shailey was speechless. Not only did Fang Qimai understand, but he also knew how to retaliate. And listening to his pronunciation, how could something like this come from the mouth of someone so bad at English? Confusion points from Kai Shailey, plus 8. Chapter 56, do you know what KTV is? A few classmates quickly gathered around to watch the spectacle unfold. Sally Kai restrained herself for a moment before shouting loudly, You want to challenge me? Fang Qimai shook his head. No, but I want to ask you to experience the KTV. I don't want to challenge you, but I'd really like to invite you to try out the KTV. KTV? Yes, do you know what KTV is? Kai Shailey?
Fang Qimai continued, first, it's a K to you, then a T to your feet, and finally I'll make a V for victory. But, ha ha ha. Niu Jichao pondered for a moment, then burst into laughter the instant he understood the meaning. Lu Mimi? Confusion points from Sarah Kai, plus 12. Sally Kai shouted angrily in English, get out, get lost from my sight. Fang Qimai laughed, what's wrong? Can't win the argument so you tell people to get lost? Humiliated and enraged, Sally thought to herself, so this Fang Qimai's English is actually this good? Not only can he understand, but he's also so eloquent? Kai Shaili didn't know how to respond, so she could only shout again in English, get the hell out of here. This woman, are you never going to stop? Fang Qimai responded, never offered to teach fish to swim, you know? Lu Mimi. Here's another proverb. Niu Jichao asked, never teach a fish how to swim? Brother Mai, how should this saying be properly understood? Fang Qimai pointed at Kai Shaili, class representative, could you help explain this? Humph. Kai Shaili didn't feel like talking. Ruan Meng on the side said, Shui, your English is better, you explain it. Xiao Bishue was astonished by Fang Qimai's English proficiency. She responded, this phrase means don't show off in front of an expert, or it can be understood as don't wield a sword before Guangong. Sally Kai. Niu Jichao nodded, got it. Impressive, Mamai, you know so many proverbs. Lu Mimi cast an admiring glance. Only now did she realize her deskmate's English was this badass? Kai Shaili was absolutely furious. She already disliked Xiao Bishue, and now, to make matters worse, she had teamed up with Fang Qimai to humiliate her? She turned to Fang Qimai and said, who do you think you are? Who in the world do you think you are? Facing such questioning, Fang Qimai responded, a girl like you can't marry, and even if married would shift the blame onto others. Kai Shaili. Someone nearby asked, what's the meaning of this again? Fang Qimai shrugged and pointed at Kai Shaili, it means girls like you shouldn't get married, and even if you do, it'd be nothing but trouble for others. 6666 absolutely killing it. This is like a little heifer on a swing, swinging between awesomeness and awesomeness. The onlookers burst into laughter one after another. Fang Qimai not only spoke English fluently, he also shut them down brilliantly, truly an eye-opener. Brother Mai, when can you teach us a few more phrases? Yeah, Mai, find time to teach us. Fang Qimai replied, who am I, an English noob, to teach English? Our class English representative is so skilled, wouldn't I just be showing off my incompetence before an expert? Niu Jichao immediately teased, from what I see, our English representative isn't all that great either. Confusion points from Kai Shaili, plus 14. Fang Qimai smiled slightly, well then, I'll teach you guys when I have time. No need to trouble the class representative. Sally Kai. You're all crazy. Every single one of you is insane. Cornered, Kai Shaili could only resort to cursing. Well, so you can speak Chinese after all? Fang Qimai continued, Sister Kai, I believe your English proficiency isn't lacking, but you haven't learned to use it flexibly. Remember how I talked to you this morning? Learning requires using your brain. Kai Shaili was furious. Fang Qimai, think you're so great memorizing random phrases? With such a foul mouth, how can you curse people like that? That's where you're wrong. This is just English practice between classmates. Did I call you a bitch? Fang Qimai spread his hands. See? I didn't. How can you say I'm cursing at you? You. Kai Shaili felt her scalp prickle with rage. Indeed, I'd already memorized countless proverbs, usually deployed during essay writing. Yet at this critical juncture, my mind went completely blank, unable to summon any retort against Fang Qimai's verbal onslaught. What began as an attempt to flaunt English proficiency for superiority ended with Fang Qimai outshining me instead. Kai Shaili remained defiantly unconvinced. Just you wait. Don't think you can lecture me after learning a few random things. Next time before criticizing me, check your own English test scores first. With that, Kai Shaili turned around to leave. Fang Qimai added, oh right, class representative, I've already handed in my English paper. Next time check properly before nagging about homework. Kai Shaili opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately said nothing. Fang Qimai used to never do his homework, but surprisingly, today he actually turned it in for the first time ever. Kai Shaili, accustomed to nagging him, let her guard down this time. Heh, what a rare sight, must have copied it, right? Fang Qimai shot back with Kai Shaili's own words, any comments? Got a problem with that? You. Kai Shaili pointed at Fang Qimai and said, you wait. Bewilderment points from Kai Shaili, plus 10. Niu Jichao and the others gathered around. Big bro Mai, teach us a few more practical proverbs. Yeah, they might come in handy for the English test this afternoon, Lu Mimi chimed in. Fang Qimai nodded, alright. No cross, no crown. There will be no rainbow without weathering the storm. One boy is a boy, two boys half a boy, three boys no boy. To translate, one monk carries water to drink, two monks share the load, but with three monks, no one gets water. Rome wasn't built in a day. That's why they say, ice 3 feet thick isn't formed in one cold day. Several classmates around hastily took out their pens, urging, quick, take notes. In fact, English proverbs aren't that difficult, the key lies in accumulation. Through continuous accumulation, one must also learn how to apply them. The English composition techniques rewarded by the system includes application skills like proverbs. Fang Qimai continued, our English teacher also mentioned that frequently using idioms and proverbs helps improve essay scores. In English compositions, one must be able to fluently and accurately convey the intended content. Building on this foundation, the judicious use of idioms and proverbs can significantly enhance the overall quality of the essay. The difference between high and low scores often lies in the application of these special expressions, especially in the concluding section. If you can encapsulate the entire piece with a single sentence that precisely captures the essence of the article, then this essay is not far from a high score. Fang Qimai not only taught proverbs, but also how to apply them, truly helping everyone avoid rote learning. The students listening attentively took notes, each one deeply impressed by Fang Qimai. Lu Mimi sighed, Mai looks so handsome when he's seriously lecturing. The warning bell for class rang, signaling the end of lunch break. English teacher Tian walked in, her high heels clicking. Normally so stern-faced, who would have thought she'd look so happy today? Beaming with joy, could there be some happy occasion? She looked completely different from the fierce way she had called Fang Qimai out at noon. Kai Shaili was the first to approach, handing over the collected test papers to teacher Tian. At the same time, she pointed specifically to the one she had placed on top. Teacher Tian, Fang Qimai copied this test paper. Kai Shaili glanced at Fang Qimai. He admitted to cheating himself. All the other students heard it. Fang Qimai. Chapter 57. We're family now. Fang Qimai was completely speechless. I only copied and handed in my homework because I was in a good mood. Who would have thought this bitch would actually go snitching? Sally Kai was in high spirits. If she couldn't deal with Fang Qimai herself, surely Mrs. Tian would handle him? Unexpectedly, Tian merely nodded and gave a soft murmur of acknowledgement. Kai Shaili felt something was off. If this were any other day, Mrs. Tian would have been fuming with rage. Why was she so calm today? Alright, I understand. You may leave now. Kai Shaili? Oh, okay. Kai Shaili returned to her seat, her mind somewhat dazed. Tian cleared her throat and said, classmates, it's good to learn from each other. Today marks 93 days until the college entrance exams. No matter what, everyone must give it their all. What? Kai Shaili was stunned. Fang Qimai got caught copying homework, but Mrs. Tian called it peer learning? And then she served up a bowl of inspirational talk? Just like that, the matter was dropped without holding Fang Qimai accountable? No way. That's totally out of character for Mrs. Tian. Bewilderment points from Kai Shaili, +10. The whole class was quite surprised. Today's Mrs. Tian seemed like a completely different person. Begin the test. Upon receiving the exam paper, Fang Qimai first skimmed through it. Now, he found the English exam paper incredibly easy to handle. Part 1, Listening Comprehension, consisting of 2 sections, with a maximum score of 30 points. While answering the questions, mark your answers on the test paper first. After the recording ends, you will have 2 minutes to transfer your answers from the test paper to the answer sheet. Section 1, a total of 5 questions, each. Soon, the listening test began. Fang Qimai, blessed with a photographic memory, had already memorized the entire exam paper after reading it through. Every single multiple choice option, A, B, and C, for the listening section was stored in his mind as well. He no longer needed to look at the test paper and could directly fill in the answer sheet. As for Lu Mimi's listening comprehension, she was half guessing and half understanding her way through. Today's listening test seems a bit difficult. Catching a glimpse of Fang Qimai's bizarre actions out of the corner of her eye, she froze completely. Blindly filling in the answer sheet? Oh my god, what's wrong with my? Bafflement value from Lu Mimi, +3. From then on, Fang Qimai breezed through the reading comprehension and closed test sections with flawless ease. Finally, he arrived at the writing section. The writing portion was divided into error correction and written expression. Fang Qimai simply glanced through it once and managed to circle every single mistake. As for written expression, Fang Qimai, who had mastered the techniques of English essay writing, effortlessly completed his composition with ease. Once everything was finished, he followed his usual routine and began to sleep. Tian invigilated the exam while simultaneously grading the homework she had assigned over the weekend. From time to time, she looked up to check if anyone was sneaking around or cheating. She looked over and was shocked to find Fang Qimai actually sleeping, but instead of getting angry, she broke into an ant-like smile. She watched him for a good 10 seconds before resuming correcting assignments. When the exam ended, answer sheets began being collected. Fang Qimai glanced at his phone. Contact, Mom's so beautiful. 101 missed calls. 5 minutes ago. Holy crap. Fang Qimai was dumbfounded. Before the exam, he had set his phone to silent. 2 class periods later, there were 101 missed calls. Was there a fire at home? What's the rush? Worried about some urgent matter,
Fang Qimai couldn't care less and immediately called back right under the teacher's watchful eyes. It rang for a long time.
Li Haomei finally answered. Hey, my precious son. Mom. What's up, son? Fang Qimai. Wasn't it you who just called me? You're the one who had something to say. Li Haomei hesitated for a few seconds. Did that really happen? Fang Qimai. Damn, has mom's forgetfulness acted up again? Fang Qimai restrained himself, judging by Li Haomei's leisurely tone, it probably wasn't anything urgent.
Li Haomei thought for a moment, seems like that did happen.
Fang Qimai was speechless. Of course there is. Otherwise, were those 101 missed calls from ghosts? Li Haomei suddenly said, Ah, son, I remember now. I did call you just now. It's good that she remembered. Fang Qimai finally sighed in relief. Li Haomei asked, but what was it that I called you about? Fang Qimai.
Confusion points from Fang Qimai himself, plus 10. Confusion points from Fang Qimai himself, plus 12.
Fang Qimai nearly exploded.
If it had been anyone else, he would have already lost his temper. But alas, the other party was his own mother.
Hey mom, how long have you been having these symptoms?
Just then, Tian, who had just finished organizing the exam papers, gently called out, Qimai, could you come out for a moment?
Qimai?
The whole class was genuinely puzzled.
In the past, Tian would always call everyone by their full names without any honorifics.
But today, she affectionately called Qimai by just his given name.
Unbelievable.
On the other end of the line, Li Haomei couldn't quite figure out why.
Mom, I gotta go now, Fang Qimai said. My teacher's looking for me. After hanging up the phone, Fang Qimai followed Tian out of the classroom. The familiar scene reappeared. Tian summoned Fang Qimai to the office.
She set down the exam papers and then led Fang Qimai to the stairwell.
Would this woman ever give him a break? Fang Qimai was utterly perplexed.
To his surprise, Tian was smiling at him. She eyed him up and down, her gaze brimming with tenderness. Then she nodded in satisfaction.
What a fine young man, so tall and undoubtedly destined for great achievements in the future. Fang Qimai?
Actually, this is a bit embarrassing. Tian smiled slightly. She continued, to be honest, I don't oppose you and Wei being together. As an aunt, I hope your relationship will be one of mutual encouragement, pushing each other forward and growing together. Once you're all in college, you can start picking dates to get the engagement settled. When you reach the legal age, you can hold the wedding ceremony.
Fang Qimai? Auntie? Weren't you furious at noon, demanding that I stay away from your daughter? How did wedding arrangements even come up now? Fang Qimai was completely dumbfounded.
Confusion value from Fang Qimai himself, plus 15. Things like bride prices should be avoided if possible.
The most important thing is that you and Wei will be happy together in the future. Tian thought for a moment before adding, you're both still young anyway.
As for specifics, we can wait until your parents have time to sit down and discuss everything in detail.
Fang Qimai, who had been holding back for a while, finally asked, excuse me, Mrs. Tian, but are we perhaps misunderstanding something here?
Oh dear, Qimai, when it's just us in private, you don't need to call me Mrs. Tian.
Just call me Auntie. We're practically family now, no need for formalities. Fang Qimai. Tian went on to say, how about coming over to Auntie's place tonight so I can tutor you in English? Or if you prefer, I could come to your house instead. English tutoring? Yes. Tian paused before adding, don't worry, we're family, I'll tutor you for free. I just found out at noon that your spoken English is actually quite good. If we strengthen other areas, your grades will definitely improve. Fang Qimai. Fang Qimai grew increasingly bewildered. Have these mother and daughter gone insane?
Suddenly, he seemed to understand what was going on.
Mrs. Tian, did you manage to call my parents at noon? Chapter 58. This is the standard answer. Recalling the incident, Tian still felt a lingering fear.
I called Li Haomei a dozen times in a row at noon and finally got through. She first launched into a furious tirade, accusing Fang Qimai of not loving to study and distracting other classmates. What's more, she demanded that Li Haomei absolutely must come to the school today. But Li Haomei was currently in the Philippines and had several meetings scheduled for the afternoon. Faced with their English teacher's domineering attitude, Li Haomei straightforwardly revealed her identity.
Though Tian was utterly astonished, she simply couldn't believe it. However, the homeroom teacher Xue Baogai later confirmed the truth. Li Haomei was indeed the wife of the chairman of Tianhao Group, a Fortune 500 company. Upon learning the truth, Tian nearly dropped to her knees. It was at that very moment that she unleashed an overwhelming wave of bewilderment. Tian whispered meekly, the call went through, that's strange.
I had no idea your father and mother were the illustrious leaders of Tianhao Group. I'm really sorry for my previous attitude towards you. Fang Qimai let out a sigh, realizing that being a second-generation rich kid wasn't as easy as it seemed. The slightest slip-up, and someone's already got their eye on you. No wonder the woman was in such a good mood. She didn't even get angry when she found out her assignment was plagiarized.
What, does he think he's already her future high society son-in-law? Dream on. However, this is also quite normal. Who wouldn't get carried away upon learning their daughter's boyfriend happens to be the son of Asia's richest family? It's not too late to know now. Fang Qimai instantly became solemn. He continued, Mrs. Tian, I'll say this one last time, I don't know your daughter, nor am I her boyfriend. This. Tian was momentarily speechless. She asked with a bitter smile, is that really the case? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Fang Qimai couldn't be bothered to explain further. He countered directly, didn't I tell you? Tian recalled that Fang Qimai had indeed said, but at that moment, she was consumed by anger and couldn't take anything in. Confusion value from Tian, plus 16. Tian was extremely embarrassed. Hurriedly forcing a smile, she said, misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Qimai, don't take it to heart. I'll properly educate Wei Wei when I get back, that girl just talks nonsense. Good, Fang Qimai nodded and asked, then Mrs. Tian, do we still need to call my parents over? No need, there's no need to trouble them. Tian quickly replied. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to class. Sure. From Tian's confusion points, plus 12. From Tian's confusion points, plus 10. Tian smiled as she watched Fang Qimai walk away. Only when he was far gone did she finally let out a heavy sigh of relief. This is so mortifying, what stupid thing have I done? The more she had wanted to become Fang Qimai's mother-in-law just moments ago, the more humiliated she felt now. Indeed, good sons-in-law always belong to other families. As for this daughter of mine who hates studying, all she does is daydream and lie to me, making herself the butt of such a huge joke. Even worse, she might have offended the chairman's wife of Tianhao Group. The more Tian thought about it, the more frightened and furious she became. She resolved to give Lu Weiwei a proper scolding when she got back. Returning to her office, Tian couldn't calm herself down for a long time, still overwhelmed by the embarrassment. However, the work had to go on. She opened the test papers and began marking them with a red pen. After grading 3, those students only managed to barely pass. She muttered to herself, this test was indeed a bit harder than usual. The fourth paper belonged to Fang Qimai. Now, even the sight of the name Fang Qimai made her tremble slightly. Strangely, this time Fang Qimai's test paper was completely filled out. She began attempting to grade it. The more I corrected, the more astonished I became. My God, not only did he get all the previous questions right, even the essay was completed so perfectly. There were no grammar or spelling mistakes, and the use of various sentence structures was precisely mastered. Add to that the neat handwriting, truly flawless, leaving no room for point deductions even if I wanted to. Perfect score. An absolutely perfect score. And this was on a notoriously difficult test paper, simply unbelievable. Thinking back, Fang Qimai had been sleeping with his head down the whole time. How could he still score full marks? Tian's first reaction was that Fang Qimai must have cheated. However, when she thought about it, the students sitting around Fang Qimai all had average English grades at best. Who could he possibly have copied a perfect score from? Even if he could have copied the answers for the earlier sections, the English composition portion couldn't possibly be copied. She even pulled out the test papers of the usual top English students, Kai Shaili and Xiao Bishue, to compare. After comparing 3 test papers, Kai Shaili and Xiao Bishue actually made several mistakes, even they were stumped by this exam. As for Fang Qimai's paper, apart from the composition not matching the reference answer, it was practically a model answer in every other aspect. She had previously overheard Xue Baogai and Lei Jiaming discussing Fang Qimai. He had secured first place in both the latest math and physics exams. At first, she hadn't paid much attention, but now, right before her eyes lay an English test paper with a perfect score. Recalling what she had heard at noon, Fang Qimai's clear and articulate spoken English, she believed he truly possessed this capability. This is the real level of Fang Qimai's English. Tian suddenly realized, no wonder he said he doesn't need English tutoring. Confusion points from Tian, plus 16. Time flew by, and the afternoon classes came to an end. The arrest of serial killer Huang Liankai had restored evening self-study sessions at number 2 high school, meaning students couldn't leave until 9:30 p.m. But this didn't affect Fang Qimai in the slightest, because he could leave whenever he pleased. As usual, he changed clothes and was ready to head home. Today he had Bai Lizhou go to Shangwen to help Qin Yanling handle matters, and didn't arrange for a driver either. He planned to drive back himself. While walking, Fang Qimai ran into the PE teacher Wang Xixing, who was getting off work. Wang Xixing was wearing a light blue shirt today, with a tie neatly knotted and dress shoes on his feet. He actually looked quite dashing. Whoa, brother Shang, dressed so sharp, you got a date or something? Smartass, always running your mouth. Wang Xixing's expression brimmed with barely contained delight. Standing in place, he asked eagerly, well, handsome or what? Fang Qimai gave him a once-over before replying, handsome. Before Wang Xixing could rejoice, Fang Qimai added, just not quite as handsome as me when we compare. Confusion points from Wang Xixing, +5.
Not talking to you anymore, your teacher's wife is waiting for me at the gate. With that, Wang Xixing cheerfully headed towards the school entrance. At the gate, Kong Mengxin, the first-year English teacher, was also happily waiting for Wang Xixing.
The two had agreed to meet for dinner and then catch a movie.
Unexpectedly, the screech of long brakes cut through the air.
A red Porsche 911 pulled up right beside Kong Mengxin.
The door swung open, revealing a long, hairy leg stepping out.
Upon closer inspection, the car owner was a young foreigner wearing sunglasses, with big golden curls.
He had a strong physique, was tall and slender, measuring at least 6 feet.
"Hello Kong, how nice to see you." Kong Mengxin's expression turned slightly displeased as she muttered, "Hello."
At this moment, Wang Xixing stepped forward and stood beside Kong Mengxin.
The foreigner frowned. "Who is he?" "He's my boyfriend." The foreigner immediately removed his sunglasses and raised his voice, saying, "Your boyfriend?" "Shit." Fang Qimai heard it clearly.
Upon learning that Wang Xixing was Kong Mengxin's boyfriend, the foreigner immediately swore. He completely disregarded Wang Xixing's presence. Seems like brother Shang has run into a love rival.
And he's even a handsome, rich rival in love? That Porsche 911 must cost at least $2 million, right? Fang Qimai felt somewhat helpless. My poor brother Shang, is he really going to get bullied like this? Chapter 59. Sorry, President Wang, we're late.
Although Wang Xixing didn't know who this foreigner was, he could be certain he was acquainted with Kong Mengxin. In terms of appearance, Wang Xixing felt he wasn't bad looking either. But then he thought about the bicycle he rode to and from work every day. And when he looked again at the expensive Porsche the other man was driving, Wang Xixing felt an overwhelming sense of threat. My basic salary, performance bonuses, and allowances combined barely amount to 5 or 6,000 a month after deductions. In more economically developed cities, it might surpass 10,000, but here in Jiangcheng, this is the standard pay level. In some cities, middle school teachers' salaries are even pitifully low. This is precisely why there are so few male teachers. Such meager wages make it difficult to support a family. Not to mention his previous partner who dumped him was also a foreigner. So he harbored some degree of resentment toward them, more or less. As for height, Wang Xixing stood at 178 centimeters, yet was still slightly shorter than this foreigner. This naturally made him appear less intimidating. Although my English grades aren't great, I'm already seriously studying it again. I could still understand their simple conversation just now. Especially that shit. He knew when Kong Mengxin introduced him as her boyfriend that foreigner was calling him a piece of shit. This is beyond endurance. Don't you see whose territory you're stepping on? Wang Xixing straightened himself as much as possible, tilting his chin slightly upwards as he asked, Can you, speak Chinese? What the fuck? Are you an idiot? Kong Mengxin immediately said, Mike, he's my boyfriend. Please show some respect. Mike pointed at Wang Xixing and said, fuck, your boyfriend is a son of a bitch. Mike, Wang Xixing angrily said, don't think I don't understand. What kind of person are you? Get out of here now, you're not welcome. Mike ignored Wang Xixing and said to Kong Mengxin, Kong, you're so excellent, how could you end up with a boyfriend like this? Come with me, I'll treat you to dinner. As he spoke, Mike patted his Porsche while casting a smug glance at Wang Xixing. Wang Xixing clenched his fists. Who could tolerate this? No, thanks. After being rejected, Kong Mengxin pulled Wang Xixing away. Loser, stay away from Kong. You're not worthy. Get out of here. Well, your uncle. Though you said it clumsily, so you can speak Chinese after all? You absolute melon. My uncle? Melon? Mike patted his Porsche again and said, I own a $10 million mansion and a $2 million luxury car. You've got nothing. Stay away from Kong right now. At this point, Wang Xixing instantly lost his confidence. Kong, Mike continued to pester. Kong Mengxin cut in. That's enough, Mike. I told you I don't like you. Stop pestering me. Mike got furious. I don't care. Now you have to come with me. With that, Mike made his move, grabbing hold of Kong Mengxin's bag. Wang Xixing wasn't one to be trifled with. He'd been holding back long enough and seized Mike by the collar. You little bastard. Keep running your mouth and I'll punch your lights out. Mike, bastard? What the fuck? Mike also prepared to fight back. At that very moment, the roar of supercar engines grew louder as they approached. The three turned to see 4 sports cars speeding toward them. Leading the pack was a white Koenigsegg Agera. Close behind came a Pagani Zonda, an Aston Martin DB11, and a Ferrari 612 in quick succession. 4 cars flashed their headlights simultaneously, freezing Mike in his tracks. Oh my god. Koenigsegg, Pagani, Aston Martin, Ferrari. So cool. Mike recognized all 4 cars one by one. He had never seen them all together before. Moreover, their license plates were quite distinctive. He couldn't help but wonder who their owners were. From Mike Cate's confusion meter, +5. From Mike Cate's confusion meter, +7. The first Koenigsegg made a sharp drift turn, sliding sideways directly behind the Porsche. This isn't something an ordinary person could pull off. The whole process went smoothly and sharply. So cool.
The Pagani and Aston Martin parked on either side of the Porsche.
The Ferrari flashed its high beams directly at the front of the Porsche.
In an instant, Mike's Porsche was surrounded by 4 supercars that were even more expensive than his own.
4 supercars simultaneously revved their engines in neutral.
Boom, boom. The sound was utterly overwhelming, shaking the entire chamber of the heart. This is what they call street shaking. My God. Mike hastily covered his ears.
He instinctively leaned back against his Porsche 911.
Dumbfoundedness value from Mike Keith plus 15. The arrival of these 4 supercars drew countless onlookers.
Wang Shixing was utterly bewildered.
What was going on?
Among the 4 supercars, the Koenigsegg Agera was the first to open its door. As the driver stepped out, Wang Shixing's eyes nearly popped out of his head.
Fang Qimai? Confusion value from Wang Shixing, plus 12. He was dumbfounded.
Though he already knew Fang Qimai's father had bought land to build a gymnasium for No. 2 high school.
But he never expected Fang Qimai could mobilize 4 supercars simultaneously. And that drift just now. This is unbelievable. Is this really the Fang Qimai I know?
Through data analysis, Fang Qimai learned that this guy named Mike Carter was a rich second-generation heir, but just an ordinary one, not particularly wealthy. What stirred the most public outrage was that Mike was a notorious playboy who specifically targeted women from his own country. Combined with Kong Mengxin's data, Fang Qimai knew that Kong Mengxin had met Mike when she worked part-time at the English tutoring center owned by Mike's family during her university years.
Mike has been pestering him until now.
Poor Brother Chang, to encounter such an opponent. Considering Brother Chang had treated him quite well over the past few years, Fang Qimai decided to lend him a hand.
The school wasn't far from home, so he directly asked his bodyguards to drive over with 3 sports cars.
With the Koenigsegg Agera he drove here today, he made a dazzling entrance. After getting out of the car, Fang Qimai confidently removed his sunglasses. Mike stared in astonishment at this exceptionally handsome and charismatic young man.
Standing at his full height, Fang Qimai didn't appear intimidated in the slightest. Fang Qimai walked straight towards Wang Shixing.
Accompanied by 3 bald bodyguards, the 4 of them respectfully shouted, "Apologies, President Wang.
We're late." Wang Shixing? Did I hear that right, Mr. Wang? Dazed plus 11 contribution from Wang Shixing. Mike, what the fuck? Confusion value from McCart, plus 15.
Chapter 60. Our No. 2 high school is full of hidden talents.
Wang Shixing froze for a few seconds.
Though still confused, he was beginning to grasp Fang Qimai's meaning.
Ahem.
Clearing his throat, he played along awkwardly, "And no problem. Glad you made it."
Fang Qimai turned his head and glared at Mike.
Mike, that playboy, actually felt a tremor of fear.
You're called Mike, right? How dare you disrespect our general manager?
Do you have a death wish?
General manager?
Mike shook his head with a mocking smile.
No, impossible. He looks like some hopeless teacher. How could he possibly be a general manager? Useless teacher? How dare you speak about our general manager that way? Fang Qimai gave him a sharp glare. Don't you know that in our country, many wealthy people have so much free time they enjoy experiencing different lifestyles? Teaching is simply President Wang's hobby. This is ridiculous. Mike couldn't comprehend it. Fang Qimai continued, do you think driving a $2 million car makes you impressive? Honestly, I find you quite laughable. Mike didn't dare utter another word.
Any one of those 4 supercars surrounding them was far more expensive than his Porsche 911. Combined, those 4 cars were worth at least 50 to 60 million. By comparison, his own $10 million mansion seemed utterly insignificant.
Confusion value from Mike Kate, plus 18.
The entire conversation was conducted in English, leaving Wang Shixing utterly dumbfounded.
He wondered aloud, who was it that told me Fang Qimai's academic performance was terrible?
Seeing Mike fall silent, Fang Qimai knew the guy had already chickened out.
Sure enough, he was just a bully who picks on the weak. Fang Qimai had successfully intimidated him.
But to be on the safe side, Fang Qimai decided to cast an absolute command on him.
Mike, stop eyeing Brother Shang's woman, got it? Ding.
1,000 confusion points consumed, absolute command activated.
Current remaining confusion points, 6155. Mike immediately responded, got it.
I'll never dare again, I swear to God.
Excellent. Fang Qimai nodded in contentment.
Next, he was going to help Wang Shixing finish showing off this act. Approaching Wang Shixing, Fang Qimai presented the keys to the Koenigsegg Agera. He whispered into Wang Shixing's ear, Brother Shang, here are the keys.
This is as far as I can help you.
Though Wang Shixing was deeply moved, his expression revealed hesitation. He leaned in and whispered back to Fang Qimai, I appreciate it, but
I don't know how to drive. Fang Qimai, don't panic, it's not a big deal.
Among these 4 cars today, the Ferrari 612 is the 4-seater.
Fang Qimai personally opened the door for them, letting the 2 get in.
Mike watched the whole scene silently, not daring to make a sound. Among the onlookers were security guards and students. They were all astonished.
Thank you, Qimai.
thanks for helping me out of this fix. Wang Shixing was deeply moved.
If Fang Qimai hadn't come to save the situation, I would have been in an awkward position. That bastard Mike would have just kept pestering endlessly. Brother Shang, Sister Shang, enjoy your date. The car is at your disposal for now. Also, tonight's expenses. Fang Qimai smiled slightly before continuing, are on me. Fang Qimai's driver nodded, understood, young master. I'll take care of it.
Wang Shixing and his companion were utterly stunned. You might not believe me when I say this, but I have a billionaire student extremely wealthy.
Generous as can be. Yet to Fang Qimai, this was just a trivial matter.
Wang Shixing was just about to say something else to express his gratitude.
Fang Qimai cut him off first. Enjoy yourself to the fullest, leave the rest to me.
With that, Fang Qimai closed the car door and had the driver depart immediately.
He turned around and looked at the shivering Mike. Mike Kate's confusion value, plus 18. Fang Qimai coldly asked, why are you looking at me? Do you need me to send you off too? No need, no need. Mike immediately forced a smile. Then why aren't you fucking off yet?
Mike hastily got into the car, started the engine, and drove away at full speed.
Confusion points from Mike Keith, plus 11. Confusion points from Mike Keith, plus 9. Fang Qimai also got into the car, stepped on the accelerator, and left with his achievements unnoticed.
I had barely gotten home when my mom Li Haomei's call came through.
Hey mom? Hey kiddo, I remembered what I wanted to tell you. Fang Qimai, your dad and I have so many things to handle daily that we easily forget stuff. Hope you'll just get used to it. Fang Qimai, Mom, hurry up and tell me, what's so urgent that you had to call me this afternoon? Your teacher reported you to me. How could I not be worried? Fang Qimai, Li Haomei added, your teacher has been insisting on meeting me. If it really comes to it, I'll find some time to visit your school. Fang Qimai quickly said, no need, Mom. You're so busy, there's no need for you to make a special trip. It's fine, no matter how busy work gets, you're more important. Fang Qimai was somewhat moved, though he thought to himself, with such an unreliable mother, she might well forget about this whole thing by tomorrow. Fang Qimai responded, mainly it's that I think our teacher doesn't dare see you again. Your mother here is as beautiful as her name suggests, how could I possibly be that terrifying? Fang Qimai let out a meaningful sigh, that's a long story. Early the next morning, Wang Shixing arrived at school as usual. The moment he stepped onto campus, students began pointing and whispering about him. He strode into the office with casual indifference. His arrival sent waves of excitement through the gym teachers in the office. Wow, Brother Wang is here. Brother Wang, please sit down. Brother Wang, have some tea. Wang Shixing? Who would have thought, Brother Wang, turns out you're loaded. If there's anything I haven't done right before, you'll have to excuse me. Wang Shixing was stunned. Did everyone really buy into that act I put on after school yesterday and spread it around? Wang Shixing wasn't someone who craved vanity. He quickly explained, I'm not some rich guy. That's not how it was. Yesterday Come on bro Wang, stop pretending. We all know. I'm not pretending. Just look at me. Do I look like some wealthy person from head to toe? Hey, Brother Wang, you're way too modest. Absolutely. Truly wealthy people are actually very low-key. You can't tell just by their appearance. Take me for example, though I often ride a beat-up bicycle, who would know that I actually have an electric scooter at home too? And look at Brother Wang with 4 sports cars at home, yet he cycles to work every day. Confusion value from Wang Shixing, plus 10. In the principal's office, Principal Su Hongron let out a meaningful sigh. He had just heard about Wang Shixing's incident this morning. Many students and even security guards witnessed it at the time. Rumors say those few sports cars combined are worth 50 to 60 million. Our second high school truly hides dragons and crouches tigers. The heir of Tianhao Group studied quietly at our school for nearly 3 years before we learned his true identity. Now take Wang Shixing, he's been silently attending our second high for 6 whole years before his wealthy status got exposed. At this thought, Su Hongron sighed heavily again. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and called for his secretary. Summon Wang Shixing. No wait, invite him properly. I need to discuss a salary adjustment with him. The secretary replied timidly, Principal, forgive my presumption, but Teacher Wang is already so wealthy. Would he really care about that small salary increase? Su Hongron said, you don't understand. Even though he's not short on money, right, we still need to show this sincerity. After pausing, Su Hongron continued, if we increase his salary, maybe one day when he's in a good mood, just like Chairman Fang, he might donate to build a teaching building or a gymnasium for our school. That would be great for number 2 high. Oh, I see, Principal. I'll go right away. Go on, hurry up. Chapter 61. What a painful enlightenment. Wang Shixing walked into the principal's office with a completely bewildered expression, then walked out looking equally mystified. How strange. Why did the principal suddenly decide to raise my salary? Bewilderment value from Wang Shixing, plus 10. At this moment, the students were preparing for morning self-study.
Xiao Bishue said to Li Hongzhi, class president. My cousin who works at Shangguan told me their library has acquired many new books.
Li Hongzhi paused. Really? Yes. Are you coming along this weekend?
I also invited Wan Meng, she wants to borrow some books too.
Li Hongzhi didn't know what to say. Before, he had tried every possible way to ask Xiao Bishue to go to the library with him. Now, here she was, inviting him herself.
The problem is, it's not that he didn't want to go, he simply wasn't permitted to set foot in Shangguan anymore.
Mentioning this would always bring back that day, Fang Qimai's unbearably arrogant demeanor. 200 million.
How the hell had Fang Qimai managed that? The more he dwelled on it, the harder he clenched his teeth, his fists tightening until his knuckles turned white.
Class monitor, did you hear what I said?
Li Hongzhi snapped out of his thoughts and hurriedly replied, this weekend.
I've got things to do this week, so I won't be going.
Li Hongzhi felt so miserable.
What a painful realization this is. Damn it. Bewilderment value from Li Hongzhi, +5. Fang Qimai? I see. Then, Xiao Bishue added, by the way, class president, could you lend us your membership card?
At this point, Li Hongzhi grew even angrier.
Membership card? What does my membership card even count for?
This is my fucking VIP platinum card, the highest tier available. It's just that Fang Qimai had it voided.
Damn. Confusion points from Li Hongzhi, +6. Fang Qimai? Class monitor?
Li Hongzhi didn't know how to respond.
How could she possibly reveal the truth?
After hesitating for a moment, Li Hongzhi responded, I lent my card to my cousin. It might take a while to get it back.
Oh, well, that's alright, no problem. Li Hongzhi felt heart-wrenching.
This morning was supposed to be English reading practice, but we never saw our English teacher Tian Tian. Class representative Kai Shaili was leading the English vocabulary reading from the lecture platform. Tian Tian arrived in a hurry just as the morning self-study session was about to end. Her hair appeared slightly disheveled, as if not properly groomed, and her face looked somewhat weary. She was carrying a bag in her hand, its contents unknown. Sally Kai paused her morning reading. Tian Tian stood at the door and called out, Qimai, could you come out for a moment?
Fang Qimai being called out during class had become routine for everyone,
but such polite summoning was truly rare to witness.
Fang Qimai walked into the hallway. Only then did he notice a female student standing outside. She was Tian Tian's daughter, Lu Weiwei. For the first time, Fang Qimai properly took notice of her. She's decent looking, I'd give her an 80. Lu Weiwei stood there shyly, her head slightly lowered, not daring to meet Fang Qimai's gaze. Tian Tian said, Qimai, I still want to apologize again for what happened yesterday. I've learned the truth of the matter and have properly reprimanded her. As she spoke, Tian Tian lightly tugged at Lu Weiwei. Lu Weiwei quickly said, Senior, I was wrong about this matter. Admitting mistakes is a good thing. Unexpectedly, Lu Weiwei continued, it's mainly because you're too handsome. Fang Qimai was puzzled, so you're saying being handsome is my fault? No, it's me being lovesick.
It's all my fault. I'll never talk nonsense again.
This truly was a misunderstanding. Among the younger generation of girls who chase stars, some enjoy calling themselves so-and-so's wife. The generation gap made Tian Tian unable to comprehend, so she mistook Fang Qimai as Lu Weiwei's boyfriend. Fang Qimai asked, so are you still going to bring me things from time to time? Lu Weiwei whispered, I'd like to, but if it bothers you, senior, then I won't. Tian Tian said angrily, you're disturbing his studies. No more bothering your senior, understand?
Mom, you don't get it. The thing is, Senior is such a great basketball player, so tall, and so handsome. All the girls in our freshman class 1 voted him unanimously as the most handsome and coolest school heartthrob in number 2 high school.
We all want to give him gifts. TSK. Why do these words sound more and more soothing the more I hear them?
There's no helping it, born handsome and with the system's boost, Fang Qimai has become a heartthrob for girls.
Lu Weiwei added, oh right, and a few boys wanted to send gifts too. Fang Qimai
said earnestly, listen, tell your classmates, if they ever want to give me a gift, they should solve a math problem.
If they want to write me a love letter, they should write an English essay.
Keep this up, and your class's academic performance will improve by leaps and bounds.
No need to thank me. Bewilderment points from Lu Weiwei, +10. Tian Tian said, Vivi, did you hear that? Let's do exactly as your senior suggested. Got it. Alright, hurry back to class. I still need to talk with your senior. Okay then, bye-bye, senior.
Then, Tian Tian smiled slightly at Fang Qimai. Anyway, I'm really sorry for the trouble this has caused you.
Fang Qimai waved his hand, I didn't take it to heart. At this point, Tian Tian's hanging heart finally settled. She continued, the reason I looked for you, is to ask for a favor. I don't know if you'd be willing. What's the matter?
Your test results from yesterday are out, and your score surprised me, you got full marks.
Fang Qimai's expression didn't change at all. This was entirely within his expectations. He couldn't be bothered to explain yesterday because the results would tell Tian Tian everything. What happened next? Sigh. Tian Tian sighed, here's the situation. Weiwei's grandmother was just diagnosed with terminal bowel cancer yesterday. The doctor says she has at most a month left. I had no choice but to ask for a few days off. This is your critical sprint period. I wouldn't request leave unless absolutely necessary. The reason I approached you, teacher, is to ask if you could help grade the class's exams. Fang Qimai froze. Me? Grade the exams? I know it's a huge inconvenience, and I feel terribly embarrassed to ask. I don't know if you'd be willing to do me this favor. Fang Qimai responded, shouldn't this matter be brought to the class representative? Yesterday I only corrected a few exam papers when I got a call from my family. I rushed to the hospital and didn't sleep all night before hurrying back to school this morning. Among the current papers, your perfect score thoroughly amazed me. As for Sally's paper, I haven't had time to grade it yet, but from my quick glance, she didn't perform very ideally. After pausing for a moment, Tian continued, this test paper was quite difficult, yet you managed to score full marks, and your essay was exceptionally well written, almost flawless. I truly believe you're the most suitable candidate. Seeing Fang Qimai remain silent, Tian pleaded in a beseeching tone, at this stage, no other English teacher is available to help. Out of everyone, you're simply the best fit. I've already consulted with teacher Shui and others, your science grades are outstanding, and skipping class won't affect your studies, so I dare to ask for your help. Would that be alright? Fang Qimai hesitated slightly. Though it's a bit troublesome, I can still lend a hand if you need. Besides, the teacher asking me personally to help grade the exams, that's no ordinary honor. Chapter 62 Fang Qimai grading our exam papers. Finally, Fang Qimai responded, alright. Tian's heart raced wildly, and it was only after Fang Qimai gave his affirmative answer that she finally let out a sigh of relief. Thank you so much, Qimai. Tian didn't know how to express the gratitude in her heart. Let me treat you to dinner sometime. Fang Qimai glanced at the exam-filled bag in Tian's hand. This number is more than a whole class. Next door in class 9, also taught by Tian, were their test papers as well. Fang Qimai said, leave all these to me. Thank you so much, Qimai. Tian handed over a red pen. Fang Qimai continued, by the way, Mrs. Tian, did you say it's late-stage intestinal cancer? Yes. At this point, Tian felt a touch of sorrow. Some types of cancer are difficult to detect in their early stages. Colorectal cancer is one of them. The initial symptoms didn't point in this direction at all, instead mistakenly suggesting some common ailment. But once you realize the severity of the problem, it's usually too late to be saved. Especially in the late stages, not even the green bag book could save them. But Fang Qimai was confident he could extend their lifespan a little longer and alleviate the patient's suffering. Fang Qimai said, I'll give you an address, an old Chinese medicine practitioner I know. You can go try it. Then, he sent Tian a location via WeChat, the Yang family traditional Chinese medicine clinic. If an average person had said this, it would have sounded highly unreliable. But since it was a recommendation from someone like Fang Qimai, a top-tier wealthy heir, Tian felt it was definitely worth a try. She was deeply moved and thanked him repeatedly. With the test papers now entrusted to someone else, she had to rush off to the hospital in a hurry again. Watching Fang Qimai carry Mrs. Tian's bag back into the classroom, the entire class was brimming with curiosity. Just what could be inside that bag? Kai Shaili was even more puzzled. Even Mrs. Tian's daughter had come. What on earth were they talking about? The daytime classes ended, and evening self-study session began once again. Surprisingly, Fang Qimai didn't leave early as usual, but chose to stay. He took out the test papers from his bag and started grading them. For those test papers, Tian had provided him with a set of reference answers. Other than the essay which didn't have standard answers, Fang Qimai glanced through all other questions and committed them perfectly to memory. He also fully understood each question's point value. As for the essay, Fang Qimai would have to rely on combining the grading criteria with his own judgment. Fang Qimai was seen making checks, crosses, and circles all over the test paper. Lu Mimi, who was doing her homework, stared in shock. Wasn't this the exact same English exam paper we took yesterday? Scritch. One exam paper had already been graded. For Fang Qimai, it was absurdly simple. Combined with the quick calculation method, the grades were tallied effortlessly. Zhang Ruijie, 69 points. The whole class? What is this? Yesterday's English exam paper? Scratch. Xu Bing, 113 points. The whole class? Swish. Lu Otani, 94 points. The whole class couldn't hold back their excitement any longer. No way. Is Fang Qimai grading our papers? Facing everyone's skepticism, Lu Mimi nodded. That's right. It's yesterday's English test papers. How is that possible? What you don't know is that Qimai's English grades are actually very good. That won't do, no matter how good he is. He's not a teacher. How can he grade our exams for us? Fang Qimai ignored them and continued marking the papers. Scratch. Zhang Zijin, 30 points. Zhang Zejin. Someone suddenly realized, Could it be that when Mrs. Tian called him out this morning, it was for this? That's right, that red pen seems to belong to Mrs. Tian. It does seem like it, but even if Mrs. Tian had something come up and took leave, shouldn't grading papers be handed over to the class representative? Kai Shayley thought so too. She sulked on the side, feeling extremely displeased. Why did Mrs. Tian call him and not me? Confusion points from Kai Shayley, +6. Lu Mimi asked, My, how did I do on the test? Don't worry, I haven't graded yours yet. Swish, swish, swish. Niu Jichao, 116 points. Ruan Meng, 118. Lu Mimi, 90. Lu Mimi was overjoyed, thank heavens, passing was enough. Swish, swish, swish. Wei Zile, 77 points. Xiong Peng, 82. Sally Kai, 132. Sally Kai. Hearing this result, Kai Shayley was extremely frustrated. She had never scored below 140 on an exam before, so why was it only 132 this time? Confusion points from Kai Shayley, +8. Kai Shayley held in her frustration for a long time before finally unable to resist asking, Hey, Fang Qimai, did you mess up the grading? Fang Qimai responded, I'm only responsible for helping with the edits. If you have any objections, take it up with Mrs. Tian. Yang Shuezone 111. Li Hongjia, 126. Fang Qimai murmured to himself, strange, was the test really that difficult? Why are the scores so low across the board? Li Hongjia. Kai Shayley couldn't take it anymore. Fang Qimai, what score did you get yourself? 150. You scored full marks 150? Kai Shayley laughed, did you hear that? He said he scored full marks in English. A few others joined in laughing. Wow, you've really got some nerve, exclaimed Kai Shayley, daring to claim 150 points? Why don't you make it even more unbelievable and say you scored 200? Fang Qimai remained silent, instead pulling out his own test paper. The bold red 150 stood out strikingly. Look clearly, my paper was graded by Mrs. Tian, not me. W.H. Watt. The whole class was dumbfounded one by one. Confusion points continuously float upward. Oh my god, a perfect score in English, how amazing is that? Kai Shayley asked incredulously, Mrs. Tian gave you full marks? Fang Qimai stopped and said, let me correct you, she didn't give me full marks, I earned that perfect score myself, understand? Kai Shayley didn't believe it and picked up Fang Qimai's test paper to check, all marked with red check marks. At the end of the final English composition, Mrs. Tian even wrote very good. Surely Kai was dumbfounded, it was real. Bewilderment points from Kai Shayley, +10. The whole thing was absolutely unbelievable. Xiao Bishue and the others were utterly shocked as well. Recently, Fang Qimai had brought them far too many surprises. His basketball skills were so outstanding that even the provincial team came to recruit him personally. Nearly perfect scores in math and physics exams, using biological knowledge to convince the teacher in biology class, teaching everyone chemistry knowledge in class, and even reciting the periodic table backwards. Now topping the English exam and helping the teacher grade papers for everyone? Good heavens, is this a super student or what? This is a genius. Xiao Bishue, 135 points. Fang Qimai continued reading. Chapter 63, Boss, you've been lying to us for 3 years. TCH. Kai Shayley gritted her teeth, visibly displeased. I actually lost to Xiao Bishue in this exam. By a whole 3 points. But then it dawned on me, I actually lost to Fang Qimai by 18 points? No way. Absolutely impossible. Fang Qimai, I want to see my exam paper. Fang Qimai continued grading as he spoke. Let me say it again, if you have any problems, go see Mrs. Tian. Understood? As Fang Qimai continued making corrections, he suddenly paused. What's the matter? Not convinced? Yes, just refusing to submit. Fang Qimai pulled out Kai Shayley's English test paper. On the upper right corner of the front page, Fang Qimai once again drew a big red circle. Here, the sentence means, I realized that things would have been better if I had listened more carefully to my mother. The if here introduces a subjunctive mood contrary to past facts. Therefore, the if clause should use the past perfect tense, so it should be added before listened. Fang Qimai looked at Kai Shayley and said, Class representative, you were careless. Deduct 2 points. Kai Shayley. And more. Then, Fang Qimai drew another circle in the lower right corner. Here, the adverb modifies the verb, functioning as an adverbial. It should be attentively, not attentive. Understand? Subtract 2 more points. Fang Qimai flipped to the back and drew a long horizontal line directly. This sentence means, if something bad happens, Wendy will immediately tell my parents. The indefinite pronoun something is the subject, so the predicate verb should be singular. Here, it should be happens, not happen. Class rep, you got careless again. Another 2 points deducted. Fang Qimai used Kai Shayley's exam paper as a sample, pointing out every single mistake. Even the flaws in the essay and the deducted points are all clearly explained. The whole class listened in mesmerized awe. Fang Qimai truly has real talent. No kidding. Playing the rookie before, now with just 3 months left until the college entrance exams, all his genuine skills are coming out one by one? Damn, is this how academic gods like to play their game? Boss, you've been deceiving us for 3 years. This is like a heifer doing somersaults, one remarkable feat after another. All hail the mighty Mai. My God, my God. The entire class shouted in unison. Fang Qimai silently replied, Shoo, I don't sell myself, nor do I sell kidneys, thank you. Confusion points from Sally Kai plus 18. Confusion points from Hongzhou Li plus 20. Sally Kai stood frozen beside them, utterly speechless. Whether those questions were misunderstood or answered incorrectly by carelessness, one thing was certain, they were all wrong. Li Hongzhou was completely dumbfounded. Damn it, couldn't even win in my strongest subjects like science, and now I'm losing in English too? And to think my dad's actually an English teacher. After reigning as the top student for 3 years, I got utterly crushed by Fang Qimai in just 3 exams, enough to make him a legend instantly? Damn it, Li Hongzhou was mentally on his knees. It's better not to oppose Fang Qimai from now on. Still can't help but want to curse though. Damn it. Fang Qimai turned to Kai Shaili and said, Class representative, do you realize now where you went wrong? Any other questions? Surely Kai was left speechless. Fang Qimai continued, seems like you've got no objections then. If you're truly convinced, go ahead and sing Conquest for everyone. Surely Kai froze. Today, I'm genuinely impressed. But how could I possibly get up there and sing? However, Fang Qimai had quietly issued the directive. Sally Kai gave a sudden shiver. Okay, then I'll embarrass myself. Wow. The whole class's eyes lit up. No one had ever heard Sally Kai sing before. But she sure has courage. Fang Qimai just casually mentioned it, and she actually dared to sing? Ahem. Kai Shaili walked up to the podium and cleared her throat. She pulled out her phone and looked up the lyrics. But her mind was a complete blank. God knows why she suddenly felt like singing this. At last, you found a way. The winner is decided. The whole class. Damn. What the hell is this singing? Damn it, stop singing already, I beg you. The entire class was full of complaints. Kai Shaili was puzzled too. She didn't want to either, but since she'd started singing, she had to finish it. She croaked in a raspy voice and continued singing, outwardly healthy, yet inside you're scarred beyond count. Stubborn as I am, I'd become a prisoner in this battle. Spare us. I'm so embarrassed. Damn, that's ear-splitting. Just like this, I'm conquered by you. Cut off all retreats. Damn. The entire class had a meltdown. My ears have been violated. Stop singing, seriously, we'll have nightmares tonight. Just like this, I'm conquered by you. Drink the poison you've hidden away. My story has reached its finale. My loves and hatreds are buried in the earth. Please, bury yourself quickly too. Enough with the singing. Your singing voice wards off evil by day and prevents pregnancy by night. If she keeps singing, even the little calves will die. One miserable wail after another rang out, but Kai Shaili didn't know where she found the determination to insist on finishing her song. Fang Qimai silently smiled while grading assignments, because the instruction he'd given was for Kai Shaili to sing Conquer in its entirety. At this moment, Vice Principal Liang, who was on patrol, hurried over upon hearing the commotion. What's going on here? Singing during self-study period? The entire class fell silent instantly. Suddenly, just like this, I'm conquered by you. Cut off all retreats. Li Ying. Bewilderment value from Li Ying, plus 6. You. Just like this, I'm conquered by you. Drink the poison you've hidden. Li Ying. Nonsense. Thus, under Li Ying's furious glare and the pleading gazes of the whole class, Kai Shaili stubbornly sang through the entire song. Li Ying stepped onto the podium and demanded, Where's your teacher? Why isn't there a teacher for evening self-study? Li Hongzhou responded, Mrs. Tian was scheduled for tonight, but she took leave. Alright, since you're on leave, where's your English class representative? Have her come up to supervise. Someone quietly said, Vice Principal, the one who was just singing, that's our English class representative. Li Ying. Bewilderment points from Li Ying, plus 8. Ridiculous. Li Ying said angrily, I remember now, you're Kai Shaili, the English class representative from class 10, right? Your English grades are good, you've participated in English competitions, right? And now you're leading singing during self-study class? I'll have a proper word with your homeroom teacher. Teacher, please let me explain. I just don't know what came over me. I couldn't help it. It was a spur-of-the-moment thing. Bewilderment points from Kai Shaili, plus 10. Get out of here. Li Ying slammed the desk in fury. Class monitor, come up here and supervise everyone studying. Kai Shaili, Waya, Sob. Chapter 64, I get the feeling your chairman isn't an ordinary man. After Li Ying left, the class fell into complete silence, with no one daring to speak, until someone quietly turned on the video. Just like this, I'm conquered by you. Drink the poison you've hidden away. Holy shit, that's toxic. They actually recorded a video. How dare they record this? Aren't they afraid their phone might explode? Honestly, the more you listen to this audio, the more addictive it gets. Ha ha ha. Someone chuckled unkindly. This sound is truly addictive. Sally Kai. Bewilderment points from Kai Shaley, plus 10. Quiet, quiet. Lee Hongja slapped the table. Anyone who keeps making noise, I'll write down their name for the teacher. Luo Tongyi, turn off that video right now, or I'll confiscate your phone. Lee Hongja shouted from the podium, but no one paid him any attention. Someone else yelled, Tongyi, send me a copy of that video. Me too. I want to set it as my alarm, guaranteed to wake me up in one ring. Ha 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 ha. Sally Kai. F***K. Before evening self-study ended, Fong Chimai had finished grading even the papers from Class 9 nearby. Class 9. Chang Fongfong was doing her homework. Someone called out, Fongfong, there's a handsome guy looking for you outside. Chang Fongfong happened to be the English class representative of Class 9. She looked up and saw a tall boy standing by the back door of the classroom. Upon approaching for a closer look, it turned out to be him. I've always thought he was so handsome, but never had the courage to greet him. Yesterday, when the chief of the Public Security Bureau came in person to present him with an honorary banner for bravery, Chang Fongfong was among the crowd watching. What could he possibly want with me? Is there something you need? Chang Fongfong was a bit nervous. Fong Chimai took one look. Chang Fongfong had to be at least an 85 out of 100 in terms of looks. Then think about Kai Shaley in your own class. Indeed, the English class representative from another class looks a bit more attractive. Fong Chimai handed the test papers to Chang Fongfong. I've already graded your class's English exams, please help distribute them. Alright, Chang Fongfong quickly accepted them. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Fong Chimai walked away. The test papers were graded, and he was heading home. Chang Fongfong didn't know what to say. In a sudden rush of impulsiveness, she blurted out, come again next time. Ha, what am I saying? Wait, what did he just say? That he graded the papers. Confusion points from Chang Fongfong, plus 4. In the blink of an eye, the weekend arrived. Xiao Bishui and Ruan Meng made plans to meet up and went to Shangwen Library together. I originally invited Li Hongja too, but since he's unavailable, forget it. At this moment, Qin Yanling was assigning tasks to her subordinates. Cousin, Xiao Shui, you're here. Xiao Bishui's eyes lit up as Qin Yanling looked exceptionally elegant in her high heels and uniform. First, carry out the tasks as I just instructed, Qin Yanling said. Report back promptly if you encounter any issues. Understood, Manager Qin. After the others left, Qin Yanling let out a sigh. I'm exhausted, I've been swamped with work. Xiao Bishui admired. More capable people should do more work, cousin. Ruan Meng also gave a thumbs up. Sister Qin, you're amazing, with so many people following your directions. Sigh. Let's go, I'll treat you to some drinks, and later I'll take you to see the new books in our library. Then I'll trouble you to foot the bill, cousin. Miss Qin, we don't have a membership card, could we borrow some books? For newly shelved books, it makes no difference whether you're a member or not. No difference? Yes, the chairman said they're going to abolish the membership and VIP systems here next. Ruan Meng asked, won't that mean a lot less income? Qin Yanling waved her hand dismissively, not necessarily. The chairman said we'll monetize through traffic volume. Traffic? Xiao Bishui inquired. How many people can a library even get in one day? The chairman's goal is to turn this place into the world's largest library. There will be many, many books coming in soon, and we certainly won't lack traffic then. Wow, the world's largest? Xiao Bishuo and Ruan Meng were somewhat impressed. Exactly. Additionally, we'll also launch an online bookstore called Shangwen. Both the library and the website will have enormous traffic. Xiao Bishuo nodded. Your chairman truly has long-term vision, no wonder he holds that position. Exactly. Anyway, we're just at the beginning stage now. There's still so much work ahead. The three of them chatted as they walked. Cousin, doesn't the overall layout and decor here seem a bit different now? Qin Yanling nodded. Yeah, since we've got a new boss, we should have a fresh new look. As she spoke, Qin Yanling suddenly got excited. Let me tell you, the other day right here, there were a few people talking loudly. I asked them to keep it down, but turns out one of them was quite influential, said he'd fire me. Even our former boss came over later. I was so scared back then, but who knew our chairman would step in and make a move over 200 million to acquire Shangwen outright. After gaining the power of speech, fire the person who wanted to dismiss me. Qin Yanling described it with such vivid gestures and expressions. It made Xiao Bishuai and the others feel deeply immersed. What a domineering chairwoman. Cousin, you're in for a treat. Qin Yanling sighed. What fortune. I've been busy all day, couldn't sleep well, and spent all my time thinking about how to improve Shangwen. Mainly because our chairman didn't teach me exactly how to do it, just gave me a direction. After a moment's thought, Qin Yanling continued. But this is extremely important for improving my abilities. Some people may appear highly capable, but they lack direction. Our chairman just gives me directions and lets me figure out how to do things on my own.
In Wan Meng's mind, she began to envision what kind of person this chairman might be. She said, "He doesn't seem like an ordinary person, your chairman."
"That's what I think too," Xiao Bishue replied. "By the way, Xiaoxue, how is Auntie's foot feeling now?" "It's better. She can already walk, and it should be fully healed in a few more days." Qin Yanling responded, "That's good to hear. Also, isn't your birthday coming up soon?" "Yes, it's next Saturday." "How are you planning to celebrate?" Xiao Bishue shook her head. "No plans yet. That won't do. It's your 18th birthday. You should at least invite some classmates to celebrate together. Though I'm not sure if I'll be free then, otherwise, I'd definitely be there."
After a moment's thought, Qin Yanling added, "We'll see when the time comes.
Anyway, what would you like to drink? Coffee, milk tea, they've got everything here."
On the other side, Fang Qimai had just woken up from his dream. He dreamed of several women chattering non-stop at him, and unable to bear it, he lost all desire to sleep. Glancing at the time, he saw it was already 10 o'clock. Originally, he had made a last-minute decision last night to inspect Lin's winery at 9 a.m. today, but he accidentally overslept. As soon as he opened the door, Bai Liso was waiting at the entrance.
"Young master, good morning."
Fang Qimai rubbed his tousled hair, his eyes still heavy with sleep. Bai Liso continued, "I noticed you were still asleep, so I didn't disturb you.
"Get ready, we're heading to Lin's winery." "Understood, young master." Meanwhile, at the main entrance of Lin's Winery Corporation,
General Manager Lin Songmin, his son Lin Haojie, and over 20 senior executives of the company. "I've been standing here since 8:30, but still haven't caught sight of Fang Qimai, the CEO of Lin Family Liquor." Their hearts were filled with both anxiety and tension, not daring to slack off in the slightest.
Chapter 65, Director Fang's Brilliant Suggestion.
If he hadn't been forced to come, Lin Haojie would never have shown up. He was absolutely terrified of Fang Qimai. Lin Sangmin had always been curious about what kind of person Fang Qimai really was. After all, he was just a middle school student, yet he acquired Lin's winery so boldly, becoming the sole shareholder and concurrently serving as CEO. He must come from a powerful family background.
But his son, Lin Haojie, couldn't explain it either. "All I know is that Fang Qimai is really good at basketball and comes from a wealthy family. I'm not too sure about anything else."
Faced with Fang Qimai's surprise attack, Lin Sangmin worked tirelessly overnight to thoroughly reorganize the entire company and factory. Despite his wealth of experience, he still couldn't shake off a deep sense of unease. So they called Lin Haojie along to see if Fang Qimai might be more approachable. But then again, Fang Qimai was just a middle school student. What passed for an inspection was probably just a formality, nothing to worry about. After all, what could that kid possibly understand? And so, Lin Songmin and his group waited until 10 o'clock. Finally, a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost came into view. It was followed by two more coupes. Lin Haojie was dumbfounded. Earlier, he had seen Fang Qimai's Aston Martin DB11. The next day, I saw Fang Qimai's Pagani Zonda again. I thought Fang Qimai only owned 2 supercars. But now, 3 different supercars had arrived. That leading Silver Ghost must be worth at least $1 billion, right? Confusion value from Lin Haojie, plus 12. Lin Sangmin said it wasn't nervousness, but his entire body began to tremble. This is truly impressive. After all, someone who can casually mention acquisitions is definitely not ordinary. He's coming, he's coming. Chairman Fang is arriving. Everyone, stay sharp. Welcome team, prepare. The Silver Phantom came to a stop at the entrance of Lin's winery. 8 bodyguards swiftly exited their vehicles and took up defensive positions around the Phantom. Lin Sangmin, knowing his place, promptly stepped forward to open the car door. This would leave a good first impression on the CEO. Yet as he approached, 2 bodyguards immediately blocked his path. Another bodyguard opened the car door while shielding the top edge of the doorframe with his hand. Lin Sangmin could only awkwardly withdraw his hand. Fang Qimai stepped out of the car, his feet landing on the red carpet that Lin Sangmin had prepared in advance. He wore a pair of sunglasses and casual attire, completely unlike Lin Sangmin and the other executives in their formal suits. Lin Haojie noticed at a glance that after not seeing each other for some time, Fang Qimai seemed to have grown noticeably more muscular. Then, Lin Haojie saw Bai Liso again. His heart grew even colder with fear. Compelled by the circumstances, he could only force a smile. Lin Sangmin immediately stepped forward, warmly extending his hand. "You must be Fang Qimai, Chairman Fang? Your esteemed presence brings great honor to Lin's liquor industry. Welcome, welcome." Ding! You have been mentioned by Lin Sangmin, General Manager of Lin Liquor Enterprises, unlocking the ability, marketing strategy, Baijiu. Fang Qimai shook hands politely. Lin Sangmin greeted them with a smile. Then, he hurriedly shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up, now!" The appearance of this young CEO left the entire welcoming team dumbstruck. At Lin Sangmin's shout, everyone sprang into action. Welcome, a hearty welcome. Boom, boom, boom cha, boom, boom cha. Boom ba boom ba boom boom ba. Then, the ceremonial cannon fired. The crowd cheered in unison.
Fang Qimai hesitated, his words caught in his throat. Lin Sangmin believed that his grand gesture would surely impress Fang Qimai greatly. Unexpectedly, Fang Qimai said, "General Manager Lin, let's avoid such tacky welcoming ceremonies in the future if possible." "Well, this is awkward." Bewilderment points from Lin Sangmin, +6. Lin Sangmin's smile vanished, then quickly reappeared. "Understood, Chairman Fang. I'll remember." Shortly after, Fang Qimai entered the company. Lin Sangmin wiped the sweat from his brow. Little did he expect to be put in his place the moment he arrived. Lin Haojie was somewhat unconvinced. Fang Qimai's family being wealthy was undeniable, but could he really handle being a CEO at such a young age? Originally, Lin Sangmin had planned to take Fang Qimai on a tour of the Lin family winery's factory today, which was part of the leadership inspection agenda. But unexpectedly, Fang Qimai had no such intention. In his view, factories merely followed instructions to operate, they were nothing more than tools. The core still lies in the company's overall development strategy. As for the data of Lin's winery, Fang Qimai has already obtained complete control. Therefore, he didn't even bother reviewing financial statements and other materials. Motherly Haume also arranged personnel to intervene, they'll handle the remaining issues. Fang Qimai now wanted to hear the views of Lin's winery's top executives on the company's future development. The meeting began. Lin Sangmin and others once again applauded in welcome. "President Lin, given your extensive experience, you must be the most familiar with the company's loss situation. Could you summarize the reasons behind it?" "Understood, Chairman Fang." Lin Sangmin had long been prepared for this. Overall, compared to the industry leaders, we entered the market relatively late. By the time we made our move, they already held the advantage. 7 or 8 years ago, there might have been some opportunity, but as time passed, our position became increasingly disadvantaged. Secondly, national restrictions and regulations have also had a significant impact. Over the past 20 years, the government has imposed taxes on the baijiu industry 4 times, each round stricter than the last. Moreover, our target consumers are elderly users. People today are increasingly concerned about health issues, and as seniors experience declining physical functions, they're becoming more averse to drinking. This is an industry-wide downturn. Under these circumstances, at this point, Fang Qimai abruptly interrupted, "Let's stop here." Lin Sangmin fell silent. From Lin Sangmin, confusion value +6. In truth, Fang Qimai had already seen all aspects of Lin family liquor industry's problems through big data analysis. He simply wanted to see whether Lin Sangmin recognized his own shortcomings. "Director Lin, you've been blaming everything on market conditions and circumstances, but you've never truly recognized your own shortcomings." The entire arena fell into stunned silence. All 20-something senior executives present were middle-aged men without exception. Their brows were tightly furrowed. No one understood the issues facing both the company and the baijiu industry better than they did. Surely their expertise outweighed that of some teenage youngster? Fang Qimai was wealthy, but his abilities had always been questioned. Purchasing Lin's winery only guaranteed its survival temporarily. If poor management continued, it would inevitably collapse sooner or later. Lin Sangmin cautiously inquired, "Chairman Fang, may I ask for your brilliant insight?" Although Lin's winery was a mess with formidable challenges for revival, since Fang Qimai had taken it over, he was determined to turn it around. Moreover, Fang Qimai had already acquired the knowledge of baijiu marketing strategies, and he had a completely new vision for the future development of Lin's liquor industry. Fang Qimai stood up and said, "With all due respect, everyone here has failed to keep up with the times." "What? Daring to say we're outdated?" Confusion points from Lin Sangmin, +11. Confusion points from Wen Xiong, +16. From, these senior executives present possess years of management experience. Yet they were actually being spoken to like this by a high school student who hasn't even entered society. This kid is way too arrogant. Fuck it, I quit. Everyone present was visibly displeased, but nobody dared speak up. Chapter 66, Zhangcheng Dundun Brewing Company, Ltd. The executives were both bewildered and displeased. Finally, someone lost patience. A man with a full beard stood up. His name was Wen Xiong, the marketing director of Lin's Liquor. Wen Xiong said, "Sure. I'd actually like to know what kind of so-called forward-thinking ideas you're referring to?" Everyone shuddered. How dare Wen Xiong speak to Chairman Fang like that? No matter how strong their dissatisfaction was, they had to endure it. Still, it did feel slightly satisfying. Lin Sangmin knew Wen Xiong's temperament all too well, a man pushing 40 who still couldn't act with proper composure. He hurriedly stood up, saying, "My apologies, Chairman Fang. It seems my discipline has been lacking." Then, turning to Wen Xiong, he scolded sharply, "Director Wen, mind your language." Judging by the sheer amount of stunned reactions earlier, this Wen Xiong fellow had contributed the most, clearly harboring the deepest dissatisfaction toward him. Fang Qimai asked, "How many years has Director Wen been with the company?" Chairman Fong, he's been here for 8 years now. He's the director of our planning department and has always been very diligent in his work, just a bit hot-tempered. 8 years? That's quite a long time. Even without outstanding achievements, his loyal service counts for something. Fong Chimai pondered before continuing. Let him serve as the planning department manager for a few months first. Wen Xiong was dumbfounded. Had he just been demoted over a momentary impulse? Confusion value from Wen Xiong, plus 16. Lin Sangmin hastily interjected, Chairman Fong spared you from termination solely in recognition of your past meritorious service to the company. Manager Wen, what's your tone? Though young in age, this CEO wasn't someone to be trifled with. Wen Xiong fell silent and sat back down in frustration. The others were also startled into a cold sweat, grateful they had managed to keep their composure just now. Now, let me share with you our Lin Family Winery's new development strategy for the future. Fong Chimai walked over to the whiteboard and picked up a marker. Everyone waited to see whether his words would prove to be empty boasts or genuine capability. Lin Haojie was also waiting to see if Fong Chimai could come up with a convincing explanation. If it were him, his mind would be completely blank, without a single thought. Fong Chimai wrote the words Baijiu on the whiteboard. Baijiu has long been perceived as the drink of choice for socializing among the older generation. It's a traditional industry with products positioned in the high-end traditional segment, featuring premium and elegant packaging, often presented in exquisite gift boxes, primarily targeting middle-aged and elderly consumers. As President Lin mentioned, modern middle-aged and elderly individuals are placing greater emphasis on health, leading them to reduce or even abstain from drinking liquor. Moreover, their spending habits and consumption patterns have undergone significant changes. Everyone nodded in agreement. Fong Chimai continued, so what should we do in this situation? Should we stubbornly compete with the industry leader? With extra effort, we might still make some money, but it would be hard-earned income. The strategy I'm talking about isn't just about making money, it's about becoming the industry leader. Lin Songmin and the others nodded woodenly. Who wouldn't want to become the industry leader? But how could it possibly be that easy? Fong Chimai continued writing the word positioning on the whiteboard. Now here comes the key point. With the development of the times and rapid consumption upgrades, the younger generation is also undergoing changes. Their social status is rising, and their purchasing power is increasing as well. Their consumerism is optimistic in nature, while also pursuing happiness and enjoying life, never lacking in fashion and individuality. Their emotional consumption takes precedence. What attracts them more than a product's value is its sentimental meaning and symbolic significance. Fong Chimai spoke with great conviction. Some of the executives nodded in agreement, but most remained skeptical. When Xiong asked, so you mean we should shift our target consumers to young people? Fong Chimai drew a circle around the word positioning he had just written. Exactly. That's what I'm saying, we need to reposition our products. Lin Songmin, Wen Xiong, and the others were astonished. This was truly audacious. Every single player in the baijiu industry exclusively targeted middle-aged and elderly consumers. This young CEO actually made a shocking statement, saying he wants to target young people for baijiu sales? That's a bit far-fetched. Instantly, several people began whispering among themselves, all finding it inappropriate. Lin Songmin frowned deeply. Mr. Fong, while I think this is a good proposal, it might be a bit too risky. Fong Chimai continued to write flavor and specifications on the whiteboard. Traditional baijiu has too high an alcohol content, which young people might not fully accept, so we can offer multiple alcohol levels for them to choose from. Also, we could reduce the bottle size appropriately, making it more appealing to younger consumers. Moreover, we can introduce various flavors, cola, coffee, raisins, and so on, without overpowering the original taste, but ensuring a pleasant aftertaste. This way, it would better suit young people's preferences. As they spoke, everyone's bafflement levels rose again. This CEO made some valid points, but they were perhaps a bit too fanciful. When Xiong declared, this is absolutely unacceptable. How can the baijiu industry possibly abandon the middle-aged and elderly demographic? We've adhered to this philosophy for so many years, how can we just change it on a whim? Once again, the room erupted in heated discussions. So, that time-honored tradition you've clung to for so long, has it succeeded? Fong Chimai continued, admittedly, some have thrived with it, but it's painfully clear our company hasn't. When Xiong found no words to retort, Lin Songmin interjected, Chairman Fong, your points are valid, but pivoting so abruptly would indeed carry substantial risks. Fong Chimai said earnestly, you're trapped within the confines of the traditional liquor industry. You must follow me to break free from conventional thinking and pioneer new horizons for this age-old business. Without bold innovation, how can we possibly compete with the giants of traditional liquor? At that moment, someone began to applaud. Others followed suit, joining in the applause. Lin Sangmin hesitated for a moment, then joined in the applause. Lin Haojie was even more impressed. Where did Fong Chimai get so many ideas, and such bold, innovative ones at that, full of audacity?
As a member of the younger generation, he felt that what Fong Chimai said indeed made sense. It was evident that Fong Chimai genuinely had the future of Lin Family Winery at heart.
Fong Chimai wasn't just wealthy, he was sharp-witted too.
It seems I should learn more from Chairman Fong in the future.
Yet Lin Sangmin still had reservations.
However, since Fong Chimai had the final say in Lin Family Winery's affairs, no one dared to oppose him. It was less of a meeting and more of a directive issued by Fong Chimai. However, there were still a few people in the room who did not applaud. Among them was Wen Xiong, who, along with the others, disagreed with Fong Chimai's approach. If this reform fails, changing everything from packaging, equipment, brewing techniques, to promotion and marketing, the cost will be too high. Wen Xiong continued to raise objections.
Exactly, I don't agree either. I also think it's inappropriate, the probability of failure is extremely high. Fong Chimai responded, cost isn't an issue for me at all. The packaging must be changed, equipment shortages will be updated, and the brewing process must be improved.
For what we can't improve ourselves, we'll collaborate with capable distilleries.
As for promotion and marketing, those are merely money problems.
Lin Sangmin said, Mr. Fong, this matter, there's really no need to rush. Could we perhaps discuss it further?
In the end, the executives still don't want to transform.
If they transform, they'd have so much more to learn and so much more time to invest.
Fong Chimai cut in, since you all find transformation so difficult, very well.
From now on, Lin's Winery will officially be renamed Glug 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 Winery.
Uncle Bai, I'm putting you in charge of this. Understood. Everyone was startled. Glug Glug Glug? What was that thing? Jiancheng Glug 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 Liquor Company, Limited? The middle-aged man present looked utterly bewildered. The confusion kept coming wave after wave.
At that moment, someone explained, dun 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 in crosstalk is an onomatopoeia representing the sound of drinking water or alcohol.
If it were gudu gudu, that would describe slower-paced drinking.
The term gulp 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 specifically refers to a bold and rapid drinking style.
The mesmerizing gulp 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 suggests an unstoppable rhythm.
The speaker was Lin Haojia, originally a junior who never expected to get a chance to speak.
The senior executives present looked utterly bewildered. The world of young people is truly incomprehensible. As for why Fong Chimai was given this name, on one hand, it fits well with young people. On the other hand, he remembers his mom drinking alcohol with that same glug 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 sound. Fong Chimai added, after the name change, this isn't merely a transformation, it's a brand new beginning. Chapter 67, Chairman Fong, take me under your wing.
Everyone was stunned, such boldness was hardly what one would expect from a teenager of 17 or 18.
By contrast, many rich second-generation heirs frittered their days away in idle dissipation, knowing nothing but revelry and extravagance.
To find someone like Fong Chimai, with both exceptional talent and courageous vision, was truly rare.
The entire room erupted in applause once again. Lin Sangmin nodded.
Since Chairman Fong had spoken like this, he would give it his all.
Fong Chimai continued, there's still a long road ahead, and it won't necessarily be smooth sailing. Tell me, everyone, do you have the confidence? Everyone answered in unison, yes. Fong Chimai frowned slightly. The senior executive, quickly reading the mood, immediately shouted louder, yes. Fong Chimai nodded with satisfaction, good.
However, there were still those who opposed, though some voiced their dissent while others kept it to themselves. As Fong Chimai put it, they were shackled by traditional thinking. Particularly Wen Xiong, the planning director who had worked his way up from an ordinary procurement officer at a distillery to his current position.
With nearly 20 years in the industry, he simply couldn't reconcile with Fong Chimai's new ideas. Gritting his teeth, he directly removed his employee badge. I quit. Lin Sangmin shouted angrily, Lao Wen, you. What kind of nonsense is this? What young person would actually enjoy drinking baijiu? Old one, don't be impulsive. Put. Let whoever wants to do it go ahead.
Following Wen Xiong's lead, the four of them also took off their work badges. Some of these four were usually close to Wen Xiong. Some of the older employees harbored deep resentment toward Fong Chimai's youthful arrogance. Having reached this point, Lin Sangmin also felt distressed. These 5 resigning employees were essentially his founding partners when he established the factory. People who don't share the same values can't work together, Fong Chimai said with a faint smile. Since we're clearly not on the same boat, gentlemen, I won't see you out. Humph. The 5 of them walked to the entrance. With Wen Xiong's credentials, landing a director position at a larger brewing company wouldn't pose any problem at all. Yet he still felt deeply resentful. Chairman Fong, if you really make this so-called dun-dun-dun a success, I'll come back and scrub your toilets for you. Wen Xiong threw down a fierce threat.
Fong Chimai smiled again, sure, when that time comes, I'll have our janitors take a paid vacation.
Humph. With that, Wen Xiong and the other 4 left. However, the meeting was not yet over. Fong Chimai also gave instructions regarding the product packaging. In the traditional liquor industry, packaging costs account for 25% or more of the total product development costs.
Fang Qimai aimed to revolutionize this tradition by reducing packaging costs to below 8%. Not for the sake of saving money, but to establish a brand style that's minimalist yet sophisticated.
Abandoning packaging boxes completely, selling plain bottles instead, this became his streamlined, personalized approach. Additionally, Fang Qimai carefully explained his promotional strategies for new products and distribution channels. As for the brewing process, that wasn't something Fang Qimai needed to worry about. Leave it to the professionals. Lin Sangmin's task now was to brew the exact type of liquor Fang Qimai desired.
The meeting lasted from 10:30 in the morning until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a full 3.5 hours. Everyone listened attentively and pondered carefully. They felt Fang Qimai's ideas were becoming more and more sensible. They believed Fang Qimai's arrival would bring new hope. Fang Qimai spoke so earnestly that he didn't even notice how much time had passed. This wasn't his usual style. After all, his parents had spent 419 million to fully acquire Lin's winery and entrusted it to him. Fang Qimai was determined to turn it around.
Having said all that needed to be said, the rest would be left to his subordinates.
Meeting adjourned. With that, Fang Qimai prepared to leave. The entire room erupted in thunderous applause.
Lin Sangmin hurriedly said, "Chairman Fang, please stay."
Fang Qimai turned around.
Lin Sangmin continued, "I've already reserved a table at the finest restaurant nearby.
Chairman Fang, please join us for dinner." "No need, President Lin.
When your wine is ready, I'll come back to savor it with you properly." Lin Sangmin knew that Fang Qimai was urging him to speed up his work.
After a brief pause, he responded promptly, "Yes, Chairman Fang. Then, I'll see you out."
After Fang Qimai left, Lin Haojie was lost in thought. He suddenly thought of something and quickly chased downstairs, only to find Fang Qimai already in the car.
"Chairman Fang, needs something? Could you give me a ride?" "Give you a ride?"
Lin Haojie said, "I think your approach is brilliant. I want to learn from you."
Lin Sangmin instantly brightened upon hearing this.
"Chairman Fang, pardon my son's previous behavior. He never showed the slightest interest in company matters before, yet you've managed to spark his enthusiasm.
I'm truly impressed.
He used to be immature and even had minor conflicts with you. I hope you'll be magnanimous enough to overlook his past faults. As for learning the marketing strategies in the liquor industry, we sincerely hope President Fang could mentor and guide him generously."
Fang Qimai looked at Lin Haojie, "But shouldn't your path be basketball?"
Lin Haojie said, "Even someone as exceptional as you at basketball treats it only as a hobby. With my level of skill, I'd be too embarrassed to call it my dream." Clearly, Lin Haojie was also aware that Fang Qimai had turned down the invitation from the provincial basketball team. Fang Qimai nodded, "Sure, but if you're really serious about entering this industry, at the very least, get yourself a college degree first." Lin Haojie froze. He wasn't fond of studying either, and his grades were barely average. Getting into a bachelor's program would indeed be quite challenging for him.
But how could he know it's impossible without pushing himself to the limit? "I understand, thank you, Chairman Fang." Fang Qimai's motorcade departed.
Lin Haojie said, "Dad, sign me up for the best tutoring class."
"Okay, no problem." Lin Sangmin could hardly contain his joy inside.
In the past, this son of his had shown no interest in studying at all, making him think the boy was beyond redemption.
Now, this time, I really have to thank Chairman Fang. After leaving the company, Fang Qimai had a meal at a restaurant. Looking back, it was quite ballsy to pontificate in front of so many seasoned veterans and leave those old fossils utterly dumbfounded. Like Yang's traditional Chinese medicine clinic and Shangwen Library, Tun Futures still has a long road ahead. Just then, a WeChat voice call suddenly came through on his phone. He glanced at the screen. It was Zheng Tao, manager of Haoyu Gym.
Back when Fang Qimai was working part-time there, Zheng Tao gave him plenty of trouble. After resigning at the time, he forgot to delete him on WeChat.
What could this guy possibly want from me now? After ringing for a while, Fang Qimai finally answered the call. "Hello, is this Qimai?" "Hey, Qimai, are you there? Speak, what is it?" Fang Qimai responded coldly. Nothing much, really. Just thought since we haven't seen each other in a while, I'd treat you to dinner later and catch up for a chat." "Grab a meal and chat? Did I hear that right?" This guy wasn't like that before.
Besides, there's really nothing to talk about with him. And what's more, I just ate my fill, not exactly in the mood for another meal right now.
Fang Qimai replied coldly once again, "There's no need for a meal. If you have something to say it directly. Otherwise, I'll hang up." Hey, don't.
Zheng Tao hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Actually, there is something I'd like to discuss with you, but it's not convenient over the phone."
"How about we have dinner together tonight, have a drink, and talk then?"
"There's no need for drinks." Fang Qimai noticed that this place wasn't far from Haoyu.
"I'll come to the shop to find you. If you have something to say it directly."
"Got it, no problem. I'll head back to the store right away."
After finishing the meal, Fang Qimai let Bai Liso and the others leave first.
"Go to Haoyu myself and drop by to see those old friends while I'm at it."
10 minutes later, at the entrance of Haoyu Gym,
The receptionist Wang Tingting watched as Ferrari 612 pulled up and a familiar figure stepped out. Her eyes widened instantly.
wasn't that Fang Qimai, who used to work here part-time?
Bafflement value from Wang Tingting, +6.
She was so shocked that she couldn't speak.
Compared to Fang Qimai from a year ago, he now exudes even more masculine charm.
With his long legs, Fang Qimai walked into the gym. An inadvertent blink of his eye nearly electrocuted Wang Tingting to the ground. Sister Ting, is Zheng Tao here? So handsome. So handsome. Sister Ting? Too bad I'm already 28.
I really wish I could have been born 10 years later.
Fang Qimai. What a pitiful woman.
She was perfectly fine just over half a year ago, but suddenly turned deaf and mute.
Without hesitation, Fang Qimai strode right in.
Upon seeing Fang Qimai, fitness trainers Zhang Shua, Zhang Shi, and Ma Jian were all overjoyed.
Each of them hastily set aside their current tasks. Wow, Qimai, what an honor to have you here.
You really gave me a scare last time, kid.
Fang Qimai smiled faintly. Gentlemen, it's been a while. The coaches quickly waved their hands. No, you're the real boss here. Chapter 68, Seeking Investment from the Big Shots. Fang Qimai's handsome face had some female trainees at the gym unable to tear their eyes away.
Meanwhile, Ma Jian and the others recalled Fang Qimai's purple Maserati from last time. The memory was still fresh in their minds.
All three of them were curious about Fang Qimai's true identity, but none dared to ask outright. Fang Qimai looked around. Where's brother's son? I don't see him.
Ugh, Zhang Shua pointed upstairs. Your brother's son went to see old Zheng again. Zheng won't let him quit, says he'll dock all his wages and commissions if he leaves. Ma Jian chimed in. They've argued about this several times already.
Such a pain to deal with. Changing the subject, Ma Jian asked, Big Shot, what brings you here today?
Zheng Tao said he needs to see me about something.
Strange, what could old Zheng possibly want with you? Fang Qimai said, let's go ask him and find out. With that, Fang Qimai headed towards the second floor office. Ma Jian and the other two followed behind. From afar, the sounds of argument could already be heard.
Zheng Tao and Sun Shusheng were locked in a heated quarrel.
Knock, knock, knock.
The door was open, but Fang Qimai knocked on it symbolically.
Zheng Tao took a closer look and exclaimed, Oh my, Qimai, you're here. Wow, it's been ages, you've gotten way handsomer. Ding!
You've been called out by Zheng Tao, the owner of Haoyu Gym, and unlocked the physique, Adonis belt, permanent. A year had passed since they last met, and Zheng Tao had put on quite a bit of weight. His new perm only accentuated his aging appearance. Zheng Tao immediately stepped forward with a smile and said, Come on, Qimai, quickly, please come in.
Fang Qimai walked inside. Sun Shusheng also greeted him. Zheng Tao glared at Ma Jian and the other two. What are you guys doing up here? Don't you have work to do?
He turned back to Sun Shusheng and added, And you get back to work properly.
We'll talk about quitting later. Fang Qimai responded, What is it? Go ahead and say it. Zheng Tao smiled. Actually, it's nothing urgent. I'll make some tea, and we can talk slowly.
Then, he turned to Ma Jian and the others and said, Everyone, please leave. I need to speak with Qimai privately. No need. Fang Qimai looked at Zheng Tao. Whatever it is, you can say it in front of everyone.
Ha, this. Fang Qimai asked, What's wrong? Is it something shady? No. Well, this. Zheng Tao hesitated greatly. Fang Qimai spoke again, If you won't say it, I'm leaving. With that, Fang Qimai turned around. Don't. Hey, Qimai, sit down first, let's talk properly.
Zheng Tao then looked at Ma Jian and the others. You all take a seat too. Zheng Tao wore a furrowed brow, hesitating repeatedly as words seemed to stick in his throat. After repeatedly clearing his throat, he still couldn't muster the right words. With a heavy sigh and gritted teeth, he finally steeled himself to speak his mind. It's like this, Qimai, I heard that. Truth be told, you actually come from a wealthy family. Working part-time here with us must have been quite beneath you.
Everyone was taken aback. How did he know that? Sun Shusheng chimed in, Alright then, old Zhang, were you eavesdropping on us? This can hardly be called eavesdropping. Qimai having money is a good thing, isn't it? Besides, it's no disgraceful secret. Then, Zheng Tao turned to Fang Qimai and said, What I want to ask is this, would you be interested in investing in our Haoyu venture?
Before Fang Qimai could answer, Zheng Tao continued, As you know, people nowadays pursue a healthy lifestyle, and fitness has become mainstream. Not to mention the upcoming peak season for fitness. If you could invest in this, Qimai, we could make money together in the future. Upon hearing this, Ma Jian and the other three were utterly speechless.
How much money can this Haoyu Gym actually make?
More like how much they're losing.
Zheng Tao himself is cunning as a fox. He's always acting like the manager when he's actually Haoyu's owner. It's just that whenever there's client disputes,
this manager title conveniently lets him shift blame to the so-called boss. That sly old fox, everyone sees right through him.
This isn't called investment, it's trying to drag Fang Qimai into the pit. Of course, Fang Qimai wasn't that foolish. Having already reviewed the big data, How could he not know how use true colors? Sun Shushang, always speaking his mind bluntly, was just about to expose the truth. Fang Qimai spoke first. Are you sure you want me to join your venture? Absolutely. Let's all make money together. Fang Qimai asked again, or is it that your business is failing and you need me to bail you out? Who would have thought that after nearly a year apart, Fang Qimai had become so blunt in his speech? Zheng Tao was momentarily left speechless. Fang Qimai continued, Haoyu has suffered losses for 3 consecutive quarters. This quarter, the situation doesn't look optimistic either. It doesn't hold much investment value. Zheng Tao. How did he know so much? Confusion value from Zheng Tao, +8. Fang Qimai continued, whether it makes money or not is one thing. The key point is, why should I help you? Ma Jian and the others nodded in agreement. Last summer vacation, Fang Qimai was originally supposed to work part-time as a receptionist, but ended up being ordered around to do all sorts of tasks. Zheng Tao kept deducting his salary at every turn, always looking for opportunities to nitpick Fang Qimai's faults. Simply because Fang Qimai was still a high school student, Zheng Tao treated him as cheap labor. Given how Zheng Tao treated Fang Qimai back then, how could he still have the nerve to ask him for help? Fortunately, though Fang Qimai was young, he wasn't so easily fooled. Zheng Tao immediately responded, Come on, Qimai, that's all in the past. Let's not dwell on it anymore. Fang Qimai stood up and said, This dump of a shop doesn't interest me in the slightest. With that, Fang Qimai headed straight for the door. Ma Jian and the others felt extremely satisfied. That guy Zheng Tao clearly wants to curry favor with Fang Qimai. He must be regretting it now, for not treating them well back then, right? If I knew today would be like this, why did I do what I did back then? Zheng Tao was indeed filled with regret. The peak season was approaching, yet Haoyu was on the verge of collapse. Having borrowed from everyone close to him, no one was willing to lend him money anymore. By chance, he overheard Ma Jian and the others mentioning that Fang Qimai came from a wealthy family. After much deliberation, he decided to take his chances and approach Fang Qimai. If we can hold on until the peak season arrives, things might get a little better. Who would have thought Fang Qimai would be so blatantly disrespectful? Left with no choice, Zheng Tao swallowed his pride and chased after him. Qimai, I was entirely in the wrong before. I owe you an apology. Please, don't take it to heart. Fang Qimai sneered mockingly, too late. Zheng Tao had never willingly admitted fault. How dare Fang Qimai fail to appreciate this goodwill? Don't push too far. I've already humbled myself to speak with you like this. You push too far? Fang Qimai interrupted, then pointed decisively, If I want, I could open a gym right across from yours, then another on your left, and yet another on your right. If that's not enough, I'll buy the whole street and turn it all into gyms. Are you kidding? Is that even possible? Zheng Tao thought Fang Qimai was just boasting. If you don't believe me, go ahead and try. I guarantee how you will be closing shop in no time. Grit your teeth. With a thud, Zheng Tao fell to his knees. Qimai, please help me, I beg you. Chapter 69 I lust after his body. Ma Jian and his 3 companions were stunned. Zheng Tao, that status-conscious, caustic-tongued man, had actually knelt before Fang Qimai. Just how resolute had he been to do such a thing? In fact, Fang Qimai hadn't just reviewed Haoyu's data, he'd also looked through Zheng Tao's records. The guy was addicted to gambling and had already racked up 400,000 yuan in debt from card games. All his relatives knew about his bad habits, so none were willing to lend him money. Fang Qimai concluded that Zheng Tao planned to ask him for funds to cover the gambling debts first. The gym business could be reconsidered later. If they were to really become partners, he must have already planned to manipulate the accounts. So no matter what method he used, he had to grasp Fang Qimai as his last lifeline. However, how could Fang Qimai, who saw everything clearly, possibly help him? Seeing Fang Qimai remain silent, Zheng Tao added, How about this, why don't you take over Haoyu? I'll give you a discount? Lower the price? Sorry, money isn't an issue for me. Zheng Tao was practically on the verge of tears. Please, Qimai, help me out. Name your price. In that instant, Zheng Tao saw a glimmer of hope. His eyes darted around, then he said, My gym isn't very large. Including the initial venue, renovations, equipment, and apparatus, the total investment was 2 million. After 3 years of operation, I've suffered quite a loss. So, how about I give it to you for 1.5 million? 1.5 million? Exactly, I'm taking a huge loss here. Over these years, employee salaries, rent, utilities, taxes, and all that. Fang Qimai countered, 1 million. No way, Qimai. 1 million is definitely not possible. 800,000. Fang Qimai continued with his offer. Come on, Qimai, don't be like this. 500,000. Fang Qimai had driven the price down too aggressively, leaving Zheng Tao struggling to figure out how to respond. Fang Qimai continued, 20. Zheng Tao was dumbfounded. Was there really such a ruthless way to haggle? Ma Jian and the others were completely dumbfounded. Fang Qimai turned out to be a bargaining genius. But this killing is indeed a bit too ruthless.
Fang Qimai said, "Don't worry, I was just teasing you." Zheng Tao let out a relieved sigh, "That scared me to death."
Fang Qimai added, "There's no way I'm buying." "What? With your current scale and equipment, the initial investment couldn't have exceeded 600,000 yuan at most, yet you're trying to sell it to me for 1.5 million? Are you out of your damn mind?"
"Zheng Tao, you're being incredibly dishonest."
"What the?" Zheng Tao was stunned. How could he even know exactly how much I've invested?
"That's right, Haoyu's fitness equipment was secondhand, and they cut every possible corner on the renovations. The coaches' base salaries were pitifully low, relying entirely on commission from selling training sessions.
Haoyu's initial investment was only 600,000 yuan.
In a place like Zhangcheng, trying to run a decent gym with just 600,000 yuan, that's really pushing it."
Mengbi points from Zheng Tao, plus 15.
Fang Qimai said, "Business is built on trust.
Since you're being dishonest, I won't help you."
Zheng Tao knew he was in the wrong, too depressed to utter a word. He could only blame himself for being too greedy moments ago. How he regretted his actions now.
Fang Qimai silently issued 2 commands to Zheng Tao.
One was to get him to allow Sun Shuxing to resign. The other was that he repeatedly reduced everyone's commission, and Fang Qimai made him restore it. This was as far as Fang Qimai could help Ma Jian and the others.
After that, Fang Qimai walked out of the office. Zheng Tao just sat there in a daze.
The others shook their heads and followed him out.
As soon as they went downstairs, Fang Qimai caught the attention of many female trainees again. "So handsome, is he the super handsome guy you were talking about earlier? Is he the new coach? Can I request a coaching change? I want this handsome guy to train me. I'm gonna start coming to the gym regularly from now on." Ma Jian suddenly turned to Fang Qimai and said, "Boss, long time no see. Wanna spar?" Perfect timing. Fang Qimai had been building up his muscles, and now he could test just how strong his body had become. "All right." Zhang Shua fetched a new vest and said, "Change into this right away. Let's see if it fits." Fang Qimai pulled off his t-shirt. Little did he expect that this simple act would catch everyone's attention. Wow, look at his V-cut abs. So sexy, so incredibly sexy. Those abs, that chest, drooling. I really want to touch them. This feels so embarrassing. He's handsome with such a great body, who knows which lucky woman will get him. You're wrong, it should be who knows which women will get lucky. Let's not mince words, I'm craving his body. The female students present were nearly drooling at the sight. The male students were each consumed with envy and resentment. How can someone be so perfect? Comparing ourselves to others only brings misery. Even Ma Jian and the others were utterly stunned. "Damn, boss, you've got such an amazing physique? That really opened my eyes. This figure is absolutely impeccable. Perfect in every way. Big boss, what other secrets do you have that we don't know about?" Changing into a tank top made Fang Qimai's biceps and triceps stand out even more. After finishing his warm-up exercises, he lay down on the bench press rack. Including the bar and weights, he first attempted a 65-kilogram load. Sure enough, he easily bench pressed it 10 times. This time, he boldly increased the weight to 110 kilograms. The onlookers were somewhat surprised. 110 kilograms was no easy feat. Normally, the weight for bench pressing depends on the lifter's own body weight. Fang Qimai's weight was exactly 65 kilograms. Lifting a barbell equal to one's own weight is considered reaching the standard level. But it's not easy. Beginners need to train for a long time to achieve this. Yet Fang Qimai astonishingly added 1.7 times his own weight directly. If he could lift it, that would mean he had surpassed professional standards. Everyone present knew this. After estimating Fang Qimai's weight, they weren't entirely convinced he could press it. Even if possible, it would only be for 1 or 2 reps at most. The Zhang brothers, Shua and Shi, quickly positioned themselves on either side of the bench press rack. "Bro, you're going a bit hard there, it's kinda risky." Fang Qimai had great confidence in his enhanced physique. He replied, "I'll give it a try." Sure enough, under the gaze of the crowd, Fang Qimai grasped the lever. With a forceful push. Good, it didn't require an all-out effort to lift. And not just once or twice, he managed 12 in one go. Wow, that handsome guy is amazing. His great physique is no joke. Look, now that's what I call professionalism. Incredible, I'm totally impressed. Both the men and women present couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Ma Jian and the others all admitted they were no match for him. Thus, Fang Qimai also came to understand the extent of his physical enhancement. It was probably just above the professional level. As for the professional level, one would need to lift barbells twice their own weight or more to reach it. Fang Qimai stopped trying, because he had just reached his limit. Perhaps his body would grow even stronger in the future. But as things stood, he was already far more capable than the average person. That was why he had been able to execute that cross-arm lock so effectively on the murderer Huang Liangkai back then. As evening fell, Fang Qimai left the gym. Ma Jian and the others saw him off at the entrance. When Fang Qimai got into his Ferrari 612, the oval-shaped headlights were embedded on either flank up front,
while the central raised crease merged seamlessly with the car's nose. The prancing horse emblem fully showcases the prestigious status of the Ferrari 612. The black body exudes a sense of high-end sophistication and class. However, priced at merely $7.5 million, this car ranks among the least expensive in Feng Qimai's collection of 28 luxury vehicles. Yet, Ma Jian and his companions were once again dumbstruck. Oh my god, so he doesn't just have one luxury car. Tall, handsome, great figure, and rich too. If I were a woman, I'd marry him in a heartbeat. Maybe in your next life. Don't even think about it in this one. As Feng Qimai was just starting the car, suddenly, the passenger door was pulled open by someone. A woman wearing a mask hurriedly got on board and quickly fastened her seatbelt. She appeared to be in her 20s, with wavy, flaxen-colored hair. When she removed the mask, it became clear she was quite attractive, easily an 8.5 or above out of 10. The problem was, Feng Qimai didn't recognize this person at all. Who are you? Feng Qimai had just opened his mouth when the woman interrupted, drive, now. Turning sideways nervously, she kept glancing in the rearview mirror. Hurry up, the woman urged again impatiently. Never in a million years. Feng Qimai abruptly turned off the engine. Get out of my car, he ordered. Chapter 70, if it's a horse, I'm mounting it. Woman? Bewilderment points received from Tanya, +2. The woman named Tanya stared at Feng Qimai in disbelief. Only then did she notice that this driver was actually quite handsome. You, how dare you speak to me like that? Feng Qimai coldly stared at Tanya. Get out of the car. You. In the rearview mirror, a group of people could be seen rushing over from the distant street corner. I just saw Ya. She got into that black car. Hurry, chase them down quickly. Don't let her slip away again, we must stop her. Tanya was frantic. Hurry up and drive. They're coming. Are you getting out or not? Feng Qimai asked again. Do you know who I am? You're kicking me out of the car? Tanya stared at Feng Qimai in disbelief. Aren't you here to pick me up? Bewilderment points from Tanya, +5. Seeing that group of people charging towards them, she hurriedly asked, aren't you the driver Lulu called for? Feng Qimai directly got out of the car, walked to the passenger side, and opened the door. Get out. Tanya was startled. What are you doing? I don't know you, nor any Lulu. Get out of the car. From Tanya, bewilderment points, +10. It shouldn't be like this. My best friend promised to arrange someone to pick me up, Tanya muttered, checking her phone again. Yunfu North Road, black car with a horse emblem. Then, she showed Feng Qimai the WeChat chat history. Feng Qimai was instantly speechless. Lady, there are plenty of cars with horse emblems. Look carefully, will you? What your friend mentioned is a haunting X8, which indeed has a horse logo, but this is a Ferrari. Oh, Ferrari, heard of it, but never seen one. Feng Qimai. Not everyone understands cars, especially girls. Tanya glanced at the car's interior. Indeed, this car is quite different from ordinary sedans, even the door opening mechanism is special. Could I have really been mistaken? She scratched her head, so awkward. Sorry about that, I was in too much of a hurry earlier, my tone wasn't great, my apologies. She hastily looked around, there were no other black cars in sight. In her panic, she quickly pleaded, could you just take me away from here first, please? Ding! Deducting 200 baffle points to activate comprehensive data analysis. Current remaining confusion points, 4,135. Tanya, 24 years old, 1.65 meters tall, weighing 49 kilograms. Measurements. Graduated from Zhangcheng University of Finance and Economics. Occupation, folk singer. Personal works and experience. Released debut album Journey with Me to Faraway Places, holding album premiere tour performances in 17 cities across the country. Nominated for 3 major awards at the 6th Abilun Music Awards including Album of the Year, Single of the Year, and Musician of the Year for this album. Released a personal performance MV for the theme song Time Remains, You Remain from the youth romance film That's Senior Year in January this year. In March of this year, I was invited to compose the opening theme, ending theme, interludes, and score for the TV drama Youth in the Classroom, and released my first collaborative soundtrack album titled Youth in the Classroom Original Soundtrack. After seeing Tanya's measurements, Feng Qimai understood the saying if you're under 100 pounds, you're either flat-chested or short. At 1.65 meters, she's already considered tall among girls, so the reason she's under 100 pounds must be like Little Red Riding Hood, her grandma got eaten by the big bad wolf. But let me tell you, this woman is no ordinary person. She's a folk singer with some notable achievements. However, Feng Qimai couldn't care less about her status. What matters is that big data shows she has no skeletons in her closet, and since she's already apologized, Feng Qimai might consider giving her a ride. Don't leave, please, Yaha. Director Wang and Director Li are about to arrive, come back, hurry. The people behind were shouting desperately. They chased after her while shouting. Just as they were about to catch up, there was a sudden deafening boom. The black Ferrari suddenly sped away, accelerating so rapidly it left everyone in the dust. Tanya in the passenger seat was thrown backward, her heart practically leaping out of her chest. After steadying herself, she even raised a hand to wave goodbye to that crowd.
While driving, Fang Qimai asked, "Who are those people?" "From the agency, my agent, and the assistants too." "Then why did you run away?" "It's a long story. They kept making me do things I didn't want to do, so I snuck out." After a moment's thought, Tanya continued, "My passion is singing, but apart from singing, there were all sorts of social obligations so annoying, so I ran away again." He slipped away again. Seems like this isn't the first or second time. No wonder that group looked so devastated just now. Doesn't it cause problems, always running away like this? Who cares? Tomorrow's troubles can wait till tomorrow. Fang Qimai remained silent, focusing intently on driving. After a moment, Tanya spoke again. "By the way, do you really not know who I am?" "Sort of." "What kind of answer is that? Don't tell me you've never heard my songs?" "I may have heard it, but I didn't know it was you singing." "Tanya. Allow me to introduce myself formally. I'm Tanya, stage name Yaya." Nothing's more awkward than sudden silence. Fang Qimai turned on the music. "If I were a DJ, would you love me? Would you love me? Would you love me?" "Tanya. No, when you see me in person, don't you have any reaction?" Confusion points from Tanya, plus 10. "What reaction?" It's just that overwhelming excitement when you meet your idol." Fang Qimai smoothly executed an overtaking maneuver.
He replied indifferently, "But I'm not your fan."
"You?" Tanya fell silent.
"Whatever. Though you're my benefactor, we really don't communicate well. I suggest you find time to listen to my songs. I want to move you with my voice."
At that moment, Tanya's phone rang. "Hello, Lulu." Yeah, what's going on?" "The driver said he was just a little late and couldn't find you." "Don't tell me you got caught and dragged back home?" Tanya answered awkwardly in a tiny voice. "You might not believe this, but I got in the wrong car." "Got on the wrong car?"
Tanya glanced at Fang Qimai, who was focused on driving.
She continued in a hushed voice, "Yeah,
I was in such a hurry, I didn't have time to check the license plate. I just saw the logo briefly, and since I don't know much about cars, any horse emblem meant get in."
"Ended up in a Ferrari." "A Ferrari? Oh my, that's gotta cost millions. The Hantang X8 my driver operates only goes for 160,000.
Ah. From Tanya, bafflement points plus 15. After chatting for just a couple of sentences, the car suddenly came to a stop. Only after hanging up the call did Tanya notice that the surrounding area was filled with high-end villas.
"Get out. Where is this place?" "My home." "You actually brought me to your place?" "You?"
Fang Qimai looked at Tanya and replied, "I did help you escape, but you can't delay me from getting home.
Once we get off, you can go wherever you want. Just don't come into my house." Fang Qimai added another sentence. "Tanya."
Getting off the car, Tanya stared blankly at everything around him. This was a place where the wealthy lived.
He looked so young, yet he could afford a villa here?
How many more years must I struggle before I can afford it? Then, she happily trotted over to the driver's seat.
"Anyway, thank you. You rescued me, and now I'm free."
"Oh, and I want to apologize again. I was too impatient at first, which is why I spoke to you that way."
As she spoke, Tanya picked up her phone. Shall we add each other on WeChat? I owe you one." "No need. Come on, add me."
"I never take the initiative to add others on WeChat. You know how many people have been turned down when they asked for my contact?
And how many have tried every trick to get my WeChat info?"
Fang Qimai replied, "Don't send me ads, or links asking me to vote for someone. And during holidays, no mass greetings either."
"Tanya. I know. By the way, I still don't know your name."
After a pause, Tanya continued, "Mainly I wanted to add a note for you."
Fang Qimai. Fang, Chi, Mai, are those the three characters?
Yes.
Alright, consider this a favor I owe you.
If you ever need anything in the future, just reach out to me.
Ding.
You've been named by folk singer Tanya, Unlocking Talent, voice that moves the dust from the rafters. Chapter 71, Growth comes from surrounding yourself with excellence. Fang Qimai returned home to find the assembled servants, led by Liso, calling out in unison, "Welcome back, young master."
"Alright, good work everyone. You can go about your duties now." Fang Qimai checked the reward he had just received.
Voice that moves the dust, you possess a captivating singing voice with magnetic qualities that easily intoxicates listeners.
Well damn, Fang Qimai was genuinely impressed. With such godlike singing talent, did Tanya think she could move him with her voice? That might be difficult.
At that moment, he received a WeChat message from his fitness coach, Ma Jian. "Master Qimai, I don't know if it was your influence, but old Zheng actually gave us a raise. The commission rates are back to how they used to be too."
"Huh? Really? Thank you so much."
Scrolling down further, there was a message sent 5 minutes earlier. From Sun Shusheng, the fitness trainer. "Boss, after you left, Zhang Tao actually agreed to let me resign through the normal procedures. Hee.
All thanks to you. Fang Qimai laughed and mimicked Niu Jichao's tone. This is truly like getting a young cow to pull the plow, we're just following greatness.
Beside him, Bai Liso said respectfully, young master, the premium Angus ribeye beef from northern Jiangsu just arrived this afternoon.
Shall we try it tonight? That sounds good, but I'm craving pizza tonight.
Bai Liso replied, we could pair the beef with pizza for a perfect combination, or even blend it wonderfully with seafood.
Great idea, Fang Qimai nodded. Let's make a 12-inch one then, and you'll join me.
Very well, young master.
It would be my honor. I'll arrange it right away.
After resting for a while, the servants came to invite Fang Qimai for the meal. To maintain optimal temperature and texture, the pizza was only retrieved from the oven after Fang Qimai had taken his seat. Embedded in the lightly caramelized cheese were generous chunks of Angus ribeye beef, tiger shrimp as thick as a thumb, and large slices of smoked salmon. At the center lay 2 enormous lobster tails, also blanketed beneath a layer of melted cheese. At the very center, the head of the lobster stood upright. The entire presentation exuded an extravagant vibe. The aroma was intoxicating, making it look exceptionally appetizing. The chef first removed the lobster and placed it on Fang Qimai's plate. Next, sprinkle some oregano and white truffle shavings. Finally, use a pizza cutter to divide it into 8 slices, presenting one portion for Fang Qimai to enjoy.
Meanwhile, Bai Liso pours Fang Qimai a glass of Meipa natural sparkling wine. Master, please enjoy your meal.
The rich aroma of melted cheese made Fang Qimai unable to resist digging in with his bare hands. The sweetness of shrimp, the savory richness of salmon, perfectly paired with the tangy tomato sauce, an absolute match made in heaven. Then there were the generous slabs of Angus beef, each bite delivering immense satisfaction. The crust wasn't just ordinary dough either. Mashed potatoes were added, along with lobster brains and shrimp paste. All the ingredients came together in perfect harmony, complemented by the freshly made crust, absolutely divine. Meanwhile, Fang Qimai took a sip of natural beauty sparkling wine. This wine is imported from Mendoza, in the kingdom of Ting. The aroma is rich and fragrant, with a sweet and pleasant taste, carrying refreshing tropical fruit flavors. Perfect for pairing with pizza. A nice dinner. Fang Qimai gave a thumbs up. With his belly full of wine and pizza, he prepared to get up and return to his room. Speaking of which building should I sleep in tonight? It was then that he noticed his phone was buzzing incessantly. Upon closer inspection, the class group chat for Class 10 already had over 30 new messages. At the top is a notification at everyone. It's a message from homeroom teacher Shuebao Guy. The general content is that starting next Monday, morning physical exercise activities will be implemented, requiring the whole class to arrive at school half an hour early. Below are a series of replies saying received. This suggestion was precisely proposed by Fang Qimai. It's not just because of his father Fang Zhongtian's status, the country has always promoted the idea of exercising for an hour every day. Moreover, starting study sessions after exercise does bring certain benefits. Therefore, the school leadership has always placed great importance on this initiative. But the students' academic workload is heavy, making it impossible to reduce class hours. After numerous discussions with the Education Bureau officials, they finally decided to have students arrive half an hour earlier for exercise, aiming to balance health and studies. Additionally, the morning reading session was shortened by 10 minutes, and the extra 10-minute morning exercise after the second class was moved earlier. In total, they managed to allocate 50 minutes. As for the remaining 10 minutes, the school encourages students to exercise independently during their free time. However, where there is joy, there is sorrow. Those who dislike sports complained bitterly, grumbling about losing half an hour of sleep every day. Fang Qimai didn't take it to heart. At the time, he had merely wanted to convince the teacher not to cancel PE class. In the past, if he arrived early to play basketball before school, he would have been scolded by the homeroom teacher. Now playing basketball openly is quite enjoyable, it's good for fitness and clears the mind when you think about it. Meanwhile, after over a week of renovations, Yang's traditional Chinese medicine clinic is mostly ready. Following the style of Chinese medicine, the entire decor leans towards classical Chinese aesthetics. Some new medical equipment has been added, along with fresh tables and chairs, among other upgrades. Place some green plants. Hang up a new signboard. The 4 large characters saving lives with medical skill are written with exceptional vigor. The entire medical clinic has taken on an entirely new look. Next, Fang Qimai asked Yang Huming to choose an auspicious day for the reopening of the Yang family traditional Chinese medicine clinic. A reopening ceremony was still necessary, but they would keep everything simple. Fang Qimai planned to have Yang Huming invite some friends over for a casual meal when the time came. On Monday, Fang Qimai left home early in the morning. Just after parking the car, Lin Haojie enthusiastically came over to greet Fang. Good morning, Chairman Fang. Morning. Previously, whenever he saw Fang Qimai, Lin Haojie would keep his distance. But things were different now. After witnessing Fang Qimai's capabilities, Lin Haojie suddenly realized that only by being around excellent people could one improve. Chairman Fong, actually when I first entered junior high in the start of 10th grade, my grades were quite decent, especially in math.
What's your current situation?
Lin Haojie sighed. After painful and thorough reflection, I finally realized the turning point when my math skills plummeted. During a math class in the second semester of my sophomore year, I bent down to pick up a pen cap.
When I straightened up, I never understood anything again. After that, I just gave up.
Most of the time, while the teacher had already finished explaining the problem, I still couldn't even find angle 1 and angle 2.
Fong Chi-mai. Later in math class, after going through each problem, the teacher would always ask us, "Do you understand?"
I didn't dare to nod. I was afraid the teacher might call on me to explain it back. But I didn't dare to shake my head either. I was afraid the teacher would explain it to me all over again. Lin Haojie sighed once more. The longest road I've ever walked in my life was following my math teacher's problem-solving logic.
Actually, this situation isn't just Lin Haojie's problem, it's the reality for many underachieving students.
Fong Chi-mai had gone through the same phase before, but he was no longer the same person now.
He replied, "Then you'd better step up your game." "Got it, Chairman Fong. My dad already enrolled me in the best tutoring program. I'll work hard."
Approaching the school gate, Jiang Zijian spotted Lin Haojie and Fong Chi-mai chatting together from afar.
He felt utterly depressed. Since when did those two become so close? Confused points from Jiang Zijian, +8. Chapter 72, Do you really not know how bright you are?
Meanwhile, Li Hongzhi noticed Xiao Bishue and quickly stepped out of his car.
Xiao Bishue walked alongside him. After exchanging greetings, Li Hongzhi said, "Bishue, isn't your birthday coming up soon?" Xiao Bishue nodded, surprised their class monitor remembered her birthday. "Any plans for celebrating?" Li Hongzhi inquired. Xiao Bishue shook her head, "Haven't decided yet. An 18th birthday is really important," Li Hongzhi said. "Here's an idea, as class president, I'll organize it. How about inviting the whole class to KTV this Saturday for your birthday celebration?" "The whole class? That many people?"
Li Hongzhi declared generously, "Don't worry about it, I'll cover all the expenses for this gathering." Xiao Bishue had originally just planned to have a meal with a few close classmates. If her cousin happened to have time, she could also invite her to join them for dinner. But the thought crossed her mind that after this birthday, by the next one, everyone would already have gone their separate ways. Xiao Bishue said, "I'm happy for everyone to celebrate my birthday together, but I'll cover the expenses myself, no need to trouble you, class monitor."
It's fine. Leave it to me as the class monitor.
By the way, I'll also handle notifying everyone. I promise to reach out to each person individually. Li Hongzhi said he wanted the whole class to go together. In reality, he had already prepared a list. This list included the attendees for the gathering, but it wasn't the entire class. He had deliberately left out Fong Chi-mai, Jiang Zijian, and others he usually couldn't stand. Xiao Bishue's birthday party, he definitely didn't want them involved.
"No need, class monitor. How could I let you spend money on my birthday?"
Li Hongzhi grinned and said, "Come on, Bishue.
Between us, who's keeping score? Don't worry about the details, I'll handle the arrangements."
Just as they were discussing this, they ran into Fong Chi-mai and Lin Haojie at the school gate. If it were the Lin Haojie from before, he would undoubtedly have teased Xiao Bishue with some flirtatious remarks. Surprisingly, today he simply said, "You continue chatting, I'll take my leave first." With that, Lin Haojie tactfully quickened his pace and walked away. The boss's woman, he absolutely wouldn't dare to bully her again in the future.
"Morning," Xiao Bishue spoke first. Morning," Fong Chi-mai responded.
Li Hongzhi deliberately turned his face away, unwilling to greet Fong Chi-mai.
Last week, Fong Chi-mai had already achieved legendary status in the class. Can't mess with them, but can't we just avoid them?
The three walked side by side, with Xiao Bishue in the middle, Fong Chi-mai and Li Hongzhi flanking her right and left. The scene was somewhat peculiar. Li Hongzhi kept inching closer to Xiao Bishue, eager to proclaim to everyone that he and she were the real couple.
The three of them remained silent, leaving Li Hongzhi to abandon the topic of the birthday party.
No one expected Xiao Bishue to speak up suddenly.
"Fong Chi-mai, this Saturday is my birthday. I'd like to invite everyone to go karaoke. Will you come?" Li Hongzhi was dumbfounded on the side.
He hadn't wanted to call Fong Chi-mai, that guy always stole his thunder. But what he never expected was Xiao Bishue actually taking the initiative to invite Fong Chi-mai.
"Damn it," Fong Chi-mai replied, "Alright, if I have time, I'll go. If not, then next time."
"Oh, okay."
Xiao Bishue seemed somewhat regretful. Then he paused abruptly. Next time? +6 confusion points from Xiao Bishue.
Li Hongzhi was furious. What kind of attitude was Fong Chi-mai displaying, to be so dismissive?
Damn that next time nonsense. Pray he won't have time for it.
Li Hongzhi silently pleaded in his heart. At that moment, a tall figure suddenly approached, placing a large hand on his shoulder. Li Hongzhi looked up. It was Lin Haojie, who had already walked some distance away. Though the two had seen each other before and knew who the other was, they had never interacted or spoken.
"You, what do you want?" "Ahem, class president of class 10, I think we need to talk. Talk about what? Xiao Bishue also found it strange. What exactly was Lin Haojie trying to do?
Li Hongzhi was only 1.74 meters tall and slightly pudgy, making him practically a wisp of a figure compared to the towering Lin Haojie. Lin Haojie forcefully pulled Li Hongzhi away with one swift motion.
What are you doing? I have nothing to talk to you about.
Keeping his arm around Li Hongzhi, Lin Haojie continued, how long do you plan on being a third wheel?
What third wheel? I heard you're a top student. Have you ever calculated how many watts you are? What do you mean, how many watts?
Lin Haojie suddenly asked with utmost seriousness. Don't you have even the slightest damn clue how bright you are?
Damn. Hearing their conversation, Xiao Bishue suddenly flushed with embarrassment.
It was only then that she noticed Fang Qimai had already walked far ahead. She hurried to catch up with him. After returning to the classroom to drop off their backpacks, all students began gathering in an orderly fashion on the playground, grouped by class. At times like these, every homeroom teacher was busy, but the PE teachers were the busiest of all. Since Wang Xixing's millionaire identity was accidentally revealed last time, all the teachers have been exceedingly polite to him. Today marked the first morning sports assembly, where Vice Principal Li Ying took the stage representing the school to deliver a speech. The audience below blinked sleepily. Next, Wang Xixing stepped up as the second speaker, representing the spirit of sportsmanship. The moment he stepped onto the stage, all the students in the school suddenly perked up from their drowsy state. No wonder he's the man our teacher Kong has her eye on. He's so handsome and ridiculously wealthy.
No kidding, those 10 sports cars were absolutely jaw-dropping.
What's the deal with this teacher?
You didn't know?
That's the same wealthy guy who was rumored to fund the new gymnasium for our school.
I remember seeing him ride a bicycle to campus before. He rode his bike here this morning too.
That's called keeping a low profile. Real rich people dislike showing off.
Kong Mengxin swallowed her words.
That day Wang Xicheng had already confessed to her that those 4 sports cars were just Fang Qimai helping him out of a tight spot.
Kong Mengxin could understand that, and besides, she wasn't after Wang Xicheng's money anyway.
But unexpectedly, the whole school misunderstood the situation, and the more they tried to explain, the less clear it became. The rumors kept spreading and getting more exaggerated. 4 sports cars were exaggerated into 10 by rumors. There were even versions claiming he funded the construction of a new gymnasium.
Wang Xicheng felt immense pressure.
When the speech concluded, thunderous applause erupted from all the students. In contrast, when Li Ying just finished speaking, the entire hall was as silent as dead ashes. Principal Su Hongrong nodded approvingly. Professor Wang's popularity is indeed remarkable. He could instantly rally all the students' enthusiasm in minutes. It seems we should give him more stage time in the future.
After a brief contemplation, he stepped forward with a welcoming smile.
Teacher Wang, from now on, you'll be leading the daily broadcast exercises.
Is that okay?
Sure, of course.
How could Wang Xicheng dare to say no?
Then we'll trouble you with it, Teacher Wang.
Stretching exercises, 1234, 2234.
Wang Xicheng, who was leading the exercises above, suddenly realized a few things.
This newly introduced morning exercise program requires PE teachers to handle all sorts of responsibilities.
I have to give speeches on stage, and now I'm even leading the exercises.
So that's why the principal gave me a raise.
Though I wonder how much Teacher Zhang and Teacher Zhao got as raises.
It's not like I could ask them directly. I had quite a lot anyway.
But I don't understand. It makes sense for the PE teachers to get a raise, but why are the English teachers like Mingxin getting raises too? Chapter 73, Teacher, he was the one who graded our exams.
Mrs. Tian still hadn't shown up by the afternoon English class.
The person who walked in was Vice Principal Li Ying, who was also an English teacher. Your Mrs. Tian has taken leave for personal reasons. I'll be substituting for her for the next few classes. The students all froze into silence. Facing a teacher who wasn't from their regular class, everyone felt some resistance in their hearts. Even more so when it was the vice principal, making the classroom atmosphere instantly tense. Where's the class representative? Who's the class representative?
Kai Shaili awkwardly stood up. Li Ying.
Li Ying froze for a moment, remembering Kai Shaili. Just one look at this person brought back the touching sound of Kai Shaili's voice that day.
Class representative, have you handed back last week's English test papers? They've been handed out. Alright, sit down. Everyone, take out last week's test papers.
This exam was somewhat difficult. When I say that, I'm not making excuses for low scores. If your grades held steady, it means your foundation is relatively solid. But if your scores dropped significantly, it means your basics aren't strong enough, and you still have to work harder.
Understood?
Li Ying's teaching methods were quite harsh. His words, more or less, crushed the entire class's morale. The class responded weakly, understood. Listen carefully, I'll play it again, and we'll go through each question one by one.
Fang Qimai realized he could sleep again.
With a perfect score, he had even graded the entire class's papers himself. There was no need for him to listen anymore. This 2,000-year-old building stood near the Nile River, surrounded by a wall that no longer exists. It means this temple, built 2,000 years ago, stands near the Nile River, surrounded by a wall that no longer exists.
The question asks, who witnessed the history of this temple?
It can't be A, the building itself, nor B, a wall, and certainly not C, 2,000 years. Clearly, it was the Nile River that witnessed its history, so the correct answer is D, the Nile River. Students who got this question right, please raise your hands. Li Hongzhi was the first to raise his hand, followed promptly by over 30 hands shooting up in unison. Li Ying swiftly surveyed the classroom and said, "Alright, now those who got it wrong but understand the solution, raise your hands." A quick glance around revealed only 2 students had never raised their hands at all. One of them was Jiang Zijian.
Li Ying understood his situation and said nothing more.
"But what's the deal with this guy sleeping with his head on the desk?" Li Ying said sternly, "That sleeping one, his deskmate. Wake him up."
Lu Mimi froze. Wasn't this exactly describing herself and Feng Qimai? "Qimai, the teacher is calling you." Feng Qimai raised his head. Li Ying took one look and said, "Aren't you that Feng Qimai who stood up for justice?" Back then, it was Li Ying who led Captain Yi from the Public Security Bureau to present Feng Qimai with an honorary banner. Lu Mimi nodded. "Yes, teacher, it was him." Li Ying's expression softened slightly. He stepped forward and said, "Feng Qimai, pay attention in class. There are only 86 days left until the college entrance exams. You must take this seriously. Do you understand everything? Missing even one question could be a huge loss for you." Lu Mimi whispered beside Li Ying, "Teacher, he got full marks this time." Full marks?
Li Ying found it hard to believe. For such an exam paper, scoring above 130 would already be considered quite excellent. Scoring a perfect 150 isn't completely impossible, but almost no one can achieve it.
Li Ying stepped forward and picked up Feng Qimai's test paper to check. Sure enough, it was a perfect score.
Upon carefully examining several fill-in-the-blank questions, closed tests, and so on, every single answer was indeed correct.
The focus is on the composition. Feng Qimai's essay not only contains no grammatical or spelling errors, but also demonstrates excellent command of advanced vocabulary.
Without straying from the topic, several proverbs are used appropriately and effectively. The handwriting is neat, and the work presents a very clean appearance.
The concluding remarks closely tie back to the entire essay, adding yet another bonus point.
According to the grading criteria, such an essay truly deserves full marks. Students with strong English performance in school are selected to participate in English competitions. Li Ying roughly knew who these individuals might be, but had never heard of someone called Feng Qimai before.
When did our school produce such a talent? From Li Ying, bewilderment value +10.
The scene of him being awarded a commendatory banner last time was still vivid in memory. This moderately difficult test paper, he scored full marks again. No wonder Principal Su has been saying lately that our number 2 high school has hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The whole class already knew about Feng Qimai's English proficiency, and everyone was waiting to see how Li Ying would respond. Just looking at his surprised face told the whole story.
Li Ying turned to Feng Qimai and said, "When we get to the essay section later, could you lend me your test paper for a moment?
Your essay has significant exemplary value. No, we should distribute it throughout the entire grade level for everyone to study carefully."
Feng Qimai responded, "Take it, Vice Principal."
Li Ying originally wanted Feng Qimai to pay attention in class, but since he already got full marks,
hesitating to speak,
Lu Mimi chimed in from the side, "Teacher, he graded all our classes and the neighboring classes' exam papers this time."
Is that so? Lu Mimi nodded. "Yes, Mrs. Tian asked for his help."
For some reason, having such an academic god as her deskmate filled Lu Mimi with immense pride.
Li Ying was stunned. Anyone who could gain Tian's approval and help her grade exams was definitely no ordinary person. Feng Qimai asked, "Teacher, can I go back to sleep now?" "Ahem."
Li Ying cleared his throat, turned around and said, "The rest of you, continue with the lesson." The other students were utterly amazed. Someone had actually dared to sleep during the vice principal's class and yet managed to get his tacit approval.
"Come on, focus. Let's move on to the next question." As soon as class ended, Niu Jichao and the others gathered around.
"Test God, you're unstoppable. Top of the class in science, full marks in English, and even grading our papers for us.
TSK. If anyone from another class ever mentions my God, I'm gonna hype you up to the heavens." Beside them, Xiongpeng said, "By the way, do you all know the difference between a slacker like me, a top student like the monitor, and a prodigy like Qimai?"
Li Hongzhi didn't say a word, yet got caught in the crossfire again. Being called a top student used to feel great until Feng Qimai, the academic genius, came along. Now, it just feels like I'm slightly better than the underachievers.
"Let's hear it," said Niu Jichao and the others, their curiosity piqued.
Xiongpeng said, "For me, there are 3 types of problems, those I can solve, those that appear solvable at first glance, and those beyond my grasp. For the class monitor, problems fall into 2 categories, solvable ones, and those exceeding the syllabus. As for Master Mai, Problems also come in two varieties, those he can solve, and those where the problem itself contains errors.
Li Hongzhi. Everyone nodded in agreement. So insightful. As fellow academic slackers, your situation is exactly like mine. Normally, Fang Qimai often played basketball with Xiong Peng.
While the guy's basketball skills were mediocre, who would have thought he could speak so smoothly? Xiong Peng continued, if I got my exam paper back and saw points deducted, I'd think the teacher was too harsh. But nobody would care, after all, academic underdogs have no rights. But if the class monitor got points deducted and couldn't find the problem after searching for ages, they'd gather several top students to passionately argue about the answer's correctness until everyone's red in the face.
Lu Mimi asked, what if Maimei got points deducted? Someone responded, study gods never get points deducted.
Xiong Peng waved his hand, no, if Maishan gets points deducted, he'll go find the teacher.
The teacher immediately corrects the answer key. Li Hongzhi. Chapter 74, Mai, you're an official now. Sister Xiao, is that you? Sure, please take a seat and speak.
Xiong Peng said smugly, no choice, I had nothing to do during class, so I carefully made summaries. He continued, as a slacker like me, I only grind through problems right before exams, and I only pick the easy ones. The class monitor, no matter when, is always grinding through problems, and does them in complete sets. The almighty Mai is different, never does practice problems, just flips through books occasionally, and that's enough to score full marks.
Li Hongzhi.
Also, when solving a difficult problem during an exam, different skill levels elicit different reactions.
If a slacker like me solves a tough problem, I'd want to announce it to the whole world and have universal celebration. But if it's the class monitor, they'd say the problem actually wasn't that hard. If it were the god Mai, no matter how difficult the problem he solves, it would seem like nothing happened at all.
Sure, you've spoken right to my heart, it's truly not easy for an academic underachiever to solve a tough problem.
Exactly, the underachievers relate so hard, it's tragic.
A straight-A student is still a straight-A student, solving a difficult problem effortlessly without batting an eye. Li Hongzhi was puzzled, why did these guys always have to drag him into their conversations whenever they chatted?
Xiong Peng continued sharing his thoughts.
I often get frustrated trying to memorize all those complicated formulas, while the class monitor pushes through and commits every relevant formula to memory.
As for the almighty Mai,
he only memorizes the basic formulas and derives all the others himself.
666, Xiong Peng, that summary is absolutely brilliant. So painfully accurate. I've always struggled with memorizing formulas too. The worst part is even when you get them right, it doesn't mean you know how to apply them. Fang Qimai could only shake his head and smile helplessly after hearing this.
If only Xiong Peng could channel all that cleverness into his studies. Xiao Bishuet, Ruan Meng, and the other girls also found it quite amusing to listen to.
Li Hongzhi stood up. After all this chatter, were they praising him or mocking him? The more I listened, the angrier I got. Damn!
While everyone was gathered together, Li Hongzhi said, alright, everyone, quiet down for a moment.
I have an announcement to make. Everyone turned to look their way. This Saturday is Bishue's birthday. Our class is organizing a birthday party, we're planning to go karaoke for now.
I expect everyone to attend, and I'll notify you about the exact time later. If anyone's missing today, pass the message along among yourselves.
Wow, the campus belle's birthday, of course we'll be there to celebrate. Should I bring any gifts with me? Speaking of which, the class monitor really remembered Xiao Bishue's birthday so precisely. Of course, they firmly committed it to memory. For a moment, lively discussions broke out among everyone.
Li Hongzhi hadn't intended to be so direct with the notification, but since Fang Qimai had already received a personal invitation from Xiao Bishue anyway, Zhang Zijian and the others might as well be included too.
Just then, someone spoke up, class monitor, can we choose not to go? Yeah, we're not really interested in this kind of gathering. Who doesn't have a birthday? Must we sacrifice our precious weekend time for this? My birthday is coming soon too. Class monitor, won't you organize something for me as well?
The speakers were part of Kai Shaili's clique. Under Kai Shaili's influence, they harbored strong resentment toward Xiao Bishue. Li Hongzhi had been building up frustration since early morning with nowhere to vent it.
These women were still acting arrogant and snarky, deliberately contradicting him? Go or don't go, I don't care about any of you. With a final curse, Li Hongzhi stalked back to his seat. The girls instantly fell silent. Niu Jichao turned to them and said, well, this is just like a cow struggling to give birth, not so Niu Bai. Awesome, now, huh? However, Kai Shaili's eyes suddenly lit up. The class monitor looks so manly when he's angry. Just then, the warning bell for class rang. This lesson was still teacher Li Ying's English class.
Kai Shaili sent 2 WeChat messages to Li Hongzhi.
Zhe, if you want to sing, let's go to Dichang. My cousin is quite influential there and can get us a discount. Smug.jpg.
I heard Xiao Bishue's family is very poor. Hosting such a big gathering would cost a lot of money. I'm actually helping her save.
Di Chang? Never heard of it, never been there. If knowing someone can get us a discount, that would be perfect.
Lee Hongja immediately agreed and handed the private room reservation task to Kai Shaili.
Understood. Kai Shaili was delighted.
On the surface, it appeared to be helping Xiao Bishue save money, but in reality, it was setting her up for trouble.
Dichan wasn't the ordinary chain KTV that Lee Hongja had imagined.
Rather, it was one of the more upscale KTVs in Jiangcheng, where the costs were anything but cheap. Kai Shaili had been there once last year, and for non-members, the minimum charge per private room started at 1980.
With over 40 people in the class, we'll definitely need the largest presidential suite.
All expenses combined will amount to at least 3,000, and the final tally will depend on food and drinks. If Jiang Zijian and the others join, heavy drinking is inevitable. That's when it gets really expensive.
Since it's Xiao Bishue's birthday party, naturally she'll be footing the bill.
Even if my cousin could offer a discount, it wouldn't be cheap enough. I've long heard Xiao Bishue's family is poor. When the time comes and she can't pay,
she'd be so humiliated. He.
Thinking about it, Kai Shaili suddenly laughed.
Class representative, why are you grinning like an idiot? Did you get this problem right? Kai Shaili. Li Ying was so angry she broke the chalk in half. As the English class representative, first you sing during self-study period, huh? And now you're grinning like an idiot while I'm lecturing? What, trying to stage a rebellion? Teacher, I wasn't. Still arguing? Li Ying picked up another piece of chalk and continued, if you don't want the position, we'll replace you as class representative. Fang Qimai will take over.
Ah, Professor, I.
Sob. From Kai Shaili's confusion points, plus 15. Fang Qimai suddenly raised his head from the desk. Did someone just call my name? Lu Mimi said cheerfully, congratulations, Mimi. You've got a promotion now. Please take good care of little Omi from now on. Dichong KTV.
At the entrance, a woman in uniform stepped out. Her full figure and prominently rounded stomach stretched her shirt slightly taut. She wore a pair of red high heels and carried a bag in her hand,
walking while still talking on the phone. Those thick lips kept moving non-stop. Ugh, yeah, ever since you got popular, it's been so hard to see you. Here I am now, my dear bestie. Tell me what you want to eat, my treat. Are you kidding me? I, Su Lulu, am at least a small business owner. How could I possibly let you pick up the tab? Just wait, I'll be there soon. With that, she set off driving her haunting X8. Intersection east of the World Trade Center.
Tanya stood at the crossroads, fully outfitted in a hat and face mask.
After a short wait, a black car pulled up. Upon closer inspection, the emblem was that of a horse. However, she didn't dare to be so reckless this time.
First, she checked the license plate. It was indeed her best friend Su Lulu's car. She looked at the car emblem again. Sure enough, it was different from Ferrari's prancing horse. How could I have been so foolish back then, randomly getting into someone else's car? The more I think about it, the more embarrassed I feel. Chapter 75, The Real Academic Genius. Tanya got into the car, and Su Lulu planned to first drive to the underground parking lot before heading to World Trade Center for dinner together. As soon as she got in the car, Tanya took off her hat and mask.
Phew, much better. Did you sneak out again today?
No, I rarely get a chance to rest, and I have to fly to Binhai early tomorrow morning.
You're really busy. Su Lulu tapped the steering wheel lightly and said, so, how do you like my new car?
It's cheap, but I think it drives quite well.
Sigh. Tanya sighed, don't even mention it.
Thinking about it now makes me so embarrassed. I ended up being so harsh to someone without realizing it.
Ha.
I'm telling you, I've been laughing about your situation for so long. The more I think about it, the funnier it gets.
Ha. You're still going on about this? I'm almost speechless.
The thing is, I happened to be on a business trip that day, otherwise I would have picked you up myself. The driver I sent was one of my employees. I told him to take my car to get you, but he got stuck in traffic and arrived late.
But,
Su Lulu suddenly burst out laughing mid-sentence.
But really though, how could anyone be that ridiculous? I don't know anything about cars. Tanya sighed in frustration.
You have no idea how urgent my situation was back then.
Ugh, never mind, painful memories. After parking the car, the two took the elevator upstairs.
Tanya was bundled up tightly, afraid to show her face. Upon reaching a hot pot restaurant on the 5th floor and entering a private room, Tanya finally relaxed again after removing her face mask. After ordering, the two continued their conversation.
You said you got into a Ferrari? You must have some incredible luck. How many Ferraris are there in all of Jiangcheng? And yet you actually managed to encounter one. Tanya took a sip of tea and replied, that's not the point.
The real issue is that the guy didn't even react when he saw my face.
Can you believe how infuriating that is? Seriously?
I still remember the last time we were shopping together when you got swarmed by your crazy fans begging for autographs and selfies. Su Lulu continued incredulously, that employee I arranged that day, when I told him to pick up Yaya, he was overjoyed.
He's your diehard fan, but then traffic ruined it, and he missed you. This morning he was still sulking about it.
Seriously, that guy kept trying to kick me out of the car at first. I begged him for ages.
Tanya pondered, I may not be a superstar, but I do have some fame. Yet he completely ignored me, acted like he'd toss me out any second. The worst part? I'd already introduced myself, and he still. What a tragic fate for a popular singer, trying to hitch a free ride only to get mercilessly thrown out. Ha ha ha, I can picture it now. Su Lulu smiled again. Seeing Tanya about to bury her head under the table, Su Lulu comforted her, but it's normal, not everyone knows you. Once you think it through, it'll be fine. But that guy was super arrogant. I took the initiative to add him on WeChat, and at first, he didn't even want to give it to me. Su Lulu waved her hand, driving a Ferrari and living in a villa. He's got the means to be arrogant. Speaking of which, what was the name of the place he lives? Tanya thought for a moment. Is it called Phoenix Garden or something? Phoenix Garden? That place is ridiculously expensive. Su Lulu picked up her phone and checked. Look, the average price for a new villa there is 190 million per unit. Tanya was stunned. She knew it would be pricey, but never imagined it would be that outrageous. Tanya's confusion points, plus 18. Meanwhile, Fong Chimai inexplicably received Tanya's confusion points. However, focused on playing basketball, he didn't pay much attention. Just then, a bespectacled boy with a buzzcut walked over. Looks familiar, but I don't recognize them. Fong Chimai asked, want to play? We're short one player on our team. The boy ignored him and instead asked, so you're Fong Chimai? Ding! You've been acknowledged by top student Guo Liqing, unlocked ability, anti-hacking technology, firewall techniques. Guo Liqing? Fong Chimai remembered this person. He was from class 9 next door. Li Hongjia's performance could only maintain a position within the top 10 in the grade, but Guo Liqing had consistently held the top spot, earning the reputation as the unrivaled ace of second high. He and Fong Chimai had no prior interaction. Is there something you need? My name is Guo Liqing. I'd like to get to know you. Fong Chimai passed the ball to a teammate. He looked at Guo Liqing and said, I remember you. On last week's English test, you scored 144. Among all the papers I graded, you were the only one who scored above 140. When grading Guo Liqing's paper, Fong Chimai also felt a bit surprised. Your memory is impressive. Guo Liqing adjusted his glasses and continued. I heard from our class representative that you graded our papers. I can't help feeling jealous. Mrs. Tian chose you to mark them instead of me. Fong Chimai gave a faint smile. Excellence does tend to invite jealousy. Since childhood, no one had dared to claim superiority in front of Guo Liqing. Guo Liqing's expression remained impassive, giving off an air of profound depth. No one could discern what was truly going through his mind. In this situation, someone like Li Hongjia might have been hopping mad. Guo Liqing's reaction, however, piqued Fong Chimai's curiosity enough to want to examine his data. Opening the data, Fong Chimai was utterly stunned. From kindergarten to the present, this individual had amassed a staggering 218 awards, so many they were impossible to count. Since high school, his average scores for Chinese, mathematics, English, and the comprehensive science subjects had consistently remained above 140. Up to this point, Guo Liqing's life resume could be described as flawless. This is what they call the model child from someone else's family. It's just puzzling why such an outstanding person chose to come to second high school back then. By all rights, they should have gone to the better first high school or foreign languages school, among others. But then again, gold shines wherever it's placed. Someone like this would excel no matter where they went. Additionally, Fong Chimai noticed another point. Guo Liqing had started learning to code since childhood. With his current skill level, he could easily earn a substantial income just by writing code. This is precisely why the system rewarded him with anti-hacking skills when his name was called. Overall, he's simply a talented individual. Guo Liqing said, I heard Mrs. Tian personally graded your English paper herself, full marks. Your science scores came out like a dark horse. Although we haven't seen your Chinese grades yet, they give me the impression of an unexpected rising force. You're outstanding. You'll make a worthy opponent. I owe you an apology first. What? Because I failed to recognize a rival like you sooner. I always thought only Li Hongjia from class 10 was worth mentioning. Fong Chimai had nothing to say. People who excelled at studies truly had some extraordinary logic. Guo Liqing continued, don't worry, I have no ill intentions, nor do I wish to make an enemy of you. I simply want a competitor to keep pushing myself to learn and improve. Fong Chimai was beginning to understand Guo Liqing a little. Perhaps it was a mistake in filling out his college application. Guo Liqing, who should have gone to a better school, ended up at the relatively mediocre number 2 high school. Or perhaps it was his failure in the high school entrance exam, not achieving the results he had hoped for, that brought him here. Being invincible made him feel lonely and afraid he might become complacent, so he sought a rival. Such people are constantly improving, and having goals only makes them stronger. Excuse me, I need to go back and practice problems. See you at the monthly exam. After Guo Liqing left, Fong Chimai marveled at the existence of such individuals. This is a true academic genius. But it's alright, he has the skills. I've got a system. Chapter 76, Teacher Wang, what do you think? During evening self-study, Fang Qimai played basketball until well past 9. At this moment, his phone rang. It was Grandpa Yang Huming calling. After consulting a fortune teller, Yang Huming had determined that this Saturday would be an auspicious day for the grand opening of the Young Family Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic. He had specifically come to seek Fang Qimai's opinion on the matter. The traditional Chinese medicine clinic is now open as usual, and the opening ceremony was just a formality. Fang Qimai thought either way would be fine and decided to go with Yang Huming's suggestion. After hanging up the phone, Fang Qimai prepared to head home. Coincidentally, Wang Xixing happened to ride past on a bicycle. Fang Qimai said, "Hey, Shang Good, no date tonight? Working late? Got overtime. I let your sister-in-law head home first. Even PE teachers are this busy nowadays?" Wang Xixing replied, "The morning exercise pilot program's still in trial phase. There are many areas needing refinement, constant improvements required. The task of this improvement fell upon our PE teacher. The leadership demanded that everyone submit improvement proposals based on the current situation. I worked on it all day and just submitted it, no idea if it'll pass." As he spoke, Wang Xixing muttered, "Who knows who came up with this morning exercise idea? But for the sake of you students' health and academic performance, I'll endure it." Fang Qimai praised, "Brother Shang is truly admirable, you've worked so hard." Ahem, Wang Xixing looked around and whispered, "The main reason is they suddenly gave me a raise, how could I not work a bit harder?" "You got a raise? Congratulations then." "Ah, compared to you, I'm nothing." Speaking of this, Wang Xixing was quite frustrated. "Now the whole school thinks I'm rich, and the misunderstanding keeps getting worse, what should I do?" He scratched his head. "I've explained it so many times, but they just won't listen." Fang Qimai said, "Then just go with the flow and play pretend as a rich guy for once." "How do I do it? Teach me." "Speak with attitude, loud and clear, and never lose your imposing presence." At that moment, Vice Principal Su Hongrong and Principal Liang were descending from the administration building. Coincidentally, Fang Qimai and Wang Xixing had just walked by in front of them. Su Hongrong sighed, "Indeed, the nouveau riche always stick together." "Nouveau riche and nouveau riche?" Liang was puzzled. "Principal, I know teacher Wang's identity has been exposed, but how can Fang Qimai also be called nouveau riche?" "Well," Su Hongrong thought for a moment. On the day Fang Zhongtian and his wife made their grand visit, Liang was away on business and didn't participate in the welcoming. It's normal for him not to know. Su Hongrong revealed Fang Qimai's identity. Liang was completely stunned. Turns out he's the son of Asia's richest man, Fang Zhongtian. Fang Qimai, Fang Qimai. Reciting this name, suddenly everything became clear to him. So Fang Qimai, the one who acquired Shangwen, could it actually be him? At first I thought it was just a namesake, never imagined, it really is him. At this realization, Liang felt a creeping sense of unease. I almost made Fang Qimai stand up as punishment during class today. Confusion points from Liang, plus 20. Acting bravely for justice gets you bonus points on the college entrance exam. Scored full marks in English and wrote an essay worthy of being studied by the entire grade. When teacher Tian comes back, I'll arrange for him to serve as a class representative. By the way, if he wants to be the class monitor, that's fine too. Liang stood there dumbfounded. But that's completely understandable, no one could accept it right away. This time, he truly understood what it meant for a school to have unseen talents lying hidden. Su Hongrong said, "Although we all have the school's best interests at heart, we shouldn't be too greedy. Chairman Fang Qimai's father, has already funded the construction of our gymnasium and teaching building. The renovation of the school cafeteria is scheduled to begin during summer break. This is already an immense honor for our number 2 high school." Liang sensed something implied in Su Hongrong's words. So we should focus our attention on teacher Wang. Liang immediately understood without being told. The principal has devoted himself wholeheartedly to the school. I truly admire that. But we can't force this matter. It all depends on teacher Wang's willingness. That's right. Come on, let's go up and say hello. The two of them quickened their pace and caught up. Isn't that Qimai? And teacher Wang too. Ding. You've been called out by Principal Su Hongrong. Unlocked ability, anti-hacking technology, intrusion detection technology. Fang Qimai and Wang Xixing turned around. Wang Xixing said, "Principal Su, Vice Principal Li." Su Hongrong looked Wang Xixing up and down. Teacher Wang is still so frugal, riding his bicycle to and from work. That's right, truly energy-saving and environmentally friendly. Liang chimed in. Wang Xixing smiled awkwardly. "Principal, actually, I." Fang Qimai glanced at him. Su Hongrong pointed at the floor and continued, "The pavement tiles at our school gate. Vice Principal Li, don't you think they need repairs? They're affecting everyone's cycling and walking safety." "Absolutely. Our number 2 high school has been around for quite some years now. It's definitely time for some maintenance." As he spoke, Liang turned to Wang Xixing. "What do you think, Professor Wang?" Wang Xixing replied, "I think. Not bad, cycling isn't affected at all, goes pretty smoothly." Su Hongrong, Liang,
There aren't enough trees on our campus. Summer is coming, and students and teachers walking around are still getting quite sunburned.
Exactly.
It would be great if we could replace them with bigger trees, turning the entire main path into a shady boulevard.
Teacher Wang, what do you think?
Wang Shixing thought for a moment. I'm fine with it, because as a PE teacher, I'm pretty resistant to the sun.
Su Hongrong, Li Ying.
Wang Shixing was somewhat puzzled.
Why had Principal Su been dropping hints recently, asking me about matters concerning school construction, repairs, and upgrades?
What would I, a PE teacher, know about such things?
Could the principal be considering promoting me?
Getting a raise is already showing me great favor. I wouldn't dare hope for anything more.
I feel there must be some misunderstanding here.
Remembering how Feng Qimai had just said, since it couldn't be explained clearly, I might as well play the part of a wealthy person.
Rich folks, they gotta talk with attitude. Gotta speak loud. Can't lack that domineering aura.
He shot a glance at Feng Qimai.
Feng Qimai gave him a determined look.
That's right. Gotta be a bit arrogant. Just as the two principals were about to say something more, Wang Shixing took a deep breath. Then, he declared forcefully, Principal, regarding the optimized plan for morning exercises, I've already submitted it. Please review it immediately and approve it soon. I hope you won't fail to recognize what's good for you. At these words, Su Hongrong and Li Ying froze in place. Bewilderment value from Su Hongrong, plus 15. Bewilderment value from Li Ying, plus 12.
Li Ying awkwardly looked at Su Hongrong. Su Hongrong quickly responded, yes, Principal Wang has worked hard. I'll go back to the office right away to check.
Thank you, Principal Wang, for going above and beyond for the students. Please go rest now. With that from Li Ying, the two principals quickly departed. Wang Shixing stared blankly at Feng Qimai.
Feng Qimai silently extended his thumb, fucking awesome. Damn it, the more I think about it, the more scared I get. I just got carried away in the moment. Did I come off too damn cool?
What if they fire me tomorrow?
Feng Qimai patted Wang Shixing on the shoulder and said, you're so damn good at what you do. Why would you get expelled? With that, Feng Qimai swaggered off.
Confusion points from Wang Shixing, plus 16. Meanwhile, the two principals awkwardly returned to their office. It seems we can't rush this matter. We'll need to wait a bit longer.
Exactly. We shouldn't be so abrupt in the future. Could it be that they don't think we're sincere enough?
Let's do this. We could appropriately increase his performance bonus a bit more.
Chapter 77. It feels great not having to go shopping.
Feng Qimai returned home and began examining the two rewards he had obtained that day. Firewall technology, and intrusion detection technology. Both belong to anti-hacking technologies. The so-called firewall is one of the most important means of protecting against external hackers. It is essentially a combination of computer hardware and software. It can establish a secure gateway between the internet and an internal network. In this way, it protects the internal network from unauthorized external access. When it comes to intrusions, we must mention intrusion detection technology. Firewalls alone are not a complete solution for security issues. They must be combined with intrusion detection technology to jointly defend against hackers.
Coincidentally, Feng Qimai had previously considered that the backend of Shangwen Library might be vulnerable to intrusion by malicious actors.
These hacking techniques could come in handy. However, relying solely on these two technologies is far from enough. I hope to earn more rewards related to hacking skills in the future. But he wasn't in a hurry. The newly listed books by Shangwen were relatively common in the market and had no immediate value for attacks. At this moment, Bai Liso stepped forward respectfully.
Young master, you're back.
Several pieces of the previously customized menswear have arrived.
Would you like to try them on now? Feng Qimai was somewhat surprised. Normally, custom high-end menswear involves processes like measurements, design, and tailoring, taking at least a month or more. Plus, transportation time needs to be factored in. Unexpectedly, it was completed in just over 2 weeks. After all, he's the son of the chairman of Tianhao Group. His order naturally takes priority in scheduling. Another significant factor was the allure of money. Try it now.
Entering the fitting room, there was a dedicated display shelf showcasing the custom pieces from this collection.
A glance revealed all sorts of clothing. Chiton, Brioni, Brunello Cucinelli, LVMH. To be honest, Feng Qimai was completely unfamiliar with these brands. Most ordinary people would struggle to recognize them without paying special attention.
Apart from domestic menswear brands, the ones he'd heard more about were Armani, Adidas, Versace, and the like. The display rack before him first caught Feng Qimai's eye with precisely 3 suits. One was deep blue, another black, and the third a striking red. Bai Liso stepped forward to explain. This blue cotton suit comes from Chiton, one of Italy's big 3 tailoring houses.
Chiton represents the absolute pinnacle of menswear, often called the Lamborghini of suits.
Currently, there are only 7 boutiques in all of China, with none here in Jiangchang. As he spoke, Bai Liso put on white gloves and stepped forward to take down this uniquely tailored blue suit from Qidun. At the same time, he also handed over a pair of Fendi leather shoes. After Fang Qimai changed into them, his entire appearance was instantly transformed. Made from shirt fabric, the suit gave Fang Qimai the wearing experience of a knitted cardigan. Paired with a red embroidered polka dot pocket square, this stylish element, it maintains a formal vibe while adding a touch of effortless charm. Bai Liso exclaimed in admiration, "Young master, you look incredibly handsome. Uncle Bai, how much does this suit cost?" 228,000, and with the custom Fendi shoes, it comes to a total of 276,000. Fang Qimai turned around in front of the mirror, the suit felt incredibly comfortable to wear. He nodded, thoroughly pleased. "Young master, allow me to continue introducing the next suit. This black suit is also from Brioni, one of Italy's big three men's fashion houses. Brioni also holds the title of the king of custom tailoring in menswear. Unlike the more form-fitting chiton suits, Brioni's suit cuts are sharper, with broader lapels and trouser legs, more angular shoulders, and an overall sense of strength and power. Young master, please try it on." Putting on this Brioni black suit, Fang Qimai felt himself becoming noticeably more mature. His figure appeared even more upright and imposing, with his demeanor significantly elevated. Since the early 20th century, Brioni has been renowned. It's the premier suit brand for numerous celebrities, politicians, and tycoons. This particular suit costs 260,000 yuan. Next, Bai Liso introduced the third suit, Berluti, from the romantic country. Its style is completely different from the previous two, leaning more toward casual. As expected of custom-made pieces, Fang Qimai was very satisfied with all three suits, their cut, style, and comfort. However, they would only be worn on specific occasions. In addition to suits, there are also various branded t-shirts, silk shirts, and polo shirts. The prices range from 10,000 to 60,000. Among them, one particular gray t-shirt caught Fang Qimai's special attention. Brunello Cucinelli, also known as Bruno Cucinelli. It is also a world-class luxury brand from Italy, hailed as the King of Cashmere. Currently, there are no more than 20 stores in the country. This t-shirt is made of fine, premium cashmere, offering a soft and smooth texture with light and elegant lines. It exudes a minimalist sophistication with a subtle touch of luxury, suitable for all occasions. In the end, Fang Qimai realized that this was actually the one he favored most. "Uncle Bai, how much is this one?" Bai Liso replied, 22,750 yuan, for one piece. Fang Qimai said, "The gray ones, bring me 10 more. Right away, young master." No need to waste time shopping or go through the hassle of constant fittings. Every garment before him was custom-made, guaranteed to fit perfectly and tailored precisely to his tastes. This feels amazing. By the way, young master, the custom Spalding No. 7 basketball you ordered has also arrived. Oh, quickly, let me take a look. The basketballs used by ordinary people are cheaper, usually made of rubber or microfiber like cowhide. But the gripping power of these basketballs is weaker, and they have poor abrasion resistance. Coupled with manufacturing issues, they tend to break easily, gradually losing their outer layer as you play. However, this Spalding model is different. Its construction uses ZK microfiber, a high-end PU leather. This material offers significant advantages in stretchability, with exceptional tension and elasticity, durable and easy to maintain, offering the advantage of both indoor and outdoor use. On the other hand, due to the highly advanced manufacturing techniques, NBA court basketballs rarely suffer from air leakage or peeling. Once he got his hands on it, Fang Qimai truly understood what it meant to be unable to put something down. After dribbling it a few times, he exclaimed, "This is really great, top-notch feel, absolutely fantastic. I can't wait to try it out." Then, he turned to Bai Liso and said, "Arrange 9 people for me who know how to play basketball. I'll be waiting for them at my basketball court." "Understood, young master. I'll make the arrangements immediately." Chapter 78, You've been called out by the old Chinese doctor. In the blink of an eye, Saturday arrived. This was a day Li Hongzhi had been eagerly anticipating. Xiao Bishua's birthday, he had been looking forward to it for so long. After finishing breakfast, he sent the location of Emperor Chang KTV in the class group chat. He also reminded everyone once again that the gathering would start at 2 p.m. Then he returned to his room and took out the birthday gift he had prepared half a month in advance. "Today I can finally give it to her. Bishua will definitely love it." It wasn't particularly valuable as a gift. He knew full well that in terms of wealth, he could never match Fang Qimai. But when it came to the significance of this gift, he confidently believed he had Fang Qimai completely outmatched. On the other hand, Fang Qimai wasn't enjoying the same leisurely time as Li Hongzhi. After changing into a gray Brunello Cucinelli t-shirt, Fang Qimai headed out. Today marked the reopening day of Yang's traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Early in the morning, Fang Qimai's 3 luxury cars were already parked at the entrance of the clinic. Accompanying Fang Qimai were Bai Liso and a team of star-rated chefs from his household, who would be handling today's meal. For this opening, Yang Huming invited a few friends from the traditional Chinese medicine field to join them for the meal. "President Feng, you're here.
Yang Huming said respectfully. Young Grandpa Yang, just call me Xiao Mai. That wouldn't be proper. After all, you're now my boss.
Fang Qimai replied, but young Grandpa Yang, you're still my benefactor. I hope our relationship remains the same as before, unchanged by anything. You silly child, Yang Huming nodded, alright, I understand. At that moment, 3 old men arrived. Hey, old Zhang, old Li, old Wei, you've come.
Yang Huming immediately went forward to greet them. Oh, old Yang, the renovation looks splendid.
The whole clinic looks much more impressive now, and you, the director, are full of vigor. Old Yang, congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
Then, the 3 elders turned their gaze to Fang Qimai. And who might this young man be? Fang Qimai stepped forward and handed over the business card he had prepared in advance.
Good afternoon everyone, my name is Fang Qimai. I'm the investor of Yang's traditional Chinese medicine clinic.
The 3 of them took the business card and examined it.
Reading aloud the text printed on it, Fang Qimai, general manager of Yang's traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Ding! You've been acknowledged by veteran TCM practitioner Zhang Yijin. Reward skill, BNK's divine needle technique. Ding!
You've been nominated by veteran Chinese medicine practitioner Li Zhenshu and rewarded with the skill, Hua Tuo's spinal pinch technique.
Ding!
You've been nominated by veteran Chinese medicine practitioner Weishu Weimu and rewarded with Fushi's 9 needles, already placed in your system inventory.
After reading the introductions, Fang Qimai was utterly astonished. These rewards were absolutely extraordinary.
First is BNK's divine needle technique. This is a technique frequently employed by the renowned physician BNK. It produces rapid results. Often just 1 needle is needed to alleviate pain, with remarkably noticeable efficacy. The Hua Tuo's paravertebral points is a medical technique that the divine physician Hua Tuo excelled in using. Through acupressure or acupuncture of these points, it provides remarkable therapeutic effects on the thoracic, lumbar, and spinal vertebrae. There is also Fushi's 9 needles. Many people know about Shinnon tasting 100 herbs, but are less familiar with Fushi creating the 9 needles. The so-called Fushi 9 needles consist of 9 stone needles, used to lance abscesses, drain pus and blood, or stimulate specific body parts to relieve pain. They represent the origins of China's acupuncture tradition.
Each of the Fushi 9 needles has a unique shape with distinct applications and therapeutic effects. These are truly remarkable artifacts.
Previously, Fang Qimai had already studied the Yellow Emperor's Inner Canon, the Yellow Emperor's Outer Canon, and the Book of the Blue Bag. With his photographic memory, Fang Qimai had completely absorbed all the contents of these books into his mind. In addition, there was the previously system-rewarded 100 herbs cognition.
Fang Qimai had already mastered a portion of the theoretical knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine.
Just now, I've mastered 2 techniques, BNK's divine needle method and Hua Tuo's spinal points technique. I've even acquired Fushi's 9 needles. Now, Fang Qimai has already achieved mastery in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. Director Fang, truly talented at such a young age.
It's an honor to meet you. Fang Qimai smiled slightly. Please have a seat, everyone. The opening ceremony will begin at 9. For now, please enjoy a cup of tea. Excellent, excellent. Bai Liso presented the freshly brewed Biluakan tea.
The 3 veteran Chinese medicine doctors savored the tea carefully. Wei Shumui exclaimed, excellent tea. Li Zhenshu said, old Yang, it's been several years since the last time we saw each other, hasn't it?
Yeah, everyone's been busy with their own things. Can't be helped. Looking back, we've known each other for decades now. Time really flies. Speaking of which, how's business treating you these days?
Zhang Yijin replied, not too bad, just getting by.
Same here.
Li Zhenshu waved his hand dismissively, I've closed my clinic.
Now I just treat minor ailments for some neighbors. Traditional Chinese medicine is in decline these days, Wei Shuweimu sighed. That's right. Many clinics rely solely on veteran practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine working alone or with just a few young practitioners. Once the senior doctors are gone, the clinic disappears too. It's very difficult to promote TCM culture this way.
Li Shuzhen said, Lao Yang, our generation has missed our chance. But this time, with Chairman Fang's help, see if you can establish the clinic and make its reputation known.
What Li Shuzhen said actually reflected Fang Qimai's expectations for Yang's traditional Chinese medicine clinic.
It was also the goal Fang Qimai had set for himself.
Although my initial intention in purchasing the Yang family traditional Chinese medicine clinic was simply to help Yang Huaming escape Yang Quan's harassment, but since I've bought it, I might as well do it properly.
Fang Qimai possesses formidable medical skills, but he neither has the energy nor the time to stay at the clinic all day.
Currently, Fang Qimai has already taught Yang Huaming portions of the knowledge from Manual of Moxibustion and acupuncture.
Given the opportunity, he would gradually pass on his medical skills to him.
Having Yang Huming elevate the clinic's reputation would be the best approach.
If the practice flourished in the future, he could bring veteran physicians like Li Zhenshu together and have them consult here. This would allow these lifelong friends to gather together once more.
At the same time, I can also make some money. It's beneficial for both parties.
9 o'clock sharp was the auspicious hour carefully chosen by Yang Huming through fortune-telling.
After a brief ceremony, Fang Qimai and Yang Huming together pulled off the red cloth covering the plaque. The Yang family traditional Chinese medicine clinic is now officially open. Congratulations! Congratulations to President Fang and Director Yang. Thank you. Thank you.
Fang Qimai added, having you honor us with your presence at our opening ceremony is our privilege.
I've arranged for lunch preparations, let's dine together later. Certainly, certainly. No problem.
As they were speaking, a middle-aged woman suddenly appeared peering in through the doorway.
Are you seeing patients today? Of course, please come right in.
The clinic had remained open all along, but this woman happened to be its first customer since reopening. Speaking of which, she was quite fortunate. Among those present, there were 4 highly experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. After sitting down, Yang Huming asked, "What seems to be troubling you?" The woman replied, "My lower back has been hurting for a long time, and there's this intermittent pain running down the back of my right thigh. It's absolutely unbearable. Could you please take a look?" After inquiring in detail about more symptoms, the 4 experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioners unanimously concluded that this was a soft tissue injury caused by a lumbar vertebrae issue.
In Western medicine terms, it's sciatica. The woman said happily, "You're all doctors? That's wonderful. Doctor, can my condition be cured?"
At this moment, Fang Qimai, who had been standing nearby, suddenly spoke up.
"Grandpa Yan, let me handle this first patient." Chapter 79, he's the owner of this clinic. "You?"
Yang Huming and the 3 other senior TCM physicians all turned to look.
Though Yang Huming didn't voice it explicitly in front of the patient, Fang Qimai could clearly understand his meaning. That's no joking matter when it comes to treating illnesses.
After all, having known Fang Qimai for so many years, he knew Fang didn't understand medicine at all. Although Li Zhenshu and the others had their doubts, they kept silent out of respect for Fang Qimai's status.
Instead, it was the woman who spoke up first. "Oh dear, young man, do you really know what you're doing?
If you paralyze me by mistake, I'll have to sue you all."
You can tell this woman is blunt and outspoken.
She voiced her concerns without mincing words. Fang Qimai said, "The Huangdi Neijing, basic questions mentions, when wind, cold, and dampness combine and invade, they cause Bai syndrome.
Your symptoms belong to Bai syndrome.
When wind, cold, and damp pathogens invade and stagnate in the tendons and meridians, they lead to qi stagnation, blood stasis, and meridian blockage. Therefore, we need to prescribe some medicines that promote qi and blood circulation, warm the meridians to dispel cold, and unblock collaterals to relieve pain. Since your condition has persisted for quite some time, you can take astragalus and cinnamon twig decoction with 5 substances, or tendon relaxing and waist strengthening pills."
The woman looked at Yang Huming and the others. Is he telling the truth? Isn't this just nonsense? Yang Huming and the others nodded vigorously. Right, exactly right. I didn't expect President Fang to also understand traditional Chinese medicine.
Bai Lisho's eyes lit up as he quietly nodded in agreement.
Fang Qimai asked, "Madam, your back must have been hurting for quite a long time, hasn't it?" Yes. It's been several years now.
Taking medicine and all that, sometimes better, sometimes worse.
It's been absolutely miserable. Fang Qimai stepped forward and pressed his fingers against the spot where the woman's waist dipped inward. Ouch. Does it hurt right here? That's right.
Your lumbar spine also has issues, which will worsen your condition. The woman looked at Yang Huming. Yang Huming said, "Exactly, this aligns with what several of us just inferred earlier."
He's just explaining it to you in more detail.
The woman nodded hesitantly, half convinced.
Then she anxiously asked, "Even if what you're saying is true, how do we treat it? The pain's killing me, it hurts the moment I put weight on my foot."
This ailment wasn't particularly difficult. Fang Qimai didn't even need to employ the legendary Fu Shi 9 needles technique.
Medicine would work too slowly. If you want immediate pain relief, I'll perform acupoint massage for you.
Then, Fang Qimai said, "Come on, lie down here."
The woman hesitated. Even if Fang Qimai had mastered the theoretical knowledge, he was just a young teenager of 17 or 18. Did he really know anything about treating illnesses through massage? Half believing and half doubting, she slowly lay down on the treatment bed. Yang Huming and the other 3 veteran traditional Chinese medicine practitioners also wanted to see how Fang Qimai would administer the treatment. Gazing at the woman's back, Fang Qimai, who had mastered the Hua Tuo's paravertebral points technique, already held the winning strategy in his grasp. The highest and most prominent joint of the cervical vertebra is called the 7th cervical vertebra. Below the 7th cervical vertebra lies the 1st thoracic vertebra. From the 1st thoracic vertebra down to the 5th lumbar vertebra, there are 12 thoracic vertebrae and 5 lumbar vertebrae, totaling 17 segments. The Huachuojiaji points are located 0.5 cun lateral to the depression between each pair of adjacent thoracic vertebrae and between each pair of adjacent lumbar vertebrae. There are 34 points in total, each with its corresponding therapeutic effects when massaged or manipulated. Fang Qimai massaged several jiaji acupoints along the woman's lumbar spine to treat her condition.
After just 5 minutes of massage, the woman clearly felt less pain in both her lumbar spine and lower limbs.
Incredible, simply incredible. It's actually working a bit. Without responding, Fang Qimai continued pressing with focused determination.
Another 10 minutes passed, and the pain had decreased significantly.
So amazing.
It was excruciating just now, but now it's completely comfortable. The woman was extremely excited.
Fang Qimai said, "You can get up now." The woman asked, Are you also a doctor here?" Yang Huming replied, "No, he's the owner of this clinic." How rare to become an owner at such a young age. Also, I've heard that many clinic owners only care about making money. They establish the clinic and then immediately become absentee landlords. I never expected the owner of your clinic to be so skilled in medicine. Li Zhenshu and his companions knew this profession inside out. Having investors wasn't necessarily a good thing. Compared to having to answer to others, they preferred going it alone. So it came back to what they'd discussed earlier. Once the old Chinese medicine practitioner was gone, along with the clinic, everything would gradually fade into obscurity. And now, Boss Fang Qimai is a truly formidable presence. Yang Huming and the others exchanged glances before unanimously raising their thumbs in approval. That technique Boss Fang just used targets the jiaji acupoint. Who would have thought someone as young as Boss Fang could master such a skill? Hua Tuo's jiaji points isn't some lost secret technique.
It's simply that in traditional Chinese medicine, besides common ailments, practitioners usually have their own specialties. Not every TCM doctor has mastered this skill. For example, Yang Huming specializes more in chronic internal diseases like stomach ailments. Meanwhile, Li Zhenshu is an experienced old practitioner skilled in massage therapy, and Fang Qimai's Hua Tuo's jiaji points technique was rewarded to him through Li's nomination. Even Li Zhenshu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Impressive, truly impressive. I feel Director Fang's technique is even more masterful than mine, despite my decades of experience as a TCM doctor."
Fang Qimai smiled faintly and said, "Elders, allow this junior to make a fool of himself. Hey now, don't be so modest, President Fang."
Yang Huming was the most stunned of all.
He asked, "Xiaomai, how come I never knew you had this skill?"
Instead of answering directly, Fang Qimai said, "If there's anything I've done improperly, I'd appreciate corrections from Grandpa Yang and everyone here." Wei Shuimu said, "At your age, I was nowhere near your level. President Fang, I'm truly at a loss for words. All I can say is admiration." Zhang Yijin said, "President Fang, you must still have many hidden talents.
Why don't you share them with us so we can learn?" Fang Qimai smiled faintly again.
"I wouldn't dare call it learning," he said.
"Think of it more as an exchange."
At that moment, the woman chimed in, "Young man, doctor, no, I mean, boss, so about my condition."
Fang Qimai said, "The pain is only temporarily relieved now. You'll need some additional prescribed medication to consolidate the treatment.
By the way, your mattress shouldn't be too soft, and you should reduce physical activity. Resting in bed can help alleviate the pain, but long-term bed rest isn't recommended."
All right, the woman nodded repeatedly. "Thank you, doctor." "Grandpa Yang, could you please prepare the medication for her?" "No problem."
The woman added, "Oh, doctor, I also have some issues with my cervical spine.
Could you take a look at that too?" "Sure." Then, the woman looked at Fang Qimai and asked in a hushed voice, "Doctor, your medical skills here are so advanced? Will it be very expensive? How are the fees charged?" Fang Qimai replied, "Not expensive. We charge the same as others do. But, would you like us to treat you for free? Only for today." "Such a good deal? Of course I'd like that." Fang Qimai said, "Get back up there."
Great. The woman was overjoyed.
"I'll bring lots of people here to see you later. Many folks in our neighborhood have all kinds of health issues."
Then, Fang Qimai turned to Yang Huming and the others, saying, "Next, while I massage, we can chat at the same time."
In fact, Fang Qimai intended to use the first patient as a case study to discuss with the veteran traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. They started discussing from the jiaji acupuncture point, all the way through various theories of traditional Chinese medicine.
Originally, Li Shuzhen and his two companions had come for the grand opening ceremony, but unexpectedly gained something far more valuable. For decades, traditional Chinese medicine had become an integral part of their lives, inevitably growing somewhat monotonous.
Yet Fang Qimai helped them rediscover their passion.
After enjoying a hearty lunch at noon, the group continued their discussion while lingering at the table. Before they knew it, it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. Li Hongzhi stepped out of the car. Dressed in a pale green shirt today, he was also carrying a backpack.
The imposing, high-end building before us was none other than Emperor Chang KTV.
Approaching the front desk, Li Hongzhi announced, "I've reserved a private room."
Despite my relentless efforts, the gift registry was ultimately lost to the void. Damn it! Chapter 80, You Bloody Set Me Up. Soon after, the reception at D Chang confirmed Li Hongzhi's identity.
"Alright, your private room is the Presidential Party Suite 8001, where you can sing until we close." Then, the receptionist handed over a small receipt.
Please verify this and sign here. Lee Hongja took it and looked it over. Room fee, buyout 760. Copyright fee, 200. Tip 2%/.
At first glance, it didn't seem like much, but then he noticed the footnote below.
Minimum spending of 6,800 yuan for the entire venue. This minimum spending requirement is,
the receptionist explained, our KTV has always had minimum spending requirements. The standard private room requires 1,980 yuan, while the presidential party suite you booked is one of our more upscale rooms with a minimum spending requirement of 6,800 yuan. This minimum spending includes copyright fees, room charges, supermarket purchases, and other expenses combined. If the total falls short of 6,800 yuan, you'll still be charged 6,800 yuan.
Tips are calculated separately and not included, the receptionist added. Lee Hongja was speechless. This doesn't seem like an ordinary KTV.
The moment he stepped inside, he could tell this place was high-end.
The Lee family's financial situation was quite comfortable too.
But he thought that was way too exaggerated. For this gathering, he asked his mother Meng Xiujia for 2,000 yuan, saying it was to treat the whole class. Adding that to his own pocket money, it should have been more than enough.
Who would have guessed it'd cost a whopping 6,800? With a 2% tip included, that means opening a private room costs at least 7,000 up front.
While expensive things certainly have their reasons for being pricey, this cost still makes your heart ache.
Hey, wait here a second. Lee Hongja walked to the entrance and gave Kai Shaili a call. What's wrong, Jia? Lee Hongja asked irritably. Kai Shaili, tell me what's going on. I asked you to book a private room, and you got me something this expensive?
On the other end of the phone, Kai Shaili was secretly delighted. She had only been to Di Chang once before, and that was to an ordinary private room. She knew the minimum charge was 1,980. After making a phone call, she learned there were even pricier options.
Determined to embarrass Xiao Bishue, she decisively went for the most expensive one. Hey, where is everyone? Di Chang is a pretty upscale KTV. It's normal for it to be expensive.
Besides, with our whole class, we'd need the presidential party package to fit us all.
Lee Hongja looked around and added, but it shouldn't be that expensive? A minimum charge of 6,800? Surely Kai said, oh come on, what's there to worry about, Jia? It's not like you're paying. Who says?
Lee Hongja started to say something but stopped himself.
He had originally planned to sponsor Xia Bixu's birthday party. Do you mean you're paying? For this kind of thing, shouldn't the birthday person foot the bill?
Lee Hongja. This woman, she's really screwed me over. He deeply regretted it. He should never have entrusted this matter to Sally Kai. I don't care, you've got to change me to a cheaper private room. It can't be changed, my dear squad leader. All the private rooms at Taichamp need reservations beforehand, and today's the weekend, they were fully booked long ago. Our private room is also highly sought after. If it weren't for my cousin, we wouldn't have gotten it either.
But, Lee Hongja was absolutely furious.
Most classmates were already on their way now, making it impossible to switch to another KTV at the last minute. Kai Shaili said triumphantly, don't worry, my cousin is the manager there.
She can give us a discount. How much discount can we get?
I don't know, but given my relationship with her, she'll definitely do me this favor.
Lee Hongja let out a heavy sigh. For matters like this, it's better to scout things out in person next time. This time I really got screwed over. He thought to himself, I hope the discounts are good, if not, I'll just have to ask mom for a bit more.
After all, it was Bishua's birthday, and since he'd already promised to celebrate with her, damn the expense. Gritting his teeth, he said, then don't forget to give your cousin a heads up.
Don't worry, Jia.
After hanging up the phone, Kai Shaili smiled quietly.
1:50 a.m. Several classmates arrived at Dichon one after another.
Each of them marveled that this was the most luxurious KTV they'd ever been to. Lee Hongja was responsible for gathering everyone in the lounge area of the hall. At the same time, he kept urging those who hadn't arrived yet in the class group chat. After a while, Xiao Bishua and Wan Meng arrived together.
Today, Xiao Bishua wore a long white dress, making her skin appear even fairer at a glance.
Gracefully elegant, like a celestial fairy. Lee Hongja's eyes were riveted in admiration.
Bishua, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday. Thank you, thank you.
Classmates crowded around, taking out the gifts they had prepared.
Nearly everyone had come prepared.
Even without a gift, the birthday card was already prepared. Except for those in Sharon Kai's clique. Such was the charm of the school's beauty queen, they were utterly jealous. As for Lee Hongja, he kept his gift hidden, wanting to give Xiao Bishue a surprise later.
Xiao Bishue couldn't carry all the big and small gifts.
The clever Wan Meng took out a large storage bag.
See, I already anticipated this situation. I prepared this for you. Ah, you're truly something.
Finally managed to pack all the gifts, a full large bag, quite heavy at that. Lee Hongja said, alright, those who haven't arrived yet can go straight to the private room when they get here.
Everyone else, head on up first. We'll go up to the 8th floor in batches by elevator. No need to rush, let the birthday girl go first.
Then, turning to Xiao Bishue, he added, go on up first. I'll help drop these gifts off at the front desk for you.
Thank you. Xiao Bishue glanced around and thought to herself, hasn't he arrived yet? A tiny flicker of disappointment stirred in her heart. 8001, the presidential party suite. A dedicated waiter stood by the entrance, eagerly opening the private room's door. Once inside, the interior decoration was extraordinarily luxurious, far beyond what ordinary commercial KTVs could compare with. While waiting earlier, Li Hongzhi had listened to the introduction from the front desk. The equipment here was cutting edge, with excellent sound quality, picture quality, and all other aspects. The sofa materials are all quite high-end. Yes, everything is perfect. But Li Hongzhi felt, his heart was bleeding. For Xiao Bishue's birthday, everyone showed great respect. More than 30 people from the class had already arrived. Those who hadn't come were mostly on their way. As soon as they entered the private room, everyone found their own seats. The boys gathered in one group and the girls in another, sitting separately. Although we saw each other every day in the same classroom, coming to this kind of place made everyone strangely reserved, with no one willing to be the first to sing. Some huddled together chatting, while others teamed up gaming. Still, even after the server brought out drinks, snacks, and fruit platters, no one stepped up to sing first. Just then, the door opened again. A man wearing sunglasses walked in. It was Jiang Zhejian. Who would have thought he'd show up too? But seeing him empty-handed put Li Hongzhi at ease. Jiang Zhejian glanced around the room, confirming he hadn't entered the wrong private booth, then asked, what's going on? Why come to KTV if you're not going to sing? With that, he directly clicked to select a song. Where's the mic? Give it to me.
At that moment, a new song appeared on the screen, Marry Me Today. Jiang Zijian held the microphone and said, Beautiful Xiao, I believe no gift could ever be worthy of you.
Allow me to offer you the gift of my magnificent singing voice. Li Hongzhi, is there anyone who wants to sing a duet with me?
Jiang Zijian is such a mic hog, once he gets the microphone, he won't let it go.
The problem is, he doesn't even sing well. The entire class erupted in murmurs of disbelief. Chapter 81, Mike, you're the only one left in the whole class.
Jiang Zijian's singing voice lingered throughout the private room, yet no one dared to make a sound. However, after he performed several songs, the atmosphere among the entire class began to relax, no longer so restrained. Both boys and girls engaged in all sorts of playful banter, or gathered to play board and card games together. At that moment, there was no one beside Xiao Bishue. Li Hongzhi seized the opportunity to sit beside her. Bishue, happy birthday. With that, Li Hongzhi presented the gift he had prepared in advance. Xiao Bishue accepted it. Thank you, class monitor. You can open it right now and take a look. Okay. Li Hongzhi eagerly anticipated Xiao Bishue's reaction upon seeing the gift. As soon as she opened it, Xiao Bishue's eyes lit up. Wow, it's Yaya's latest album. And, this autograph. Li Hongzhi nodded, that's right, it's Yaya's authentic signature. I went through great pains to get it. Xiao Bishue was visibly excited. Oh my gosh, monitor, thank you so much. This was a scene Li Hongzhi had imagined many times in his mind. This was exactly the outcome he had wanted. He had known early on that Xiao Bishue loved listening to Yaya's songs the most. Although this album was second-hand, it had cost him quite a sum. But nowadays, those who buy physical albums are all die-hard fans, they don't actually listen to them. They're primarily for collection value. So this album remained unopened, at the very least, it could be considered 95% new. Li Hongzhi smiled smugly and asked, do you like it? I love it, thank you. Yes, Li Hongzhi was absolutely thrilled. Compared to everyone's gifts here, they all pale in comparison. Not to mention Feng Qimai didn't even come, but even if he did, what kind of gift could he possibly give? As the saying goes, when it comes to money, I might not match him, but in terms of heartfelt sincerity, I can completely crush him. At this very moment, Feng Qimai was still at Yang's traditional Chinese medicine clinic. He discussed numerous aspects of Chinese medicine knowledge with 4 elderly practitioners. What began as mutual exchanges gradually transformed into the 4 of them sitting while Feng Qimai lectured alone. Starting with surgical treatments and moving on to cancer therapies, Feng Qimai systematically explained each topic. What he spoke of was knowledge from the Yellow Emperor's external canon and the Green Bag Book. Merely giving a general outline was enough to make these veteran traditional Chinese medicine practitioners feel as if they'd stepped into a whole new world. Even Bailey Shou, who didn't understand Chinese medicine, found it utterly astonishing. To think traditional Chinese medicine could be so vast and profound, truly inspiring awe. President Feng, listening to your lecture has been more enlightening than my decades of experience as a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. One is never too old to learn. Today's visit was truly worthwhile. Several individuals all felt humbled by comparison. Feng Qimai smiled faintly and said, Gentlemen, if you're willing in the future, we can certainly have more exchanges moving forward.
President Fong, you're being too modest.
While you're clearly explaining things to us, you still call it an exchange of ideas.
In reality, Fong Chimai had already secured Li Zhenshu and the other two under his influence. Once Yang's Chinese medicine clinic gains more recognition, relying solely on Yang Huming won't be enough. If they were to allocate more personnel, those three would be the best choices.
When the time comes, as soon as Fong Chimai speaks up, they'll definitely be willing. During a short break, Fong Chimai finally noticed his phone.
Niu Jichao had sent him several messages. Brother Mai, are you there yet? Ultimate Cosmic Super Awesome patted me. I'm here, where are you? The private room number is 8001. Brother Mai, you're the last one left in the whole class. Universe's most invincible Super Awesome patted me. Voice call other party cancelled. Scrolling down, there were also messages from Lu Mimi asking why I hadn't arrived yet. I totally forgot about Xiao Bishue's birthday. Fong Chimai just realized it was already past 4 in the afternoon.
Well, he had gotten too absorbed in the discussion. He should still make it if he goes now, at least to show his face. Seniors, let's continue our discussion another time if we get the chance. There's something I need to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Then, Fong Chimai drove his Ferrari 612 to Emperor Chang KTV.
Private room 8001 had already become Jiang Zejin's stage.
After singing continuously for 2 hours, he suddenly threw down the microphone.
This is boring, just me singing alone.
Then, he called over a few male classmates.
Come on, let's play dice. Losers drink. He looked around. Where's the alcohol? Li Hongzhe, why didn't you order any? Li Hongzhe.
As he ordered a crate of liquor, Li Hongzhe felt his heart bleeding again. The drinks here were ridiculously expensive, and Jiang Zijin drank like a fish.
If they ended up exceeding the budget, they'd be completely screwed. What are you just sitting around for? Didn't come to KTV to stare at walls, did you?
Any guys not singing, get over here and drink.
Li Hongzhe. Jiang Zijin continued his boisterous calls.
Since those present were still students who barely drank alcohol, he could really show off his skills now.
Li Hongzhe, I'm talking to you, come drink with me. I don't drink. Are you even a man?
Li Hongzhe ignored him and instead addressed Xiao Bishue. Let me pick a few songs by Yaya for us to sing together.
At that moment, Xiao Bishue was still waiting for Fong Chimai, silently wondering, could it be that he's not coming? Bishue? Xiao Bishue snapped back to reality. Alright, sure.
While selecting a song, Li Hongzhe ran into Kai Shaili. Seeing Li Hongzhe give a gift to Xiao Bishue, Kai Shaili was extremely displeased.
She just stood there glaring at Li Hongzhe.
Li Hongzhe said, by the way, Kai Shaili, could you go check if the cake is ready?
It should be about time now, right? Me? Kai Shaili grew even angrier. You want me to go get your cake for you? Yeah, aren't you more familiar with this place? Why don't you check? You? Fuming, Kai Shaili turned and walked away. Dichang KTV entrance. Fong Chimai had just parked the car. I went up to the 8th floor and followed the signs to room 8001.
Unexpectedly, the attendant at the doorway became visibly excited the moment Fong Chimai walked in.
Fong Chimai? Ding.
You've been called out by KTV waiter Wu Hai. Reward, Master of Artistic Appreciation, Music.
Wu Hai.
Fong Chimai looked at this man with a center-parted haircut and eyes narrowed into slits when he smiled, and instantly remembered.
It's you, Brother Wu. What are you doing here? Wu Hai replied. I left Letty at the end of last year. Now I've switched to Dichang. The benefits here are pretty good.
Then, Wu Hai sighed, time flies.
A year is almost over. Yeah, back when I worked part-time as a waiter at Letty, it was you who showed me the ropes.
It's nothing, helping newcomers is what I should do. Besides, you're smart and pick up everything quickly. Wu Hai smiled and continued, by the way, what brings you here today? At that moment, Kai Shaili came out cursing loudly.
How shameless, I have to be the one to pick up that bitch's cake?
In a daze, she heard the conversation between Fong Chimai and Wu Hai.
Then, with a cold sneer, she stepped forward and said disdainfully, well, Fong Chimai, so you've actually worked at a place like a KTV before? P.S. Little cow in the next chapter. Chapter 82 Come on, let's dance together.
Their conversation was suddenly interrupted. Kai Shaili continued, I heard you used to do part-time jobs during winter and summer vacations.
I thought it was some impressive work, but who knew it was at a KTV?
Kai Shaili directed a series of sarcastic remarks at Fong Chimai. Yet she had no idea that Wu Hai was actually the most wounded one among them. But constrained by his position and professional ethics, Wu Hai said, excuse me, but what's wrong with being a KTV waiter?
A KTV waiter? That's just pathetic. The regular staff get such meager salaries, how much could a part-timer like him even scrape together in a month?
Kai Shaili's ridicule was meant for Fong Chimai, but it was Wu Hai who took offense.
Wu Hai couldn't hold back anymore. What's wrong with being a waiter?
I am a KTV waiter, I earn my keep with my own 2 hands. No stealing or stealing.
What's wrong with that? You? Kai Shaili was momentarily speechless. Only then did she realize she had unwittingly hurt someone.
Though she knew she was partly in the wrong, she instinctively doubled down. What's more, I'm the customer, and they're just a lowly waiter. How dare they yell at me? At this point, Kai Shali also got angry. Did I say anything wrong? There's no future in being a waiter. Humph. You. Wu Hai's face turned crimson with rage, his neck veins bulging. If possible, he would have gladly slapped her right then. Fang Qimai glared coldly at Kai Shali. Must you always run your mouth? That gaze alone could have killed her on the spot. Though slightly frightened, Kai Shali stubbornly held her ground. Got a problem with that? Humph. Vice Principal Lee was just making small talk. You seriously think you could be the English class representative? It seems Kai Shali has been brooding over this matter all along. Fang Qimai said, Kai Shali, go in and dance a pole dance. You can't stop for at least half an hour. Pole dancing? Fang Qimai, have you lost your... Ding. 1000 confusion points consumed. Absolute command takes effect. Current confusion value remaining, 4666. In an instant, Kai Shali's body gave a violent shudder. For some reason, I really feel like performing a piece. With that said, she turned and walked back to the private booth. Fang Qimai said, Brother Wu, this woman is notoriously sharp-tongued in our class, just ignore her. Wu Hai sighed. Whatever, I won't stoop to her level. With that, the two started chatting. Thinking back to that summer vacation during their second year of high school, Fang Qimai had worked at Haoyu Gym for a month before being forced to resign. After that, he went to work at Letty. Wu Hai could be considered Fang Qimai's mentor, though only for a month, yet they got along exceptionally well and never ran out of topics to discuss. Meanwhile, in another part of the venue, Li Hongzhi noticed Kai Shali returning to the private room and immediately asked, Where's the cake? Cake my foot. This lady wants bus to move. Everyone? Music. No one paid attention to Kai Shali. She went over and queued up an energetic dance track herself, then cut off Li Hongzhi's song mid-performance. Next, she removed her hairband and took off her sun-protective jacket. Walking over to the standing microphone, she gripped it with both hands. Everyone looked over. Holy shit, what now? Don't tell me she's gonna sing another one? Fuck. If she dares to sing, I swear I'll fucking die on the spot. Then suddenly, she began swaying to the music. Every now and then, her body brushed against the standing microphone. With a toss of her head, her hair became wildly disheveled. Then slowly, she swept her hair aside and cast an alluring glance across the entire room. Holy shit. Fuck me sideways. Damn that pole dancing shit. Ugh, she even bit her lip. If it were a pole dance performance, it might at least have some entertainment value. The real issue was that she literally couldn't dance. Watching this heavy-set woman with a thick, bear-like frame forcefully strike suggestive poses while leaning into a standing mic was excruciating. The entire room froze in stunned silence. God damn it. Last time she assaulted my ears in class, and now she's assaulting my eyes at karaoke. Fuck this. Gross. Gross. Please, stop dancing. I'm literally cringing for you. Coming to KTV with the English class rep is such an eyesore. So awkward. I'll pay $10 to whoever drags her off that stage. I'll pay $20 to have her thrown out. The whole class erupted in complaints. Suddenly, the music stopped. At this critical moment, class monitor Li Hongzhi stepped in. What's wrong with you, Kai Shali? Though there was no music, Kai Shali could still keep dancing under the absolute command's effect, and she would dance for a full half hour. Kai Shali, what kind of madness has gotten into you? Yet, Kai Shali was still fumbling with that standing microphone. It was downright painful to watch. Li Hongzhi looked at Jiang Zijian and asked, Jiang Zijian, was it you who kept pushing drinks on her till she got wasted? Fuck. Jiang Zijian snapped. That's bullshit. The dumb bitch went crazy on her own. Alright. Li Hongzhi was also puzzled. Hadn't he just asked her to get the cake? How did things turn out like this? Damn it, Kai Shali, can't you stop jumping around? Wasn't it enough to disgust everyone by singing Conquer last time? Class monitor, get her out of here quick. Helpless, Li Hongzhi took matters into his own hands. Along with Gui Zili and Zhang Weijie, he forcibly pulled Kai Shali down. But Kai Shali simply wouldn't stop. Don't hold me back. Come on, let's dance together. Without the standing mic, Li Hongzhi became Kai Shali's pole. Kai Shali started performing a pole dance using Li Hongzhi. The entire crowd was laughing their heads off. Damn, this is fun. Class rep, don't hide, let her jump. Well, that's like a cow pole dancing, fucking amazing. Damn it. Li Hongzhi was about to lose it. Drag her outside, you two. Make her dance out there. And for fuck's sake, don't tell anyone she's the English class rep from our class 10. And just like that, Cecilia Kai was thrown out. Under the command's influence, she kept on dancing against the doorframe. Fang Qimai and Wu Hai stared at her in stunned silence. Wu Hai said, your classmate here, though foul-mouthed, dances pretty, energetically. Damn, brother Wu, your tastes are really unconventional. Don't get the wrong idea when I say energetically, I mean her dancing is utterly revolting. Fang Qimai checked the time. Alright, brother Wu, let's catch up later. I'm heading in now. Excellent, excellent.
Then, Fang Qimai pushed the door open and walked in. Li Hongzhi angrily shouted, "Damn it, you dare to come back?"
Unexpectedly, it was Fang Qimai who entered this time.
"Oh, it's the mighty divine Mai? I thought God Mai wasn't coming." Niu Jichao quickly went up to greet him. Xiao Bishue had been feeling inexplicably gloomy all along.
Upon seeing Fang Qimai, she suddenly felt much more at ease in her heart.
In her eyes, Fang Qimai looked quite handsome in that grey t-shirt.
Li Hongzhi glanced at Fang Qimai.
Seeing both hands empty, he couldn't help but feel pleased. Fang Qimai was always full of surprises. Li Hongzhi had originally feared he might come bearing some extraordinary gift.
Now, Li Hongzhi felt he had this in the bag. The best gift in the room was undoubtedly his.
"Here already? Have a seat."
Li Hongzhi pretended to be polite as he spoke, then proceeded to cue up another one of Yaya's songs.
Niu Jichao said, "Brother Mai, you're finally here. Come, have a seat." After sitting down, Fang Qimai finally noticed what was on the screen. The song was titled, "Follow Me to Distant Lands." The composition, lyrics, and vocals were all by Yaya. Is this woman's song really that popular?
But undeniably, she's quite talented. She writes lyrics, composes music, and can sing too. Let me listen to see how well she sings.
Chapter 83, Fang Qimai, You're Drunk.
As a master of musical appreciation, Fang Qimai began his critique right from the song title and opening chords.
Follow Me to the Distance, as the song title suggests, reveals the creator's yearning wanderlust.
This is a folk song, featuring a main melody played on an acoustic guitar, with a light and breezy rhythm. The harmonica blended in effortlessly, adding a touch of ease. The hand drum accents added some ethnic charm. Overall, it was a promising start, all depended on the vocal performance now.
Finally, the singing was about to begin. Fang Qimai waited with anticipation.
At this moment, Li Hongzhi began singing in a deep, resonant voice. "I want to climb mountains and cross ridges, to play with the clouds."
Fang Qimai.
I had been hoping to hear Yaya's vocal tones, but the original track was abruptly muted, leaving only Li Hongzhi's voice. Li Hongzhi didn't sing the wrong lyrics, but he was slightly offbeat, his pitch was inaccurate, and there was no emotion at all. However, it was clear that he came prepared. Before this, he must have practiced the song repeatedly to sing it well.
Fang Qimai just went along with listening to it.
This song has a refreshingly light and breezy feel, with lyrics that roll off the tongue effortlessly. The melody is thoroughly soothing, carrying a sense of longing for distant horizons. It speaks to the hope of finding someone special to share the journey of exploring faraway landscapes together. Perfectly suited for the younger generation's listening tastes. Now it seems Yao Yao wasn't exaggerating when she said she had many fans. At this moment, Jiang Zijin suddenly walked over with a wine glass and took a seat next to Fang Qimai.
"Fang Qimai, care for a drink? I'm driving, no alcohol." "Are you driving?"
Jiang Zijin scoffed, "Nobody's stopping you from riding a bike." Then, Jiang Zijin pointed at the group of guys nearby. These weaklings all tapped out midway through the game.
Jiang Zijin placed the wine glass in front of Fang Qimai and poured him a drink. "Seems like you're the only one left in the whole class who can still hold their liquor. Here, I'll finish mine. You take it easy." With that, Jiang Zijin downed his drink in one go. Niu Jichao whispered softly, "Brother Mai, can't you just call your driver? Having a little won't hurt." Jiang Zijin roared angrily, "Niu Jichao, what are you muttering about over there? When I called all the guys to drink earlier, where were you hiding?" With a clang, Jiang Zijin set another glass in front of Niu Jichao. "You're drinking too," he commanded. Niu Jichao grew apprehensive. With Jiang Zijin's aggressive stance, was he planning to drink every male classmate under the table? Everyone present were students, hardly any of them had ever touched alcohol before. Jiang Zijin often hung around with social misfits, making drinking second nature to him. He was certain that no one present could outdrink him. "I don't drink," Niu Jichao said in a tiny voice. "No exceptions. Today every man here drinks." Jiang Zijin kept pushing the drink toward Niu Jichao. Fang Qimai pressed his hand down on that glass of liquor. "Fang Qimai, what are you trying to do?" Then, with a shift of gesture, Fang Qimai took the glass instead. "I'll drink old Niu's share for him." With that, Fang Qimai downed it in one gulp. Jiang Zijin's lip twitched. "Then what about your own drink?" Fang Qimai picked up another glass. Another gulp. Jiang Zijin pointed at Fang Qimai. "You're vicious. Come on, let's roll the dice." It seemed Jiang Zijin wasn't going to let this go. Finally got a chance to drink all the guys under the table and show off in front of the girls. Jiang Zijin set down 2 dice cups. "Know how to play? Want me to teach you?" During that summer vacation in their second year of high school, Fang Qimai had learned dice games from Wu Hai during their part-time job. What's more, Wu Hai was an expert, and Fang Qimai had mastered all those little tricks. If you used data analysis for every round, victory would be just minutes away. But he didn't want to waste his confusion points on such matters. Besides, he wasn't afraid of drinking at all. If that guy wanted to play, he'd gladly see it through to the end. After over a dozen consecutive rounds, Jiang Zijin lost far more than he won. 1 round equals 1 glass of beer. A few others gathered around to watch. Lu Mimi scratched her head, she simply couldn't figure out the dice game rules. All she noticed was Jiang Zijin drinking non-stop. On the other side, Li Hongzhi sang several of Yaya's songs in succession. But in the entire class, only a few girls were listening. Several boys had already dozed off, while the rest gathered around Fang Qimai and Jiang Zijin to watch them play dice. Indeed, the moment Fang Qimai arrived, everyone's attention was completely drawn to him. Li Hongzhi was especially distressed about the cost of the alcohol, desperately hoping they wouldn't drink over budget. Gradually, Jiang Zijin started feeling he couldn't drink anymore, his face flushing unbearably red. Yet Fang Qimai showed no change at all, downing penalty drinks with effortless ease. Every sip for Jiang Zijin was pure agony. But Jiang Zijin refused to admit defeat. Forcing himself to finish the drink in his hand, he stood up. I'm going to the restroom. I'll be back later. At that moment, Li Hongzhi seized the opportunity with the microphone in hand and said, Fang Qimai, why did you come empty-handed? Raising his voice, he continued, today is Bishua's birthday, shouldn't you at least show some gesture? Fang Qimai suddenly froze for a second. After some thought, he said, alright then, put today's expenses on my tab. TCH, Li Hongzhi was extremely displeased. This guy, coming without a gift and trying to pay for Bishua's bill before me? Does he really think people don't know his family is loaded? Always showing off. At that moment, Xiao Bishua said, no need, it's my honor to have everyone here for my birthday party, so of course I'll cover the expenses. No, Bishua, we agreed this gathering would be my responsibility, I'll take care of the bill. Li Hongzhi reiterated once more. Fang Qimai then said, well, since I arrived just now, you've already sung quite a few of Yaya's songs. President Xiao, do you really like Yaya that much? Xiao Bishua nodded, that's right, all her songs are really beautiful. At this, Li Hongzhi couldn't help feeling rather pleased with himself. The album with Yaya's autograph that I gave had already won Xiao Bishua's heart. What else could Fang Qimai want? Unexpectedly, Fang Qimai said, I'll call Yaya herself to come and sing a song as a birthday gift. Xiao Bishua was stunned. The whole class? You, getting Yaya to come? Oh my god, did I hear that right? Yaya is one of the most popular female singers right now, and she can just come over when summoned? All the classmates froze in place one by one. Not to mention it's impossible for them to know each other. Even if they were acquainted, would Yaya come running whenever Fang Qimai called? Li Hongzhi said, Fang Qimai, are you drunk? Only drinking without eating any dishes won't do. If you can't hold your liquor, then don't drink. You're really pushing your luck with this bragging. Wei Zilei and Zhang Weijie joined in the jeering. Bishua, let's ignore him and keep singing. Niu Jicha whispered quietly, Brother Mai, when Jiang Zijin comes back later, don't hang out with him. Drink less. Fang Qimai said, I'm going out to make a phone call. Hello. Oh my god, Fang Qimai, you actually reached out to me first. Hey, you didn't accidentally press the wrong button, did you? Fang Qimai asked, where are you right now? I've been busy in Binhai for several days. Just landed in Jiangcheng, literally just got off the plane. Good, Fang Qimai checked the time, come to Dichang within an hour.